In the world of celestial martial arts, nations vie for supremacy. Having traversed into this realm, I became a mere prince of the great Xia dynasty, stationed at the frontier for a decade, where I achieved remarkable military feats. Yet, alas, the emperor of Xia, blinded by folly and devoid of virtue, frequently ceded vast territories to foreign invaders, leaving the realm frail and on the brink of collapse. Prince Luo Li, your conduct is audacious and defiant, disregarding 12 imperial edicts to retreat, thus provoking the emperor's wrath. Hence, you are bestowed with a cup of poison and imperial decree. As I gazed at the cup of poison before me, my expression remained impassive. 10 years of toil and hardship, overshadowed by the slander of petty men, left me utterly disheartened. Ding. Option 1. After 10 years of resisting foreign foes, I am undone by the words of a villain. This imperial edict shall not be accepted by me. Chapter 1. I rebelled. King of Beheading, Luo Li, your behavior is audacious and defiant, disregarding 12 imperial edicts, thereby inciting the emperor's ire. Consequently, you are granted a cup of poison and imperial decree. At the city walls of Beheading, in the presence of numerous generals and soldiers, a soft-spoken man dressed as a eunuch shouted, casting sidelong glances at the silent, dignified youth before him. A sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. King of Beheading, this edict is issued directly from His Majesty. What more can you say? Shouldn't you hastily express your gratitude for the emperor's grace? Under the scorching sun of midsummer, standing before this eunuch, I felt a chilling coldness envelop me. It was a profound sense of betrayal. Unbeknownst to me, a decade had elapsed since I entered this world. 10 years ago, I awoke as a youth adorned in fine garments, born into the imperial family, a life that should have been celebrated. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand, and life was far from the smooth path I had envisioned. Among 9 princes, I was the 6th. Upon my birth, my mother perished in labor. That same year, the northern barbarians invaded, wreaking havoc along the borders of the great Xia, leaving the imperial forces in disarray. In response, the emperor's wrath simmered for over half a month, and he, in his blind fury, directed his anger toward me, the 6th prince, believing my birth had precipitated this calamity. At that time, treacherous ministers, eager to curry favor, convinced the emperor that the appearance of a malevolent star heralded my birth, leading him to cast the young prince into the cold palace, where we would not meet again for 13 long years. Had I not traversed into this world, I might have remained imprisoned until my dying breath. Fortune smiled upon me as I emerged from the palace at the age of 13, brimming with youthful vigor. I refused to accept a life of mediocrity, unwilling to languish within the confines of the palace. Watching the seasons change in sorrowful solitude, by a twist of fate, I found a glimmer of hope within the depths of the imperial palace, eventually escaping and riding forth to the frontier city of Beheading, where I spent a decade. During these 10 years, I fought in countless battles, and it was through my efforts that Beheading became an impregnable fortress against foreign incursions. The soldiers revered me, and 100,000 warriors regarded me as a deity. Yet, what good was this? Clenching my fists, my complexion remained calm, yet my spirit was tumultuous. I believed that through my military achievements, I would earn the title of King of Beheading, allowing for a reconciliation with the emperor and a chance to restore the glory of the great Xia. How mistaken I was. The emperor's jealousy of Beheading's burgeoning strength only fueled his suspicions toward me. He disregarded the imminent threat posed by 50,000 barbarian cavalry and hastily issued 12 edicts demanding our surrender. At such a critical juncture, how could I have possibly acquiesced to such folly? Let it be known to the envoy of Xia, when the court issued those 12 orders, it was not because we in Beheading wished to retreat, but rather because we could not. Indeed, that is correct. The northern barbarians have amassed an army of 100,000, the largest incursion in years. If Beheading retreats, the entire territory of the great Xia will be left defenseless. This is a genuine threat to our nation's existence. How can you expect the prince to retreat? Though we are but soldiers, the prince is our lifeline. Should he perish, the barbarians will invade our land. For a decade, we have shared meals and quarters with the prince. Although his martial prowess may be average, he treats us with respect and sees the citizens of Beheading as his kin. Please, envoy, recognize this. As the imperial decree from the capital was read aloud, the soldiers within and outside the city, regardless of rank, knelt in reverence. They wished for the eunuch to retract the decree and convey the true circumstances of Beheading to the emperor. Prince Luo Li, with 10 years of distinguished service, had instilled terror in the hearts of the invaders. Such a hero, facing death for refusing to kneel before a eunuch, accused of baseless crimes, how absurd. While the soldiers at the front fought valiantly against foreign foes, The so-called nobility indulged in decadence, oblivious to the decay of the great Xia's foundations. Hearing the emperor's decree, the kneeling soldiers felt a profound sorrow. If only their commander, their king of Beheading, could ascend to the throne, this beautiful land would not have fallen to such despair. Enough! What is this? Are you conspiring against me? The eunuch, adorned in opulent garments, barked with a narrowed gaze. This is the decree of the current emperor of the great Xia. I challenge anyone to defy it. Know that to oppose the imperial edict is to incur the death penalty, a crime that could annihilate your entire clan. I advise you all to think carefully and not to bring calamity upon your families due to a moment of fervor. Following a cold snort, the eunuch's gaze returned to the silent Luo Li, who clenched his fists yet remained silent. With a sinister smile, he continued, King of Beheading, you have lived a life of valor, a fleeting hero. As the saying goes, when the ruler demands the death of his ministers, they must comply. Furthermore, the current emperor is your father. This cup of wine is a final gesture of respect. Drink it. As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. The soldiers encircling the platform were resolute, their eyes fixed on the cup of poison. Among the warriors of Beheading, none feared death. Those who did would not have survived to this day. Yet, the only concern was for their loyal prince, fearing he would act foolishly. Stand up. That cold voice finally broke the silence. Your Highness, the soldiers exchanged glances. I command you all to stand. At once, the soldiers, responding to the slight reprimand, sprang to their feet. As soldiers, it is our honor to protect our homeland and guard the borders. How can we bow before a eunuch? Luo Li, how dare you? The shrill voice of the envoy, filled with rage, interjected. Yet, as the eunuch scolded me, I merely smiled at the flustered envoy before me. Choice 1. After a decade of resisting foreign invaders, I am undone by the words of a petty man. This decree, I shall not accept. The great Xia, I revolt. Choice reward, the 7 swords of heaven. Choice 2. A moment's patience can preserve grand designs. For the greater good, I shall endure humiliation and accept the decree. Choice reward, 1 detoxifying pill. As the sudden notification echoed in his ears, Luo Li took a resolute step forward. Since I emerged from the palace at the tender age of 13, I, Luo Li, have rendered remarkable service to the realm of Great Xia, gathering the remnants of the army. I fortified the Northern Liang, repelling the northern barbarians in a staggering 32 battles, claiming over 100,000 enemy lives. The bodies of the foreign marauders lie buried outside the Northern Liang, enough to fill rivers with blood and pile like mountains. I, Luo Li, believe I have acted justly before heaven and the people, and I owe no allegiance to this so-called Great Xia court. His tone was stern, laced with profound sorrow. I have never sought accolades for my deeds, for they were earned with the lives of my fallen comrades. To issue 12 orders to retreat, thwarting my victories, is one thing. But today, you dare to seek my life. His voice, heavy with 10 years of suppressed fury, barely contained the bitterness. So be it as you wish. I, Northern Liang, revolt. Chapter 2. The poisoned cup still warm. The sword shall sever the treacherous courtier. Audacious. Luo Li, you are bold. The eunuch, with an air of cold arrogance and resolute authority, was taken aback by Luo Li's words, stumbling back in shock as he exclaimed, Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Rebellion, a grave crime against the state. Even if the Xia emperor were foolish, he remained the legitimate heir of the Great Xia and the sole ruler of its 13 provinces. Throughout the history of Great Xia, no one has ever succeeded in rebellion. And this Northern Liang king must surely be mad. You may seek death for yourself, but consider the fate of the 100,000 soldiers of Northern Liang. If you truly rebel, Northern Liang will be reduced to ashes under the emperor's wrath. When a ruler is enraged, corpses litter the land. You, Luo Li, are merely a common warrior of the 8th rank. What can you achieve even with the support of 100,000 soldiers? You would be but an egg striking a stone, a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. I advise you to swiftly drink this poison cup and avoid your own destruction. His harsh tone bore a hint of warning, for Luo Li's words had indeed frightened the eunuch, leaving him momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, the eunuch retorted with a sneer, stepping closer. 100,000 soldiers of Northern Liang were indeed a formidable force, seasoned in battle. Yet what of it? The millennia-long foundation of the Great Xia would not tremble before a mere 100,000 troops. The borders were guarded by more than just Northern Liang. And you, a mere 8th-rank warrior, would be nothing more than an ant easily crushed in the presence of true martial masters. Nonsense. The prince has achieved remarkable feats even if he had no accolades after 10 years. His hardships deserve recognition. Yet, for defying orders. Does this foolish emperor seek his death? Nowhere in the world is such logic found. A general in the field is not bound by orders with the prince's prestige. How could he not claim the throne of the Xia emperor? He is worthy. Old Lu speaks wisely. If the prince chooses rebellion, we shall follow him to the ends of the earth, through fire and water, without hesitation. We shall wield our northern Liang blades for our sovereign, cutting through thorns and facing flames without fear. With the eunuch's taunts igniting their spirits, the generals of northern Liang could no longer contain themselves. If not for Luo Li's tireless efforts over the past decade, the city of northern Liang would have long been ravaged by the barbaric forces of the Northern Wolf King, unable to withstand until today. The prince had given them a second chance at life. How could they cherish their own lives at the expense of his? Clad in black armor, a general, his blood boiling with fervor, stepped forward and unsheathed his northern Liang blade, striking at the pole of the great Xia banner. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered, and with a resounding crash, the pole splintered and fell, sending tremors through the ground. The banner of Great Xia vanished atop the walls of northern Liang. Witnessing this scene, the eunuch trembled with rage. This brute of the northern Liang army he had dared to sever the banner of Great Xia. From this day forth, there shall be but one flag in northern Liang, that which belongs to our prince. Our own northern Liang flag, not this wretched emperor's. Well said. What sort of treacherous eunuch dares chatter before our prince? Look at his face, it's turning crimson with rage. Ha ha. The atmosphere exploded, unleashing the pent-up pressure, and the soldiers below the platform erupted in laughter. Unrestrained, they cast aside the burdens of the past, their laughter piercing like daggers into the eunuch's eyes. Excellent, excellent. Thanks to the emperor's foresight in sending me to northern Liang to deliver the decree. The northern Liang king harbors wolfish ambitions, plotting rebellion for some time. Had I not possessed a modicum of martial prowess, you might have gained power today. In this era, martial arts flourished. The realm of humanity was divided into 9 ranks. The upper 3 ranks cultivate intent, becoming grandmasters of the celestial phenomenon, their divine might rivaling that of immortals, known as terrestrial deities, rarely stepping into the mortal realm. The middle 3 ranks practice qi, becoming innate masters, capable of defeating thousands. Even when newly entering the 6th rank, a single individual can stand as an army. The remaining lower 3 ranks are acquired, focusing on physical training and refining their vital energy. Should one achieve the 7th rank, they could be a pillar of support in the martial world or a capable commander in the military. The eunuch, long entrenched in the imperial palace, was favored by the Xia emperor largely due to his status as a 6th rank innate. A master of the divine sea, he was a guest of honor wherever he went. The eunuch's prowess was such that within the great Xia palace, there existed few who could rival him. I must admit, Northern Liang King, you are indeed no ordinary man. But even if you refuse to drink this poisoned cup, it is of no consequence. Your fate was sealed the moment I arrived. This is the emperor's decree, and none may defy it. A mere 8th rank warrior, what could you achieve even with legions at your command? Today, I shall unveil to you the true meaning of a master of the divine sea. The eunuch, witnessing the fervor of the soldiers, after a brief moment of anger, surprisingly began to laugh. As he laughed, a powerful aura emanated from him, his fox-like eyes glinting with lethal intent. Not good, a master of the innate. Damn it, stop him. Hearing the eunuch's words and witnessing his actions channeling the essence of heaven and earth, the Sharpie generals immediately discerned his true nature. This was a genuine 6th rank master. Unbelievably, to ensure the Northern Liang King would suffer at the border, the Xia emperor had sent a master. How could one treat their own kin with such cruelty? Truly, the royal family lacks familial affection. Die, Northern Liang King. The eunuch's manic laughter echoed as he bellowed. Observing the calm figure, seemingly unperturbed, the eunuch's expression grew more triumphant. This lad had been so audacious before. He dared to rebel, completely unaware of his own insignificance. To humiliate me, to belittle me. You disdain eunuchs, and thus I shall ensure your demise at the hands of one. As the surging air currents swirled within his palm, the formidable force capable of shattering gold and stone was poised to strike at Luo Li's chest. A self-satisfied smile involuntarily crept upon the eunuch's lips. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed at this critical juncture. Wait. The eunuch's expression changed drastically upon catching sight of the glimmering cold light. No, no. The scream erupted, its terror resonating clearly among all the generals present. This master of the divine sea was gripped by fear. Did you not intend to behead me? Here is my noble head, let us see how you shall claim it. Luo Li bellowed. And with that, he swung his sword. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and the spiritual essence surrounding the entire northern Liang city surged frantically towards the slender figure standing atop the high platform. The 7 swords of heaven. The first stance, slash the path and see me. Sever your path, and it shall become my fruit. With a resounding thud, the sword light cascaded downward, the sword aura lingering long after, as a stream of blood arched forth, and a noble head fell in response. Yet, the head that fell was not that of Luo Li, the king of northern Liang. The young man gazed at the eunuch's head, which still bore an expression of fear and confusion in death, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Such power! And you dare to challenge my northern Liang's banner? To take your dog's head is but a trivial matter. Chapter 3. The golden scale dragon is not a mere creature of the pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Gazing upon the headless corpse, blood spilling across the high platform, a peculiar silence enveloped the thousands of soldiers present. It was not until General Lu Yun stepped forward that they regained their senses. Channeling the energies of heaven and earth, sword energy surged forth like a mighty river. Their prince took a step forward. Had he reached the innate realm? Your Highness, you have entered the innate realm. With a few swift strides, Lu Yun leaped onto the platform. Staring at the headless body before him and the disheveled head soaked in blood, he still found it hard to believe. A living master of the divine sea had been slain by their prince with a single stroke of his sword. It should be noted that only days ago, His Highness had just broken through to the 8th rank of martial arts. Surely, this marked his entry into the innate realm. Otherwise, would I dare lead you all in rebellion? With a smooth action, he sheathed his sword. The northern wind brushed past, lifting Luo Li's long hair and revealing his handsome visage obscured by strands. Hearing Lu Yun's concerned and astonished inquiry, Luo Li turned, leaning casually against the sword hilt. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Toss this eunuch's corpse and dog head to the dogs." After years of seclusion in the imperial palace, facing death, he felt fear and trepidation. Such a spirit hardly befits a master. Having battled fiercely against the northern barbarian Gold Wolf King for so long, in my view, every valiant lad in the northern Liang army surpasses this eunuch countless times over. A waste of resources, utterly useless. What a pity. With these words, a cold snort escaped him. Upon hearing Luo Li's remarks, the crowd finally regained their composure. Their prince had truly stepped into the innate realm and slain a master in battle. This was no dream. Indeed, Lu Yun, invigorated, knelt on one knee. His face flushed as he gazed up at his sovereign, fervently proclaiming, "Your Highness is divine, invincible in battle, and unmatched in conquest." The thunderous roars of approval erupted, igniting an atmosphere that was hard to quell. Like the rumbling of thunder, their voices reverberated through the skies. The soldiers knelt once more, but this time, they did so willingly. Not far away, an elderly figure clad in simple garments observed the young man standing majestically on the platform, radiating an aura akin to a deity. Silently, he returned the half-drawn sword to its sheath. When did this lad acquire such prowess? Why had I never noticed before? I must have misjudged him. The old man murmured to himself, a look of bewilderment crossing his features as he ruffled his thinning hair. Had it not been for the fleeting yet fierce aura he had briefly displayed, none would have guessed that this seemingly ordinary elder was, in fact, a genuine master of the divine sea. Indeed, it was the princess who had the foresight to recognize this boy as a gem a decade ago, hence sending me to guard northern Liang and place my bets early. I have witnessed him, a gallant steed traversing 1,000 miles at the tender age of 13, gradually ascend to this day, gathering the remnants, fortifying northern Liang, forging battle blades, and training soldiers. After 10 years, the northern Liang's border forces, though few in number, are composed entirely of capable warriors. Furthermore, with the northern Liang prince now having entered the innate realm, commanding an army of 10,000 fierce warriors, securing a modest refuge should be well within reach. Today, having slain this eunuch, northern Liang has truly taken flight, poised for greatness. How could the Emperor of Xia wish to drive such an unparalleled talent to despair? Alas, the elder grasped the sword hilt, reflecting on the so-called emperor within the palace. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, had it not been for the recent triumph of the pillar of the southern kingdom over the main forces of the Qi army, which intimidated them into submission, the current Xia would likely have begun ceding land and paying tributes once more. After all, the royal family had finally produced a commander of extraordinary talents, and yet this emperor sought to poison him with a single cup of deadly wine. Even with the old man's composure, he found himself at a loss for words at this thought. The golden scale dragon is not a mere creature of the pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. After today, the peaceful days of the Xia dynasty will soon come to an end with the uprising of the Northern Liang prince. News of Luo Li rejecting the poisoned wine and stepping into the innate realm, slaying a master, spread rapidly to the surrounding regions. Reactions among various factions varied greatly. Spies from other nations rejoiced, hastily conveying this promising news to their respective powers. The Northern Liang prince, after 10 years of warfare, had gained immense prestige in the northern border, making him a rare military talent in Xia. His sudden uprising posed a significant threat to the Xia dynasty. If they could seize this opportunity to extend an olive branch and successfully win him over, perhaps with the might of his 10,000 iron cavalry, they could bring about the fall of the Xia dynasty. A rare opportunity indeed. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Xia, the emperor was in a good mood, enjoying his meal. However, when a servant hurriedly approached to inform him of Luo Li's actions in northern Liang, slaying a master and rebelling, his expression darkened visibly. Clang! This ungrateful wretch! The emperor hurled his golden chopsticks to the ground, rising in fury, his chest heaving with anger. Who gave him the audacity to kill Chief Steward Li and even raise a banner of rebellion against me? Luo Li's actions in northern Liang were akin to a resounding slap to the emperor's face. Historically, rebels have always risen from the ranks. Who has ever heard of a prince leading a rebellion? Now, with Luo Li's rebellion, it was as if he were declaring the emperor's incompetence. That even his own son could no longer tolerate him and was left with no choice but to raise a banner for self-preservation. Your Majesty, please calm your rage. The actions of the Northern Liang prince signify a rebellious spirit. He has long harbored intentions of revolt. If he were to behave himself, listening to your commands, why would he refuse to retreat with the Northern Liang cavalry despite your 12 orders for withdrawal? Clearly, he does not regard you with any respect. Chapter 4. In Northern Liang, no one is willing to retreat. A man dressed in luxurious black attire, his complexion somewhat pale, stood beside the emperor. Observing the fury on the emperor's face, he stepped forward, eager to stoke the flames of anger. You are correct, my lord. I regret not heeding your advice to pull this young man down from Northern Liang. Now, emboldened and having stepped into the innate realm with 10,000 iron cavalry at his command, he has truly become a formidable force, daring to disregard your orders. Breathing heavily, the emperor thought of his sixth prince and felt an uncontrollable rage. Ever since Luo Li's birth, misfortune had befallen the Xia dynasty. This boy had even caused the death of his mother upon his birth, before he had even completed his first month. The southern Qi had already organized its forces for a grand offensive, swiftly conquering 13 cities in the southern territories of the Xia dynasty. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the king of the south, who donned armor and took command personally, the southern regions of the Xia might have easily fallen into the hands of others. This incident was compounded when, before the boy Luo Li turned 1, the northern realm of the Jin Wolf King's court unleashed a horde of 100,000 wolf riders upon the south. The ensuing battle turned the borders of the Xia into a scene of smoke and flames, with bloody reports reaching the Xia emperor, who was filled with dread. Such events, when recalled, filled the Xia emperor's heart with loathing towards his own son, leading him to send the boy to the cold palace before he had even reached his first birthday, wishing to keep him out of sight and out of mind. Had it not been for Luo Li's fortuitous encounter with the daughter of the king of the south when he turned 13, he might have remained in that palace for the rest of his life. The thought of the illustrious young lady who had entered Huayang Mountain was enough to give even the Xia emperor a headache. After all, the Xia was merely one of the 7 nations in the northern Xian domain, while Huayang Mountain was renowned throughout the region for its martial prowess. Despite his dissatisfaction with the princess's actions, the Xia emperor knew it was unwise to offend Huayang Mountain over trivial matters. Though he was foolish and inept, he was not entirely dim-witted. It was not worth incurring the wrath of Huayang Mountain for such petty grievances. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. On the day you issued 12 orders for retreat, I had already anticipated the subsequent actions of the Northern Liang King. I now possess a legitimate strategy that could ensnare the Northern Liang King in a predicament from which he cannot escape. Would your Majesty be willing to consider it? Upon hearing the emperor's lamentations, the pale-faced man merely smiled, betraying no signs of panic. His words carried an alluring quality, captivating the emperor's troubled heart. You have a plan? Pray, present it at once. The emperor's spirits lifted at the mention of the man's proposal. Mr. Muyoji, hailing from humble origins, was indeed an extraordinary individual. Whenever the emperor was beset with worries, he always devised ingenious strategies to alleviate them. With such a capable minister at his side, the emperor wondered how many troubles had been averted. Your Majesty, over the past decade, The Gene Wolf King's court has suffered numerous defeats beneath the walls of Northern Liang. If we were to release news that we intend to deploy 200,000 troops to eradicate the traitors and quell the rebellion, and ensure this message reaches the ears of those northern savages, what do you think would transpire? With a calm smile, Mu Yoji observed the emperor's eyes gradually brighten as he continued. Surrounded by enemies, those northern barbarians will likely be more eager to invade northern Liang than we are. Once they hear of the northern savages intending to march south in force, we need only remain still, allowing them to weaken each other before we strike decisively and crush the rebellion. Thus, our grand endeavor will be accomplished. At that time, who would dare to claim that your majesty is a foolish ruler? With fervor in his voice, Mu Yoji raised his arms and declared, "Indeed, your majesty. You are the true revitalizer of the Xia. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Truly an admirable strategy. You are indeed a loyal minister to both myself and the Xia." The emperor exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Should this plan succeed, I shall grant you a marquis title and vast lands as reward." After hearing Mu Yoji's proposal, the emperor began to pace, deep in thought, increasingly convinced of the merit of the plan. The enmity between the northern barbarians and northern Liang had festered for 10 years, leaving no room for reconciliation. Moreover, Luo Li had diligently governed northern Liang, treating his people as his own kin. With his character, he would never choose surrender or retreat. Consequently, under the dual pressures from the Gene Wolf King's court and the Xia, the young man was surely destined for ruin. This was a truly brilliant scheme. The emperor became more exhilarated with each passing moment, even patting Mu Yoji's shoulder in a gesture of favor. Upon receiving such attention, Mu Yoji instinctively retreated a few steps, bowing in deference, exclaiming his gratitude. The emperor laughed heartily, feeling his spirits lift even further. If only the northern Liang king possessed half of Mu Yoji's discernment, how could he disregard familial ties and demand a cup of poisoned wine as punishment? All of this was the result of the northern Liang king's obstinacy. He had brought this upon himself. The emperor's gloom dissipated, his mind now filled with visions of the Xia sweeping through the realm, unifying the northern Xian domain, with all revering him as the great emperor of revival. Yet in a corner unnoticed by the emperor, Mu Yoji lowered his head, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes, as if he held the emperor's actions in contempt. Meanwhile, within the walls of northern Liang City, the sharp sound of blades being sharpened echoed from every household along the cobbled streets. The people of northern Liang were no longer mere civilians. They had been tempered by the harsh realities of the frontier. The renowned Northern Liang Iron Army, which had instilled fear in the hearts of the barbarian tribes over the past decade, now comprised ordinary citizens. "Father, are we going to war again?" A 9-year-old boy, his hair tied in a topknot, squatted beside his father, watching the man sweat as he honed his gleaming weapon, his tone tinged with melancholy. Each time his father took down the Northern Liang blade hung on the wall, it signified his return to military service to defend their homeland. Though still a naive child, the boy understood the grim reality of war. It meant death. This battle has long been overdue. The father, sensing his son's despondency, paused his sharpening and gently ran his fingers along the blade. The cold glint reflected the sunlight, shining brightly. Even after months without shedding blood, the blade that had once felled countless foes remained as sharp as ever, showing no signs of wear. The battles we fought before were merely for self-preservation. But this time is different. This battle is for our Lord and for all of Northern Liang. For 10 years, Northern Liang has been self-sufficient. Yet the court has offered no reward, even demanding our Lord to drink poison and take his own life. How can this be justified? If we, the 10,000 iron soldiers of Northern Liang, do not seek justice for our Lord and return this humiliation, will we not become a laughingstock to the world? With his grievances laid bare, the father looked into the eyes of his still somewhat bewildered child and crouched down, imparting a solemn lesson. "Child, remember this. We can do without anyone in Northern Liang City, but we must never do without one person, our Lord, Luo Li. Without that young man who once rode into our gates on a fine steed, who rallied the spirit of the Northern Liang army from humble beginnings, our city would likely have fallen to the barbarian hordes long ago. Without him, we would not have the present day." Over a decade ago, this city of Beheading was not merely a stronghold. It bore another significant identity as the capital of Liangzhou, a province situated in the northern frontier of the Great Xia Empire. However, due to the prolonged weakness of the Xia dynasty, characterized by inept commanders and a central government that disregarded the borders, by 10 years past, the territory of Liangzhou had already been reduced by more than half. Only the northern city of Beheading remained. valiantly enduring the relentless assaults from the barbaric tribes beyond the northern frontier. At that time, the Xia court was prepared to abandon Liangzhou entirely, deeming it a vast, desolate land incapable of nurturing profound aristocratic lineages or sections. In the eyes of the dignitaries within the imperial court, Liangzhou was merely a gathering place for common folk, and its abandonment seemed inconsequential. After the fall of half of Liangzhou, only the city of Beiliang stood resolutely at the front line. Even the border troops of the Great Xia had ceased their defense, receiving orders to retreat and conserve their strength, preparing to establish a new defensive line further back to continue resisting the onslaught of the Golden Wolf King's forces. Everyone believed that the fall of Beiliang was inevitable, except for the young king of Beiliang, clad in white, who entered the city at the peak of his youth. He, along with his unwilling subjects, took up arms to defend their homeland. For a full decade, despite the unmatched prowess of the Golden Wolf King's cavalry, renowned across nations and yet undefeated, they ultimately met their downfall before the walls of Beiliang, no matter how fierce their cavalry. After 10 years of countless battles fought in Beiliang, what could they achieve? A multitude of armies could not break the blades of Beiliang. Over the past decade, the prince had shared the same food, shelter, and training as his troops, evolving from an ordinary royal into a noble king. It is known only to the heavens how much he endured and sacrificed for Beiliang. It was Luo Li who, through immense hardship, preserved the homeland of the Beiliang people. The tranquility of the years was forged through someone's struggle. In the face of peril to their king, how could the citizens of Beiliang live in cowardice? They must remember that since the Great Xia's border troops retreated and relinquished the entirety of Liangzhou, all that remained in the hearts of the Beiliang soldiers and civilians was home, not country. Their king could only be the king of Beiliang. Now, as the king prepared to raise his sword in rebellion, seeking justice from the so-called Xia capital, it was incumbent upon his loyal subordinates, who enjoyed his grace, to take up the Beiliang sword that hung upon the wall and lead the charge. The journey to the royal capital spanned 3,000 miles, with banners unfurling to slay the demons of the underworld. Yet, one could only wonder if those pampered soldiers of the Central Army would stand as adversaries to these battle-hardened troops of Beiliang. In a loft within Beiliang city, two figures sat opposite each other, a pot of steaming tea laid before them. One bore an aged visage, dressed in simple clothing, while the other, clad in a white robe, exuded both beauty and authority. Beyond the loft, the relentless sound of blades being sharpened filled the air. Over these 10 years, Your Highness, you have indeed won the hearts of the people, remarked the elder. The princess, possessing her keen insight a decade ago, aided you in ways I could not comprehend at the time. Yet, in hindsight, I see I underestimated her foresight. The aged swordsman stroked his long beard, gazing out at the spirited scene of Beiliang's morale, and turned to the young man before him, expressing his sentiments. You flatter me, elderly, born into royalty. One could enjoy a life of leisure as a prince, indulging in the pleasures of the world without restraint. Would that not be a delightful existence? If given the choice, I would not wish to arrive at this juncture. Luo Li sighed, lifting his teacup, gently blowing upon it before taking a sip, and then, with a serene smile, replied to the elder. Elder Li, whose full name was Li Su, was a guest elder from the southern town prince's manor, a genuine 6th-grade master of the Divine Sea, who had resided in Beiliang for a decade. His presence in Beiliang was linked to the princess from the southern town prince's manor, who had taken her vows on Huayang Mountain. Upon hearing Elder Li speak of Yu Huaiju's discerning eye, recognizing his potential as a dragon among men, a flicker of discomfort passed through Luo Li's eyes. Had he not known Yu Huaiju, he might have believed it. Reflecting briefly, he recalled how Yu Huaiju, the princess of the southern town, had shown extraordinary martial talent from a young age, achieving the 7th rank in martial arts by 13, with the potential to reach the Celestial Sea. In contrast, during that same year, Luo Li was confined in the cold palace, counting ants and unable to step beyond its gates, let alone cultivate martial prowess. A cold palace prince and a favored daughter of heaven, they seemingly had no intersection. Yet, through an untimely encounter, fate brought these two seemingly unrelated individuals together. It was indeed fortuitous. A decade ago, shortly after his arrival in this new world, Luo Li found the bland food delivered to the cold palace unbearable and sought an opportunity to sneak into the kitchen. After pilfering a good amount of meat and salt, he endeavored to fashion a barbecue setup to indulge his culinary cravings. Though the Great Xia was a realm of extraordinary martial arts, its culinary skills left much to be desired. The meals from the cold palace were so unappetizing that Luo Li nearly retched after just a few attempts. Despite being relegated to the cold palace, Luo Li's royal status afforded him a degree of freedom. No one would dare reprimand him for borrowing food. Thus, well-equipped, he began his culinary venture in the cold palace. It was this very barbecue that attracted a girl and subsequently altered the trajectory of his life. Luo Li vividly remembered their first meeting. Seated on the ground, tending to the skewers, he noticed a girl in a green dress. Her delicate features and curious black eyes peering at him from behind the wall. Those who found themselves in the cold palace rarely had promising futures. And seeing a girl of similar age, Luo Li speculated that she must be a maidservant who had fallen from grace. Moved with sympathy for the green-clad maiden, he extended an invitation, and thus began a continuous barbecue endeavor that lasted several days. During this time, Luo Li and the girl gradually transitioned from strangers to confidants. The cold palace was a place of solitude, and encountering a kindred spirit after a prolonged period was invigorating for Luo Li. All his youthful dreams of gallivanting across the world, sword in hand, were poured out to this girl he had barely known, albeit with a hint of embellishment. This was largely due to Luo Li discovering that the girl, Yu Huaizhu, was indeed a delightful conversationalist. Whenever he spoke passionately, she would listen intently, nodding along with her skewered meat in hand, never once interrupting him. Every evening, 2 young boys and girls would gather here to enjoy a barbecue. During this time, the girl occasionally brought some fine ingredients, and Luo Li, without giving it much thought, assumed that Yu Huaizhu, like him, had stealthily procured them from the kitchen. This routine continued for several days until a few days after the departure of the young girl named Yu Huaizhu, Luo Li learned that she was, in fact, the little princess of the Zhunnan Wangfu, celebrated by the outside world as a prodigious talent of unparalleled brilliance. Upon receiving this news, Luo Li was utterly taken aback. Chapter 6. A white-clad figure enters the city. Luo Li could never have anticipated that his chance to escape the cold palace would come through a young girl. At 13, Yu Huaizhu was born into the Zhunnan Wangfu and had, in the same year, become a disciple of the Grand Master of Tianxiang, entering the gates of Huayang Mountain. With such powerful backing, extricating a prince from the cold palace who had never even met the emperor was not an insurmountable task. Thus, a month later, when the Zhunnan Wang casually mentioned Luo Li in court, he was promptly released from the cold palace. Reflecting on this, Luo Li set down his teacup, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he chuckled softly. After his release from the cold palace, Emperor Xia had offered him 2 choices. The first was to remain in the bustling capital, indulging in pleasures and living a leisurely life as a nobleman. The second was to venture alone to the northern frontier of Beheading, becoming its commander to protect the homeland against foreign invasions. This second option had been specifically mentioned by the Zhunnan Wang during his plea on Luo Li's behalf. Luo Li realized without much thought that this was a consequence of his earlier boastful conversation with Yu Huaizhu. Having just traversed into this world and spent over a month confined in the cold palace, he naturally felt some discontent. With the border constantly facing defeats and calamities, the court had foolishly attributed all misfortunes to a newborn, claiming he was a harbinger of disaster. Such absurdity was laughable to Luo Li. In a bout of indignation one night, he had declared to the attentive Yu Huaizhu that if he were granted an army of 100,000 ironclad soldiers, he would one day lead them northward to hunt on the grasslands, commanding the barbarian king of the Golden Wolf to present him with horses, thus showcasing the might of the great Xia. His passionate rhetoric, fueled by youthful bravado, had even deceived himself in the moment. It was precisely this fervor that Yu Huaizhu had etched into her memory, leading to the 2 choices presented to him after his release from the cold palace. Initially, Luo Li had leaned toward the first option. However, at that moment, his golden opportunity finally arrived. 2 prompts appeared, presenting him with 2 paths. The first option was to stay in Xiajing, with the reward of mastering the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The second option was to set forth to Beheading, earning the foundational martial arts technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Force. In a world where martial arts transcended the ordinary, where formidable practitioners could soar through the skies, move mountains, and even defy mortality, the chance to cultivate martial arts was not one Luo Li could forsake. Moreover, the choice to guard the northern frontier was intrinsically linked to his own fate. To decline would mean to betray the grandiose vows he had made before Yu Huaizhu, revealing them as mere adolescent fantasies. Such a loss of face was intolerable. With a surge of youthful passion and the allure of the martial arts foundation technique, the scene of a white-clad youth riding forth from Xiajing, traversing 3,000 miles into Beheading, was set into motion. Now, reflecting on it all, he could not help but marvel at the unpredictability of life. "Why the smile, my lord?" Li Su inquired, noticing the young man in white sigh softly, his lips curving into a smile. "Nothing," Merely recalling some amusing events, Luo Li replied, snapping back to the present as he cleared his throat lightly. If 10 years prior, various factors had led Luo Li to guard Beheading, then after a decade of fighting alongside its people, he had grown to genuinely appreciate this border city and the enduring spirit of its inhabitants who had remained steadfast in their duty. This was the place where Luo Li had spent the most time since his arrival in this world. His heart and soul had been poured into the welfare of Beheading, overseeing military provisions, supplies, training, and domestic affairs. There was no exaggeration in stating that this formidable stronghold, standing resolutely at the northern frontier of the Great Xia, was the culmination of a decade of his efforts, deserving of utmost respect and protection from any who would dare disrespect it. The northern barbarians would not prevail. Neither would the Great Xia. Whoever stands against Beheading stands against me, Luo Li. They shall face the consequences. A decade ago, I was sent by the princess to safeguard you, my lord. I had planned to protect you for merely 3 months before departing. Yet your subsequent actions transformed my intentions entirely. Since your arrival in Beheading, you have enacted sweeping reforms in governance and military affairs, training soldiers, and popularizing martial arts. In just half a year, you revitalized a city that had once been lifeless. Given the instability at the borders and the constant threat of the Golden Wolf clan, I decided to extend my stay in Beheading to witness what you, as its ruler, could truly accomplish. Little did I know that I would end up taking root here for a full decade. Laughter erupted as the elder, recognizing the underlying jest in Luo Li's words, stroked his white beard, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. After numerous battles, Li Su, as a master swordsman, had contributed significantly to the defense against the northern barbarians. His prowess had deeply moved the Beheading army, despite his status as a guest elder of the Zhen Nen Wangfu. Li Su was a true master, unbound by anyone's constraints, devoted solely to the pursuit of martial arts and the sword. For him, fighting against the northern barbarians in Beheading was not only a test of his skills, but also a cherished opportunity to share in the struggles of the valiant soldiers and civilians alike. Thus, over the past decade, he had spent the majority of his time in Beheading, becoming, after Luo Li, the second figure held in high esteem by its populace. Let us not dwell on the past, my lord. You should know that we masters seek only the joy of existence. We hold no fear of imperial authority. Were it not for the life debt owed to me by the Zhen Nan Wang, I would not have committed myself to serve in his court as a guest elder. Our bond over these 10 years is strong. Now that you have opposed the Emperor of Xia, I may not openly declare my allegiance, but should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me. Lifting his sleeve and raising his teacup, Li Su's expression gradually turned earnest. A master, revered across the 7 nations of the North Xian region, was indeed a guest of honor. Even if he could no longer endure in the Great Xia, Li Su would merely pack his belongings and relocate elsewhere. Thus, he held little regard for the authority of the Great Xia Emperor. In the 7th chapter, a decapitated head still fights, not a step back. For the past decade, this king has granted Master Li too many favors. At this juncture, it is naturally inappropriate to trouble you further. The remaining matters, I have my own methods to handle. Master Li, you need only to maintain your position in Beheading City and observe how I unleash the might of the Beheading Iron Cavalry to swiftly vanquish the invaders from Xiajing. The 7 Swords of Heaven is a martial art of a higher echelon than the celestial arts, approaching the realm of myth. Its power capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Even though Luo Li only stands at the peak of the postnatal 7th rank, he can still harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slay the invading divine Eunuch, leading thousands of soldiers to mistakenly believe he had attained the status of a congenital master. This alone speaks volumes. To transcend the boundaries of the congenital realm is a feat only achievable by an extraordinary individual. For the disparity between the two is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. With the first move of the 7 Swords of Heaven, Luo Li can unleash such formidable strength, which undoubtedly bolsters his confidence and provides him with greater assurance in his grand plans. If he can be so powerful at the peak of postnatal cultivation, what might he achieve upon entering the 6th rank of the Divine Sea? Attaining the status of a congenital master? One must realize that after 10 years of accumulation, the so-called formidable barrier of the Divine Sea is, to him, as insubstantial as air, easily shattered. At this critical juncture, Luo Li no longer seeks anything but the right opportunity. Although there appear to be few congenital masters openly stationed in the Xia dynasty, as one of the 7 human kingdoms in the northern Xian domain, holding vast territories of 13 states, if it were merely this weak, it would have been extinguished long ago. The reason Luo Li's rebellion has not caused significant repercussions lies fundamentally in his identity and the illustrious military achievements he has amassed for the Great Xia over the past decade. For 10 years, Luo Li has diligently fortified the northern borders against the incursions of foreign tribes, and any discerning individual can see this clearly. The Xia Emperor, without distinction or reason, attempted to send this pillar of the nation away with a cup of poison, leaving his subordinates disheartened. Everyone is not foolish. If one can act thus against a biological offspring who has rendered such military service, what would prevent him from arbitrarily taking the lives of other loyal ministers when displeased? Moreover, it must be noted that the true cornerstone and decisive figure of the Xia dynasty is not the Xia Emperor, but rather the ancestral figure hidden in the shadows who has yet to voice his opinion. When rebellion arises at the borders, the martial ancestor, nearly comparable to a grand master, has not immediately spoken out, which already indicates his dissatisfaction with the emperor's recent actions. If Luo Li can survive this calamity, it is not inconceivable that he might one day penetrate Xia Jing and ascend to the esteemed position of the 9-5 Supreme. Once I reclaim the old territories, I shall demand the emperor dismount. However, before that, Luo Li must find a way to resolve the two predicaments before him. With the complete rupture of relations with the Xia emperor, Luo Li has shed the final veil of modesty. Given his father's typical course of action, it would be utterly out of character for him not to raise an army to seek redress. Once the Xia dynasty takes action, the marauding tribes to the north will likely not remain idle. Over the years, Luo Li has led the Beiliang soldiers in slaying enough foreign tribes to pave a bloody path outside the Shanhai Pass. It is easy to imagine how deeply the Golden Wolf King court harbors animosity towards him. Should those tribes discover an opportunity in Beiliang City, they would undoubtedly seize this rare chance. If matters proceed towards the worst-case scenario, then the northern tribes might mobilize their armies to invade, while the Xia Emperor's forces remain poised to act, casting a watchful eye. These two distressing possibilities weigh heavily on Luo Li's mind, anticipating good tidings. Yet they do not come. However, the moment he contemplates misfortune, ill news arrives swiftly. Seated in the loft across from Li Su, as they sip tea to ease their troubled thoughts, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. Turning to glance towards the corner staircase, they beheld a formidable general clad in black iron armor, a 100-fold blade at his waist, ascending the loft. This general, named Lu Yun, is the most valiant warrior in Beiliang City, his formidable presence and martial prowess evident, having achieved the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Mere steps away from the 6th rank of the Divine Sea, he was the first to charge forth when the Divine Sea Eunuch came to deliver orders, bravely severing the great Xia dragon banner. It is no exaggeration to say that his current achievements are entirely due to Luo Li's support, and thus Lu Yun is unwaveringly loyal to this beloved prince of Beiliang, serving as his right arm. Upon entering the loft, Lu Yun gasped for breath, his expression gravely solemn. Observing Lu Yun's demeanor, Luo Li instinctively sensed that a significant event had transpired. Indeed, the robust figure before him soon spoke in a low voice, delivering news that left Luo Li in a quandary. "My lord, scouts from beyond the Shanhai Pass report that several nearby tribes have begun to merge. If I am not mistaken, the Golden Wolf King court is stirring." With a single statement, Luo Li, having guarded the borders for a decade, comprehended the implications. Each time these tribes exhibit movement, it signifies that the Golden Wolf King court behind them intends to invade once more. Such large-scale migrations and mergers among the tribes would be impossible without the influence of their ruling court. The worst has indeed come to pass. Luo Li felt a headache brewing. The Shanhai Pass outside Beiliang City, along with the surrounding 5 counties and 13 districts, has long since fallen into his grasp after a decade of effort. The million inhabitants of Liangzhou and the 100,000 soldiers are the very foundation of his power. Faced with the advancing northern tribes, Luo Li finds himself with two choices: to retreat or to defend. The former allows for the preservation of strength and avoidance of conflict, while the latter necessitates confronting the dual pressures of the northern marauders and the Great Xia. If Luo Li were ruthless enough, he could release news that would draw the northern tribes into a frenzy, then lead his 10,000 soldiers to evacuate Liangzhou, deliberately allowing the marauders to penetrate deeply, forcing the Great Xia to respond. Should this plan succeed, both factions would be drained of their vitality, yielding countless benefits for his future endeavors. However, the downside of such an action would be the loss of public trust. As the northern Liang king guarding the borders for a decade, to lead a retreat would undoubtedly disappoint the millions of Liangzhou citizens who currently support him. Furthermore, should he act thus, it is likely that the very populace that now admires him would suffer greatly. As Luo Li closed his eyes, memories of a decade ago flooded back. When he entered Beheading clad in white, witnessing the desolation of that border town, the land lay barren, and the cries of the people echoed in despair. Broken walls stood as remnants of a shattered past, and the smoke of war hung heavy in the air. Years of calamity had driven the populace to desperation, resorting to eating tree bark and even resorting to cannibalism. In those times, merely living as a human being felt like an unattainable luxury. Such scenes were indistinguishable from a hell on earth. To be fair, Luo Li found it inconceivable to personally dismantle the fragile stability he had painstakingly built over the past decade. Nor could he bear to witness Beheading revert to the bleakness of a decade prior. The northern barbarians could retreat, for behind them lay the kingdom of the Golden Wolf and the vast steppes. Yet, the people of Beheading had no place to flee. Thus, Luo Li's choice was self-evident. Ding. Option 1. The nation may be shattered, yet the mountains and rivers remain. To conserve strength and bide time, to observe the tigers fight from the mountain, and to relish the mutual destruction of the northern barbarians and the great Xia. Reward. An underworld assassin organization, a web of traps. Option 2. While the head may fall, the fight persists, retreat is not an option. As the king of Beheading, with the enemy invading our territory, one must retaliate tenfold, refusing to cede an inch, striking terror into the hearts of the invaders until they dare not tread upon our lands again. Reward. General Chen Xingji, innate, 3,000 elite troops in white. Chapter 8. If you wish to come, then let us battle. Upon the tower, the atmosphere was tense. Whether it was Li Su, the sword master, or Lu Yun, the valiant general of Beheading, both felt the gravity of the news of Beheading's impending assault. If it were merely the northern barbarians knocking at the gates, then with the foundation of 100,000 iron soldiers, they would have the confidence to defend the Shanhaiguan Pass, repelling the enemy at all costs. After all, over the past decade, they had weathered numerous battles and had never faltered. If war was to come, victory was assured. This confidence was born from the resilience of Beheading's iron army over the last 10 years. However, this time felt different. Just days prior, Luo Li had stepped into the realm of the innate on the platform, severing the head of the great Xia Emperor's envoy with a single stroke, openly defying imperial authority, which had incensed the emperor in the distant capital. According to reports from spies, the emperor had issued a decree the day after receiving the news, dispatching 50,000 golden feather troops from the imperial city to station in Xian Prefecture. Should Beheading show any sign of unrest, they would likely march forth to breach the pass. It appeared that the emperor had been pushed to his limits by the prince. 50,000 golden feather troops represented a significant portion of his military might. Li Su stroked his beard, gazing through the tower with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Xian Prefecture and Liang Prefecture bordered each other, both part of the northern territories. The golden feather troops were the only forces directly at the emperor's disposal, belonging to the imperial structure. While not as seasoned as the border troops, they were nonetheless elite forces of the Great Xia. This contingent of 50,000 troops nearly depleted half of the emperor's resources. As for the other military forces of the Great Xia, they were either stationed in various counties for defense, lacking in combat effectiveness, or garrisoned at the borders, difficult to mobilize, much like the Southern King and the Pingxi Marquis. The Southern Army and the Pingxi Army, one intimidating the Southern Qi and the other guarding against the Western Yin, were formidable forces on par with Beheading's Iron Army. Should these two armies be summoned back, it would create an opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Not only was it impractical to call them back, but even if the emperor could summon these iron forces, he likely would not choose to do so. The emperor, despite his grand ambitions, was not without wisdom. His desire to eliminate the king of Beheading with a single poison chalice stemmed from the fact that Luo Li posed a threat to his throne. Throughout history, royal families have lacked familial affection, especially when power is at stake. With the same lineage as the Luo family, the esteemed ancestor who had governed the imperial capital for the past decade had increasingly favored his descendant. If this continued, it would not be long before his son would possess the capital to ascend to the throne. This very notion fueled the emperor's growing animosity towards Luo Li. Had Luo Li been just a bit more mediocre, the emperor might not have entertained thoughts of fratricide. Yet, Luo Li's exceptional qualities commanded the respect and affection of the populace, the loyalty of his generals, and the admiration of his officials, to the extent that the people of Beheading recognized him as their king rather than the great Xia emperor. More critically, Luo Li's demeanor towards his father could hardly be described as respectful, let alone reverential. How could the emperor endure this? Thus, even at the risk of northern barbarians invading, he was determined to send the golden feather troops northward to launch a two-pronged assault. ensuring that his prodigious son would meet his demise in Beiliang. The emperor's machinations were blatant enough for any discerning observer to see. For Lu Yun and Li Su, this added to their worries. If they were only facing a single army, Beiliang would not cower. However, if they were to be attacked from both flanks, isolated and without aid. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun contemplated a most ingenious strategy to navigate the current predicament. If they wished to avoid a bloody confrontation, retreat was their only option. My lord, the Golden Feather troops are currently mobilizing in Xian Prefecture, and with the northern barbarians launching a massive invasion, it seems we may struggle to resist a combined assault from both armies. Therefore, from my humble perspective, should we lead the valiant men of Beiliang to retreat? To temporarily avoid the storm, preserving our strength, so that we may return and reclaim the honor lost today, regardless of their capabilities. The Golden Feather troops were still part of the Great Xia's military. They could not idly watch as the northern barbarians invaded. The emperor's intentions were undeniably sinister. If Luo Li led the Beiliang forces into a desperate fight, refusing to yield an inch, and fought until exhaustion to hold back the northern barbarians at the Shanhaiguan Pass, the Golden Feather troops could easily march northward, taking advantage of the gap to crush Beiliang. In that scenario, Luo Li, the king of Beiliang, would be left with no choice but to surrender. Conversely, if Luo Li retreated, it would play directly into the emperor's hands. After all, aside from commanding Beiliang's 100,000 soldiers, the most crucial aspect was that he had gained the hearts of the people across the three northern states. In the north, the reputation of the king of Beiliang as a guardian was unparalleled. Should he retreat, the reputation he had meticulously built over 10 years would be shattered. The once renowned king of Beiliang would be branded a coward, no longer revered by the people as a national hero. Without the people's support, stripped of his title, and with ambitions of rebellion, Luo Li, apart from his innate abilities, would be akin to a rootless weed, unable to stir significant waves. The Great Xia's esteemed ancestor would undoubtedly choose not to support a king who had abandoned his own territory. Thus, Beiliang would collapse without a fight. This strategy was treacherous. A single misstep could invite the northern barbarians to invade, leading to the downfall of an entire state. Yet, it also effectively locked Luo Li into a corner, leaving him with no options. Whether he chose to retreat or fight, both scenarios were anticipated by the Great Xia Emperor. Lu Yun's reasoning was sound. In their current perilous situation, retreat appeared to be the most prudent course of action. But would Luo Li choose to retreat? The tea in the cup remained warm as the young man in white maintained a calm demeanor. Unlike the sorrow experienced by Li Su and Lu Yun, Luo Li appears unfazed by the current situation. With a gentle breath, he blows on the steaming cup before him and slowly sips the tea. Retreating? After swallowing, Luo Li chuckles softly and sets down the cup. Raising his gaze, the young man in white looks towards the streets below, where the sound of blades being sharpened echoes. There, 100,000 soldiers and civilians of Beiliang are prepared to lay down their lives to protect their homeland from foreign invaders. If retreat were an option, there would be no need for General Lu to mention it. His words, though imbued with complexity, are resolute. Behind him lies his country. And with the willingness of the Beiliang people to sacrifice their lives for him, how could he, as their king, hesitate to fight? The soldiers have bestowed upon him their utmost respect, and he must reciprocate their loyalty with honor. If they wish for battle, then let it be so. Beiliang shall not cower before petty threats. With a determined stance, he rises, his back to the dawn, his posture straight, and his voice unwavering. The regal authority he embodies is unmistakable at this moment. Chapter 9. A great master and general, Mo Zilio. 1,000 troops avoid the white robe. Upon hearing these words, both Li Su and Lu Yun display expressions of astonishment. It is well known that words spoken carry weight, and even more so for a king. In such a moment, Luo Li's unhesitating declaration reveals a formidable spirit. Your Majesty, a general clad in dark armor, with a resolute expression, kneels on one knee, his voice tinged with emotion. It is known that a general sheds tears sparingly, only when deeply moved. Luo Li's actions are entirely for the welfare of the Beiliang people. Why else would he not simply flee? As long as there is the Green Mountain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. This principle, as the king of Beiliang, he understands all too well. On behalf of all of Beiliang, I express our gratitude to your Majesty, Lu Yun proclaims. With the northern barbarians at the gates and the Great Xia launching a northern campaign, if your Majesty does not retreat, then neither will I. In this life, I only wish to don armor and serve you, to share the fate of Beiliang. His fierce eyes glimmer with determination. Though he knows Luo Li's character, he cannot help but feel moved. A king of such caliber, with such noble qualities, inspires unwavering loyalty. As the sun sets, casting an orange glow across the sky, the three individuals atop the loft exhibit diverse expressions. After a brief moment of shock, Li Su finally regains his composure and bursts into laughter, saying, "Given the current circumstances, the situation in Beheading will undoubtedly become tense. If your highness desires my idleness, it seems I shall not be at rest." With that, he steals another glance at the imposing figure of the young man, admiration flickering in his eyes. This is the Luo Li he knows, the one who remains undaunted despite countless battles. For a master, one must possess unwavering resolve, be at peace with oneself, and understand their aspirations and path. After 10 years of guarding the borders, Li Su has longed for the mountains and seas beyond Beheading. Faced with adversity, as a master who has lived alongside the soldiers for a decade, he bears an undeniable responsibility. Observing the reactions of the two, a smile finally breaks through Luo Li's previously calm demeanor. All of Beheading is filled with noble spirits. If everyone can maintain their courage and determination, then no matter how powerful the enemy, they will not falter. As the old saying goes, 1,000 troops cannot withstand the edge of Beheading's blade. They are but insignificant beings, easily extinguished. Option 2. A severed head may still fight. Retreat is not an option. Reward option: 3,000 white-robed troops, led by General Qinqing, shall come to assist. As Luo Li articulates his thoughts, the voice of the choice that had lingered in his ears reaches a conclusion. Unconsciously, he recalls the information about the general named Qinqing. He is described as refined and clad in silver armor, skilled in managing troops, possessing courage and strategy, an adept in command. Such qualities in a general are sufficient to mark him as a legendary figure. Wait, could it be? With a start, Luo Li realizes the source of the familiar feeling he had when he first heard the name. General Qinqing of the Liang dynasty during the Northern and Southern dynasties. He led 7,000 white-robed troops to decisively defeat 70,000 enemies from Northern Wei, capturing several cities and securing victory. Not only that, when faced with an additional 100,000 reinforcements, Qinqing, with his back to the city walls, commanded 3,000 white-robed cavalry to once again rout the 10,000 Northern Wei soldiers, even pushing as far as the Tiger Pass, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. Tiger Pass, the most formidable stronghold in the world, once blocked 18 warlords during the Three Kingdoms period, yet was breached by a mere 3,000 men, treating the vastly outnumbered defenders as inconsequential. Such an absurdity, yet it remains an undeniable fact. Not born of noble lineage, yet having achieved such heights, he is a man of great ambition and intellect, known far and wide. After this battle, the name Qinqing resonated throughout the land, with poems and verses sung in his honor, stirring the world. A great master and general, Zilio, 1,000 troops avoid the white robe. This general stands out among all the stars of his era. He may not be the greatest commander in history, but he is certainly the one who has created the most miraculous victories, and the aid he has obtained after choosing his path is none other than this esteemed general. Furthermore, it appears that this renowned commander possesses innate abilities of the Divine Sea realm. If he could be enlisted as an ally, then perhaps there is indeed hope for overcoming this crisis. Luo Li silently contemplates. With his own cultivation, even if he were to enter the Divine Sea and lead an army of 100,000 against the invading foes, faced with the dual pressure of the Northern Barbarians and the Jinyu army, his chances of victory would only be 50-50. However, with the addition of a powerful innate ally, one who has previously triumphed against overwhelming odds, the scales of victory may soon begin to tilt in his favor. Report. Just moments later, after a brief interval, the sound of footsteps ascends the stairs once more. A Beheading guard hastily approaches, kneeling before Luo Li, and reports, "Your Highness, outside the gates of Beheading, there are 3,000 white-robed cavalry, led by a slender, scholarly commander, come to pay their respects." According to the leader, he is General Qinqing of the 3,000 white-robed troops, whom you summoned from afar to defend against the Northern Barbarians. He and his men are currently waiting outside the city, and we are unsure how to proceed. Please give your orders. Upon hearing the name, Luo Li's face lights up with excitement, and he exclaims, "Excellent. The general has arrived to break the deadlock. This General Chun is indeed the aide I have personally summoned. You may go and instruct the other commanders to bring him and his troops into Beheading City and ensure they are well accommodated." The loyal guards discerned the joy in their lord's words and, without hesitation, hastened down from the loft to convey the news. Meanwhile, Li Su and Lu Yun, upon hearing Luo Li's remarks, were struck with curiosity. Their formidable lord, when had he made the acquaintance of such a figure? A commander capable of leading 3,000 troops could hardly be an obscure individual. Yet why had they never heard of this Qin Qingji? Unable to suppress his thoughts, Lu Yun voiced his inquiry, simultaneously expressing Li Su's curiosity, directly addressing Luo Li. My lord, who exactly is General Qin Qingji, and why have you never mentioned him before? In response to his subordinate's question, Luo Li merely smiled, a hint of pride dancing at the corners of his mouth. General Qin Qingji is a true talent. In terms of commanding troops and engaging in battle, I find myself lacking in comparison. As for the extent of his prowess, you shall witness it for yourselves. With that, Luo Li took the lead and descended from the loft. Lu Yun and Li Su, intrigued, followed closely behind, eager to discover the capabilities of the individual whom Luo Li had so highly praised. After all, how could one earn such esteem from the king of Beheading without extraordinary abilities? Chapter 10. The Tiger Wolf Army. Throughout history, there have been many tales of scholars rising to the rank of general. In ancient times, there was Lu Sun of Eastern Wu, who set ablaze the camps of the enemy for 700 miles, leading to the downfall of Liu Bei of Shu Han. More recently, the renowned Song General Xian Qiji dedicated his life to the northern expedition, achieving numerous formidable victories in his youth, demonstrating prowess in both civil and military affairs. Unmatched by his contemporaries, both were celebrated heroes, adept in warfare and strategy, embodying the ideal of a well-rounded leader. Yet, in terms of extraordinary achievements, even amidst embellishments, Qin Qingji's astonishing record surpasses theirs. Neither born to a military family nor hailing from a noble lineage, he remained obscure for over 40 years, only to emerge as a commander across the river, achieving a remarkable record unmatched for 300 years in his era. Had it not been for the loss of favorable circumstances and being outnumbered, his name could have easily ranked among the finest in the world. Outside the gates of Beheading, the sound of horses softly whinnied as Qin Qingji, facing away from the 3,000 elite soldiers in white, gazed intently at the towering black fortress ahead. The 3,000 white-armored cavalrymen, robust and spirited, emanated a palpable aura of vitality, akin to a rising smoke signal. Yet, their leader appeared as a youthful scholar with a fair complexion. This was Qin Qingji, a cultured general summoned by Luo Li, a peerless commander from beyond time and space. Qin Qingji was aware of his identity and purpose, as well as who had granted him this second chance at life. The heavy iron gates creaked open, disrupting his contemplation. As he looked up and caught sight of the figures emerging from the gates, a faint smile broke upon his previously expressionless face. I am Qin Qingji, and I pay my respects to the king of Beheading. Having traveled thousands of miles with my 3,000 white-clad soldiers, if the Lord is resolute in battle, then the forthcoming victory shall surely bear the merit of General Qin Qingji and my white-clad army. His clear voice resonated, unassuming yet profound, contrasting with his martial prowess and innate mastery. Yet, every soldier present absorbed his words, etching them into their memory, as if it were natural for this white-clad general to possess such excellence. We salute the king of Beheading. The 3,000 white-clad soldiers echoed, their voices rising in unison to honor the figure emerging from the gates. As the sun set, the white-clad figure rode with grace, calm and refined, while behind him, the 3,000 white-armored cavalry stood solemnly, exuding a fierce spirit of battle. What a formidable tiger wolf army! Luo Li, who had just called for the gates to be opened, felt a surge of amazement upon hearing their greeting. To be fair, even after a decade of honing, no army within Beheading had achieved such a level of discipline and spirit. Physical prowess may be cultivated, but the spirit is a rarity. With sufficient resources, one might attain an exceptional level, yet to reach a state of mind befitting a master requires immeasurable effort. To possess resolve and courage, to face life and death unflinchingly, and to have a heart as steadfast as iron. These qualities define a true leader. The 3,000 white-clad soldiers, led by their cultured general, embodied a martial spirit that words fail to capture. In other words, each of these 3,000 soldiers was an elite among elites. Placed in any ordinary army, they would soon rise to prominence, becoming the choice of leaders. It is no wonder they have triumphed against formidable foes, even when outnumbered. Such an army, under such a commander, deserves every honor. Luo Li was exceedingly pleased with this support that had come to fortify Beheading. Esteemed comrades, I welcome you warmly. In Beheading City, from nobles to soldiers, there was no need for elaborate formalities or strict protocols. Please, come in. Stepping out of the city, Luo Li approached Qin Qingji. Observing the white-clad general dismount and bow respectfully, Luo Li inclined slightly to assist him, before addressing Qin Qingji and his 3,000 soldiers with a gentle tone. My lord is too courteous. Yet, etiquette cannot be disregarded. Whether noble or common, the capable should assist the world, and the impoverished should uphold their integrity. If all are truly equal, then where lies the concept of class? Chen Qingji acknowledged with a slight nod, but his words showed little concern for Luo Li's sentiments. If all were truly equal, he would not have spent a significant portion of his life before finally grasping command and making his mark. Recognizing the hint of wistfulness in the cultured general's words, Luo Li gazed at the youthful face that bore the wisdom of experience, and a sense of understanding dawned upon him. Having traversed time and space, the now 20-something Chen Qingji, a master of innate cultivation, had re-emerged in Beheading, embodying the pinnacle of youth. Yet his experiences echoed the legendary figure recorded in history, the unparalleled general clad in white armor, who had led 7,000 soldiers against Northern Wei. General Chen's sentiments ring true. All things in this world adhere to a predetermined order. The nobility enjoys wealth and power, looking down upon the masses, fundamentally due to their ancestors' greater efforts compared to those of common folk. The ancients planted trees for future generations to enjoy their shade. Thus, individuals are born at the finish line established by others. This notion, even I, the king, must concede to be a beneficiary of. However, this truth applies elsewhere. Reflecting upon the vibrant festivities of the summer capital, I, Luo Li, cannot help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Yet, ultimately, I pivot my discourse, gesturing toward the towering structures of Beheading City behind me, and boldly proclaim to Chen Qingji before me. In my Beheading City, regardless of gender or age, we differ from the outside world. Here, we measure only by merit and achievements. As the saying goes, honor and fame must be earned on the battlefield. Presently, Beheading City is ripe for development. Whether it be fame or fortune, it all hinges on one's contributions to Beheading. Nobility and high status, do they possess inherent qualities? At least in contemporary Beheading, there are no worthless individuals living off ancestral blessings, nor are there dignitaries in the court who cannot be approached. Although the path to advancement may not be expansive, it is certainly not narrow. As long as all present are capable individuals, there will undoubtedly be a place for each of you in the future, as long as Beheading stands strong. Customary etiquette merely serves as a reminder for the upper echelons to keep their subordinates in check, shackling them to their status and position. Yet, in my Beheading, under my governance, we have never adhered to such meaningless traditions. Chapter 11. 3,000 white robes. Soldiers emerge from the majestic pass. With a creak, I observe the spirited youth clad in white, filled with fervor and pride, as Chen Qingji struggles to find his voice, his throat constricting multiple times without uttering a sound. The clattering of his fingers, however, betrays the tumult within, contrasting sharply with his outward calm. Chen Qingji, a man from the mountainous region of Yixing, hails from a humble lineage. In the rigidly stratified society of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, being of low birth often condemned one to a political purgatory. The 9-rank system ensured that the upper echelons were devoid of commoners, and the lower ranks excluded aristocrats. This was no idle phrase. At the age of 16, Chen Qingji served as an attendant to Emperor Wu of Liang, Shaoyan, earning considerable trust. At that time, Shaoyan was already an ambitious and powerful figure, on the brink of ascension to the imperial throne. Besides being a prominent statesman, he was also one of the 8 friends of Jingling during the Southern and Northern dynasties, renowned for his literary and martial prowess. His greatest passion in life was the game of chess, and he was utterly captivated by it, often engaging in matches with his subordinates during his leisure. On one particular day, the two sat across from one another, engrossed in a game. "Xiaogong, your chess skills have become increasingly formidable," remarked Qingji, observing the scattered black pieces on the board, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man across from him. "I am but inferior." "Not at all. Your play is commendable. At least among my attendants, your skill is comparable to mine." A hearty laugh erupted from Shaoyan, clad in opulent robes, his demeanor imposing as he regarded the impeccably refined youth before him. "Were it not for your humble origins, you would undoubtedly be a promising prospect in either governance or scholarship." Yet, he felt a twinge of regret, quickly followed by a playful notion. Reflecting on the current tumultuous state of affairs, the esteemed Grand Marshal, for reasons unknown, jestingly inquired of the young man in white, "Given the chaotic circumstances, how long until the world finds order again? Qingji, if you were a general, could you bring stability to the realm?" The words, spoken without intention, struck Chen Qingji like a thunderclap, causing him to tremble. A frail scholar from a lowly background leading troops into battle, was that not a jest? Moreover, he felt undeserving of such a role. His literary and martial capabilities were but trivial skills, far inferior to those of Xiao Gong. Yet, should Xiao Gong command the troops, Qingji would wish to accompany him to the front lines, to witness the grandeur of a general firsthand. After a moment of silence, burdened by thoughts of his origins, the youth's expression turned bittersweet, and he responded with a humorous tone, albeit with a hint of resignation. This answer, in turn, elicited another round of laughter from Xiao Yan. Do not be disheartened, Qingji. If one day I can stabilize the realm, I shall ensure you have your chance to shine as a general. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Xiao Yan ascended to the throne, establishing the Liang dynasty. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten his earlier promise, although he continued to value this loyal subordinate. He never mentioned military command. Perhaps Xiao Yan himself found it laughable, a frail scholar with no need for accolades leading troops into battle. It was more fitting for him to remain a chess companion, content with a modest official position, living a life of comfort and wealth. For one of humble origins, that was already a significant achievement. Thus, Xiao Yan planted a seed in Chun Qingji's heart, only to bury it himself. Little did he know, this seed would lie dormant for over 20 years. The cicadas sang of autumn, and life passed as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. The youthful aspirations once vivid in Chun Qingji's heart had now faded with the passage of time, and he found himself a refined middle-aged man in his 40s. Meanwhile, the once mighty Grand Marshal Xiao Yan had become an elderly emperor, softening in his twilight years, prone to nostalgia. This emperor, who had once established the southern Liang, ultimately appointed his lifelong chess companion as the general of Wu Wei, sending him forth with troops to roam the lands. Whether it was a sudden recollection or a lingering sense of guilt, the reason mattered little. What was significant was that, at this moment, Chun Qingji finally embraced the true springtime of his life. Let it be known that youthful ambition once soared high, promising to be the finest in the realm. The battles of Shuzhou brought him renown, the clash at Guiyang sent shockwaves through the world, and numerous campaigns solidified his reputation, instilling fear in the hearts of the Northern Wei, showcasing the might of a seemingly frail scholar. For this day, Chun Qingji had waited 25 years. Bound by the constraints of his origins, he had squandered a quarter century, and had it not been for the convergence of fate, he might have departed this world without ever commanding troops. Though he ultimately achieved his aspirations before his demise, the years of repressed frustration could not simply dissipate. I yearned to be a dignified general. Memories of the past flooded his thoughts, stirring a tempest within Chun Qingji's heart. The dreams of his youth lingered, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling a heavy sigh. Regaining his composure, he regarded the imposing youth in white before him, whose aura eclipsed even that of the once mighty Emperor Wu of Liang. If he were to ascend to the throne, this prince of Beiliang would undoubtedly prove formidable. Should the prince's words hold truth, with the citizens of Beiliang united in purpose, it would indeed be a formidable fortress. In the latter half of his life, having gained some insight into military law, Qingji felt a flicker of understanding. The decisive factors of war do not always lie in the strength or weakness of the troops, but rather in the unity of the soldiers' hearts, the integrity of the commander in rewarding and punishing, the adherence to laws and discipline, the absence of favoritism, and the solidarity against the enemy. If these 5 principles can be upheld, combined with a mutual spirit, then even with a disparity in strength, victory can still be achieved. Observing the prince and Beiliang, I find no fault. A gleam flashed in Chun Qingji's eyes as he commented on Luo Li's words, finally revealing a genuine smile. Disregarding one's origins and selecting the capable based solely on merit ensures that true talents will not be overlooked. Although summoned by Luo Li, I am still Chun Qingji. If this prince of Beiliang, Luo Li, can indeed lead Beiliang to ultimate victory and even establish a dynasty, it would be a blessing for the people of this realm. Therefore, I, Chun Qingji, shall contribute my efforts to this grand undertaking, with no barriers in my heart. The confidence that once belonged to the general in white robes returned immediately. There is no need to enter the city, Your Highness. Your words surpass countless treasures. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, I initially hesitated to mobilize troops, but with your extraordinary vision, I am confident that you will secure the realm. Defending Beiliang City is surely within your capabilities. Thus, I shall have no more reservations. Chun Qingji lifted his head, his scholarly features radiating brilliance. He had once dared to cross the river with 7,000 white-robed soldiers, embarking on a northern expedition. Although ultimately unsuccessful, what he feared most was battling the strong with the weak. The northern barbarians, having traveled a great distance, had not yet launched a full-scale attack, making this a moment of potential vulnerability. The prince, having commanded the strategic mountain pass and Beiliang City for a decade, must have seldom ventured out. During this time, the northern barbarians would certainly have lowered their guard, making it unexpected for our forces to dare to march out of the city in such a crucial situation. This, indeed, presents an exceptional opportunity. Therefore, I, Chen Qingji, shall execute a surprise attack, leading 3,000 white-robed soldiers to exploit the northern barbarians' fatigue and deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 12. A visitor from afar watching the transformation of the white-robed general before him, exuding confidence and audacity as he articulated his plan, Luo Li initially furrowed his brow, then looked up at Chen Qingji in astonishment. How audacious! 3,000 white-robed soldiers daring to venture out of the mighty pass and delve deep into the northern territories to strike a decisive blow against the northern barbarians. I have commanded troops for a decade and have never dared to fight in such a manner. A chill seeped through Luo Li's teeth. He was genuinely taken aback by the fearlessness of this white-robed general. No wonder he could lead 7,000 troops on a northern expedition. This spirit alone surpasses countless so-called renowned generals. In the Battle of Shuzhou, 2,000 defeated 20,000. In the northern expedition, 7,000 triumphed over 70,000. In the Battle of Hulao, 3,000 cavalry charged against 30,000. All victories achieved despite a tenfold disadvantage. Even Luo Li had to admit that Chen Qingji possessed the capital to support such audacity and fearlessness. Yet that was in the past. Now he faced the northern barbarian Golden Wolf Kingdom. The Golden Wolf Kingdom's army, undoubtedly led by a master of divine sea, posed a formidable threat. With their true energy, even the weakest of the 6th rank could sweep through thousands of soldiers, unstoppable on the battlefield. The reason Bai Liang has endured over the years, aside from the soldiers' bravery, is that Luo Li has never pursued the enemy in victory. Even after a crushing defeat to the enemy, he has never pressed on. He understands that annihilating one troop of the Golden Wolf Kingdom will only cause temporary pain to that nation. However, if he rashly charges out and suffers heavy losses, the border gate of Bai Liang could be compromised. Therefore, he has never been willing to take such risks. But Luo Li's caution does not preclude Chen Qingji from taking a gamble. The white robe, a garb of mourning, especially on the battlefield, where life and death are paramount. Donning a white robe is akin to marching with death itself. Before battle, wearing white is like sounding a death knell. Yet, for whom does this bell toll? Only after the battle's conclusion shall the answer be revealed. Gazing deeply at Chen Qingji, Luo Li tilted his head, observing the calm expressions of the 3,000 white-robed soldiers behind him, weighing the pros and cons of this endeavor. These soldiers are the elite of the white-robed army. Having followed Chen Qingji through numerous campaigns, under his command, this army would become the sharpest spear on the battlefield, undaunted by the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Chen Qingji, you have certainly presented me with a dilemma. Outside the towering pass, the young man in white gazed at the 3,000 soldiers awaiting his response, alongside the scholarly general, feeling a sense of indecision. The current situation is undoubtedly the most perilous in a decade. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the northern barbarian kingdom is amassing troops, preparing to invade once more to avenge past humiliations. Meanwhile, the Jinyu army, under the edict of the Summer Emperor, has been mobilized in Xian Prefecture, ready to strike should Bai Liang provoke trouble, aiming to capture this disobedient king of Bai Liang. In the face of this predicament, merely holding the fort is not a viable strategy. Having commanded troops for a decade, the youthful leader has evolved into a young man, and a commander must avoid hesitation. As Chen Qingji stated, he has never marched out of Bai Liang in the past 10 years, chasing down the invading Golden Wolf barbarians across the plains. Thus, if a surprise attack were to be launched, dispatching scouts to investigate the movements of the northern barbarians and catching them off guard is entirely plausible. However, if failure occurs, the consequences could be dire. The ultimate decision to gamble or not lies solely within Luo Li's thoughts. As a king, though revered by thousands, the weight of responsibility and burden is not something just anyone can bear. After a brief moment, Luo Li finally opened his eyes. The young man in white displayed no further signs of turmoil, his expression serene as if he had reached a decision. Those familiar with Luo Li, especially the king of Bai Liang, knew that this demeanor signified his resolution. Without turning, the white-clad king of Bai Liang spoke softly. Lu Yun, at your service, came the immediate, respectful reply from Lu Yun, who stood a few steps behind him. Enter the city and mobilize my 8,000 elite iron cavalry. This campaign shall see General Chen Qingji lead 3,000 white-robed soldiers as the vanguard, galloping 100 miles across the plains, while our forces will support with 8,000 elite iron cavalry, totaling 11,000 soldiers. Based on previous encounters with the northern barbarians, The vanguard's numbers should exceed ours by 3 to 4 times, making this battle perilous. Yet today, given Bai Liang's precarious situation, it is indeed as General Chen Qingji has stated, there are no other strategies available but to march forth from the mighty pass. If we are to fight to the death, we shall seek survival amidst the chaos. I, Luo Li, vow to decisively defeat the enemy and force these northern barbarians back to their golden wolf kingdom. With that, Luo Li struck his fist against his chest and nodded slightly to Chen Qingji. This battle rests upon your shoulders, General Chen. With a rustling sound, the 3,000 white-robed soldiers finally sprang into action. The horses beneath them whinnied with excitement, and the long spears on their backs and the long knives at their waists, though not yet unsheathed, radiated a cold gleam that showed no sign of waning. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingji, situated opposite Luo Li, did not exhibit any agitation. He merely smiled gently, returning a courteous gesture to Luo Li, and responded calmly, "How could I refuse your command?" For Luo Li, as the king of Beiliang, making such a decisive and perilous determination in the present circumstances undoubtedly required immense courage and risk. After all, he is the sovereign of all Beiliang, responsible for the military and civilians of Liangzhou and the city of Beiliang itself. However, for Chen Qingji, engaging in unexpected battles, often against greater odds, was merely routine. Most of the battles he commanded throughout his life were fought with fewer troops against a larger enemy, and he emerged victorious. The fundamental difference in their thought processes lies in the fact that Chen Qingji is a general, while Luo Li is a king. Thus, were their positions reversed, it would be exceedingly difficult for Luo Li to make such a swift and audacious decision. Yet, this does not hinder his willingness to take this risk. With no other options available, should he adopt a cautious approach to defend the city, he could not guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. Hence, it is preferable to take a gamble, striving for survival for Beiliang from its current predicament. Outside Beiliang City, at the side of Shanhaiguan, the sound of galloping hooves stirred up a cloud of dust as two figures rode two magnificent steeds, journeying towards the direction of Xi'an, at the juncture of Beiman and Beiliang. This area, long besieged by warfare between the two nations, was desolate and devoid of human presence. Observing the direction from which these two individuals approached, it was evident they hailed from Liangzhou. To dare venture out of Daxia and traverse the path alongside Shanhaiguan towards Xi'an indeed required considerable audacity. What was even more astonishing was that both were women. The one riding the left steed was a sword-wielding Taoist maiden clad in white, adorned with a hair crown, appearing to be in her early 20s. Strands of hair danced in the wind, revealing a jade-like visage hidden among her locks, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The woman on the right steed donned a black robe. Though she was young, an inexplicable aura of aloofness and chill emanated from her very being, evoking a sense of reverence akin to that felt in the presence of a superior. As the sun dipped low, casting its golden rays upon the barren yellow sand road, the sight of these two extraordinary women was indeed an uncommon occurrence, especially considering the left-sided sword-wielding maiden was a being of innate divine prowess. Chapter 13. The Princess of Dian, True Inheritance of Tai. Outside Shanhaiguan, traversing the yellow sand road, Li Qingyi, riding on the left steed, paused momentarily. After casually surveying her surroundings, she softly inquired of her companion beside her, "Where are we now?" Upon hearing Li Qingyi's question, Yuan Lu withdrew her gaze from admiring the grandeur of Shanhaiguan and replied, "We exited from Xiangjing, traversed the 3 provinces of the northern border, and have journeyed from Liangzhou, returning along the path beside Shanhaiguan to Dian. We are currently at the northern gate of Daxia, the Shanhaiguan guarded by the king of Beiliang, Luo Li. The imposing Shanhaiguan, constructed over 5 years, brick by brick, gleamed with a dark luster under the fading sunlight. This alone indicated the considerable resources Luo Li invested in the fortification of this formidable barrier. The materials chosen were of exceptional quality. It is no wonder that it withstood the northern barbarians for a decade. The king of Beiliang is indeed a remarkable hero of his time. Yuan Lu pondered this, a flicker of thought passing through her phoenix-like eyes. The realm of Daxia, due to this king of Beiliang, had been in turmoil. Even before leaving Xiangjing, she had heard of this prince's renown multiple times. He directly opposed Daxia, causing unrest for the Xia emperor, who even dispatched the Jin Yu army northward. The temperament and audacity of this king of Beiliang were truly formidable. At that time, while Yuan Lu was sent as a hostage to the Xia dynasty, she had merely brushed past Luo Li, who was clad in white as he exited the city. Thus, despite being the princess of Dian and a hostage in Xiangjing for a decade, she had never encountered this infamous 6th prince of Beiliang, dubbed the harbinger of calamity. Alas, The circumstances were pressing, and she could not persuade this Taoist maiden. Otherwise, she might have visited Beiliang City to meet the renowned king of Beiliang. Yuan Lu cast a glance at the composed celestial figure beside her, silently lamenting her misfortune. Li Qingyi, a true disciple of the Tai sect, represented the contemporary lineage of the Tai Dao. Though the Tai Dao had fallen into decline, it still boasted several venerable elders who had not yet ascended, maintaining their status. Yuan Lu, as a decade-long hostage, had no authority to command them. Furthermore, the individual before her, a true practitioner of Tai Dao, was merely in her early 20s. And given time, she might very well rejuvenate the Tai sect. Sighing at the ancient Dao sword cradled in Li Qingyi's arms, Yuan Lu's phoenix eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions. The Sanfeng sword, 100 years ago, was the treasured sword of the Tai sect, ranked among the top 10 weapons in the world, wielded by the revered Master Zhang Tai, who transcended the mundane and stood at the threshold of divinity. This sword was presented to Li Qingyi by Yuan Lu herself, in hopes that she would escort her back to Dian from Xianjing. As a weapon of unparalleled prowess, the Sanfeng sword possessed a spirit of its own. Recently, by a stroke of fortune, Yuan Lu had acquired this sword, bringing her immense joy. However, as she gradually realized that this legendary sword had become akin to scrap metal in her hands, even inferior to an ordinary sword, her spirits plummeted. To possess a treasure of such caliber but be unable to wield it was a disheartening experience for anyone. Thus, she resolved to seize this opportunity to forge a connection with the wandering Taoist maiden, seeking a path forward. At Shanhaiguan, upon hearing Yuan Li's words, Li Qingyi's clear and luminous eyes sparkled with understanding. She nodded slowly, comprehending their current location. This was her first descent from the mountain to travel through the Daxiao realm, and she had not anticipated the fortunate recovery of her sect's ancestral sword. Consequently, in exchange for this, Li Qingyi promised to fulfill 3 suitable requests made by Yuan Lu, with the first being to escort her back to Dian. Given their arrival in Beiliang, the distance to Xiyin was not far, and word of their travels would surely have reached her homeland. Soon, the first of her requests would be fulfilled: the journey from Xianjing. Navigating northward around Shanhaiguan to return to the Yin dynasty could not be devoid of challenges. They encountered no fewer than 3 formidable masters along the way. Had it not been for Li Qingyi's protection, Yuan Lu would likely have been summoned back to Xianjing in no time. Therefore, it was undeniable that Li Qingyi had indeed rendered considerable assistance. I understand what the celestial maiden has said. Though I am not a man, I comprehend the importance of keeping one's word. Since I have promised to exchange the Sanfeng sword for 3 requests, I will not go back on my word. As long as we complete this final leg of the journey, your first request will be fulfilled. Should I require assistance thereafter, I shall utilize the means of communication you have provided to inform you. Hearing Li Qingyi's reminder, Yuan Lu simply smiled, though a tinge of reluctance lingered within her. She ultimately resolved to proceed with determination. After a decade as a hostage, she was no longer the naive child of yesteryears. The trials of the past 10 years had forged her spirit into one of iron, enabling her to maintain her composure even in the face of towering challenges. In contemporary times, the Great Xia is not as prosperous as it was a decade ago, and at this juncture, Yuan Lu certainly will not let such a prime opportunity slip by. Although the Sanfeng sword is invaluable, to Yuan Lu, it is but worthless scrap metal, incapable of serving any purpose. In contrast, Li Qingyi possesses the power of 3 promises, enabling her to achieve a multitude of outcomes in various circumstances. According to intelligence from the Western Yin, Yuan Lu's maternal clan has gained significant influence, and compounded by the bitter tribulations of the past decade. The Yin Emperor must harbor feelings of guilt towards his daughter. If she can return, leveraging these advantageous conditions, Yuan Lu is confident she can establish her own legacy. The trials of the past 10 years have illuminated the essence of enduring power. Authority and strength are the foundations of existence. Without these, all endeavors are futile. This time, upon her return, she will not relinquish her grasp again. Now, only the final leg of the journey remains. Upon completing it, Yuan Lu will truly usher in a new beginning, akin to the master of the imposing Shanhaiguan, the northern Liang king Luo Li, who holds imperial power in disdain. Indeed, she aspires to surpass him. Thus, it became imperative for Yuan Lu to reveal her possession of the Sanfeng sword days prior, for she could no longer afford to wait. The sacrifice of the Sanfeng sword for the chance at rebirth seemed worth it to her. Though the Western Yin grows increasingly powerful, and her maternal clan gains prominence, the Yin Emperor may pressure the Xia Emperor to allow her return. However, what is bestowed by others cannot compare to what one retrieves through their own efforts. Rather than idly waiting for an uncertain return, Yuanla prefers to forge her own path back home. Henceforth, the Sanfeng sword shall once again belong to my Tai sect. Raising her gaze, upon hearing Yuanla's decisive response, Li Qingyi gently brushed aside her loose hair, gazing into the distance with an indifferent expression, saying, "As for the final leg of the journey, proceed with caution, for it appears fraught with peril." With that, Li Qingyi gently closed her eyes, channeling the unique aura of the Tai sect, which gradually spread toward the distant horizon. There, ironclad cavalry clad in white raced swiftly. Not 10 miles ahead lay the encampment of the Northern Barbarians. Chapter 14. Spur the horse for dozens of miles. At this moment, nightfall approaches. The glow of the evening sunset has faded, yet the Shanhaiguan, located dozens of miles outside northern Liang City, is rife with undercurrents. A northern barbarian general, ambitious and resolute, seeks to seize this southern pass and erase past humiliations. Disguised as a commoner, the Western Yan's princess approaches silently, aided by the authentic teachings of the Tai sect to return to her homeland from afar. Moreover, outside northern Liang City, a troop of 3,000 white-clad soldiers, having not rested even for a moment, gallops swiftly over dozens of miles, while an additional 8,000 cavalry prepare to engage, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the approaching northern barbarians, making them aware that this Shanhaiguan is forever beyond their reach, under the dominion of the northern Liang king. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. Following the side of the Shanhaiguan for several dozen miles, Chen Qingji leads his 3,000 white-clad troops. As night descends, under the twinkling stars, they gallop through the yellow sands, their white cloaks fluttering like specters in the night, traversing the vast expanse beyond the Shanhaiguan. In this unfamiliar territory, Chen Qingji, a newcomer, is unaware of the surrounding landmarks. He must rely on his mastery to channel the surrounding spiritual energy and discern movements within a mile radius. Ignorance of terrain and enemy formations is a cardinal sin in warfare. However, for someone like Chen Qingji, who has honed his skills through numerous battles, adherence to conventional military strategies is not a necessity. The nature of warfare is ever-changing, and should one adhere strictly to established doctrines, achieving unexpected victories becomes exceedingly challenging. Silver saddles adorn white steeds, galloping like comets. This troop, renowned for its unorthodox tactics, under the command of Chen Qingji, shows no signs of trepidation even as they step beyond the Shanhaiguan for the first time. The entire battalion maintains impeccable order, their horses' galloping sounds synchronized, as if they were one entity. In no time, they have ventured into the realm that has remained untouched for a decade. This area, a dense forest several dozen miles away from the Shanhaiguan, lies beyond the borders of the Great Xia and is strictly the domain of the northern barbarians, belonging to the Golden Wolf King's court and not to northern Liang. To dare lead troops in a surprise attack against the northern barbarians, who have yet to fully arrive at Shanhaiguan, showcases a rare confidence in a commander like Chen Qingji. Suddenly, as they traverse the forest, Chen Qingji lifts his gaze to the distance. The commanding officer halts, and in the next moment, the entire army comes to a standstill. Aside from the sound of their abrupt stop, the well-trained troops emit not a single extraneous sound, a testament to their discipline. An eerie silence envelopes the air. Yet from behind the ancient trees nearby, faint rustling can be heard. This desolate area, typically devoid of life, seems to harbor a presence, for if not for spirits, there must be someone watching in silence. It appears that the commander's instincts were correct. With a subtle smile, the valiant general in white armor retrieves his great bow. The cold iron bow glimmers under the starlight. With quivers hung at his sides, this general, now endowed with innate prowess, has shed his previous inadequacies in combat, even handling the bow with ease. With deft fingers, Chen Qingji selects a finely crafted arrow, sharp and gleaming. He draws the bow, and in the next instant, under the luminous moon, he releases an arrow imbued with spiritual energy, slicing through the air towards its target. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traverses 100 meters, piercing through the ancient tree, and a scream erupts from behind it, quickly silenced. Song Jingxiu, bring forth the one hiding behind the tree. Chen Qingji commands, his expression unwavering, betraying no sign of emotion. For him, taking a life is a mundane affair, not even warranting a blink. Yes. Chen Qingji lowers his bow and calls to a valiant officer behind him, who promptly gallops forward. In mere moments, the distance of 100 meters is closed. The officer, Song Jingxiu, approaches the figure pierced by Chen Qingji's arrow, his expression cold and devoid of pity, thrusting his spear forward. With a sharp thrust, the spear's tip penetrates the still warm body, lifting it high into the air. Song Jingxiu then leaps back on horseback, returning to Chun Qingji's side within a few breaths, discarding the body onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The lifeless body lay before him, rugged features adorned in the garb of the Hu people, distinctly unlike those of the great Xia. With but a glance, Chun Qingji discerned that this individual was certainly not a subject of Beiliang or great Xia. Having traveled several dozen miles beyond the Shanhai Pass, he recognized that the martial prowess emanating from the corpse suggested it was undoubtedly a spy from the northern barbarians. Though his heart had confirmed the identity of the foe as the arrow was released, the sight of the scout from the northern barbarian army still elicited a smile from him. This encounter validated the purpose of his expedition. The presence of scouts indicated that the encampment of the northern barbarian forces must be nearby. All troops, heed my command. Chun Qingji raised his left hand gently, centering himself before addressing the white-clad soldiers behind him in a grave tone. The enemy has sent scouts. It is likely that we shall soon encounter the forward camp of the northern barbarians. Prepare your weapons, stay close to the ranks, and advance at full speed. Our target is the northern barbarian camp. Years of military experience had honed Chun Qingji's decisiveness, and his judgment proved astute. For indeed, a mere 10 miles ahead lay the very encampment of the northern barbarians. If they pressed on for just a little longer, they would even catch sight of the faint glow of firelight flickering in the night. The iron hooves thundered as 3,000 cavalry surged forth. As Chun Qingji led the white-clad troops away, two figures emerged from the subtle ripples behind him. One of them was formidable. In the cloak of night, Li Qingyi stepped forth from the heavens with her Sanfeng sword, her delicate brows furrowed in surprise. Had she not employed the Tai concealment technique to mask the presence of herself and Yuan Lu, Chun Qingji's arrow would have surely found its mark not once, but twice. The clash of two armies loomed, one belonging to the northern barbarians, the other to Beiliang. It appeared that a battle was imminent. The woman's long hair danced in the cool night breeze, reminiscent of fluttering butterflies, as her eyes sparkled with intrigue, gazing far into the distance. This descent from the mountain marked the first time in her 18 years that Li Qingyi had stepped into the mortal realm. The myriad wonders of the mundane world stirred her previously tranquil heart, and war, something she had only heard of, beckoned her curiosity. Should she venture to witness it? Chapter 15. The Dawn of Brilliance. As the moonless night deepened and the winds howled, the 3,000 white-clad soldiers pressed onward, dispatching several waves of northern barbarian scouts. They soon glimpsed the distant flicker of firelight. In the cloak of darkness, the glow stood out like a beacon, guiding their advance. Chun Qingji galloped ahead, leading his troops ever closer to the light. 5 miles, 4 miles, 3 miles. Anticipation and bloodlust surged within him, ready to erupt. At this moment, the northern barbarians, oblivious and basking in their last moments of leisure before attacking the Shanhai Pass, remained unaware of the 3,000 white-clad iron cavalry lurking in the shadows, their murderous intent barely contained. Yet, even among this seasoned army, no soldier acted independently. They awaited the command of their leader. As the commander of the white-clad troops, Chun Qingji had led them to countless legendary victories. Thus, the soldiers believed that by simply following their general, they would triumph in any battle. Even though they yearned for combat, they suppressed their eagerness, forcing themselves to remain composed. Gripping their long spears tightly, Chun Qingji rode forth to the front. The vanguard of the northern barbarians surely had a master station there. Once within a mile, the presence of a congenital expert in their midst would undoubtedly be felt. Thus, Chun Qingji set his charge to commence when they were roughly a mile away from the firelight. At this distance, should the 3,000 white-clad soldiers charge at full speed, they could trample through the northern barbarian camp before the enemy even comprehended their presence, obliterating their defenses completely. This was a strategy gleaned from years of warfare, a lesson that even the most elite forces could scarcely evade. Even if a master was present, what could they do? Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth amidst the chaos of their own ranks, even a master could not act without caution. Moreover, whether that congenital master could contend with Chun Qingji remained uncertain. With each hoofbeat, they tread cautiously, wary of drawing unnecessary attention. The number of patrolling scouts and spies increased, and to avoid complications, Chun Qingji swiftly advanced alone upon spotting them, eliminating each spy before they could raise an alarm. Soon, the 3,000 white-clad cavalry found themselves merely 700 or 800 paces from the northern barbarian encampment. Along the way, all obstacles had been cleared, and the northern barbarians remained blissfully ignorant of their impending doom. 700 or 800 paces. At this distance, even Chun Qingji, along with his 3,000 soldiers, could clearly see the distant firelight and hear the faint sounds of revelry drifting through the night. The enemy camp was brightly lit and completely unguarded. They lay in wait, concealed in darkness, poised for action. This was the rare opportunity Chen Qingji had long sought. The night was eerily silent. Yet an undercurrent of tension hung in the air as if a storm was about to break. The 3,000 cavalry silently shifted their formations, narrowing in at the front, expanding at the back, with Chen Qingji leading the way in a wedge formation. The pointed tip of the wedge was sharp and swift, with strong flanks that could penetrate the enemy's ranks, causing chaos and expanding their victory. This formation tested cohesion and cooperation among the troops. As long as the cavalry remained undaunted, the forefront warriors would be unstoppable, delivering devastating blows to the unprepared northern barbarian forces. In all the realm, who could be more qualified than Chen Qingji to lead this ferocious army as its vanguard? The answer was self-evident. The white-clad general tightened his grip on the reins, raising his long spear high. The cool breeze of summer night brushed against him, a welcome relief from the sweltering heat of day, now replaced with a chill. The cold gleam of his spear was concealed in the darkness, yet the fiery resolve in his eyes could not be hidden. As a general, it was his duty to embody the essence of life on the battlefield. With a resounding war cry, he urged his soldiers, "Charge with me." Recognizing the moment had arrived, Chen Qingji cast aside all composure, his refined visage flushed with excitement. After years apart, though the world had changed, the familiarity of the battlefield and the exhilarating sensation it brought still filled him with unrestrained joy. This feeling is long awaited. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonates like a mountain calling forth a tsunami. Attack! 3,000 iron cavalry charge forth, and upon looking up, one can see nothing but white robes. The color white, a symbol of mourning. But for whom does this funeral bell toll? The thunderous hooves and the deafening battle cries send the nearby encampment of the northern barbarians into disarray. The sound of galloping hooves, echoing from hundreds of steps away, and the earth-shaking shouts awakened the northern barbarian general, who was indulging in wine within his tent, while the warriors surrounding the tent shudder in alarm. An enemy attack. The sleepy northern barbarian soldiers shout in panic, hurriedly searching for their weapons to grasp tightly. The commander of this vanguard, known as the Eagle of the Royal Court, Mengda, who had clashed with the northern Liang king Luo Li several times, is filled with astonishment and fury, his fierce eyes gleaming like a tiger. In this situation, it is evident that the only force capable of assaulting their royal army is the northern Liang. However, after 10 years of warfare, the northern Liang king Luo Li has never dared to venture a step beyond the Shanhai Pass, remaining holed up within the Shanhai Pass and northern Liang City, defending his territory. Why then, this time, would he act so recklessly, charging 100 miles to ambush their northern barbarian vanguard camp? One must understand that the Golden Wolf Royal Court's army has yet to even reach the Shanhai Pass. How dare he? With a crash, Mengda throws down his wine-filled jug, shattering it within the tent. Without hesitation, he dons his armor and seizes the large saber at his side, exuding an aura of bloodlust as he strides outward. As the vanguard general for the 30,000 northern barbarian troops, Mengda's prowess is beyond doubt. He is a genuine 6th-rank divine sea master, capable of standing firm against 1,000 foes. What kind of cultivation does that young lad Luo Li from northern Liang possess? Having confronted northern Liang multiple times, Mengda knows well that the only master among them is the white-haired elder wielding a sword. With a fortified city and an army of 100,000 iron soldiers, alongside a master leading the charge, it is indeed difficult for the Golden Wolf Royal Court to conquer northern Liang. Yet, since the northern Liang king dares to emerge from his city and launch an offensive, he should prepare to pay with his life. Chapter 16. Unconventional Strategies. Momentum like a raging torrent. In mere moments, Chen Qingji leads his iron cavalry at full speed, closing in on the northern barbarian camp. Here, the first batch of alert northern barbarian soldiers have barely managed to grasp their weapons, many still donning incomplete armor, let alone gathering their forces to defend. The larger the camp, the more vulnerable it is to surprise attacks. Even the elite vanguard from the Golden Wolf Royal Court is no exception. With 30,000 troops, readying for battle within a few minutes is but a fool's dream. Before the northern barbarian camp, bonfires blaze brightly, warding off the chill of the night and adding warmth to the area. Yet, the soldiers nearest to the camp remain in disarray, their limbs trembling with cold. For at this moment, Chen Qingji's 3,000 white-robed cavalry are nearly upon them. In a conical formation, they approach the northern barbarian camp, mere dozens of steps away. At this distance, the northern barbarians cannot gather their forces in time to resist. Then, at this critical moment, a heart-stirring roar reverberates through the air. A muscular figure clad in tiger skin, wielding a crescent-shaped saber, bursts forth from the humble tent, showing no hint of fear even when facing 3,000 iron cavalry. Under the moonlight, his dark visage is illuminated with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The overwhelming aura of martial prowess emanates from him. Any seasoned martial artist could tell at a glance that this robust warrior is a true peak practitioner of postnatal cultivation, standing just a step away from the Divine Sea realm, dragging the sharp saber from the Golden Wolf royal court. This unnamed northern barbarian warrior aims to stall the leading forces of a night raid. The conical cavalry formation is unyielding, but if he can fell the leading commander, he could greatly hinder the advance of this aggressive white-robed cavalry, providing his own troops precious time to react. Once the 30,000 northern barbarian vanguard mobilizes, what can the northern Liang cavalry do, even if they launch a surprise attack? With a Divine Sea general commanding, they could sweep through the enemy like a divine force, scattering them into chaos. With this thought, the northern barbarian warrior leaps high, channeling all his energy and might into a single downward strike. The glint of his blade slices through the night sky, moving with a swiftness and ferocity that, illuminated by the bonfire, casts a shadow over Chen Qingji as he plunges downward. For a warrior at the peak of 7th rank, to unleash such a dazzling blade strike indicates he is at least innately gifted. Any foe beneath the master level must treat such a stunning display with utmost caution, lest they meet their demise. Yet, Chen Qingji meets this perilous situation with unwavering excitement, showing no sign of fear or trepidation. He merely squeezes his powerful thighs against the horse's flank and raises his spear, accelerating without regard for the imminent strike from the dark figure just a few meters away. Follow closely, charge forward. The explosive roar from the elegant white-robed general rings out, his voice not particularly deep, yet the undeniable spirit of invincibility resonates clearly with all the white-robed soldiers behind him. In that moment, every white-robed soldier receives the same signal. Follow closely and charge forward. With that, the 3,000 white-robed cavalry accelerate in unison, not only ignoring the impending blade strike, but also disregarding the 30,000 iron soldiers within the northern barbarian camp. Their eyes are fixed solely on one goal, to follow their commander into battle and shatter the enemy ranks. Soon after, they shall return in triumphant glory. Chen Qingji spurs his horse forward, facing the potentially lethal blade strike without flinching. This act is undoubtedly a tremendous insult to the northern barbarian warrior advancing with his weapon. That young lad from northern Liang is far too arrogant. The dark figure closes in swiftly, hands gripping the crescent saber. And as he gazes upon the white-robed general upon his steed, a flash of disdain crosses his eyes. Just a mere scholar, daring to command troops at the front lines? If word gets out, he would surely be the subject of mockery. Today, I shall send you to the underworld. Die. The roar accompanies the blade's arc as the fierce technique is unleashed. Yet, Chen Qingji remains unfazed. He raises his long spear, an inexhaustible surge of spiritual energy enveloping the blade, enhancing its sharpness. The grip on the gun barrel was as steadfast as iron, and in the next moment, the general clad in white unleashed his weapon with the ferocity of a dragon. Facing the full might of the northern barbarian general's strike, he neither dodged nor flinched, but instead wielded his gun with a sweeping motion. Boom! The shadow of the gun lashed out, and that seemingly invincible dark blade was pierced through by the powerful shot fired by Chen Qingji, shattering the very essence of the blade that seemed capable of slicing through the night. Moreover, the surging spiritual energy carried at the tip of Chen Qingji's gun did not dissipate after dispersing the blade's shadow. Instead, it transformed into a silver gun shadow, roaring and soaring like a sea dragon, sending the already defeated barbarian general flying backward. The sound of the impact resonated, and the crude gates of the encampment were shattered as the northern barbarian general crashed through, leaving blood scattered across the ground. And he flew several meters away before finally collapsing. Blood flowed from his facial orifices, a gruesome sight. With this single shot, Chen Qingji had felled a peak 7th grade northern barbarian general right within the great camp. This act alone established a stark distinction between victors and vanquished. They had believed they could halt the advance of the enemy's 3,000 iron cavalry with their own strength, yet they were met with swift demise, leaving nothing but sorrow in their wake. Even amidst the dark night, this scene instilled terror in the hearts of the northern barbarians, who had barely donned their armor and grasped their weapons. How could battles be fought in such a manner? The might of their Golden Wolf King's cavalry was renowned throughout the northern Xian domain, unmatched by any nation. Even the northern Liang's forces, crafted with immense effort, could only be considered their equals at best. Yet this white-clad cavalry was even more ferocious than the Northern Liang cavalry. There was an undeniable unity in their movements, without a hint of obscurity. And even if the Northern barbarian cavalry were fully prepared, whether they could emerge victorious remained uncertain. Chapter 17. The Master blocks the path. The sound of hooves echoed through the night, mixed with shouts and chaos. The stench of blood permeated the air. And when Meng Da and the numerous Northern barbarian generals emerged from the grand tent, they were met with a sight that was utterly chaotic. Far from the orderly camp they had known, tents trampled by hooves lay in disarray, Northern barbarian warriors slaughtered by the white-clad cavalry, and blood was spilled everywhere, with even the bodies of the Northern barbarians crushed beneath the trampling hooves of warhorses. These shocking images converged before Meng Da, causing his eyes to redden in disbelief. How long had it been since he first heard the sound of galloping hooves? Panting heavily, Meng Da struggled to accept the reality. Where were the valiant 7th-grade generals? Where were the fearless Iron Cavalry? What had happened to them? Why was his 30,000-strong army so utterly incapable? General, amidst the chaos of the night, a disheveled subordinate stumbled toward him, taking a moment to catch his breath before sputtering out the dire situation outside the tent. The tribal nobles were prominent figures within the Golden Wolf King's various subordinate tribes, second only to the tribe leaders and representing the true elite class. Only those who were exceptional among the 7th-grade martial artists could earn the title of noble. The words of the nearly breathless messenger struck Meng Da like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned with rage. Several 7th-grade nobles had failed to halt the advance of this raiding cavalry, even for a moment. A martial arts master. How could this be? When had a military master capable of commanding troops arisen in Northern Liang? Why was he not aware of it? Was there another master aside from that old man Li Su in Northern Liang? Yet why had he not shown himself during the previous campaign? Clenching the hilt of his tiger-mouthed broadsword, Meng Da's chest heaved with indignation. This campaign had been launched with great ambition, a vow to avenge past humiliations. Yet here they were, 30,000 frontline troops, having not even engaged in battle, already demoralized by an ambush. How could he face this disgrace? How infuriating. Meng Da, what are you still doing? Regardless of the background of this raiding cavalry, daring to offend the might of our royal court must be met with retribution tonight. They are but masters, and with both of us at the 6th-grade divine ocean level, how could we fear just one of them? Quickly follow me. We must behead their leader and present it to the troops to stabilize morale. This time, the 30,000 Northern Barbarian Vanguard had 2 divine ocean realm masters overseeing them. Besides the commander Meng Da, there was also the Deputy General Wan Yin Lu Tian assisting him, making for a formidable lineup. Yet it was precisely due to this emphasis on strength that the unexpected outcome was so vexing. They had thought their camp, guarded by 2 masters, was impregnable. Yet it had been overrun by a cavalry raid. If there was no explanation for this, even as divine ocean masters, they would have no face to return to the royal court to confront the Khan. Wan Yin Lu's stern reprimand jolted Meng Da, who was mired in confusion and anger. Back to reality. Yes, you are right. These audacious scoundrels dared to act with such boldness. Today, the Northern barbarian camp shall become their burial ground. We must hasten. We can delay no longer. As Meng Da surveyed the blood-soaked ground, a sense of urgency gripped him. A cavalry led by a preeminent master possessed tremendous destructive power. If they delayed any longer, the 30,000 troops might be utterly annihilated. With that, the 2 Northern barbarian masters wasted no time, hastening their steeds along the path marked by the cavalry's passage toward the fray of the white-clad forces. The Northern barbarian camp was not extensive, and in mere moments, Meng Da and Wan Yin Lu had arrived at the most intense battlefield. Here, their valiant royal soldiers were putting forth their utmost courage, sacrificing their flesh and blood to obstruct those clad in white armor, astride white steeds, the harbingers of death. Countless Northern barbarian warriors lay slain on the ground. When combined with previous losses, the total was estimated to be at least 3,000 to 4,000. This was merely the first wave of the assault, and their 30,000 army had already suffered such significant casualties. Seeing the white-armored cavalry, stained with blood, Meng Da's eyes blazed with fury. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely face a reckoning upon his return. As the commander, to have performed so abysmally was unforgivable. You scoundrels, come and meet your demise. Channeling his spiritual energy, Meng Da bellowed with wrath and unleashed his martial arts sword technique, charging directly toward the leading vanguard of the white-clad army. Sparks flew from the blade of his tiger-mouthed broadsword, engulfing it in raging flames that illuminated the night with a fierce brilliance. As soon as the attack commenced, Mond exerted all his strength, wielding a flaming long knife that cleaved the air with a blade of immense ferocity. its aura unleashed with unrestrained might. It was evident that the northern barbarian general before him, his eyes ablaze with rage, harbored intentions of murder. Chen Qingji's sudden ambush had left Mond utterly humiliated. Should he fail to claim the head of his adversary, it was likely he would never again hold the position of general. Thus, he had no choice but to give his all. At the same moment, Wanyan Lu, standing nearby, showed no hesitation as he raised his iron hammers high, dark radiance shimmering across their surfaces. In tandem with Mond's fiery blade, Wanyan Lu struck forward with fierce determination. The two innate masters of the Divine Sea launched their assault simultaneously against the forefront of the 3,000 white-robed iron cavalry, charging with relentless vigor. "You've kept us waiting," Chen Qingji murmured, sensing the searing danger approaching from behind. He had recognized the true strength of the northern barbarians with the arrival of these two formidable warriors. With his innate cultivation, he could momentarily withstand their might, but as long as these masters remained, the 3,000 white-robed cavalry would continue to be unimpeded within the northern barbarian encampment. The devastation inflicted by this charge was far from sufficient for Chen Qingji. After all, it was only fitting that he should see at least 10,000 of the 30,000 northern barbarian troops perish in this desolate land. Otherwise, how could his achievements be deemed worthy? With his spear glinting, Chen Qingji separated from the front lines atop his white steed. Following closely behind were two generals of the white-robed army, Song Jingxiu and Yu Tianmin, seamlessly filling the gap as they continued to lead the cavalry in their assault on the northern barbarian camp. The execution of their movements was as fluid as water, devoid of any awkwardness, as if even in Chen Qingji's absence, the 3,000 white-robed troops could effortlessly breach the 30,000 northern barbarians. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Chen Qingji confronted the two northern barbarian masters. Meanwhile, before the already breached gates of the northern camp, another formidable cavalry regiment quietly approached, their presence as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 18. 8,000 iron cavalry enter the camp. More troops are arriving. The cool breeze tousled Li Qingyi's hair as she clutched her sandfoam sword, her gaze shifting to the 8,000 black-armored cavalry that had surged into the northern barbarian camp following the white-robed army. After descending the mountain for so long, this was the first time Li Qingyi had witnessed such carnage. Is this what war truly is? With a gentle closing of her eyes, she recalled the fallen soldiers from both armies, and a ripple of emotions stirred within her heart. For those who practice the Tao, life is of utmost value. Having spent 18 years in tranquil meditation atop Tai Mountain, she had never encountered such a scene. Thus, even with her profound cultivation at the Divine Sea realm, she could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Why can these individuals regard life so lightly, whether it be the white-robed cavalry charging forth, viewing their foes as mere insects, or the northern barbarian soldiers, fearless in the face of death, resolutely advancing even when aware of their impending doom? Both exhibited such fervor. The war for one's homeland is not an incomprehensible concept, especially for someone like Li Qingyi, a favored child of destiny. What she could not grasp was why these individuals prioritize such ideals above their very lives. Is it truly necessary? Hidden in the shadows, Yuan Lu, shrouded by Li Qingyi's Tai Dao secret techniques, bore a complex expression. She was unaware of the thoughts occupying the mind of this extraordinary Tai fairy beside her. Yet the scene before them stirred her own contemplations. The northern barbarian kingdom of the Golden Wolf revered martial prowess, and due to their harsh living conditions, the tribes cultivated a fierce and untamed populace. Warriors birthed from such an environment inevitably possessed a measure of bloodlust, a fact Yuan Lu was well aware of. Thus, when witnessing the northern barbarians fearlessly clash with the opposing cavalry, even while at a disadvantage, she was not overly astonished. After all, the kingdom of the Golden Wolf had long been perceived in this light. However, what Yuan Lu had not anticipated was that the forces emerging from Bailiang City would exhibit even greater audacity than the northern barbarians. What an astonishing revelation! Amidst the blazing inferno, she beheld the white-robed cavalry, their garments drenched in blood, yet still charging with unwavering resolve, and a genuine admiration welled up within her. If only our great Yan's valiant troops could embody the spirit of these white-robed cavalry, how could we have languished in weakness for so long? If given the opportunity upon my return, I shall surely muster an army of grandeur, one that at least rivals this northern Liang, allowing the name of the entire western Yan to resound throughout the northern realms. At that moment, Yuan Lu felt a burgeoning respect and admiration for the unknown northern Liang king, Luo Li. If the soldiers exhibited such valor, how much greater must be the spirit of their commander, their king. The northern Liang king, who had defended the borders for a decade and repelled countless northern barbarian assaults, must surely be a figure of remarkable might, capable of wielding a spear to confront two formidable northern barbarian masters. Lost in her thoughts, Yuan suddenly heard Li Qingyi's murmuring voice. Reacting swiftly, she turned her gaze towards the northern camp's entrance from her lofty perch among the treetops. Indeed, she beheld a solemn cavalry regiment, fully clad in black armor, advancing through the blood-soaked ground and the corpses strewn before the camp with unerring precision. Has Northern Liang come to reinforce us? Yuan Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Approximately 3,000 to 5,000 cavalry could inflict thousands of casualties upon the northern barbarian vanguard. Now, with nearly 10,000 black-armored troops arriving, could it be that Northern Liang's King Luo Li intended to see this army, which had traversed the grasslands for 1,000 miles, meet its demise here? Such ruthlessness! Luo Li had assembled 8,000 iron cavalry, ready to march just half a moment after Chen Qingji's forces had engaged. They raced against the night, arriving precisely when the white-robed army was on the verge of a stalemate following their resounding victory over the enemy. While Chen Qingji and his 3,000 white-robed troops were indeed formidable, the composition of the northern barbarian vanguard was no mere triviality. Not to mention Mont, the sixth-tier master known as the Eagle of the Royal Court, but even the vanguard's deputy, Wang Yanlu, wielding dual iron hammers, was no ordinary master. Previously, the individual known as Li Gonggong, whom Luo Li had vanquished with all his might from the high platform, was merely a fortunate soul with some talent, bolstered by resources. In a life-or-death struggle, he could only rely on his true qi to overwhelm lower-tier warriors. When faced with a true peer, such as the sword master Li Su from Northern Liang or the two vanguard masters of the northern barbarians, he would not last even a moment. True sixth-tier divine sea masters were forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their martial skills honed to claim lives, facing death with unwavering calmness, thus earning the title of master. And he was nothing but a waste, a mere impostor of a master, in the face of two truly formidable masters. Chen Qingji's ability to wield a firearm and confront them both without faltering has already reached its limits, affording the White Robe Army additional time to secure greater victories. To triumph over them, or even to claim their lives, would require him to break through to the 5th rank. Otherwise, it would prove exceedingly challenging. This is an era where martial prowess reigns supreme. Even though the entire White Robe Army, alongside Chen Qingji, has been endowed with martial power, they cannot defy fate by routing 30,000 northern barbarians with merely 3,000 iron cavalry. It must be understood that these two masters are not to be trifled with. Should the stalemate persist, once the northern barbarian forces regroup, it is likely that the formation of the 3,000 white robe soldiers will inevitably be disrupted, plunging the battlefield into a more dire predicament. Therefore, what Chen Qingji has accomplished with his subordinates is already an extraordinary feat. Had Luo Li not surged forth with 8,000 iron cavalry, the tide of battle would soon have compelled Chen Qingji to seek a breakthrough, allowing the White Robe Army to break through the encirclement and retreat, leaving chaos in their wake, delivering a heavy blow to the northern barbarian vanguard that had journeyed so far. Yet now that Luo Li has arrived, the dynamics of the situation will undoubtedly shift. In the shadows, Li Qingyi and Yuan Lu silently observed as Luo Li, clad in dark armor and wielding a long sword, led the charge, followed closely by 8,000 iron cavalry, directly assaulting the northern barbarian camp. Soldiers, draw your blades. After 10 years of restraint, today the northern Liang cavalry shall first trample the enemy camp, and these barbarians shall learn why our blades are so sharp. With the weapons in our hands, let us slay the enemy. Chapter 19. The sword approaches. At the stroke of midnight, the sounds of battle and the neighing of horses echoed through the northern barbarian tent. In the darkness, the white-robed general, armed and mounted, engaged two innate masters, holding his ground valiantly. The spear in his hands danced with extraordinary skill, his defense impenetrable. Despite their prolonged engagement, the two northern barbarian masters, Mengde and Wang Yanlu, could not gain the upper hand. As the situation outside grew increasingly perilous, Mengde simmered with rage. Clang! His large blade, infused with fiery energy, cleaved downwards but was skillfully deflected by the spear's tip, producing a sharp metallic clash without yielding any advantage. Meanwhile, Wang Yanlu attempted to capitalize on this moment to attack alongside Mengde. Yet their combined efforts bore no fruit. Even as his twin hammers crashed down, Chen Qingji deftly countered, averting disaster just in time. The three warriors exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, their unleashed vital energy waves sending numerous northern barbarian soldiers reeling from the aftermath. Yet, Despite Mengde's mounting frustration, he found it difficult to overcome the formidable opponent before him. Who is this pale-faced scholar? I have battled in Northern Liang for years. Familiar with every renowned general in the city. You are not one of them. Why do you lead troops against my camp? Vital energy surged along the blade, intensifying Mengde's assault as he relentlessly struck at Chen Qingji, demanding answers amidst the chaos. Prior to exiting the tent, Mengde had assumed that the leading master of the assault was none other than Li Su, the sole master of Northern Liang. But now, he realized he was utterly mistaken. The leader of this white-robed cavalry was a scholar he had never encountered before, and to his utter disbelief, this seemingly untrained individual was indeed a genuine master of the divine sea, with a cultivation that appeared to surpass both him and Wan Yanlu, teetering just shy of the 5th rank, truly terrifying, not only in Northern Liang, but across the entirety of the Great Xia. Mengde had never encountered a master who bore such a visage. This unexpected raid tonight left him utterly perplexed. With our Northern Liang blades, let us spill the blood of barbarians. Soldiers, follow me to slay. As tension mounted and the situation reached a stalemate, Mengde still pondered his next move when a familiar battle cry resonated from afar. Upon hearing that unmistakably commanding voice, his expression soured visibly. The words, filled with vigor and pride, unmistakably belonged to Luo Li, the Northern Liang king who had thwarted countless northern barbarian incursions. Just as one crisis seemed to wane, another arose. The northern barbarian soldiers had only just managed to form a defensive line, donning their armor and weapons, and now faced the relentless charge of the 3,000 white-robed cavalry. They were no longer as feeble as they had been at the onset. Given a bit more time, the cavalry would surely tire, and then both the army and the white-robe master would find themselves trapped in a precarious situation. But who could have foreseen that the Northern Liang city would send reinforcements at this moment? Enraged to the point of near apoplexy, Mengde instantly deduced that these two forces were in collusion. Clearly, this white-robe master was indeed one of the king's subordinates. Otherwise, how could this be? Amidst the fierce battle, Mengde glanced back and saw the 8,000 iron cavalry arrayed in formation, transforming into a surging tide of darkness as they charged towards the newly organized northern barbarian forces. No, Mengde's eyes widened in horror. An unexpected assault would inflict heavy losses upon the northern barbarian army, after finally managing to restrain the 3,000 white robes. If the subsequent charge from the heavy cavalry broke through again, it would spell disaster for the northern barbarian vanguard this night. Even with a master assisting in battle, what difference would it make? A mere post-heaven warrior, emboldened to lead troops into the fray. Who gave him such audacity? Today, I shall send you to meet your ancestors in the Great Xia. Die! With a thunderous roar, Mengde unleashed his might, channeling his innate energy into a blade that transformed into a massive shadow, cleaving down towards the head of the heavy cavalry. This was the strongest strike the royal court's eagle could muster in this moment, having fought against Chen Qingji for numerous exchanges. Although he had also depleted considerable vital energy in the process, yet it would suffice, as the blazing fiery blade cleaved through the air. Extending a distance of 20 to 30 meters, it descended upon the dark-armored Northern Liang king. Mengde gripped his blade tightly, panting as a cruel smile crept across his face. Such a blade, a mere post-heaven warrior cannot possibly withstand it. Today, I shall claim the head of the Northern Liang king. Even if it results in my defeat, it will suffice. In the depths of the night, the blade's gleam sliced through the air for 30 meters. The chilling might of the master was far beyond what the eunuch on the high platform could ever aspire to. Mounted on horseback, Luo Li sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from his side, prompting him to slowly draw his long sword from its sheath. Buzzing. At this moment, the ethereal energy of the night surged like a tidal wave. Furthermore, as Luo Li unsheathed his sword, the expression of the sword-wielding woman, who had been observing the nocturnal battle from the treetops not far away, changed dramatically. Her red lips parted, her nose slightly elevated, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Li Qingyi's eyes widened, her brown pupils fixed upon the imposing figure manipulating the natural energies nearby. Her heart overwhelmed with incredulity. She felt the Sanfeng sword in her embrace tremble incessantly, yearning to soar forth, and she could no longer maintain her previous calm demeanor. How is this possible? He is merely at the acquired realm. The exclamation escaped the lips of this sword fairy from the Tai sect. In that moment, she abandoned all attempts to conceal her aura, her face betraying disbelief. What of the dustless sword heart, the flawless sword path? As the Sanfeng sword began to quiver, almost yearning to fly to the side of the young swordsman, Li Qingyi could no longer restrain herself. The Sanfeng sword was actually celebrating the act of swordplay from the youth clad in black armor. It was as if his swordsmanship could evoke admiration from the venerable ancestor of the Tai sect, Zhang Tai. Her jade hand, hidden within her voluminous sleeves, tightened slightly as Li Qingyi bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently upon the young swordsman, unwilling to miss a single movement. She sought to discern the sword technique that could elicit such a spirited response from the sentient Sanfeng sword, yearning to forge a bond with it. Inside the grand tent, blades clashed brilliantly. The night sky was rent asunder by a sudden flash of white light. This emanated from the sword of the armored general at the forefront of the 8,000 iron cavalry within the northern barbarian camp. Spiritual energy converged, rippling outward. As a fierce gale swept in from all directions, a chasm tore open the earth, and in an instant, a blazing arc of fire, spanning 20 to 30 meters, descended upon Luo Li. Boom, boom. The earth was scorched black, the air subtly warming beneath the night sky, punctuated by intermittent explosions. Confronted with the full-force strike of a Master-S blade, Luo Li felt an unprecedented sense of peril. This threat did not merely assail his body, but also penetrated his mind. The searing intent of the blade flared within Luo Li's consciousness. Any hesitation on his part would see him cleaved in two by this innate sword technique unleashed by Monder, a master forged through years of bloodshed and tribulation. This blade's essence embodied Monder's hard-won understanding, a unique sword intent cultivated through hardship. The intent of a master can sever the very soul. This is the overwhelming trump card possessed by a true innate master. With the power of his thoughts harnessed through spiritual energy, he could even influence reality itself. Such mastery is nothing short of miraculous. Not every master can cultivate a martial will unique to themselves, but those who can are undoubtedly masters. Even if today he is not, he surely will be in the future. This is beyond dispute. The lower tier cultivates strength, tempering flesh and bone. The middle tier nurtures one's spirit with the energies of heaven and earth, seeking the extraordinary path. The upper tier, however, pursues but one goal: the way. From whence does the way arise? It emerges when one hones their martial will to its utmost, shedding all prior forms to embody a truth unique to themselves. That is the so-called way. Throughout history, those who have successfully uncovered their own path have invariably attained the status of a supreme master, if not higher. Monder, as a master possessing his own sword intent, stands a cut above his peers of the same rank. Thus, how could this blade not be fierce? How could it not be formidable? Whoosh! The blade's gleam sliced through the void, coinciding with Luo Li's unsheathing of his long sword. It is already astonishing for someone at the acquired realm to gather the energies of heaven and earth. Yet such a feat alone would not suffice to contend with a martial master wielding sword intent. However, Luo Li's swordplay encompassed more than just the gathering of spiritual energy for defense. The long, resonant notes of the sword rang out. The blade's radiance, which already illuminated the darkness, soared to new heights, shooting forth like a white rainbow piercing the sun, transforming into a surge of sword intent potent enough to cleave through the heavens, aimed directly at the blazing arc of fire that had carved a swath through the earth. This strike commanded the night to heed my will. Luo Li's swordplay, imbued with a vastness and ancient essence, transcended mere power. His martial will alone surpassed Monder's fiery blade intent. The second form of the Seven Sword Sutra, an unparalleled sword technique comprising 7 forms, had only been partially grasped by Luo Li. As for the second form, he had only comprehended half of it. Yet, even this half-formed technique, suffused with an indomitable spirit, could firmly suppress Monder's years of honed solar blade intent, shattering his aspirations to cleave off Luo Li's head. The finely forged long sword, crafted from tempered black iron, emitted a series of sharp cracks following the fierce sword energy's release. Crack, bang. The sword shattered into numerous fragments, descending slowly, ultimately disintegrating into powder, mingling with the earth's dust, leaving only a few glistening remnants, still echoing with the lingering might of its once immortal sword intent. Luo Li's sword, unable to withstand the profound essence of this technique, had broken. Consequently, the white rainbow sword energy, unleashed from the hilt, faltered midway, leaving its story unfinished. This scene left Luo Li momentarily stunned. The sword, shattered? Though not a renowned divine weapon, it was crafted by a master artisan from superior materials, certainly surpassing ordinary blades in every respect. Yet, it had succumbed to the mere half-form of the second technique of the Seven Sword Sutra. To match innate blade intent with a 7th-tier body was already an arduous task, had he successfully executed the complete white rainbow sword strike. Perhaps he could have fully countered Mander's blazing blade energy. However, with only a partial execution, Luo Li's heart sank slightly. As the executor of this half-formed sword technique, he was acutely aware of its limitations. Against a typical opponent barely on the cusp of innate mastery, this strike would have sufficed. But against a master like Mander, who had comprehended sword intent, the outcome was uncertain. With this strike, defeat could be imminent. Luo Li was fully aware and prepared to retreat at any moment. However, a sudden turn of events arose. Whoosh! A sharp, ethereal sword light soared through the forest, startling the birds and beasts alike. In an instant, a sword emitted a soft hum. The force surged through the air as the ancient-looking Sanfeng sword trembled forth from the chest of the woman in white, breaking free from its constraints and revealing its original might. The invisible sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, transforming into a slender stream of light under the gaze of the bewildered woman, directing itself towards the white rainbow sword energy that Luo Li had just unleashed. What was the Sanfeng sword intending to do? Feeling an almost imperceptible emptiness in her chest, Li Qingyi experienced the sensation of defeat for the first time in her life. Why would the ancestral sword of her sect, which had accompanied her master for a century, fly directly towards an outsider right before her eyes? Why was this happening? The lashes of the woman in white fluttered lightly, a look of confusion etched upon her jade-like face. As an observer of the white rainbow sword energy unleashed by the figure clad in black armor, Li Qingyi did not miss a single detail. Even with her exceptional perspective as a true disciple of Tai, she could not help but praise Luo Li as an extraordinary talent of the age. To be able to unleash a sword strike imbued with sword intent using a postnatal body, he deserved the title of a prodigy even in Central Earth. However, such prowess alone would not be enough to rouse the Sanfeng sword, a renowned sword that had served Zhang Tai for a century. Moreover, she, Li Qingyi, was not inferior to him even when she was in the postnatal realm. Chapter 21. The sword crosses the rainbow. Seeing the Sanfeng sword fly from her embrace, Li Qingyi was utterly perplexed. In a moment of desperation, she transformed into a phantom, soaring forward to observe up close what the armored youth possessed to earn the favor of the Sanfeng sword. The figure in white vanished in an instant, leaving Yuanla standing atop the ancient tree, her expression a mixture of shock and complexity. What had she just witnessed? The Sanfeng sword was the ancestral sword of the Tai sect. How could this sword be stirred by this Northern Liang king of the Great Xia, racing away as if summoned? How utterly absurd. A hint of envy laced Yuanla's words. She understood that if one could capture the attention of the Sanfeng sword, and if the individual were willing to join the Tai sect, they would surely soar to greatness in the future. Even though the founding master of the Tai sect, Zhang Tai, had been silent for decades, there were still formidable beings guarding the sect's gates, maintaining its prestige. It was a grand sect from Central Earth. If one could gain entry, a position as a master was almost guaranteed. Alas, that was not her fate. To be unable to attain what was rightfully hers felt no better than the hardships of the past decade. The girl in black let out a long sigh, raising her arm to rub her brow, fatigue flickering in her eyes. Establishing Northern Liang City, commanding 100,000 troops, repelling the northern barbarians, and resisting the Great Xia. Now, with the favor of the Sanfeng sword, even the true disciple of the Tai sect appeared disheartened. This Northern Liang king, merely in his 20s, had achieved legendary feats. If his story were to be woven into a novel and recounted by skilled storytellers, it would not be long before his name echoed throughout the realm. I am nothing compared to him. At this moment, the fleeting pride from leaving the Great Xia was completely erased from Yuanla's heart. There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and the heights of skill are ever surpassing. It is unwise to underestimate others. Her previous moment of arrogance was indeed a sign of excessive pride. On the battlefield against the northern barbarians, was that a sword? The clear, resonant sound of the sword and the force that shattered the air naturally drew Luo Li's attention as he battled fiercely against Mengda. As he beheld the ancient long sword rushing towards him, its blades vibrating as if in song, he found himself at a loss. Where did this sword suddenly appear from? Before he could ponder further, the Sanfeng sword, accompanied by sword light, swiftly arrived at Luo Li's side. As the brilliant glow faded, the once unremarkable Dao sword now shimmered with renewed brilliance, starkly different from when it rested in Li Qingyi's embrace. Mysterious Dao patterns glowed faintly upon the blade, exuding a subtle cold light. The sword now floated beside Luo Li, quivering slightly, its hilt pointed upwards, as if acknowledging him. The divine sword possessed a spirit, particularly one like the Sanfeng sword, which had been a companion to a Taoist master for a century, now bore its own consciousness. It could marvel at transcendent sword techniques and choose its master's successor on the path of swordsmanship. Though its intelligence may not rival that of humans, it was nonetheless extraordinary. Did this sword wish for me to wield it against my foes? Having been in this world for quite some time, Luo Li had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. A sword, possessing a will of its own, was akin to a sentient being. A sense of absurdity welled up within him as he briefly lost awareness of his surroundings. Fortunately, the white rainbow sword energy he had previously unleashed finally collided with Meng De's blazing knife aura, jolting him back to reality. Though many events transpired in that fleeting moment, time had only passed a heartbeat. The battle raged on. With 3,000 white-robed warriors engaged in combat and 8,000 iron cavalry poised to support, the cries of battle echoed loudly. Boom! The clash of true energy unleashed by swords and knives resounded with a tremendous roar. The surrounding air rippled violently as Meng De's blazing knife energy was visibly eroded beneath the sharpness of the white rainbow sword energy. However, simultaneously, Luo Li's sword energy also began to wane at an even swifter pace. While the foundational strength of the seven swords of heaven was nearly unparalleled among contemporary martial arts, even compelling the Sanfeng sword to unsheath itself, ultimately, its wielder, Luo Li, remained merely a postnatal martial artist. Moreover, more critically, Luo Li had only unleashed half of this sword technique before his sword shattered. Given all these factors, attempting to disperse Meng De's knife aura was ultimately too ambitious. Although the fiery blade had been significantly diminished, its remaining power still left Luo Li in deep trepidation. Faced with this predicament, if he did not retreat but instead brave the blow, he would likely suffer severe injury, if not death. Glancing at the mysterious long sword beside him, Luo Li's brown eyes, partially obscured by his black hair, flickered with contemplation. He could not unleash the techniques of the seven swords of heaven indefinitely. The burden on his body from this sword technique was immense. Merely unleashing half of it had already drained considerable energy. At most, he could strike once more. Should he retreat to evade Meng De's assault? Or should he grasp this enigmatic sword and attempt to strike once more? In the next moment, the armored youth had made his decision. Meng De was determined to unleash his knife aura to obstruct him, aiming to shatter the morale of the Northern Liang forces. If he could obtain Luo Li's head, even if his forces were to collapse that night, it would still be a greater achievement than a failure for the Golden Wolf dynasty. After all, one's own head holds significant value for the Northern barbarians. Should I retreat, a martial arts master, who has fought countless battles on the brink of life and death, would undoubtedly seize such a golden opportunity. The subsequent relentless assaults would only plunge me into a more precarious situation, leaving me with little chance to strike back. Rather than surrender, it would be better to fight with all my might. With a decisive gesture, Luo Li grasped the hilt of the Sanfeng sword without hesitation. I entrust you with this. Although he knew that the sword before him was not human, Luo Li still nodded slightly and whispered a few words. This sword had appeared at a critical moment, granting him the chance for a counterattack. For both emotional and rational reasons, he could not overlook it. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the Sanfeng sword trembled and emitted a resonant sound, seemingly expressing its satisfaction. Witnessing this, Luo Li gently closed his eyes, no longer wasting time, and once again raised his sword. A vast and ancient will of the sword path emerged from the figure of the young man. However, this time, the sensation evoked by the sword was markedly different from before. If the previous sword strike lacked intention, then the one he was about to unleash was imbued with a semblance of the sword's spirit. In the darkness, a shooting star fell. Beneath the night sky, a white rainbow ascended, illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 22. Zhang Tai, 60 years ago. The radiant white light of the sword surged forth, slicing through the air in the direction of the blazing knife light. This strike, while not as grandiose as the previous movement, subtly carried a unique, ethereal quality intrinsic to Taoism. It was akin to auspicious clouds floating in the sky, or waves gently lapping at the riverbank, devoid of earthly desires. The seven sword scriptures of the heavens are inherently extraordinary martial arts, and while Luo Li's practice does not strictly align with this style, it does not imply that the Sanfeng sword is any less compatible. Upon grasping the sword, a hazy image began to materialize in Luo Li's mind. Above the sea of clouds, atop a towering mountain, the sun rose and set, with evergreen pines still standing tall. Celestial cranes soared in the sky, enveloped in the glow of dawn. Amidst this celestial splendor, there stood a sword-wielding Taoist, clad in simple blue and white robes, with flowing white whiskers, resembling an ethereal being. Accompanied by divine birds at dawn and dusk, At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary elderly Taoist, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a true dragon in repose, a master of the Tao, exuding an aura that could encompass the universe, as if he were the sole being in existence. The dawn, the clouds, the cranes, and the mountain were merely his backdrop. The grandeur of his presence inspired awe and respect, making one hesitant to meet his gaze. The vision displayed in Luo Li's mind, including the figure of this Taoist, was undoubtedly an illusion brought forth by the Sanfeng sword. The identity of this Taoist needs no elaboration. In the Central Plains, such a figure is exceedingly rare. This man is none other than Zhang Tai, the supreme Grand Master who established the Tai sect 200 years ago, mastering both Buddhist and Taoist paths, and once ranked second on the Central Plains martial arts evaluation list. The founder of the Tai sect, he was once regarded as the foremost celestial master in the world, and even before his disappearance, rumors circulated that he had transcended the mortal realm, achieving true immortality. To manifest such might through the Sanfeng sword, one could surmise that he is indeed the sole individual capable of such a feat within a century. Zhang Tai represented the pinnacle of martial arts cultivation, with his will nearly merging with the Tao itself. Therefore, as his personal sword, the Sanfeng sword, having been in constant proximity, absorbed a fraction of his divine essence. And it is no wonder that even an ordinary blade would carry some semblance of this divinity, let alone the extraordinary Sanfeng sword. Having been his companion for a century, this renowned weapon has encapsulated the essence of its master's life and teachings. Now that Zhang Tai has abandoned his sect and the Sanfeng sword, disappearing for 60 years, this sentient blade is reluctant to allow its master's legacy to fade into obscurity. Had it not been for Luo Li's unexpected appearance, the Tai sword might have returned to the Central Plains with Li Qingyi, reinstating itself as a symbol of the sect's legacy. Yet, fate had other plans. The second form of the 7 sword scriptures of the heavens, the Tao, cannot be discussed. The immense intent conveyed in this sword form, along with the deeper understanding of the Tao inscribed within its essence, reignited the dormant spirit of the Sanfeng sword, reminding it of the heavy aura once wielded by its master. The Tao is elusive and cannot be articulated, even if one were to spend a lifetime pursuing it. The journey remains solitary, as one's path is something that cannot be shared with others. Those who can articulate their path have not truly grasped it. Although Luo Li's sword strike may not have reached the full potential of the original technique, it does not negate the Sanfeng sword's ability to sense the depth of this new movement. An instinct within it recognizes that this armored young man is indeed the finest successor to its master's teachings, for he bears the shadow of Zhang Tai. Much like the young Taoist of yore, who diligently trained alongside his stern master and jovial senior sister in an inconspicuous little sect, exuding vigor and grace. Thus, the perfection of Luo Li's strike stems from his unconscious understanding of the unique essence of Zhang Tai's martial path infused within the Sanfeng sword. The Tao cannot be discussed. No one is more qualified to comprehend this than a once great master who nearly attained enlightenment. Consequently, it is only fitting that Luo Li, who has inherited a fragment of Zhang Tai's Tao fruit, now unleashes a sword technique that far surpasses the fiery blade intent understood by Mond. Having endured countless battles and traversed the treacherous path of life and death, Mond's mastery of the fiery blade technique is undeniably formidable. However, in the presence of Zhang Tai, who once dominated the Central Plains and could summon celestial phenomena with a mere wave of his sleeve, Mond's prowess appears trivial, akin to a mayfly shaking a tree or an ant gazing at the heavens. Thus, when Mond, who had been unable to suppress his smile as he prepared to charge forward with his knife, beheld the Tao rhythm radiating from Luo Li and the resurgent white rainbow sword light, the confidence on his face instantly morphed into disbelief. This is sword intent? No, this transcends mere sword intent. This embodies the extraordinary realm of Zhang Tai's cultivation, which approached the Tao, the 7 sword scriptures of the heavens. Invoking the essence of the Tao clearly indicates its superior quality. The confluence of these two elements, combined with Luo Li's understanding of the Sanfeng sword's essence, signifies that the sword energy he is about to unleash transcends the confines of ordinary sword intent. Even though this power does not belong solely to Luo Li, the amalgamation of these influences has imbued his technique with an undeniable Tao rhythm. It is worth noting that such a manifestation is typically accessible only to those of the upper third rank, while Luo Li, at this moment, is merely a half-step into the innate realm. In the face of such a sword technique imbued with the essence of the Tao, no matter how Mond struggled, he could never hope to overcome Luo Li's strike, for this victory was secured from the very beginning. Thus, even if the sword energy Luo Li unleashed appeared unremarkable. Even inferior to the previous white rainbow sword energy, the blazing knife light could not obstruct it. In an instant, the sword light pierced through. The once indomitable fiery knife light, which seemed capable of cutting through all sharpness, dissipated into smoke under the illumination of this sword light, vanishing without a trace. Returning to its most primal form of spiritual energy, silent and without a sound. The clamor of battle between the Northern Liang cavalry and the Northern barbarians raged on. Yet Mon's fury was nearly extinguished upon witnessing this scene. A hint of dazed disbelief flickered in his eyes, and even his body trembled slightly. This was not fear, nor was it terror, it was sheer incredulity. Chapter 23. Innate. To seek the Tao at the third rank is a privilege not afforded to everyone. Without reaching the mastery level, and lacking a personal martial will, one would scarcely even grasp the concept of the Tao. Mond, of course, understood what the Tao represented. It was precisely this understanding that rendered his expression so despondent in the face of Luo Li's sword energy. He did not fear death. Even if he were to lose today and have his head taken by the enemy, Mond would not bat an eye. Life and death were but a matter of bowing one's head to the ground. As long as one's life shone brilliantly, what did it matter if it flickered out like a fleeting flower? In a century's time, it would all return to dust. Yet what Mond could not fathom was how this mere Northern Liang king, who had not yet reached the innate realm, could wield a sword intent that embodied the Tao resonance typically reserved for a grandmaster of celestial phenomena. He knew that this was something he, Mond, could scarcely hope to comprehend in his lifetime. How could his heart remain calm in such turmoil? Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Mond struggled to accept this reality, yet Luo Li wasted no time. After unleashing the sword energy, he leapt from his steed, standing poised in midair, brandishing his Sanfeng sword and charging directly towards Mond with astonishing speed. Floating on the wind, traversing the sky, this was a feat achievable only by those of masterful caliber. Harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the black-armored youth before him, wielding a long sword, could only have achieved such prowess through one possibility. He had attained the realm of the innate. Indeed, this was the truth. At the moment Luo Li drew upon the might of the Sanfeng sword and the seven swords of heaven's severance, forcibly cleaving forth a fragment of Tao intent cultivated throughout Zhang Tai's life, the barriers of his innate threshold, which were on the verge of breaking, finally fell away. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already begun to coalesce at the moment Luo Li comprehended the seven swords of heaven's severance and vanquished the divine Eunuch. With the resonance of the Tao belonging to a grandmaster of celestial phenomena aiding his breakthrough, how could he be hindered by the innate threshold at such an opportune moment? Thus, the sword energy was unleashed, spiritual energy surged, and everything unfolded as naturally as water flowing downhill. After 10 years in this world, relentlessly pursuing martial cultivation, Luo Li finally seized a monumental opportunity, transforming into a true great cultivator, a master of the divine sea. Only upon reaching this pivotal juncture could he assert with confidence, "My life is solely in my own hands. All others cannot take it from me." The sword light cascaded like shooting stars, a dance of sword energy sweeping across the realm. Beneath the night sky, the newly anointed innate master Luo Li grasped the Sanfeng sword, his helmet long since removed, his inky hair dancing wildly in the wind, exuding an air of defiance. As he raised his sword, boundless spiritual energy converged, and several sword energies, each over 10 meters long, swiftly descended upon Mond. The difference between the postnatal and innate realms was stark. In the postnatal realm, even if Luo Li expended all his strength and employed every hidden card, he could only manage to shake Mond and achieve a stalemate, sometimes even falling to a disadvantage. However, upon gathering his energy and attaining the innate realm, the divine Si Dantian, born of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was more than sufficient to match Mond, even enabling him to triumph. This was an absolute suppression of strength. There was no room for dissent. As he beheld the multiple sword energies descending from above, Mond took a deep breath, forcibly steadying his mind, raising his great knife in determination, his expression resolute, with no intention of retreating, fully prepared for battle. Wanyanlu, this defeat, brought on by underestimating the enemy, was entirely due to my failure to heed the command of the general, venturing alone and straying too far from the main forces, resulting in such a catastrophic loss. Therefore, I, Mond, shall bear all the responsibility for this failure. This time, I shall stand as a bulwark, providing cover for the army's retreat, without regret or complaint. Moreover, just before the sword energy struck, Mon's commanding voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of the vice commander, who was still embroiled in a fierce battle with Chen Qingji. The situation was dire. If we continued to fight to the bitter end, the 30,000 troops of my royal court would surely be overwhelmed. Therefore, you must swiftly lead the troops to retreat. Do not linger in combat. I shall stand alone to hold the line. For the glory of Changxing Tian and the Golden Wolf Court. Kill. With that declaration, the fiery blade once again soared high. Mon's black braided hair whipped about, exuding an awe-inspiring aura full of resolute determination. In that moment, he had resolved himself to face death. This resolve was not solely directed at the northern barbarian forces, nor merely a reflection of guilt for disregarding the army's commands, but also a manifestation of defiance against the sword energy that Luo Li had previously unleashed. Emerging from his confusion, Mon immediately recognized that the sword energy, imbued with Tao resonance, relied upon that mysterious long sword that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Without this sword, this Northern Liang king would be no match for him. No matter how hard he fought, how could he submit to an external object? The title of Grand Master, earned through countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, could not be overshadowed by you. Today, even if I must fight to the death here, I shall use your blood to honor my path. Kill. The dark red blade erupted into flames, swiftly cleaving through the descending sword energies, and Mon, in a frenzy, leapt into the air to meet the newly ascended black-armored youth. The blades blazed with fiery intensity, each spark concealing an edge of lethal intent. Clang! The twin hammers shook the heavens, deflecting the elusive spear aside, as Wanyan Lu, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. When he looked up and heard that soul-stirring voice, witnessing the fiery blade clashing against the black-armored youth in a relentless struggle, the shout that had formed on his lips suddenly faltered. Wanyan Lu's expression bore a mix of reluctance and a hint of respect. No wonder this individual was ranked among the royal eagles, symbolizing the most promising candidate to reach the pinnacle of mastery in the future. In terms of spirit, I am inferior. With a long sigh, gazing at Chen Qingji before him, Wanyan Lu suddenly let out a furious roar, his voice laden with helplessness and indignation. If he were to fight to the death, Wanyan Lu would not fear it. Alas, he cannot bear the weight of the lives of the 30,000 northern barbarians. Should he also engage in a battle to the death, the northern barbarians would be scattered like a pile of loose sand, easily overwhelmed and annihilated by the northern Liang cavalry. Therefore, he must hold the rear for the Grand Army to prevent even greater losses. In this moment, it is imperative that someone sacrifices themselves to intercept the two masters of the enemy. Observing the blade of Meng De slicing through the air, it seemed he was making the choice for him. Thus, even though Wanyan Lu wished to resist, he had no choice but to retreat. Seizing an opportunity, he shot a piercing glance at the white-clad General Chen Qingji, who had just forced him back. Without hesitation, he mounted a steed and retreated, wielding his twin hammers, intent on leading the 30,000 troops away from this place. Just as Chen Qingji intended to pursue, a blazing arc of blade light in midair blocked his path. Looking up, he saw it was Meng De. Ignoring the powerful sword energy from Luo Li, he aimed to prevent Chen Qingji from pursuing, risking his life to do so. Facing two masters was no trivial matter. They were not mere 6th-grade innate experts. His actions were indeed a gamble for survival. The searing blade light succeeded in halting Chen Qingji, yet Meng De was nearly gravely injured by Luo Li's sword strike, coughing blood from the impact of the residual energy. He caught sight of the retreating army in the distance, a cold smile flickering in the eyes of the northern barbarian general with his hair in disarray. Today, he would witness just how formidable these northern Liang warriors truly were. You two, come at me together. Ha! Though the northern Liang's two master-level figures were held back, the 1,000 iron cavalry did not emerge unscathed from their hard-won victory. Even with the northern barbarians suffering heavy losses, nearly 20,000 still remained. With 20,000 troops, plus a master retreating and support from the main army, the northern Liang soldiers' reckless pursuit would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. After years of rivalry, observing the bloodied and boisterous Meng De, Luo Li couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, he had been deeply impressed by this northern barbarian general, who had caused numerous northern Liang heroes to fall. Now, he finally had the chance to end him here. More than 10,000 iron cavalry shattered the northern barbarian camp under the cover of night, and upon a cursory glance, they had claimed over 10,000 enemy heads. Such a glorious victory far exceeded Luo Li's expectations. For the northern barbarians, this was indeed an irremediable blow. After a decade, they finally understood that the northern Liang were not to be trifled with. General Chen, this decisive victory is sufficient. The army need not continue the pursuit. Come, let us escort this distant northern barbarian general on his final journey. The joy of achieving innate mastery, coupled with the exhilaration of the most thrilling victory in a decade, elicited a hearty laugh from Luo Li. As he beckoned Chen Qingji to assist, he raised his sandfong sword once more and charged at Meng Da. This time, he would ensure that he would be buried here. The esteemed northern barbarian general, the eagle of the royal court, would meet his end in this desolate wilderness. As fate would decree, the clash of long swords and blazing blade light raged on, and soon a spear pierced the night sky, joining the fray. After dozens of exchanges, the already precarious fiery blade light grew weaker, ultimately collapsing under the sweep of the cold gleam of the spear. With a swift thrust, the sword light struck mercilessly as the wielder of the blade faltered, piercing Meng Da's chest and shattering his heart. To survive now would require divine intervention, otherwise, there was no hope for recovery. This sword strike marked the demise of the previously invincible northern barbarian general, the eagle of the royal court, Meng Da. Northern Liang, victorious. As dawn broke, the night gradually receded. When the first rays of light illuminated the blood-soaked and ravaged earth, the northern barbarian camp finally revealed its grim reality after a night of slaughter. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood soaking the brown earth and gray stones, transforming them into a gruesome tableau. The corpses of the fallen from the initial assault had dried to a horrifying extent. Sheathing his sword, Luo Li glanced at the dimly lit sky, fatigue evident in his bloodshot eyes. Every battle tests the soul. No one is born with a desire to kill, nor do they wish to confront war at every turn. Yet, if one does not wield their sword, they risk being slain. Life in this world is fraught with difficulty. Your Highness, we have achieved a great victory in this battle, losing merely over 800 cavalry while defeating over 9,000 enemies, a tenfold accomplishment. Furthermore, the renowned northern barbarian general, the innate master Meng Da, has perished here, marking a resounding triumph. After a moment, Lu Yun approached Luo Li, helmet in hand, his face alight with excitement. To win with such a disparity in forces, especially while confronting two masters of the enemy, was an unimaginable feat for the northern Liang. Lu Yun found himself trembling even as he breathed, glancing at the side where Chen Qingji diligently polished his gleaming silver spear. The lingering dissatisfaction in Lu Yun's heart dissipated, replaced by an uncontrollable sense of respect. This white-clad general, whose origins were unknown, truly embodied the strategic brilliance described by the prince. Otherwise, how could he have orchestrated such a bold maneuver, achieving such astonishing results for the northern Liang? 3,000 light cavalry daringly charged forth. Had the northern barbarians possessed even a hint of vigilance and prepared their forces, this cavalry unit would have faced annihilation, even with a master leading them. No matter how powerful a master, they could only stand against 1,000 foes. When faced with tens of thousands, even they would have no choice but to flee. As a valiant officer of the northern Liang, Lu Yun understood the perils of warfare. Thus, he held Chen Qingji in such high regard, feeling a sense of relief behind his admiration, grateful that the northern Liang had such a talented ally to break through the enemy ranks, grateful that the prince had displayed his might at a crucial moment, slaying the formidable Meng Da, the eagle of the royal court, with a single sword strike, grateful that the northern Liang cavalry could finally stand tall, decisively defeating the 30,000 northern barbarian lions on the battlefield. Such a grand achievement was certainly worthy of celebration. Indeed, it was an unprecedented victory. Yet, alas, those 800 elite northern Liang soldiers would never return. Hearing Lu Yun's exhilarating report, Luo Li momentarily regained his composure, first nodding in agreement with a smile, then sighing softly. These valiant sons, each born of their fathers and nurtured by their mothers, are truly the pride of northern Liang. Having been raised in its fertile soil, alas, it is a pity that we shall never see them again. I command all soldiers to gather the remains of their fallen comrades and return them home, for every soldier who fell in battle. Regardless of whether their families reside within the city of northern Liang or across the 5 districts and 13 counties of Liangzhou, appropriate compensations must be granted, and they shall be honored with the rights befitting martyrs. This decree shall be treated as a royal command and must not be disregarded. Any delay or disobedience shall be met with execution. After hearing Luo Li's words, Lu Yun's initial exuberance gradually waned, leaving him in a state of quiet contemplation. The prince is benevolent, I understand, he replied. I will ensure that this matter is attended to with utmost diligence and completed with the utmost efficiency. In times of war, casualties are inevitable. Despite the resounding victory, our side has undoubtedly suffered losses. Among the fallen soldiers, aside from those under General Chen's command. Nearly half are natives of Northern Liang. The news of their deaths will surely stir great sorrow in the hearts of their families. Yet, having witnessed such scenes repeatedly over the past decade, Lu Yun, though saddened, did not allow himself to be overwhelmed by grief. After all, one becomes accustomed to such tragedies. Should there come a day when Northern Liang becomes powerful enough to command the reverence of the four seas, when no malefactor dares to provoke us, perhaps then, there will be no more wars or casualties. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to witness such a day. As Lu Yun pondered, he adeptly descended the path, calling upon the soldiers by his side to cleanse the battlefield and tally the bodies. Meanwhile, Luo Li exchanged brief pleasantries with Chun Qingji before turning away. Grasping the Sanfeng sword, he sensed a faint yet palpable aura of innate energy nearby. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly into the empty air. Having observed for so long, this unknown gentleman should reveal himself now. Northern Liang has always treated friends with courtesy, yet has never shown mercy to foes. As his words settled, the atmosphere grew still. Chun Qingji, who had been polishing his cold iron spear, paused momentarily, a chill emanating from him. It must be noted that only moments ago, he had been charging forth in battle against the northern barbarians, having slain countless enemies. And the bloodlust had not yet dissipated. Should Luo Li draw his sword, it would not take long for Chun Qingji's cold iron spear to once again gleam with menace. The silence lingered for a moment. Then ripples spread through the air as a figure clad in white, adorned with a Taoist crown. Her hair as dark as ink and her countenance resembling that of an ethereal being, gracefully descended. I am Li Qingyi of the Tai Dao sect from the Middle Earth's Great Zhou. It is a pleasure to meet a fellow Taoist. Her voice, as clear and melodious as a lark, yet imbued with an elegance, reached the ears of Luo Li and Chun Qingji. Chun Qingji remained unaffected. Having been summoned by Luo Li, his mind focused solely on the current battlefield situation. Thus, he felt no particular resonance with the words of the white-clad woman. However, Luo Li was different. In a sense, he shared much in common with the natives of the Great Xia. Consequently, he was acutely aware of what the Great Zhou and the Tai Dao represented. The Great Zhou, as its name suggests, is a force not belonging to the Northern Xian domain. Vast and resplendent, the Great Zhou has dominated the Middle Earth for 8 centuries, far surpassing the combined strength of the 7 kingdoms of Northern Xian. The princess of the first son, Yu Huaizhu, who once saved Luo Li's life, was affiliated with Huayang Mountain, a prominent martial sect from the Middle Earth. Yet, Huayang Mountain may not possess the same renown as the Tai Dao. This disparity in reputation is largely due to a legendary figure who emerged from the Tai Dao 60 years ago. A person whose name resonated throughout the world and commanded the admiration of all humanity in the Yuantian realm. Though Luo Li, hailing from the Northern Xian domain, may not grasp the intricate power dynamics of the Great Zhou or the strength of Huayang Mountain, he was certainly aware of the esteemed title of Grandmaster that once ranked among the top 10 in the world. Grandmaster Sanfeng Zhang Tai, a figure who rose from humble beginnings in an inconspicuous sect, mastering the martial arts of the Tao, only to later join a prominent Buddhist sect after his original sect was annihilated. He gained profound insights into both Taoism and Buddhism, ultimately merging their philosophies into a singular, unrivaled force, defeating the 7 leading Buddhist masters and establishing the Tai Dao. His life was nothing short of legendary, his name echoing throughout the world. Thus, Luo Li was no stranger to the sect founded by this illustrious master. I am Li Qingyi, the 5th-generation true disciple of the Tai Dao, representing the sect in this time. Upon hearing Luo Li's inquiry, the white-clad woman said nothing further, instead allowing her aura to expand. In an instant, a profound and enigmatic wave of true energy radiated from her, enveloping a 100-meter radius. An image of Yin-Yang Dao manifested behind her, embodying the essence of clarity and murkiness. As she waved her sleeves, commanding the energies of purity and impurity, exuding an air of extraordinary prowess and innate vitality. Though this energy bore no hostility, its quality and stature surpassed that of the recently deceased Meng Da. More importantly, Luo Li sensed a familiar essence emanating from this maiden, reminiscent of the aura he had previously encountered in the presence of the elder connected to the Sanfeng sword. Li Qingyi of the Tai Dao, Grandmaster Zhang Tai. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Li raised his sword, directing his gaze toward the ethereal beauty before him, a conjecture blossoming in his mind. The origins of this ancient Dao sword were unknown to him, yet he was certain it was linked to the sudden arrival of this maiden claiming to hail from the Tai Dao of Middle Earth. This sword must have ties to the enigmatic elder whose image was captured within it. A glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as Luo Li began to discern the threads of this unfolding narrative. Such a possibility seemed the most plausible. After all, why would a young master, having attained the innate realm of divine seek him out without cause? It must be understood that he had no prior connection with the Tai Dao or with Li Qingyi, and the great Xia could not command such a formidable figure. The only entity capable of summoning her must surely be this mysterious sword of unknown origin. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Luo Li gently raised the Sanfeng sword, offering a subtle gesture toward the white-clad maiden in midair. With such prowess and grace, there is truly no need to impersonate a disciple of the Tai Dao. Did the esteemed fairy from the Middle Earth pause in Northern Liang due to the sword in my possession? Although phrased as a question, his tone left no room for doubt. As Li Qingyi listened, she gradually nodded and remarked, "The Northern Liang King's conjecture is indeed accurate. I have come here precisely because of the Dao sword you possess." At this juncture, the woman in white descended from the clouds, gliding gracefully like a startled swan, her hair cascading like a flowing river. Upon landing, Li Qingyi's brown eyes remained fixated on the Sanfeng sword before her, her tone earnest and solemn as she continued. "From the demeanor of the Northern Liang King, it is evident that you must have some inkling regarding the origins of this sword. Given the circumstances, I find no reason to withhold the truth any longer from you." With that, the woman focused on the Sanfeng sword, revealing a hint of reverence. This sword, known as Sanfeng, was the personal sword of our revered ancestor, Zhang Tai, from a century ago. It accompanied the master for a full 100 years, standing among the divine weapons of the world. It bears the inscription of our unparalleled techniques and symbolizes the essence of our Tai Dao, carrying profound significance. Regrettably, after our ancestor vanished a century ago, the whereabouts of the Sanfeng sword also became shrouded in mystery, and our sect has searched tirelessly for decades without success. My intention in descending the mountain was not to seek this sword, but by sheer coincidence, I discovered its location. I had planned to return to the mountains and reintegrate the Sanfeng sword into our sect, yet unexpectedly, as I passed through this place, the sword was stirred by your sword technique, slipping from my grasp and falling into your hands. Thus, my purpose in seeking you today. Li Qingyi recounted vital information softly, and upon hearing it, Luo Li finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The elderly figure in the vision was indeed Zhang Tai. This meant that the Dao rhythm I comprehended during my enlightenment was a legacy left by Zhang Tai. No wonder it allowed me to make such substantial progress in the 7 swords of celestial severance, and why I was able to break through the threshold from postnatal to innate so seamlessly. If this is the handiwork of Zhang Tai, then everything falls into place. With this realization, Luo Li gazed at the sword in his hand, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes. Indeed, this sword is a treasure. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman cherishes wealth acquired through righteous means. Although the sword came to me, it ultimately belongs to the Tai Dao, regardless of my own capabilities. Even if this sword is exceptionally rare, I would not harbor excessive greed. An object with an owner is not mine by fate. I shall regard it as a favor and return it to this true heir of the Tai Dao. With this in mind, I will return the Sanfeng sword to its rightful owner. Sheathing the sword, Luo Li dismissed his feelings of reluctance, speaking with clarity and lightness, his gaze bright and resolute. Entirely free of attachment, his indifference startled Li Qingyi slightly, leaving her with a profound impression of this striking youth. It is important to note that the Sanfeng sword is a legacy sword of the celestial master from a century ago. To consider parting with it without hesitation is a courage not possessed by ordinary individuals. Chapter 26. To live one's life to the fullest. As Li Qingyi observed the Sanfeng sword, which shimmered with a radiant glow and trembled gently, she did not immediately take the sword. After a moment of contemplation, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. The Northern Liang King Luo Li had recently slain the emissary of the Great Xia, severing ties with the imperial city in full view of the public, declaring Northern Liang's independence. This news had spread like wildfire throughout the north and south of Great Xia, and despite the rapid journey of Li Qingyi and Yuan Lu to the north, they had nonetheless heard whispers of these events. Judging by the rumors circulating, the young lord standing before her appeared to be in a rather precarious position. Even though he had recently achieved a significant victory against the northern barbarian vanguard, it merely alleviated an immediate crisis, leaving him to face a multitude of challenges ahead. With this in mind, Li Qingyi glanced eastward, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. There lay the sect from which she hailed. The Central Plains Tai Dao, while not currently a top-tier martial arts sanctuary, remained a formidable entity that many martial arts sects and aristocratic families from the northern Xian domain would not dare to provoke. Given that Luo Li had managed to reveal the brilliance of the Sanfeng sword inherited from the ancestor and had successfully broken through to the innate sea of divine energy by harnessing the Tao rhythm left by the ancestor, it indicated a fateful connection with Tai. If he were to cultivate the martial arts of the Tai Tao, receiving the true teachings of the Sanfeng sword, it would not be impossible for him to attain the status of a third-tier celestial master in the future. With this thought, Li Qingyi's mind returned to focus as she lightly parted her lips, her gaze earnest as she addressed the calm and composed young man before her. May I inquire how much the Northern Liang King knows about our Tai Dao? Upon hearing her words, Luo Li's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. Could she be suggesting that I should join the Tai Dao? Pausing for a moment in his grip on the Sanfeng sword, Luo Li found himself somewhat tempted. Setting aside the Tai Dao's renown, the benefits that the Sanfeng Dao sword could offer him were extraordinary. Though he was blessed with great fortune, able to acquire martial arts legacies through hints, those were random and unpredictable in their arrival. However, gaining Zhang Tai's legacy and the Sanfeng sword meant that simply nodding to Li Qingyi would likely lead to his admission into the Tai Dao. Your words imply, Luo Li began, trailing off. Seeing his hesitation, Li Qingyi wasted no time in expressing her intentions directly, stating earnestly, since the Northern Liang King has gained the acknowledgement of the Sanfeng sword and borrowed the legacy of our ancestor, thereby breaking into the innate realm, you are undoubtedly an exceptional talent in terms of both innate ability and opportunity. Thus, I wish to extend an invitation on behalf of my sect. Would you be willing to return with me to the Great Zhou and join the Tai Dao? Although the reputation of our Tai Dao has waned since the disappearance of our ancestor, we still have a respected elder of the celestial realm to uphold our standing, ensuring our sect does not fall into decline. I assure you, if the elder were to learn that you have received the recognition of the Sanfeng sword, a place among the true teachings of our sect would undoubtedly await you. Her words were sincere, and with the master himself speaking, their authenticity was evident. The Sanfeng sword, inscribed with the profound Tao of Zhang Tai, marked Luo Li with the seal of the Tai Dao. Should he choose to join, the elders at the Tai Mountain would certainly not refuse him, even if he came as an apprentice. After all, they were merely disciples who had obtained their legacy after the establishment of the Tai Dao, while the Sanfeng sword represented the true essence of Tai. If one could gain the consent of the legendary Sanfeng sword and seize the opportunity left by Zhang Tai to ascend into the realm of the innate, then for Luo Li, the Northern Liang King, even without formally joining the Tai sect, he would undoubtedly become a legitimate disciple of its teachings, an indelible mark upon him. Two paths lay before him. One was to remain in Northern Liang, continuing to engage with the Northern barbarians and the Great Xia, seeking justice for the 10 years of military achievements he and his realm had amassed. The other path would involve abandoning all he had accumulated to journey thousands of miles to the Central Plains and submit himself to the Tai sect, thus fortifying his martial foundation. Each choice bore its own merits and drawbacks, rendering the decision a true dilemma. Ultimately, however, it was up to Luo Li to determine his course of action. The first choice presented itself. The contemporary Tai sect, with sincere invitations, extended a hand amidst perilous times, akin to being pursued by wolves in front and tigers behind. Should he choose to travel to the Central Plains to join the Tai sect, all his problems would be effortlessly resolved, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts unencumbered. The second choice involved the millions of soldiers and civilians rallying under the banner of rebellion within Northern Liang. If he were to abandon them, it could spell disaster for the entirety of Liangzhou. For the sake of his troops and the lingering resentment within himself, it may be wise to remain in Northern Liang and, after a decisive victory over the capital of Xia, reconsider his options. The long-awaited prompt resonated once more in Luo Li's ears. The 6 paths of Buddhism, the legendary power to traverse vast distances, while merely a martial arts version, was undoubtedly extraordinary. As for the Tai sect's profound scriptures, the name suggested it was a Taoist technique for cultivating qi, likely a method suitable for the divine sea realm, indicating its high quality as a reward. Both choices were fraught with difficulty, and yet, after a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, Luo Li found clarity within. To embark on a journey to the Great Zhou for the sake of a mere opportunity would require traversing countless miles, and even with the mastery of flight, such a round trip would take at least a month. On the battlefield, circumstances could change in an instant, not to mention whether a month would suffice. Even if it did, upon Luo Li's return to Northern Liang, the situation may have already deteriorated. The Northern barbarian army had just been repelled yet remained vigilant, while the Jinyu army lay in wait, poised for action. Should he depart, the peril would no longer concern him, but northern Liang. And indeed the entirety of Liangzhou's 5 prefectures and 13 counties would likely suffer. This constituted the first reason Luo Li could not depart. The second reason was even more straightforward. Within the confines of northern Liang City, despite the precarious situation, as long as Luo Li raised his hand, his soldiers would follow him to the death. He held the reins of power, untouchable even by the Xia Emperor. However, if he ventured to the Central Plains, he would be thrust into an entirely different environment, relinquishing the current sense of freedom and authority he enjoyed, at least for the foreseeable future. Given Luo Li's nature, survival had never been his style. Life should be lived to the fullest. Otherwise, what worth is there in experiencing life anew? Thus, his choice was evident. Chapter 27. The Profound Scriptures of Tai. Choosing to remain in northern Liang City. With a firm step, he focused his gaze, looking at the fair-skinned celestial maiden before him, whose words were sincere and whose beauty was striking. He let out a gentle sigh, slowly shaking his head. Miss Qingyi, your invitation is indeed heartfelt, and I yearn to join the Tai sect and glimpse the wonders of martial arts. However, as the lord of these 5 prefectures and 13 counties, with millions of soldiers and civilians looking to me to lead them in rebellion, what would become of them if I were to forsake worldly matters today and journey to the Central Plains? Faced with the formidable northern barbarians and the watchful Jinyu army, the current prosperity of Liangzhou would surely be jeopardized, and I need not elaborate further. Thus, whether for my own pride or for the millions of innocent lives in northern Liang, I cannot accompany you to the Tai sect today. Perhaps in the future, when I have achieved my goals and settled my worldly affairs, I shall personally visit the gates of Tai Mountain to express my reverence. However, that day is not now. Therefore, I must decline your kind offer. With that, Luo Li gently nodded, acknowledging Li Qingyi's goodwill. His words, perhaps tinged with exaggeration and humility, nonetheless radiated sincerity from the depths of his heart. Li Qingyi, possessing an enlightened nature and a clear sword heart, had an innate ability to discern truth from falsehood. A pure heart does not imply ignorance of deception. Quite the opposite. Her crystalline eyes could see through the facades of most individuals. After hearing his heartfelt response, the white-clad maiden did not reply immediately. Instead, she raised her gaze, exchanging a glance with the armored young man before her. In that moment, their eyes met with unwavering clarity. In the face of the dual threat posed by the northern barbarians and the great Xia, he remained unperturbed by the invitation to the Tai sect. Li Qingyi's serene heart, like a clear lake, rippled with complexity at his words. This young man, clad in armor and exuding charisma, spoke with genuine intent. It was precisely this sincerity that stirred something within the celestial maiden from the Tai sect. In a world rife with hypocrisy, where many wore false smiles while harboring treachery, the truth could often be obscured, even among those who were once close. Take, for example, the throne of northern Liang. Today, it had become a veritable hot potato. The northern barbarians sought to breach the walls, ready to consume its occupant in vengeance for their fallen comrades, while the Xia Emperor longed to unseat this renowned prince. Many lurked in the shadows, eager to witness his downfall. Li Qingyi regarded the upright figure before her, who, while not overtly imposing, inspired contemplation. In her limited experience, she had always pursued knowledge for its own sake. Her mentors taught her swordsmanship and martial arts, yet no one had ever explained the purpose behind her training. Was it to revive the glory of her sect, reminiscent of the Tai's golden age? Was it to become the greatest in the world? To ascend to the pinnacle of fame and fortune? Perhaps not. Li Qingyi furrowed her brow, grappling with her thoughts. She felt that in this descent into the mundane, there were aspects of her existence that remained elusive, not for survival, not for profit, nor for power, but solely for the people of Liangzhou and to quell his own unfulfilled ambitions. For these ethereal and elusive ideals, he willingly embraces them. It seems this is the essence of the Tao. His sword intent, that faint echo of the Tao, may not merely stem from the legacy left by his master, but perhaps this is indeed his own path. To act despite knowing the futility of it, that is the hallmark of a true man. Such a quality is precisely what one must possess to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. After today, irrespective of the outcome, Li Qingyi shall not forget this king of Beiliang, for the profound impact he has demonstrated is truly remarkable. As the cool breeze sweeps through and the sun begins to rise, the air, now tinged with the essence of late summer, feels refreshingly crisp. The inky locks of hair are tousled by the wind, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty hidden within. Subsequently, a smile graces Li Qingyi's face as he relinquishes his inner turmoil. Since it appears that fate has deemed them incompatible as kin, he shall retrieve the Sanfeng sword and escort Princess Yuan back to Xi'an before returning home. He can only hope that this king of Beheading can realize his grand ambitions and fulfill his desires. After all, such an honorable individual is a rarity in his travels since descending the mountain. It would be truly lamentable if he were to meet an untimely end. Alas, it is regrettable that they cannot share the same path. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Li Qingyi lets out a soft sigh, just as an extraordinary phenomenon unfolds. Success in choice brings forth a reward, the Tai Dao Xianjing. In an instant, the strand of Dao rhythm that had aided Luo Li in breaking through to the innate stage re-emerges upon the surface of the Sanfeng sword. A low hum resonates as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesces into a vortex, drawing closer. The wind howls. What a fierce gust! Not far away, a Beheading soldier, busy clearing the battlefield, exclaims in astonishment. At this moment, an inexplicable wind, conjured by the spiritual energy, sweeps through the sky, squinting the soldier's eyes into mere slits. As dawn breaks, the wind rises. At the heart of this tempest stands a tall figure, gripping the Sanfeng sword, radiating a faint spiritual light. Luo Li, enveloped in this gale, gently closes his eyes. On either side of his shoulders, two ethereal Dao flowers bloom quietly, nourished by the spiritual energy of the universe. One shimmers with silver light, exuding a delicate aura. The other glows with golden brilliance, emanating a calming presence. One gold, one silver. They embody the balance of yin and yang, resonating with the teachings of the unparalleled master of Tai Dao, encapsulating both the essence of Buddhism and the carefree spirit of Taoism. Just by witnessing this scene, even those unversed in cultivation would recognize that this ink-haired youth is practicing an exceptionally profound art. Chapter 28. In youth, the thin green robe outside, the wind howls, heralding an extraordinary spectacle. Yet, Luo Li's consciousness has already delved deep into his inner world, oblivious to the external commotion. He feels as if his spirit is a paper crane, swaying like a rootless floating weed, immersed in an indescribable and wondrous state. It seems as if he is experiencing another person's life. Upon opening his eyes once more, the world has transformed. He is no longer in the chaotic battlefield, but within an unfamiliar, ancient yet fragrant room. Xiansu, the time has come. Hurry and practice your swordplay, or master will scold you again. A gentle and tender voice reaches the ears of Luo Li, or rather, the young man named Xiansu, filled with concern. In the misty spring morning, birds chirp and cicadas sing. At the dilapidated entrance of the mountain cabin, he can vaguely see the plaque inscribed with two grand characters, Tai. Confused, yet instinctively, he rises to his feet. Through the ancient bronze mirror, he sees a strikingly handsome visage, clad in a green robe that accentuates his tall frame. Devoid of opulent adornments, he exudes an inherent grace. Sister, I understand. I shall go now. Habitually responding to the indistinct figure in yellow, he picks up the antique long sword resting against the wall and steps toward the door. This sword, its blade as thin as autumn frost and adorned with Dao patterns, evokes a sense of familiarity within him. Upon exiting the room, in the courtyard filled with towering cypress trees, the young man in green gracefully wields his sword against the refreshing morning breeze. This is the secret sword technique passed down through generations in the small sect known as Tai. It is said that centuries ago, it boasted a glorious history, but alas, it has now lost much of its essence, and even the mountain gate has fallen into disrepair, shunned by all. Apart from a single master teacher, only a handful of disciples remain to uphold the facade of this minuscule sect. The youth diligently practices the sword technique, having mastered the Tai swordsmanship over the years, even surpassing his own master. Nearby, his yellow-clad sister silently observes, never uttering a word. Though Luo Li cannot discern her features, he imagines that she must be smiling as she watches her younger brother dedicate himself to his sword training. Before he can ponder further, the scene shifts once more. This time, he retains the perspective of the elegant youth named Xiansu, but he is no longer in the initial room. Instead, he finds himself standing atop a lofty mountain peak. This mountain summit feels eerily familiar. The spot where he practiced the sword, preserved within the Sanfeng sword's Dao rhythm, shares subtle similarities with this place. The arrangements and decorations are nearly identical. Xiansu, today you have achieved great success in your sword training, reaching the 7th rank of martial arts, nearly rivaling me. The innate path lies ahead, and I am greatly pleased. A dignified middle-aged man in a blue Dao robe, with 2 strands of white hair cascading down, gazes at the slightly bowed, respectful disciple before him, his expression warm with delight. Tai, a lineage with a profound heritage, has origins that transcend the realms of the mortal world, once giving birth to true masters of the heavenly realm, unlike the grand sects of this land. Regrettably, due to a calamity hundreds of years ago, our legacy has been substantially severed, and the foundation of our sect has nearly crumbled, a cruel twist of fate. However, the most crucial treasure within our sect, the Taoist secret scripture of the heavenly beings, the Tai Dao Xian Jing, remains unlost, a sliver of fortune amidst misfortune. Today, you stand on the brink of the innate stage, endowed with the dragon and tiger body, the most gifted disciple of Tai in centuries. Even your sister pales in comparison. Thus, I hope you will diligently cultivate and achieve the status of a grand master of the heavenly phenomena, perhaps even ascend to the realm of the heavenly beings, restoring the former glory of our Tai sect. With that, the middle-aged man in the Dao robe retrieves a jade talisman from his sleeve and presses it against Xiansu's forehead. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from Baoyu, surrounded by a hint of ethereal energy. Countless intricate Taoist symbols flowed from the jade talisman into the mind of the young man in the azure robe, simultaneously resonating within Luo Li's consciousness. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Tao is vast and unfathomable, akin to the origin of all things. The reason why heaven and earth can endure and persist is that they do not seek self-existence. Thus, they achieve longevity. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as if a venerable sage, hair and beard white as snow, sat serenely upon a mat, reciting the true essence of the Tao. Every gesture and word of his resembled that of a celestial being, with flowers raining from the heavens and golden lotuses springing from the earth, all pointing directly to the fundamental truth of the Tao, leaving onlookers in awe. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the wondrous scene transformed into mere illusions, shattering into fragments. When Luo Li regained his senses, he was startled to realize that the revered secret scripture of the Tai sect, the Tai Dao Xian Jing, had quietly become his own understanding. At this juncture, if Luo Li still harbored any doubts about his current situation, it would be impossible for him to reach such heights. It was rumored that the founder of Tai, Zhang Tai, whose secular name was Xiansu, practiced martial arts in his youth at a secluded sect. Later, he joined the renowned Buddhist sect, the Diamond Temple, and upon mastering profound skills, he broke away from the Buddhist lineage, merging the philosophies of Buddhism and Taoism to establish his own sect, thus birthing the Tai Dao lineage. From this, it could be inferred that the scene before him was a manifestation of the early training of the venerable Zhang Tai. Moreover, the familiar long sword must be the renowned Sanfeng sword, which had previously displayed miraculous feats. Was this mere coincidence? Or did my choice of the Tai Dao Xian Jing summon this vision? As he watched the picturesque scenery atop the sea of clouds gradually fade, the cypress trees, the drooping willows, the dignified middle-aged man in Taoist robes, and the azure-robed youth named Xiansu, Luo Li found himself deep in thought. This experience was indeed extraordinary, compelling him to ponder extensively. To extract one's spirit and immerse it in an illusory realm, such a near-divine method once again expanded Luo Li's understanding. Was this the mastery of martial arts attained at the pinnacle? Truly captivating. Chapter 29. Once drawn the sword towards the heavens. In my youth, I entered the Tai Dao sect, fortunate to receive the guidance of my master and the nurturing of my senior sister, which paved the way for my future accomplishments. Thus, those days of my youth in azure robes remain the most cherished memories of my life. What sound is that? Luo Li's spirit was engulfed in darkness as he contemplated. At that moment, a voice, rich in gravitas and magnetic resonance, suddenly echoed in his ears. Upon hearing it, Luo Li's entire consciousness snapped back, awakening him abruptly. Turning his gaze, he discovered that within the previously obscure realm of his mind stood an elegant Taoist with snow-white hair and a scholarly demeanor, quietly recounting tales of the past. This figure, exuding a unique aura, was unmistakably familiar to Luo Li. It was none other than Zhang Tai, the sword practitioner from whom he had gleaned insights from the Sanfeng sword. The only distinction was that this apparition was merely an illusion, while the Taoist before him was a genuine, sentient being. The unparalleled Master Zhang Tai, who once ranked second on the celestial rankings a century ago, rendering the Buddhist lineage speechless, had not perished. Luo Li's spirit quaked, although he remained silent. The tremors of his soul were keenly felt by the Taoist beside him. The white-haired sage turned, a crimson mark adorning his brow, his face radiating warmth like spring sunshine. Gentle yet dignified, my young friend, there is no need for concern. It is I who has drawn you into the inherited illusion of this Sanfeng sword. He began to explain calmly, his expression now tinged with admiration. From the moment you executed that extraordinary sword technique, my lingering soul consciousness embedded within this sword was awakened by your actions. After a brief observation, I believe you could be one of the finest inheritors of that treasured technique I have long safeguarded. As he spoke, the sage seemed to recall some unfortunate memories, letting out a sigh before continuing. In my life, I have 3 regrets. First, I failed to achieve recognition in my youth to honor my master. Second, I traversed the land yet could not find my senior sister. Third, I was hindered from extinguishing the legacy of the Diamond Temple. These 3 regrets, even after 200 years, are hard to fulfill, even as I ascend to the heavens. However, I see in you a spirit of resolve and responsibility. Undeterred by great adversities, and at such a young age, you have mastered such an extraordinary sword technique. Your insight must be remarkable. A talent such as yours, if met with misfortune, would indeed be a pity. Therefore, I have resolved to grant you a volume of the Tai scripture, a sword technique reflective of your understanding, with the hope that in due time, you may join the Tai sect as a guest elder, safeguarding its legacy. With that, the sage bowed with a smile, patiently awaiting Luo Li's response. This gentle discourse was like a warm spring breeze, soothing both body and spirit, leaving one enraptured. Furthermore, the scripture and sword technique, spoken of by Zhang Tai, surely were not ordinary texts. Given the perilous circumstances, any additional strength would be immensely beneficial for Luo Li, especially without the need for a long journey to Tai. Such an offer, a profitable venture with no cost, would be foolish to refuse. As for subsequent matters, if he were to accept the promise, he would naturally comply. But first, he must navigate past the impending calamities of the northern barbarians and the Great Xia. Thus, once Luo Li regained his composure, he gazed directly at the ethereal Zhang Tai, his tone unwavering as he replied, "Senior, is this truly your intention? If you can bestow upon me the genuine teachings, I shall forge a bond with Tai and establish a connection. Once the tribulations pass, I shall ascend the Tai gates to fulfill your promise. I wonder if this pleases you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's ethereal presence finally broke into a satisfied smile. "If so, it is indeed a great fortune. The scripture I wish to impart to you is one you have already grasped. It is a new compilation merging the Taoist classics of the Tai sect with my later realizations, integrating the truths of both the Buddhist and Taoist paths, a true alchemical art of the innate realm. As for the sword technique, it is one I comprehended only after vanquishing the 3 grand celestial phenomena of the Diamond Temple and the 7 unparalleled masters of the Buddhist lineage. It is the ultimate sword technique of the Tai Dao, the concluding form of the 22 Tai swords, named Sword 23. The white-haired Taoist spoke with solemnity, tinged with pride. And at last, he transformed into 2 ethereal beams of white light, one rushing towards Luo Li, while the other pierced through the illusory realm, charging towards the white-clad figure in the outer world. My young friend, it is not mere boasting. This Sword 23 is not inferior to the unparalleled techniques you previously wielded with the Sanfeng sword. Whether you can fully comprehend the essence of this technique depends entirely on your own fate. Prepare to receive it. In the next moment, the first beam of white light reached Luo Li, accompanied by the resounding laughter of the sage echoing through the air. Once Zhang Tai's ethereal spirit completely merged with Luo Li's soul, the inherited spiritual illusion finally dissipated. Though the illusion lasted for a considerable time, only a fleeting moment passed in the outside world. When Luo Li opened his sharp eyes, the golden and silver flowers on his shoulders blossomed in full glory. His energy surged to its pinnacle as he comprehended a breathtaking sword intent conveyed by Zhang Tai. Taking a deep breath, he meticulously observed every nuance of the profound understanding, determined not to overlook a single detail. In the next moment, clad in dark armor, with the fruit-bearing flowers blooming on his shoulders, Luo Li wielded his sword with a single hand, exclaiming, "Sword, come." At this moment, the winds had yet to settle, and the spiritual energy vortex continued to swirl in the air. This sudden movement caused the weapons of the soldiers within 100 meters to tremble involuntarily. The Sanfeng sword shot upwards like a silver serpent, emanating a white light, as if thunder itself clung to it. Luo Li stepped forward and grasped the sword. In an instant, hundreds of weapons erupted from the hands and sheaths of the soldiers, rushing towards Luo Li like a torrent of steel amidst their astonished gasps. The clashing of metal resonated, echoing within the 3-zhang radius surrounding the armored youth. In this moment, the area around Luo Li transformed into an extremely formidable sword domain, with the sharpness of the weapons instilling a sense of dread even in those who had reached the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. And yet, this was merely the initiation of his sword technique. With just a mere pull of energy, He could invoke the movement of countless weapons. The 23rd sword technique was bound to be formidable. As the sun began to rise beneath the horizon, a brilliant white light poured forth with the youth's resounding cry, slicing through the ground like a true dragon soaring into the sky, pointing directly at the heavens. As the sword was drawn, the winds ceased, and even the air was torn apart. Moments later, the myriad sword lights gradually converged, and the once tumultuous winds had completely vanished. The sword returned to its sheath, leaving the soldiers in a daze, gazing at the figure of the swordsman, still in disbelief. Chapter 30. Who gave you the courage? Li Qingyi had never witnessed a sword that so perfectly embodied the teachings of Tai. From the sudden burst of white light emanating from the Sanfeng sword, she comprehended the cause and effect of the moment. At that instant, she understood why this young Northern Liang king was privy to the secrets of her own sect's teachings. The ancestral master had manifested, personally imparting martial arts. The previous strike that shattered the winds was akin to an invincible sword aura, representing the culmination of the Tai sect's 22nd sword technique. A supreme sword move that took the ancestral master 20 years to comprehend. It was named Sword 23. Although the Northern Liang king had executed it in a way that could be deemed obscure and far removed from the documented supreme sword techniques of Tai, it was undeniable that he had indeed grasped its essence. This was a treasure of the sect that even Li Qingyi had never touched. If it were not for her esteemed status as the sect's leader and a true disciple, other disciples of Tai would have no qualification to glean insights from the ancestral master's Tai sword diagram. Yet, thanks to Luo Li, Li Qingyi had also been fortunate enough to seize this rare opportunity. Zhang Tai had left the ethereal remnants within the Sanfeng sword, transforming them into two insights, one gifted to the Northern Liang king, who resembled his youthful self, and the other bestowed upon an outstanding junior in the sect, Li Qingyi. Thus, Li Qingyi now shared the same profound mastery of the ultimate sword form, Sword 23, as Luo Li. Simultaneously, Li Qingyi grasped the ancestral master's intentions. She understood that the ancestral master, representing the entirety of the Tai sect, had entrusted the Sanfeng sword to this young man, making him the second master of this divine weapon. There was no longer a need for her to linger. The white-clad woman lifted her gaze, casting a complex glance at the armored youth who had sheathed his sword, a faint sense of discontent stirring within her. The ancestral master had manifested his spirit. She now comprehended his intent. Since the Northern Liang king had fulfilled the ancestral master's promise, the Sanfeng sword would remain with him for the time being. She hoped that her companion would strive diligently and ascend to greater heights in the martial arts, upholding the sword's illustrious reputation. With a graceful sweep of her flowing sleeves, Li Qingyi slightly bowed, performing a Taoist salute. After Luo Li responded, she did not linger, offering her apologies as she quickly approached the black-clad woman who had observed the entire event. Though she had only stayed for a single night, Li Qingyi's previously tranquil heart, akin to an unblemished sword, had quaked several times in rapid succession. She feared that remaining any longer would provoke the thoughts burgeoning within her. How she longed for a duel with him. The white-clad woman turned, her dark hair fluttering beneath her crown. In a corner unnoticed by Luo Li, her brown, crystalline eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, betraying a hint of yearning. She genuinely wished to engage the Northern Liang king in a friendly contest of swordsmanship to determine whose swordsmanship reigned supreme. Regrettably, the current situation did not permit such indulgence. The Northern Barbarian front had just been decisively defeated by Northern Liang, and it would not be long before the remnants of their army regrouped with their main forces and returned. To propose a duel with Luo Li at this juncture would undoubtedly result in rejection. The time was not yet ripe. Once she returned the girl to Shiyan, she would seek an opportunity to engage him. She hoped that by then, this Northern Liang king would have resolved the current predicament. Only then could she hope to have a chance to spar with him. Li Qingyi returned to Yuanla's side, remaining silent while contemplating how to find a suitable reason to challenge Luo Li. Although Yuanla was filled with questions, she hesitated to voice them. Sensing the protective figure accompanying her wore a cold demeanor and said nothing, merely guiding her towards the horses nearby. Out of concern, she refrained from expressing her thoughts. After all, despite having crossed out of the Great Xia's borders, she would still need to rely on this Tai fairy's martial prowess for the journey ahead. Thus, seeing her appear discontent, it was prudent not to provoke her further. Yet, this Northern Liang king was truly remarkable. Even the Tai true disciple from the Central Plains was overshadowed by him. Was he truly the ordinary prince of mere 8th grade martial arts spoken of in the rumors of Xianjing? The young masters of Xianjing would likely find themselves unworthy even to touch the soles of his shoes. As they stepped into the divine sea, aided by the Sanfeng sword, and having established a connection with the Tai sect. The situation between the Great Xia and the Golden Wolf Kingdom was poised for an intriguing turn. As they prepared to depart, Yuanla cast a deep glance back towards the now invisible Northern Liang army, her phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. With this Northern Liang king stirring the winds, it seemed that the long-dormant Northern Xian region would soon witness significant upheaval. Both individuals carried their thoughts as they approached the nearby horses, swiftly mounting and continuing their ride along the side path of Shanhaiguan, heading towards the borders of Xi'an. The battlefield, now meticulously cleaned, stood ready as the cavalry awaited the command of King Wang of Beiliang. With a swift mounting, the troops, having achieved a resounding victory that alleviated the pressing crisis of the moment, began their triumphant return along the path they had traveled. It was easy to foresee the warm welcome that this formidable contingent of over 10,000 iron riders would receive upon their return to Beiliang. In the rear camp of the northern barbarians, within the central command tent, a powerful figure sat upon a tiger skin chair, adorned with swirling tattoos and a countenance exuding a chilling ferocity. The bald man, observing Wanyan El kneeling before him, slammed the freshly lifted intelligence report onto the desk with tremendous force. The sound echoed sharply as the finely crafted sandalwood table, an uncommon sight in the desolate borders of the Golden Wolf King's domain, shattered into splinters. The act of destroying the table did little to assuage the bald man's ire, which was evident as he crushed the bamboo slips containing the battle reports into dust. Wanyan El, he exclaimed, his voice laced with calm menace, did I not warn you and Mengda that this offensive had been thoroughly planned? If you had merely held your positions, Beiliang would have crumbled within half a month without a single blow. I wish to know who emboldened you both to defy my orders and camp 100 miles beyond Shanhaiguan. Breathing heavily, Wakiki's fists trembled with rage, causing him a slight pang in his stomach. He glared at the silent figure before him, a stoic warrior who bore his reprimand with an unwavering resolve, seemingly indifferent to the threat of execution. You have the audacity, both you and Mengda, but let me see you triumph. Let me hear of your grand victories against Beiliang. Without such prowess, you have squandered the life of a master and 10,000 soldiers. And now you dare present yourself before me in silence? How am I to deal with you? Clenching his fists, Wakiki rapped his knuckles against his own head in frustration, his teeth grinding in irritation. These audacious individuals, emboldened by their status as masters, displayed a reckless disregard for military doctrine. Despite being their commanding officer, and even possessing superior skills, he found himself powerless against their defiance. Thus, this outburst served as a release of his pent-up fury, for he could not truly behead a master. Such an act would be akin to eliminating a national asset. It was easy to imagine the turmoil swirling in Wakiki's mind. Do you understand that your reckless actions nearly thwarted my grand designs? He demanded, tapping the armrest of his chair, his gaze narrowing as he regained his composure. He then addressed the guilty officer coldly. I am aware of my missteps, and I accept my punishment. Should you command it, I, Wanyan El, am prepared to take my own life in honor of the fallen soldiers, under the watchful eyes of CHNGSHNTN and the Golden Wolf King. His words were filled with a noble fervor, and as he lifted his head, his eyes shone with the resolve of one prepared to embrace death. His impassioned declaration evoked respect from several commanders present, who could not help but admire his spirit. Truly, he was a master, imbued with the courage to transcend life and death, something they could not aspire to match. Fortunately, Wakiki was unaware of the admiration brewing among his subordinates. Had he known, his freshly quelled anger might have reignited. Nevertheless, as he surveyed the room, he recognized their reverence, understanding their thoughts. They were valiant, yet perhaps too dismissive of the principles of warfare. Were it not for these reckless men hindering his efforts, he would not have struggled for 3 years to breach the defenses of Beiliang. 3 years prior, having just attained the 5th rank of martial arts, Wakiki was filled with ambition as he took command of the troops, believing he could succeed the old marshal and dismantle the formidable defenses of Beiliang. However, he soon realized the harsh reality. The king of Beiliang was as unyielding as a stubborn stone, entrenched within the northern domain, using Shanhaiguan as a natural fortress, refusing to engage. With heavy crossbows mounted atop the city walls, even a master's strength could not easily surmount such formidable defenses. Despite numerous assaults, Wakiki had achieved little in the way of significant victories, continually thwarted by the fearless warriors of Beiliang. Time passed swiftly, and now, after 3 long years, he finally saw a glimmer of opportunity as the king of Beiliang and the emperor of Xia faced a rift. Reports from spies within the Xia court indicated that the emperor had sent General Shui Yu of the Golden Feather Army northward, preparing to establish a base in Xianzhou and launch an offensive against the 5 regions and 13 counties of Liangzhou for the Golden Wolf King's domain. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Thus, as the commander of the southern expedition, Wakiki mobilized an army of 100,000 northern barbarians to press forward, while he secretly dispatched several envoys to infiltrate the Xia territory. These emissaries took 3 separate routes. One ventured into Beiliang to assess the situation following the king's rebellion. Another sought to clandestinely negotiate with General Shuiyu, and the third boldly entered the Xia imperial city, proclaiming the Golden Wolf King's intent to ally with Xia against the common enemy. Once these envoys completed their missions and reported back, Wakiki had a clear understanding of the situation in Liangzhou and had established a tacit alliance with General Shuiyu, effectively forming a coalition with the Xia dynasty and temporarily laying down arms. With these advantageous conditions secured, Wakiki planned to act decisively, splitting his forces. One contingent, led by a master, would feign an assault on Beiliang city, while the other would swiftly traverse hundreds of miles, utilizing the Xinzhou border to strike directly into Liangzhou from behind, thus enveloping the king of Beiliang and obliterating his stronghold. With the emperor himself issuing a decree in high spirits, Wakiki believed that even if Shuiyu only offered verbal support, he could not risk launching an attack against the army of the Golden Wolf King's domain at this juncture. After all, without the aid of the Golden Feather Army, they might not stand a chance against Beiliang. Wakiki felt confident in his strategy. If successful, the stars, terrain, and manpower would all align in favor of the Golden Wolf King's domain. The reason Beiliang had been so difficult to breach in the past was largely due to the Xia dynasty serving as a buffer and supply source. Therefore, the Golden Wolf King's forces had no choice but to assault Beiliang city directly, as there was no feasible path through Xianzhou's borders. But the circumstances had changed. The barrier and supply line that had once shielded Beiliang had been dismantled by King Wang Luo Li himself. Thus, once the royal army conquered Liangzhou, Beiliang city would merely be a solitary fortress, easily vanquished from both sides. Even if King Luo Li himself attained mastery, what could it possibly change? Should such an unstoppable momentum come to fruition, it would require a celestial grandmaster of the Middle Kingdom. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, his efforts would be in vain. Everything was in readiness, awaiting only the favorable winds. Yet, who could have anticipated that the one designated for the front-line feint, the esteemed master of the sun, Mond, known as the Eagle of the Royal Court, would so recklessly charge into battle, only to meet a hasty demise beyond Shanhaiguan, buried far from home, a fate most lamentable. This left Erky exceedingly vexed. At such a critical juncture, his subordinates would act in such a manner. How could he, as commander, not feel infuriated? Nevertheless, anger aside, the battle must go on. Thus, the Golden Wolf commander fixed his gaze upon the man kneeling before him, Wan Yinlu, who held his head high, embodying a defiance in death. To take one's own life? That would be an affront to the valiant warriors of the Golden Wolf Royal Court and a disgrace to your status as a master. We of the Golden Wolf Royal Court honor only those who fall heroically on the battlefield. We have never accepted cowardice that returns defeated, seeking death. With that, Erky rose, his imposing figure radiating a heavy sense of authority. He stared intently at the man before him, speaking each word with solemnity. Wan Yinlu, you surely understand my grand strategy. Now that Mond lies dead, the burden of feigning an attack on Beiliang city falls to you. For this, the most promising battle in a decade, half of our elite forces will soon be mobilized. At this pivotal moment, I hope you will not cause any further complications. Upon concluding his words, the commander descended from his seat to assist Wan Yinlu to his feet. Do well. Do not bring shame upon the fallen warriors, nor upon those who watch you. As his voice faded, Wan Yinlu, after a prolonged silence, finally raised his head, only to find Erky's figure had already departed the tent. After a considerable time, he slowly rose, whispering in a tone audible only to himself. Rest assured, Commander, for the glory of the eternal heaven and the Golden Wolf Royal Court, I shall not fail this time. Chapter 32. A victorious return within Shanhaiguan. After the battlefield had been cleared, a grand cavalcade of ironclad horsemen, marching in unison, rode triumphantly back to Beiliang city as the sun ascended. The black flag adorned with the emblem of the Beiliang king fluttered in the breeze, resonating against the majestic fortress beneath the sea of clouds. Li Su, who had been meditating atop the city wall with a long sword at his side, opened his eyes and gazed beyond the walls of Beiliang city. Upon recognizing the leading figure clad in dark armor, followed by a throng of soldiers, the elderly master, his hair streaked with gray, rose with a smile. The soldiers were invigorated, Even with their battle attires stained with blood, their excitement and fervor remained undiminished. Furthermore, the number of cavalrymen was nearly identical to that at their departure, rendering the outcome of the battle unmistakably victorious. "Open the gates and welcome our triumphant soldiers," Li Su proclaimed, setting aside his cup of tea. The guards flanking him were not blind, and upon witnessing the jubilance of their comrades beyond the walls, they could no longer contain their enthusiasm. When the venerable Li Su, temporarily acting as the commander of Beheading, issued his command, the herald's voice rang out, "Open the gates and welcome our triumphant soldiers." With a thunderous rumble, the sturdy gates, forged from tempered iron, began to tremble and gradually lifted. In the next moment, under the leadership of the armored youth, the victorious cavalrymen formed in orderly procession, entering the city in waves. Although the exact cost of this cavalry charge against the northern barbarians remained unknown, the expressions of exhilaration on the soldiers' faces indicated it had indeed been a resounding victory. They could only lament their inability to join the ranks of the 1,000-strong cavalry, galloping forth, spear in hand, under the banner of the Beheading king, to trample the plains and visit the enemy's encampment. The cavalry's assault was a decisive move not witnessed by Beheading in a decade. Thus, to be among this cavalry was a stroke of fortune for these soldiers. As they beheld the gallant Beheading king, sword at his side, entering the city, the soldiers lining the streets felt an overwhelming sense of envy and admiration. Upon riding his steed through the city gates and traversing the dimly lit, spacious corridor, Luo Li, at the forefront, immediately spotted the throngs of soldiers crowding the sides of the road. These soldiers gazed up at the proud, valiant knights behind Luo Li with an unprecedented envy. Sensing this, a smile crept onto Luo Li's lips. Reflecting on the previous night's decisive victory over 30,000 northern barbarian foes, culminating in the slaying of their commander Mond, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The smile at the corners of his mouth widened in tandem with his joy. What a rarity it was to celebrate such a great victory in 10 years. Alas, if only there were wine to toast this moment. With a swift motion, Luo Li unsheathed his Sanfeng sword, and in the next instant, the formidable armored youth raised the gleaming blade high, catching the light as he bellowed to all the soldiers present. "In this battle, our forces trampled the enemy's camp, slaying one of the northern barbarians' commanding generals and over 12,000 of their warriors. This commander, Mond, has led numerous assaults against Beheading, resulting in the deaths of countless brave souls who perished valiantly for their homeland. He was personally defeated by me and General Qin Xingji after a fierce battle of dozens of rounds, finally falling beyond Shanhaiguan. This vengeance has been exacted, and the countless heroic spirits that perished at his hands may now find peace. Beheading victorious." Although his voice was deep and resonant, it was but a single voice, soon fading into the air. Yet, one must acknowledge that the throng of soldiers lined up on either side of the road, as well as those armored cavalrymen behind him, comprised a multitude of over 10,000. Luo Li's roar ignited the fervor and excitement within the hearts of all the soldiers in Beheading City, like a spark to tinder. With weapons raised, the soldiers gazed skyward. Bathed in the brilliant sunlight, a chorus of enthusiastic yet uncoordinated shouts erupted in response to Luo Li's declaration. "Beheading victorious! Beheading victorious!" In the face of such an unprecedented triumph, it was not only Luo Li who felt elated. The multitude of soldiers below shared in this sentiment. As the saying goes, with the spring breeze at one's back, one rides swiftly, taking in the beauty of Chang'an in a day. Having achieved victory, they were determined to vent their pent-up frustrations and harness the sharpened resolve forged in battle in anticipation of the next confrontation to shatter the enemy forces. The streets of Beheading were a labyrinth of connections. Those residing within the city were predominantly locals, many of whom had familial ties to the stationed troops at the border. Thus, it could be said that this fortified city was home to a proud and steadfast populace, unwilling to abandon their home, comprising loyal subjects of Beheading, regardless of age or gender. Upon hearing the thunderous cheers from the city walls, akin to a roaring tsunami, and the resonant sound of hooves even from a distance of a zhang, the restless populace, who had endured a sleepless night, could no longer remain still. They surged forth from their doorways without hesitation. Such fervent jubilation was typically reserved for moments of triumphant victory, yet now, as the king of Beheading returned after a day and night with his iron cavalry, the spectacle unfolding before them was laden with significance that resonated deeply within the hearts of the townsfolk. As the citizens emerged from their homes, they beheld the numerous warriors, their forms barely discernible in the distance. "We have triumphed. Our Beheading has emerged victorious." Gazing upon the relentless galloping of the cavalry, They noticed the dried bloodstains upon their battle attire and the weary yet radiant eyes of the soldiers. For reasons unfathomable, a sense of bittersweet emotion welled within the onlookers. Why did these valiant soldiers fight with such fervor, even when aware of the perilous path ahead? Heeding the summons of their king to confront the barbarian forces at the Shanhaiguan Pass? Was it not for the very city they inhabited and for the multitude of common folk residing within its walls? The townspeople, lacking the strength to take up arms themselves, harbored profound admiration for the king of Beheading and his gallant warriors who defended their city. After all, without them, this modest border kingdom would have long since crumbled, and such a grand spectacle would never have come to pass. In the military camp of Beheading City, wisps of smoke curled up from the large cooking pots set up outdoors, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. The savory scent of simmering meat stirred appetites, making it nearly impossible to resist the urge to feast on the delicious fare. After a night of grueling battle, what the weary soldiers craved most was a hearty meal. Consequently, the sumptuous dishes being prepared were specifically ordered by Luo Li to reward his victorious troops. New recruits, fresh to the battlefield, might have found the sight of meat after a night of slaughter repulsive, but the seasoned warriors of Chun Qingji's command and the elite 8,000 cavalry led by Luo Li had witnessed countless battles. They had long since learned to maintain composure in the face of gruesome sights, making them unfazed by mere food. Surrounded by their comrades, the soldiers eagerly lifted steaming bowls of meat, not even bothering to remove their blood-stained armor, devouring their meals with relish. Meanwhile, within a nearby tent, Luo Li and Chun Qingji sat across from one another, a few jugs of wine before them as they recounted the previous night's skirmish. It seems that the significant victory against the enemy is largely attributed to General Chun, remarked Li Su, stroking his white beard in admiration as he addressed Chun Qingji. He was aware that the ambush had been orchestrated by Chun Qingji, who had boldly led the charge. However, he was astonished to learn that these 3,000 white-robed cavalrymen had successfully penetrated the enemy's camp before the heavy cavalry from Beheading could arrive. Such valor was indeed commendable. "Mr. Li is too kind. I cannot accept such praise," replied Chun Qingji, now clad in a simple white robe after shedding his armor, exuding an air of elegance rather than martial prowess. Had the other commanders not known that he was the mastermind behind this victory, they might have been deceived by his scholarly appearance. The truth remained that had it not been for the timely arrival of the king's forces, Chun Qingji's cunning strategy might have ended in disaster. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to the king for the rare opportunity bestowed upon him. Without the king's support, he knew that his singular military might would have been insufficient to turn the tide. As wine flowed into their cups, Chun Qingji simply smiled at the praise from the silver-haired elder and, after a brief moment of humility, raised his cup to drink deeply. "Ah, what fine wine! It has been far too long since I have savored such celebratory spirits. It remains as delightful as ever." Observing Chun Qingji's demeanor, Luo Li refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he filled Chun Qingji's cup once more, smiling as he said, "Since it is so enjoyable, let us drink freely. While Beheading may not boast great riches or extravagant luxuries like those of Xiangjing, when it comes to fine wine and meat, we have an abundance." Luo Li's words elicited laughter from the assembled generals. Indeed, the king speaks true. In Beheading, aside from the occasional skirmish, we have an ample supply of good wine and meat to share. General Chun, rest assured, we have forged a bond through shared trials on the battlefield. Beheading will not treat you poorly. Despite being a newcomer, the king's generous nature was evident, and he treated Chun Qingji with utmost familiarity. For the general and his troops had been personally invited by Luo Li himself. As the commanders watched the two men interact as if they were old friends, they pondered the fortuitousness of their situation. With wine and meat in abundance, and the ability to command and engage in battle, what joy could surpass this? Chun Qingji raised his filled cup, surveying the assembly before resting his gaze upon Luo Li. "This exhilarating battle has allowed me to witness your majesty's prowess. Therefore, as long as your highness does not dismiss me, I, Chun Qingji, pledge to lead these 3,000 white-robed soldiers, devotedly following your command." With that declaration, Chun Qingji stood and drained his cup, exuding a sense of unencumbered spirit. From the previous battle, he had discerned Luo Li's decisiveness and ambition, recognizing that the king possessed not only strength but also the ability to inspire loyalty among his troops. This exchange not only uplifted Luo Li's spirits but also dissolved any lingering sense of formality among the Beheading generals, solidifying Chun Qingji's commitment to their cause. Such sentiments were lessons learned from their esteemed leader, the king. Thus, at present, they began to approach Chun Qingji, raising their cups in a semblance of camaraderie. The atmosphere gradually became warm and congenial as the once cautious crowd, alongside Luo Li, engaged in a spirited exchange at the modest table, laughter erupting intermittently. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly. When Luo Li finally regained his senses, having consumed copious amounts of fine wine, he realized that the midday sun had long passed, and the horizon was now adorned with hues of crimson. The revelry had caused everyone to forget the passage of time, as they had feasted and toasted from midday until close to dusk. One can only imagine the extent of their merriment. Rising slowly from the table, Luo Li, under the watchful gazes of Chen Qingji and Lu Yun, felt a sudden surge of emotion. He stepped out of the grand tent, silently observing the orange-tinged sunset over the sea of clouds, his mind swirling with contemplations. Once this calamity at the borders is resolved and he has the opportunity to march south towards the capital, the time will come. After 10 years, does my father, who has seen me but a few times, still remember his sixth son, the harbinger of calamity? Recalling the cold remarks of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau from years past, Luo Li tightened his grip on the wine cup before releasing it, downing the remaining contents in one swift motion. How precise the timing is. The copper cup clanked as it hit the table, with a hint of inebriation on his handsome face. Luo Li let out a self-deprecating laugh and softly muttered to the dusk and his solitary shadow. Chapter 34. Flickering candlelight. Luo Li led 11,000 Northern Liang cavalry, surging forth under the stars, traversing 100 miles beyond Shanhaiguan, achieving a decisive victory over the Northern Barbarians' vanguard. Although this news was kept under wraps, it gradually leaked from both sides involved in the conflict after the event. After all, a master at the Divine Sea realm could not simply vanish without reason. And while this battle was a disgrace for the Northern Barbarians, it was impossible to keep such a significant defeat hidden from those with a discerning eye. Thus, it was not long before reports of the night battle outside Shanhaiguan reached the stationed Golden Feather Army in northern Xianzhou. At that moment, in the heart of the Golden Feather military headquarters, within the study of the formidable General Hu Wei, candlelight flickered, illuminating the dim surroundings. A man clad in golden armor, his expression composed, sat in an ornate sandalwood chair, slowly unfolding the letter presented by a subordinate. The Northern Barbarians had spies lurking within the Great Xia, and naturally, Great Xia also had its own covert scouts within the Golden Wolf King's court. The recent battle had seen Northern Liang and Northern Barbarians clash fiercely throughout the night. If such intelligence were to go unnoticed, there would be no need to dispatch scouts to suffer humiliation. Furthermore, this uplifting news had already spread across the 5 prefectures and 13 counties of Northern Liang, extending well beyond the confines of Northern Liang City. Indeed, securing the hearts of the people through a victorious battle is the most effective means. It assures the millions of soldiers and civilians in Liangzhou that Northern Liang possesses the strength to safeguard their survival against external pressures. This is invaluable in enhancing the cohesion of the entire region. As he opened the envelope, the flickering flame cast shadows on Shui Yu's fair face, obscuring his thoughts. After perusing the letter, he exhaled slowly, lifting the document to the candlelight, igniting it before watching it burn to ashes. Oh, our Northern Liang king is certainly not to be trifled with. With 10,000 cavalry, he surged forth under the stars, defeating the Northern Barbarians, claiming over 10,000 heads, and even slaying a master of the Divine Sea realm. Such news is a rarity indeed. Impressive, wouldn't you say? As he scattered the ashes of the letter from the table, the golden-armored general leaned back in his chair and suddenly addressed a shadowy figure lurking nearby. As the hour grew late, the visibility was diminished compared to daylight. Thus, even with the flickering candlelight, one might easily overlook the middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, seated on the floor, nearly blending into the environment. This man exuded an unremarkable aura, his appearance unremarkable as well. From any angle, he would hardly warrant a second glance. If he were among the masses, concealed intentionally, even locating him would be a considerable challenge. Yet, such an inconspicuous figure found himself within the grand tent of the Golden Feather Army's commander. This alone marked him as an exceptional presence. From this perspective, one could infer that his identity might be more complex than it appeared. A master capable of slaying formidable foes, a martial artist who comprehends the essence of the blade. This Northern Liang king is certainly no ordinary opponent. From the intelligence gathered previously, it seems this Northern Liang king excels at concealing his prowess. Had it not been for that Eunuch Li sacrificing his own life as a lesson, we might still be unaware of his status as a master of the Divine Sea. Moreover, a master who comprehends the essence of swordplay. This gray-robed man bore a large sword on his back, and astonishingly, the blade, though ancient and weighty, remained unsharpened. A dull blade could only inflict harm through sheer weight, akin to self-mutilation. It is indeed peculiar for someone to wield such an extraordinary weapon. Upon hearing the golden armored general's seemingly random inquiry, the sword-bearing man exhibited no surprise, responding calmly and straightforwardly with his insights. It seems Master Liang holds this Northern Liang king in high regard. I wonder if this prince, who has bestowed upon us countless surprises, piques your interest? Shui Yu raised his hand, tapping the armrest of his chair, his tone casual. Hearing this, Liang Hua furrowed his brow slightly, after a moment of silence. As if making a decision, he spoke directly to Shui Yu. Let us set aside the matter of interest for now. I have accompanied the army at the invitation of your old friend, but you should be aware of the more pressing reason. My intrusion tonight is merely to pose a question directly to you, the commander of the Golden Feather Army. With that, the sword-bearing master raised his gaze. His eyes calm as lake water, yet an undercurrent of profound blade intent emanated, which Shui Yu could clearly perceive. I wish to know if the army that advanced northward from the border of Xian Prefecture last night was indeed the Northern Barbarians? As the words fell, the candlelight flickered. Plunging the room into silence, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. A momentary look of astonishment crossed Shui Yu's face. He ceased his tapping on the chair and looked up, meeting the gaze of this long-acquainted old friend. After a prolonged silence, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "It appears you are not entirely oblivious. I thought that by keeping you in the dark, I could treat this matter as if it had never occurred. But it seems I have underestimated you." With that, Shui Yu shrugged in resignation. Liang Hua merely smirked silently before stroking the blade on his back, falling into silence once more. I understand now. It appears that today you have come to confront me, seeking retribution. Do you hold me responsible for allying with the Northern Barbarians and inviting foreign enemies into our territory? Observing Liang Hua's demeanor, Shui Yu could only respond with resignation. Yet, you must understand that with the king of Northern Liang raising the banner of rebellion in Liangzhou, the 5 prefectures and 13 counties within its borders are rallying, with millions of soldiers and civilians united as one. If I do not collaborate with the Northern Barbarians, how could my 30,000 Golden Feather Army, along with the 20,000 local troops summoned from Xianzhou, possibly contend with the formidable force of Luo Li? Although the Northern Barbarians' advance poses a crisis, it may also serve as an exceptional opportunity to break the deadlock. I am establishing contact with the Northern Barbarians, presenting them with a grand opportunity to penetrate Northern Liang, while simultaneously positioning troops along the borders of Xianzhou, awaiting the opportune moment. Once the situation in Liangzhou shifts, I shall lead my forces northward to reclaim the advantageous position. This strategy not only presents the chance to fulfill the Emperor's mandate of quelling the rebellion, but also offers the rare possibility of delivering a devastating blow to the Northern Barbarians, thereby inflicting significant damage upon the Golden Wolf King's court. A general must possess the wisdom to make choices. Under the night's veil, in the study of the Golden Feather Army's commander, flickering candlelight illuminated 2 contrasting expressions. One, clad in golden armor, spoke with gravitas, while the other remained silent, his eyes betraying a sense of indifference and distraction, easily discernible to any observer. I understand your predicament, and I acknowledge that this plan is indeed the most viable solution at present. However, Shui Yu, I am not you. The master in a robe rose, removing the long sword from his back. Gripping the massive blade, he addressed his old friend, one with whom he shared a bond of years. In a solemn tone, though I have long forsaken my former sect, even attaining the status of a master without returning, the grievances I harbored against that old man have not diminished over the years. Yet, I have always known that I, Liang Hua, am a citizen of the Great Xia. And more importantly, I am of Liang. The outcome of the conflict between the king of Northern Liang and the emperor of Xia holds no significance for me. This invitation from you was merely to witness the might of Northern Liang, but more importantly, to return and show that old man of the Yan Dao sect that I need not rely on him to achieve mastery, becoming a figure of unparalleled talent that has not emerged from the Yan Dao sect in a century. Yet, your actions, Shui Yu, have left me, your long-standing friend, deeply disappointed. With a flourish, the long sword, weighing nearly 100 pounds, was raised towards Shui Yu, showing no regard for his status as the commander of the Golden Feather Army. The essence of warfare for the Great Xia ultimately revolves around their own matters. However, when foreign invaders breach our borders, engulfing the entirety of Liangzhou in flames, it becomes a matter of profound righteousness. As the saying goes, the true chivalry serves the nation and its people. Shui Yu, as a general of the Great Xia, cannot be oblivious to this. Even more egregious is your desire for me to remain here in hiding, though I am without parents, raised by that old man. I hail from Fufeng County in Yinmen Prefecture, and the first stop heading north from Xianzhou is Yinmen. Do you wish to see my homeland fall to the northern barbarians? Truly remarkable. Taking a breath, Liang Hua's anger surged. I ask you, will you send forth troops? The previously calm atmosphere grew tense in an instant, as the latent energy of the confrontation surged forth, as if on the brink of erupting. The scene was fraught with tension. Liang Hua drew his sword against Shuiyu, who could no longer afford to act nonchalantly. The commander of the Golden Feather Army slowly rose, his hawkish gaze fixed upon the robed master wielding a sword. Speaking with a tinge of frost in his voice, Liang Hua, are you truly resolved? I have urged you to remain calm. After all, it was the very hero of the Yin Dao sect who expelled you from our ranks. The millions of soldiers and civilians in northern Liang share your fate. I, Shuiyu, journeyed alongside you to the central plains to pursue knowledge, enduring countless hardships together. You have never retreated in the face of adversity. Your mastery of the sword today owes a part of its success to me, yet you repay me thus? I summoned you from afar to assist me in defeating our enemies, not to offer lectures. Shuiyu's words were steeped in nostalgia for their past camaraderie. Yet he refrained from addressing the matter of military action. Their heated exchange resounded beneath the night sky, drawing the attention of the guards outside, who hurriedly rushed in. General, they began to call, but upon seeing Liang Hua, clad in robes and brandishing a sword, staring intently at Shuiyu, their words faltered. These guards, loyal to Shuiyu, were not unfamiliar with the middle-aged master held in high regard by the entire army. Liang Hua, the blade-wielding prodigy of the great Xia. Born into hardship in Fufeng County of Liangzhou, he grew up without parents, begging on the streets and competing with wild dogs for scraps, cultivating a fierce and fearless disposition. Had it not been for the compassionate Yin Dao sect leader, Liang Zhongru, who, upon passing, took the 8-year-old Liang Hua as his disciple, bestowing upon him a name and bringing him into the Yin Dao sect, it is likely that this master would have met an untimely end in some dark corner, forgotten by the world. However, upon entering the Yin Dao sect at the age of 8, this rebellious prodigy finally encountered the pinnacle of his journey, dispelling the shadows that loomed over him. Upon joining the sect, Liang Hua unveiled his unparalleled talent, both in martial arts and swordsmanship. Witnessing this, Liang Zhongru, despite being a mere 7th-tier martial artist, was overwhelmed with joy. The Yin Dao sect, known for its prestige, lacked the foundation of a true master, and until today, it had been Liang Zhongru alone who sustained its legacy for centuries. Encountering such brilliance, he envisioned the possibility of Liang Hua achieving mastery, compelling him to devote his utmost efforts to nurturing the prodigy. Alas, such fortune was fleeting, due to incompatible temperaments. The strict adherence to ancient traditions from the stern master and the fierce nature of his audacious disciple led to numerous conflicts over the years. Eventually, following a significant upheaval, Liang Zhongru could no longer tolerate the disciple he had once held in high esteem, expelling him from the sect with no intention of reconciliation. It was thought that this would deliver a heavy blow to the fearless Liang Hua. However, contrary to expectations, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, he ventured beyond the northern 3 prefectures, traversing the vast lands of the great Xia, seeking opponents to test his blade, earning him the notorious reputation of a sword enthusiast in the martial world. Subsequently, he became unstoppable. After 3 years of testing his blade, feeling a sense of stagnation, Liang Hua conspired with his friend Shuiyu to journey eastward to seek out the 9 lineages of military strategy. The journey ahead is fraught with formidable challenges. Yet it is indeed surprising that the renowned sacred land of the martial arts, the 9 veins of the military, has bestowed upon this fervent swordsman an extraordinary opportunity. At this juncture, both fortune and accumulation have reached a sufficient threshold, and Liang Hua, aware of his own limitations, commenced his silent practice with the blade, gradually fading from the limelight of the martial world. After 6 years of obscurity, at the age of 33, Liang Hua, having amassed enough experience, broke through the formidable barrier of the divine sea with a single decisive stroke, entering the realm of masterhood and astonishing the entire martial community. A mere discarded disciple of a second-rate sect had, through sheer diligence, risen to the status of a legendary master. This not only served as a resounding slap in the face to the Yin Dao sect, but also became a beacon of aspiration for many. Thus, the name of the great Xia blade maniac echoed throughout the world. This swordsman shared an unbreakable bond with General Shuiyu of the Golden Feather Army. Yet why, on this fateful night, did they find themselves at odds within this very chamber? The loyal guards, filled with bewilderment, dared not voice their inquiries. Consequently, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 36. A single blade. All under heaven can be conquered. Everyone withdraw. This is no affair of yours. Upon witnessing his subordinates rush into the room, Shueyu's countenance, though cold, did not betray excessive anger. Rising to his full stature, Shueyu exuded an undeniable charisma. Having endured countless hardships alongside Liang Hua to seek the sacred sites of martial arts in the Central Plains, it was clear that Shueyu was no ordinary individual. With vital energy swirling in the palm of his hand, he commanded his soldiers to retreat, and from the imposing aura that surrounded him, it was evident that he, while perhaps not as formidable as Liang Hua, was indeed a dignified sixth-rank master. It was no wonder that the emperor entrusted him with significant responsibilities, leading the Golden Feather Army northward to quell the rebels. His calm words prompted the guards to exchange glances, ultimately yielding to their commander's orders and departing. After all, in the face of a dispute between two masters, even if the guards wished to intervene, their humble abilities would only serve to hinder. Thus, it was wiser to withdraw early and preserve their lives. The guards swiftly retreated, and the dim light illuminated the modest study, plunging it back into silence, leaving only Liang Hua and Shueyu within. With a decisive crash, Liang Hua brought his unadorned long blade down, creating a dent in the floor as he gazed silently at the departing guards. I understand your intent, and after tonight, we shall part ways. With those words, the surging vital energy around Liang Hua dissipated. Clad in a simple gray robe and carrying only his great sword, he pushed open the door and strode into the night sky. Along the way, the commotion attracted the attention of the Golden Feather Army soldiers. Yet not a single soul dared to impede his passage. They merely observed as he confidently walked away, disappearing into the encampment, heading north towards Liangzhou. A lone figure with a blade, ready to traverse the world, faced even the general commanding tens of thousands of troops without a flicker of regret. Such audacity is indeed rare in this age. My lord, it is evident that the news of the northern barbarians crossing the border was intentionally leaked to Master Liang. Why then did it escalate to such a confrontation? Could we not have simply sat down to discuss? As the farce concluded, a trusted aide who had witnessed the entire episode entered the room, gazing at the small dent left by the lingering energy, puzzled as he looked up at Shueyu. He could not fathom why his general, who shared a long-standing friendship with Master Liang, would resort to such a violent confrontation to resolve their differences. There is no need for further inquiry on this matter. Go and instruct the soldiers to rest. It was merely a minor nocturnal incident. The true spectacle has yet to commence. After Liang Hua's departure, Shueyu, who had initially wore a semblance of anger, swiftly regained his usual composure. Upon hearing the subordinate's question, the golden-armored general even managed a faint smile, revealing that he had not taken the earlier altercation to heart. After dismissing the somewhat perplexed aide with a few words, Shueyu surveyed the now tranquil room, shedding his armor and donning more comfortable attire for rest. He stared at the dent created by Liang Hua's blade, watching as the vital energy lingered, and after a long silence, he scoffed to himself. Can one truly be indifferent? If one could disregard the master who once expelled you from the sect, how could the blade intent you cultivated possibly manifest in such a manner? A blade without a sheath, only revealing its edge. The Yin Dao sect has indeed produced a remarkable disciple. Regrettably, military orders are as unyielding as mountains. I can only resort to this means to send you back, so as to avoid future awkward encounters. Otherwise, I would betray the Emperor's grace. The Northern Liang King. The Northern Barbarians. Shueyu lay back on his couch, recalling the monarch of Northern Liang and the barbarian troops that had previously traversed through Xianzhou. He raised his left arm and clenched his fist suddenly. Just a bunch of rabble. With a light chuckle, a faint stream of vital energy flowed from Shueyu's relaxed hand. Whoosh! The energy gust extinguished the flickering candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. At the border of Xianzhou and Liangzhou, within the territory of Yanmen County, under the glow of the night, Yi El-Dashur halted his steed, gazing into the distance before raising his arm to beckon the troops behind him. How far are we from the true stronghold of Liangzhou? Thud! Upon hearing their commander, the soldiers swiftly brought forth a captured civilian and tossed him to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This unfortunate soul was one of the few survivors from a small village slaughtered by the Northern Barbarian Army after their advance from the Xianzhou border. Had it not been necessary to rely on these survivors for guidance, the entire village would have been annihilated by these merciless invaders, with no one left to tell the tale. Such is the brutal reality of war. Should the Northern Liang dynasty seize power, even the slightest opportunity would prompt Luo Li to rally his troops to valiantly confront the invaders from the northern steppes, ensuring their complete annihilation. The same applies to the Golden Wolf King's court. If they have the audacity to invade Liangzhou, it will spell disaster for the inhabitants under Northern Liang's jurisdiction. The deep-seated enmity accumulated over the years cannot simply be brushed aside. To the northern barbarians, the common folk residing within Liangzhou are nothing more than two-legged livestock, derogatorily referred to as two-legged sheep. The middle-aged man, tossed to the ground and threatened by the two northern barbarian cavalrymen, appeared pale and trembling. His entire village had been eradicated by these demons, whose origins remain unknown. On the eve of calamity, he stood beside his humble abode, diligently watering the freshly planted loquat tree. His labor stemmed from the simple desire to please his child, who relished the fruit. After considerable effort, he had finally procured a sapling from Changshan County. As he watered the tree, his mind wandered to the cherubic smile of his child, peacefully slumbering within the cottage. The child's mother had tragically perished during childbirth, and he had devoted countless days and nights to nurture the boy, cherishing him as his very lifeline. The mere thought of the child, barely 5 or 6 years old, sent tremors coursing through his body. Just a short while ago, he had witnessed, under the duress of northern invaders, the blood of his beloved offspring splattering upon the tender loquat tree. The haunting cries, tinged with innocence, and the nightmarish echoes of a blade piercing flesh still reverberated in his ears like a relentless torment. The most profound sorrow in life is to see a parent bid farewell to a child. Yet, there exists a deeper despair, witnessing one's own progeny meet their demise, while feeling utterly powerless, trampled beneath the boots of invaders. Forced to watch with eyes that threatened to bleed tears of anguish. With such thoughts consuming him, tears welled in his eyes. He was consumed by hatred. Chapter 37. I shall annihilate you all. As he gazed upon the scoundrels who had wrought such devastation, listening to their nonchalant banter, this man, who had lived most of his life in meekness, felt an unexpected surge of fervor ignite within him. After a lifetime of caution, he found himself brimming with audacity. His teeth ground together in a furious clench. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the leader at the forefront, even as he lay helplessly on the ground, pinned down by the sharp end of a weapon. He stared at Yeldashi, who had halted his horse, eager for a response. Suddenly, a derisive laugh escaped him. You filthy scoundrel! You slaughtered my entire village and took my child's life before my very eyes, and now you expect me to guide you? Dressed in armor and adorned in bizarre attire, these barbaric invaders, lacking in civility and decorum, had not dared to approach Shanhaiguan in a decade. You wretches shall soon be crushed and exterminated by the prince himself. I only lament that I shall not witness that day. With the last vestiges of his strength, he hoarsely shouted the most venomous curses he could muster, his pale face betraying the agony of his spirit. Though his voice was weak and raspy, it served as his sole act of defiance against the northern savages before the specter of death. He no longer wished to live. Yeldashi, who sat with an inscrutable expression, suddenly furrowed his brow at the sharp sound that pierced the air. To dare bark like a dog in the face of death. How tiresome. Since no answers could be coaxed from him, he decided to press forward, confident that after 100 miles, they would surely encounter civilization. Kill him. At Yeldashi's impatient command, the two northern riders immediately understood. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the man's heart. He collapsed, his tattered clothes soaked in blood. It is uncertain whether he felt a flicker of relief in his final moments. How tragic it is to face death unarmed. The northern Liang king? Merely a child. Reflecting upon the thrill of previous slaughter, Yeldashi regarded the still warm corpse on the ground with disdain. Soldiers, heed my command. Move out at once. We must see signs of life before dawn, and then we shall raise the city. With those words, the ground trembled beneath the thunderous hooves of an army. A battalion of northern cavalry surging forth from the borders of Beixian Prefecture, advancing towards the northern reaches. The palpable aura of death loomed over the battlefield, insurmountable even beneath the shroud of night. A great catastrophe was imminent. 3 days later, in Beiliang City, the triumph from over half a month prior had enveloped the entire city in jubilation. Even now, the discussions among the citizens revolved around the valiant general who had shattered the enemy's ranks under the cover of night, and the ruler of Beiliang who had severed the head of the enemy commander with a single stroke. The momentum from that victory far eclipsed previous triumphs, serving as a testament to the prowess of Beiliang's cavalry, rivaling that of the nomadic hordes. This sense of accomplishment and fulfillment brought immense comfort to the populace. Yet, this joy was short-lived. Today, the atmosphere thickened with the unsettling news that swept in from the rear, casting a pall over the city, as if dark clouds had gathered ominously. In the main hall of the Beiliang royal residence, Luo Li, clad in royal attire, stood tall with a commanding presence that spoke volumes of his noble status. Seated upon an opulent chair, he gazed at the intelligence reports laid before him, lost in thought for a considerable time. This urgent missive had been penned by the governor of Yinmen, who had exhausted 2 fine steeds to deliver it swiftly through the night. The parchment bore no extraneous details. It contained but one crucial message. 3 days prior, a large contingent of northern cavalry had been sighted near the borders of Liangzhou, adjacent to Xianzhou. Emergency alert from Yinmen. Upon reading this letter, Luo Li felt a chill seize his heart. The appearance of a massive force of northern cavalry in the rear was an ominous portent. Yinmen County, situated at the rear of Liangzhou, had historically been a peaceful region, ill-prepared for war. Its military capabilities were weak, and had it not been for the recent conscription efforts in response to the call of Beheading, the number of combatants would have been scant. Even so, combining the forces of Yinmen County with the 3 subordinate counties and surrounding towns, they could scarcely muster more than 50,000 troops. And those 50,000 were likely to be of varying quality. Having merely a little over 10,000 seasoned warriors would be considered fortunate. One must remember that Liangzhou, being vast and sparsely populated, apart from the establishment of Beheading, comprised the northern territories, which were a nation within a nation. The remaining 5 prefectures and 13 counties formed the foundation of Liangzhou. The urgent news from Yinmen County, the closest to Xianzhou, indicated that it was in grave peril. Indeed, Luo Li's suspicions were well-founded. By the time this intelligence reached him, numerous small villages in Yinmen County had already been slaughtered, and several towns had been ravaged and laid to waste. Were it not for the swift response of the Yinmen governor, who had rallied troops and collaborated with local martial heroes and sects to mount a defense against the northern cavalry, the situation would likely have become even more dire. Shuiyu, you scoundrel! Bang! Clenching the paper in his hand. Recalling the 30,000 golden feather troops and the 20,000 local soldiers led by the formidable General Hu Wei at the borders of Xianzhou, Luo Li could not help but utter a curse, immediately slamming his palm down on the table before him. Why had this northern barbarian army appeared so far behind the lines in Liangzhou? Even a fool could discern that there were certainly conspirators at play in the rear, colluding with the northern savages. Otherwise, how could the iron cavalry of the north dare to circumvent the treacherous Shanhaiguan and launch a surprise attack from the rear? It was evident that someone had been watching idly, deliberately allowing the tiger to enter the gate, hoping to profit from the ensuing conflict. However, one must admit, it dealt a heavy blow to the already precarious situation, further compounding the difficulties at hand. Taking a breath, Luo Li, filled with rage, suddenly scoffed. Yilu Dashi and Shuiyu? What wretches! Since you dare to undermine me, Luo Li, if I show fear and do not divide my forces, would that not betray weakness to the enemy? Calculating against the northern Liang and slaughtering my people in Liangzhou, you truly play a masterful hand. Clenching his fists, Luo Li's words dripped with a barely contained fury. Those 2 scoundrels, prepare for their demise. Chapter 38, taking command personally. Summon General Chun and General Liu, as well as the various leaders of the northern Liang army, to convene at the royal palace without delay. Slightly calming his agitated heart, Luo Li called in the guards standing at the door. The fierce words he had just spoken were undoubtedly overheard by his loyal attendants. An urgent message from Yinmen in Liangzhou. In the face of such a grave matter, no one dared to treat it lightly. Thus, upon hearing Luo Li's command, the guards immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the stables to relay the crucial information to the senior commanders of northern Liang. Shortly thereafter, the hall was filled with gathered commanders, observing the solemn expressions of the leaders, who seemed already privy to some news. Luo Li gently picked up the intelligence report from the table, and with a grave tone, spoke deliberately. Esteemed commanders, an urgent message has arrived from Yinmen, Liangzhou, indicating that a large contingent of northern barbarian cavalry has traversed hundreds of miles, circumventing the perilous Shanhaiguan, and is now advancing northward without obstruction. The latest battle reports we have received are already 3 days old, leaving us in the dark about the current severity of the situation. It is not difficult to surmise that these northern marauders have been emboldened to attack our rear due to a collusion with the commander of the Golden Feather Army, Shuiyu. This means we must not only crush this invading force, but also prepare to confront the formidable Golden Feather Army of the Great Xia immediately after. The gravity of his words deepened the understanding of the assembled warriors regarding the perilous situation. The commander of the Golden Feather Army stationed at Xianzhou, Shuiyu, was not only well-versed in military strategy, but also a martial arts master of the 6th rank. Coupled with his elite force of 30,000 Golden Feather troops and an additional 20,000 local soldiers, this formidable 50,000-strong army had long been a thorn in the side of northern Liang. Facing such a formidable force, Luo Li and Northern Liang had to tread carefully, especially with the unexpected arrival of the Northern Barbarian Cavalry. Had the various regions of Yinmin not been prepared for the Golden Feather Army, the consequences would have been catastrophic for the common folk within the expansive boundaries of the region. Given that the Northern Barbarians were advancing from the rear, it was certain that the area beyond Shanhaiguan would not remain peaceful for long. Seizing this opportune moment, the Northern Barbarian commander would undoubtedly dispatch a large army to assault the gates, forcing our troops to be stretched thin, needing to rush to Yinmin for assistance while simultaneously repelling the incoming barbarian attacks. Both Shui Yu and the Northern Barbarian commander had their own agendas. The former wished to observe the conflict between Northern Liang and the Northern Marauders, while the latter was eager to be used as a pawn by Shui Yu to enter Liangzhou unimpeded, aiming to decimate Northern Liang and avenge the humiliation of a decade past. The previous victory over the enemy camp, while a morale booster, merely opened the curtain on the true challenges Northern Liang now faced. Only by winning this great battle could Northern Liang truly flourish. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. As Luo Li finished speaking, a calm voice interjected. Clad in dark iron armor and wielding a finely crafted sword, Lu Yun stepped forward to the center of the hall, supplementing Luo Li's remarks by meticulously analyzing the pressing situation for the assembled commanders, proving himself to be an invaluable ally of Northern Liang. In light of the dire circumstances, Lu Yun requested permission to lead the Northern Liang cavalry to assist Yinmin, vowing that the Northern Barbarians would not set foot in Liangzhou. His eloquent words ignited a fervor among the assembled warriors. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with enthusiasm. General Lu spoke wisely. I too am willing to lead my troops. I shall march alongside General Lu to ensure that the Northern Barbarians are vanquished here. Several 7th-rank martial generals, each embodying formidable strength, stepped forward, all having reached the pinnacle of their potential. Had it not been for the unique challenges of the Divine Sea Pass, they would have likely achieved even greater heights by now. Yet even without crossing that threshold, they were among the elite in the postnatal realm, having distinguished themselves among the ranks of Northern Liang over the past decade. For Northern Liang, we are prepared to brave any peril and face death without hesitation. The voices of the generals resonated through the hall, dispelling any lingering gloom that had clouded Luo Li's thoughts. If the soldiers could muster such courage and were willing to fight fiercely, united in purpose, then what fear could they have, even against overwhelming odds? With a sudden burst of excitement, Luo Li slapped his armrest, rising to his feet. Your valor, dear comrades, is well known to me after these 10 years. You are all exemplary, regardless of the outcome. It is this very resolve that commands my utmost respect for those willing to heed the call of duty. After all, they were not facing a mere game. They were confronting a war that would determine life and death. On the battlefield, countless have perished, their bodies wrapped in battle-worn shrouds. No one could claim to have returned unscathed from such encounters. Even Luo Li would not assert absolute certainty of survival. For those who had yet to reach the innate realm, the risks were even greater. Yet it was precisely this spirit of sacrifice, this willingness to give their all for Northern Liang, that moved the heart. Some things, after all, hold greater significance than life itself. However, there was one matter that I must make clear to all of you. Know that this is not merely a defensive battle. Since the Northern Barbarians dare to unleash their cavalry northward, there will undoubtedly be many strong adversaries gathered within their encampment. If it were a battle for the city, we at Shanhaiguan would have formidable crossbows and a tight defense. Even a grandmaster would not dare to venture alone, fearing the concentrated fire of the heavy crossbows that could turn him into a bloody husk. This is the primary reason we have withstood the pressure from the Northern Barbarians for so many years. The enemy attacks while we defend, occupying the advantageous position of time and terrain, rendering the enemy's strengths ineffective, thus creating an inherently unequal war. However, the situation has now changed. The Northern Barbarians have circumvented Shanhaiguan, launching a surprise attack on our rear in Liangzhou, transforming the landscape into a vast expanse, and the circumstances will be vastly different. In the wilderness, achieving the 6th rank allows one to single-handedly vanquish thousands. At this point, Luo Li cast a sweeping glance and solemnly concluded, if you all were to lead, we would undoubtedly face an unprecedented predicament, teetering on the brink of life and death. Therefore, for the sake of Beiliang and the greater good, I cannot allow you to command an army. This time, we must have a master of innate divine sea at the helm, and at this moment in the Beiliang army. General Chun is unfamiliar with Liangzhou's terrain and is unsuitable to lead troops into battle, while Mr. Li, despite being a master of martial arts, possesses scant knowledge of military command. Thus, the only one capable of leading is I, The King. Chapter 39. A cohesive army, marching into battle. The Northern Barbarian Commander Yeldashi and the Jean Feather Army's General Shuiyu, though I hold them in contempt, are indeed adept in military command. A fact I must reluctantly acknowledge. Should we fail in this expedition, Liangzhou would be drenched in blood. Therefore, we must achieve victory at all costs. And thus I must personally lead the charge. General Chun, Mr. Li. In the Great Hall, Luo Li regarded the multitude of generals seeking his command, his mind naturally teeming with his own strategies. After expressing his resolute determination, he scanned the circle of generals, their words silenced, but their eyes still ablaze with martial spirit, and turned his gaze to the foremost figures, the white-clad figure and the sword-wielding elder, and spoke in a grave tone. At present, Beiliang has an army of 100,000 ready for deployment. The southern 5 prefectures and 13 counties of Liangzhou can mobilize a defensive force of at least 50,000 soldiers capable of taking the battlefield. Accordingly, I am resolute to lead 30,000 light cavalry, racing through the night to Yanmingwan, for speed is of the essence to intercept the northern barbarians, while simultaneously sending messengers with royal edicts to all counties, commanding them to bring troops at once to reinforce the front lines. After my departure, Beiliang City will still have 70,000 defenders, which I shall entrust to you both. Having said this, Luo Li adjusted his attire and, as a king, performed a solemn bow to the 2 foremost figures and the surrounding generals. May Beiliang endure forever. I thank you all. After this gesture, Chun Qingji slightly inclined his body, and Li Su returned the courtesy. The multitude of generals behind them knelt on one knee, responding in a fervent manner to their king, who they were all willing to serve unto death. Your Majesty speaks profoundly. We are honored to receive such courtesy. After the voices of Chun Qingji and the other generals resounded, he turned to Luo Li with a warm tone, a smile in his voice. My lord, when I entered the city, you mentioned that Beiliang does not indulge in empty formalities. How is it that now you wish to bow deeply? Does this not contradict your own words? Upon saying this, the elegant young man clad in white robes gracefully waved his wide sleeves and then bowed deeply, exclaiming in a robust voice, there is no need for concern. Mr. Li has immersed himself in the sword arts for half his life. His skills are unparalleled, and he can easily break through any single opponent. As for me, Chun Qingji, I have spent my life practicing the art of strategy. I possess experience in troop deployment and city defense. You may lead the troops, for Beiliang shall be safeguarded by me, Chun Qingji, without fail. As he raised his long, slender arms, Chun Qingji concentrated his energy between his fingers and gently clenched his fist. Boom. In the next moment, a force capable of shattering the air and producing shockwaves erupted from his clenched fist. Come and go without return were the 4 words he slowly exhaled, embodying an unparalleled confidence. Meanwhile, Li Su, stroking his white beard, smiled, his silence affirming his unwavering support. In light of this, I shall refrain from further declarations. It is a privilege to have you all collaborating on this grand endeavor. Rising from the bow, upon hearing Chun Qingji's words and witnessing Li Su's demeanor, the dignified man clad in royal garments laughed heartily. Given the urgency of this military affair, I will take the 3,000 white-robed troops under General Chun, as they are formidable fighters. With their assistance, coupled with our 30,000 elite armored cavalry, I believe even the Northern Barbarian cavalry, no matter how elite, shall be no match for us. Upon hearing Luo Li's words, Chun Qingji's expression remained unchanged, and he responded without hesitation. My lord, there is no need for such formality. Since they have entered Beiliang City, these 3,000 white-robed troops naturally belong to Beiliang's cavalry. If you wish to take them as vanguard, it is their honor. Moreover, this white-robed army has fought alongside me for many years, even until the final moment. They are warriors who cast aside life and death. For them, killing on the battlefield is the utmost glory, and with you leading, they could not be more delighted. Song Jingxiu, Yu Tianmin, where are you? Chun Qingji replied to Luo Li while raising his head and bellowing. I am here. I am here. As his voice echoed, the 2 men standing behind Chun Qingji stepped forward without hesitation. They clasped their hands in salute towards the white-robed general and the king clad in royal attire. Responding earnestly, Song Jingxiu and Yu Tianmin greet your majesty. Hearing their thunderous voices, Luo Li turned to see 2 robust men, one draped in white armor and standing at least 8 feet tall, and the other a bald man with a scarred face exuding a fierce aura. Standing side by side in the center of the hall, their vigorous presence indicated that they were both skilled warriors who had attained the 7th rank in martial arts. True heroes indeed. My lord, these 2 are the most valiant warriors of my white-robed army, and serve as my right and left hands. With their assistance in commanding this white-robed cavalry, it is as though I am personally leading them, remarked Chen Qingji as he introduced the two. The man draped in white armor, standing tall at over 8 feet, is named Song Jingxiu, who has long followed Chen Qingji. While he may not match his command in strategy or martial prowess, he is nonetheless a renowned military leader. The other, the bald man with a scarred face, is Yu Tianmin, a master of the long halberd, who always leads the charge in battle, making him the perfect vanguard. Excellent. With these two fierce generals accompanying us, our chances of victory have undoubtedly increased. With admiration in his eyes, Luo Li regarded the two formidable warriors and nodded slightly. A general's prowess is often reflected in the quality of his soldiers. With a general like Chen Qingji, who can vanquish foes with such ease, these two deputy commanders, even if not equal, are certainly not far behind. Lu Yun, heed my command. As we depart for the military camp, assemble 30,000 cavalry, appointing you as the vice commander, with Song and Yu as the vanguards. Equip yourselves lightly and follow this king as we promptly exit the city, heading towards Liangzhou's Yanmen. To reinforce the southern borders, we shall expel those audacious northern barbarians who dare to invade our Liangzhou. The remaining commanders will remain within the confines of Beiyang City, under the command of Masters Chen Qingji and Li Su, primarily tasked with defense, vowing to safeguard our foundation until my return, without fail. Do all commanders remember this? With that, Luo Li stepped forward, extracting the resplendent sword that hung upon the wall, a symbol of the royal authority of Beiyang, and raised it high, sharply questioning the gathered commanders. Upon witnessing the sword of sovereignty, the commanders grew solemn. A royal decree must be obeyed. We shall etch this into our hearts and vow never to forget. For Beiyang, we shall fight to the death. Chapter 40. The scholar guards the nation's gate. In Yanmen County, the county city is shrouded in a gloomy sky, encompassing the surroundings. The air is thick with smoke, and blood stains the walls. The stench of carnage pervades the atmosphere, and beyond the wilderness, the ground is littered with corpses. The revered divine crossbow, capable of slaying masters, is displayed atop the city wall, wielded by soldiers who have entered the realm of martial arts. The bolts of this crossbow are forged entirely from dark iron, with sharp tips capable of shattering boulders, serving as one of the formidable instruments to suppress the assaults of martial experts during wartime. The potential for inflicting damage and the certainty of annihilation are two entirely different matters. If the divine crossbow could indeed eliminate masters and intimidate martial experts across the realm, the northern barbarian forces would not dare to be so brazen. Nevertheless, even the slightest possibility of threat posed by the divine crossbow cannot be dismissed. At the very least, the current northern barbarian commander does not dare to ascend the city wall alone, which serves as testament to this truth. At this moment, the entire Yanmen County, indeed all of Beiyang, is in desperate need of time. If we can withstand the stormy onslaught for a little longer, reinforcements will arrive from the rear. Only then can the grim and seemingly hopeless battlefield of Yanmen be said to have a glimmer of hope. Yet, it remains uncertain when this beacon of hope will finally arrive. Currently, atop the Yanmen city wall, the county governor, Chen Qianyan, a mere scholar, stands in place of the flag bearer, shouldering the great banner of Beiyang that represents the spirit of the entire army. He hails from a prestigious lineage of the great Xia, having ascended to the position of county governor within a decade of service, now in his 30s. With his esteemed status, Chen Qianyan need not serve Beiyang, and given the Chen family's long-standing prominence in Jiangsu, he could easily retreat without harm to his life. However, as a local administrator tasked with governing 1,000 miles of fertile land, and as a father figure to the people of Yanmen, Chen Qianyan's attitude dictates that of his subordinate officials and indeed all the inhabitants of Yanmen County, should he choose to retreat. The morale of the entire county and its surrounding 3 counties would undoubtedly crumble. In such a scenario, everyone would flee for their lives, escaping as far as they could, with no one awaiting assistance from other counties, nor from the formidable Beiyang army stationed at the borders. Chen Qianyan is acutely aware of this reality. The chaotic flight of the populace cannot outpace the well-trained northern barbarian cavalry. If they were to scatter like loose sand, not only would Yanmen County fall, but the neighboring counties would likely face annihilation as well. This outcome contradicts Chen Qianyan's original intentions. Although he had ventured north to serve in Liangzhou, pledging allegiance to Beiyang at the behest of his family, he did not seek to place his life in jeopardy. Yet, now confronted with the northern barbarians, not the great Xia's golden feather army, he feels the weight of responsibility. The rumble of battle cries echoes once more in the distance. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Xiaoyan instinctively tightens his grip on the black and red Beheading banner, waving it vigorously as he dispels his chaotic thoughts. Ultimately, both the Great Xia and Beheading share a common ancestry. Regardless of differing rulers, the plight of the common people remains unchanged. Should the Golden Feather Army enter, they would not resort to slaughter, as they value reputation and honor. However, the Northern Barbarians are another matter entirely. They would not hesitate to commit such heinous acts. Recalling the relentless stream of grim news, the scholar governor, imbued with a righteous spirit, clenches the banner tightly, his heart ablaze with indignation. 7 towns and 26 villages. In just a few days, when his scouts risked their lives to investigate, they found nothing but desolation, blood run dry, no living souls, and corpses strewn everywhere. The air thick with stench. Such atrocious acts are beyond forgiveness. These horrors are unbearable for one such as Chen Xiaoyan, a learned nobleman steeped in literature and martial pursuits. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, he resolves not to retreat, rallying all able-bodied men from Yunmen County to intercept the approaching northern barbarian forces. Dark clouds loom ominously as the northern cavalry descends upon the city. Meanwhile, atop the Yunmen city wall, archers and crossbowmen stand ready, awaiting the enemy. 15,000 provincial soldiers, having suffered heavy losses, now fill the walls with the brave youth of Yunmen called forth by Chen Xiaoyan. Prior to the war, fear had spread, and some sought to flee. Yet, having resolved to defend the city at all costs, Chen Xiaoyan would not allow the situation to collapse. In light of the pressing military situation, he issued 3 decrees, applicable to all, from the governor down to the common folk. Those who disobey shall be executed. Those who spread rumors shall be executed. Those who flee shall be executed. In times of disorder, severe measures must be taken. The aggressive northern onslaught has transformed this once unbloodied and untainted scholar governor into a hands-on executioner. Yet, it is precisely due to such iron-fisted measures that he has maintained the city's defenses against mounting pressures, while some northern forces have diverted to attack other counties. This does not diminish Chen Xiaoyan's remarkable contributions. A person's true strength is only revealed in the face of dire adversity. The city of Yunmen should be grateful for its governor, who stands firm to bolster the morale of its citizens. Otherwise, during the first wave of the northern barbarian siege, this city would have surely fallen, leading to untold suffering and despair, leaving no chance to send messengers on a long journey to seek aid from northern Liang. Chapter 41. Unyielding and Indomitable. Beneath Yunmen County, the air was filled with the sounds of battle. The northern barbarian cavalry, positioned at a distance, drew their bows and loosed arrows towards the nearby city walls. The arrows whistled through the air like shooting stars, darkening the sky with a dense rain of projectiles that struck terror into anyone who dared to gaze upon it. These nomadic tribes of the grasslands were known not only for their ferocity, but also for their exceptional skill in archery and horsemanship. Even though many of their warriors lacked aptitude and resources in martial arts, having only hovered at the threshold of proficiency, their years of practice made them far superior in archery compared to the soldiers of the Great Xia. If it were not for the strategic command of Chen Xiaoyan, relying on the able-bodied youth of the county as reserves, resisting such a formidable enemy would have been nearly impossible. As the enemy launched their assault from outside the city, the defenders atop the walls were not idle. They took cover behind the ramparts, evading the rain of arrows while raising their standard bows to retaliate under the guidance of their commanders. In an instant, both sides exchanged volleys, and the entire sky was enveloped in a storm of arrows. Fairly speaking, the defenders, positioned advantageously, should have had a higher accuracy and success rate than the northern barbarians who were shooting from horseback. Yet, despite this, the casualties on both sides were remarkably similar. This encapsulates the difference between a regular army and a mere militia. One has weathered countless battles and can adapt to any situation, while the other, despite years of training, has little real combat experience, with many soldiers having never set foot on a battlefield. This disparity was evident. Thus, Chen Xiaoyan resolved to defend the city, never truly believing victory was attainable. His singular thought was to hold out, to endure until aid could arrive from the counties deep within Liangzhou, allowing them to dispatch troops for reinforcement. Calculating the distance, he believed that if they could withstand for just a few more days, hope would not be lost. With this thought, Chen Xiaoyan felt a sense of relief. Thanks to the previous preparations against the advance of the Jinyu army, there were still ample supplies within Yunmen County, enabling them to hold the city for half a month to a month without issue. He believed they could withstand the pressure of the northern barbarians' assault, as even in the face of overwhelming odds, they must hold the line, for should the city fall, the lives of the fleeing citizens and local inhabitants would be forfeit. Currently, There were approximately 100 specialized crossbow bolts for the divine crossbows, which should suffice for the time being. Regrettably, the situation of the other two county cities remained uncertain. He wondered how Fufeng County was faring and whether it could hold its ground. As he monitored the battlefield, Chen Qiaoyan sighed. This battle had been ongoing for some time. His decision to place all bets on the defense of Yinmen County was not born from a desire to remain in an empty fortress, but rather from the limited options available to him. The northern barbarians had launched a night assault, and while the surrounding counties had reacted swiftly, the fragile gates of the county were breached within moments under the relentless tide of their cavalry. Now, within the entirety of Yinmen County, only Fufeng County remained as a solitary bastion apart from the county city itself. At present, it seemed the defenses of the city were secure. Yet the situation in the already vulnerable county was unknown. One could only hope they could withstand the onslaught. For intelligence indicated that the northern barbarians' advancing cavalry numbered over 50,000, all elite troops. Although only 20,000 were currently deployed against Fufeng, it was a force far beyond what the county could withstand. Chen Qiaoyan felt a weight upon his heart. In previous assaults, the northern barbarians had attempted to scale the walls. Had it not been for the fortifications of the high walls and the 20 divine crossbows targeting the enemy's elite, striking one at a critical moment, they might have succeeded in breaching the defenses. It was a stroke of luck that a commander managed to hit one of the enemy's masters, forcing their retreat and allowing Yinmen County to endure. Otherwise, it would have surely fallen long before now. The battlefield was a place of rapid change, where even the slightest shift could alter the entire course of events. Chen Qiaoyan had not anticipated that the commander of their divine crossbows could indeed injure a master. Meanwhile, Yeldashi, commanding the assault on the city from behind the northern barbarian lines, found himself equally surprised by the misfortune of being wounded by a mere postnatal warrior wielding a divine crossbow. As he observed the northern cavalry drawing their bows and the siege engines, pulled by 16 fierce horses, charging towards the city gates, Yeldashi's expression darkened. His injuries and depleted energy had not yet fully recovered, which was why he remained behind, directing the assault. To be truthful, had he not been so careless, the city of Yinmen would likely have fallen long ago, and the conflict would not have dragged on for so long. Had he concealed himself among the ordinary cavalry and waited until he was closer to the walls to strike, instead of rushing ahead in the middle of the march, the divine crossbows would never have been able to wound him. Surely, the city gates were manned with divine crossbows. If he had attempted to breach them with his mastery, he would have been riddled with arrows in an instant. This is a lesson learned from years of conflict among the nations, hence why masters seldom take such risks. Thus, to attack the city with innate power, one must ascend into the air and breach the walls from above. Had he, Yeldashi, reached the walls, the tide of the battle would have turned irrevocably. But alas, it was his impatience that led to this moment, and at the crucial instant. He had only managed to deflect 19 arrows from the divine crossbows, neglecting the last one that came a moment too late. By the time he realized it, the iron arrow was already hurtling towards him, weighing several pounds and crafted with lethal precision. Coupled with the mechanisms of the divine crossbow and containing explosive techniques developed by the Mo family of the Central Plains, a direct hit would not be fatal for a master, but injury was inevitable. Faced with the incoming arrow, Yeldashi instinctively channeled his energy to withstand the oncoming projectile. The explosion from the divine crossbow sent him reeling, inflicting significant injury. This was not the end of his troubles. Following closely behind were the remaining 19 arrows from the divine crossbows. This ordeal is already more than enough for him to bear, should he be struck once more. It is quite likely that Yeldashi would meet his demise on the spot. This reality is not lost on him. The prime opportunity for a counterattack has been squandered. Thus, despite the myriad of reluctance within his heart, he is left with no choice but to retreat, biding his time for a resurgence in the future. Chapter 42. Better to be a peaceful dog than a troubled man. The battle at Yinmen rages fiercely. Yeldashi bears his injuries. Yet the defensive line atop the city walls remains steadfast. Although the northern barbarians are fearsome, the city is fortified with heavy crossbows, making it nearly impossible for them to breach the gates with their siege engines. A single arrow, when unleashed, could decimate the 16 cavalrymen tethered to the siege apparatus. Coupled with a barrage of arrows, the northern barbarians, lacking the support of innate masters, find their endeavor to conquer Yinmen County an insurmountable challenge. At least until Yeldashi has regained his strength, it is not arduous to hold the city for a few more days. However, the situation is starkly different in Fufeng County, situated behind Yinmen, where the northern barbarians have dispatched a portion of their forces for a surprise attack. As anticipated by Chen Qiao, Yinmen County possesses far greater resources in terms of population, martial prowess, and military supplies compared to the more vulnerable Fufeng County. Hence, while Yinmen County valiantly withstands the siege, Fufeng County has already succumbed to the onslaught of 20,000 northern barbarian troops. Boom. At the foot of Fufeng County, the siege engine, drawn by the northern barbarians' fierce steeds, delivers its final blow, shattering the already crumbling gates. Unlike the fortunate Yinmen County, Fufeng is quickly overrun by the cavalry, under the relentless assault of a vice-general whose prowess rivals that of Yel Dashi. In mere moments, the once impregnable walls of this modest county crumble entirely. With the gates breached, the already invigorated northern barbarian army roars triumphantly, hastening on horseback to invade the city. The defenders atop the walls are met with death and injuries. Those valiant heroes from all corners of Fufeng, who rush to provide aid, recklessly charge at the northern barbarians, only to meet their end. Meanwhile, local officials, faced with the imminent threat to their homeland, momentarily cast aside their fears to defend the city, but are trampled under the relentless hooves of the advancing cavalry, staining the battlefield with their blood. Some unleash a fervor they have never known, willing to sacrifice themselves to exact even a drop of blood from the enemy. Others, shrouded in despair, abandon their fellow citizens and flee in panic, despite their own martial skills and the privileges of Fufeng. It is better to be a peaceful dog than a troubled man, unless one has personally endured the brutality and bloodshed of war. It is impossible to fathom the depths of despair that such a scene evokes. The pressure of teetering on the brink of life and death, coupled with the nightmarish slaughter that could shatter one's sanity, is far more profound than mere words can convey. To raise arms in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds is a spirit worthy of admiration from every citizen of the Great Xia. Defending one's homeland should be done thus. What were once sturdy walls of stone and brick have now become riddled with holes. The northern barbarian soldiers, brandishing their weapons and shouting battle cries, charge forth under the command of their general, surging through the gates of Fufeng County. The county magistrate, who should have led the defense to the last moment, fled under the first signs of trouble, slipping away into the night. The new county captain, despite his fervor and courage to resist the northern invasion, fell victim to the enemy's onslaught as they breached the walls, his blood staining the air and the black-red banner of the northern Liang. Thus, with Fufeng County breached, the remaining soldiers find themselves engulfed in panic. A headless flock, bereft of a leader to inspire and unify, their situation becomes dire. Within the county, barricades of horse spikes glint ominously, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Yet, for the northern cavalry, these deadly barricades appear as mere illusions. The relentless charge of the cavalry does not wane. They break through the carefully laid defenses with their sheer resolve and flesh. In an instant, chaos ensues. The first wave of northern warriors, upon contact with the barricades, is thrown off by their steeds, yet the cavalry behind them, undeterred, rush forth in a display of camaraderie, continuing the advance. This is the simplest and most direct method of breaching enemy lines, disregarding life itself, to forge ahead. Why are these warriors from the north considered madmen? Because once they stand on the battlefield, they embody an indomitable spirit. The harshness of the steppe and desert has tempered these fierce men, akin to wolves. Though the military strength of the Golden Wolf Kingdom is not negligible within the 7 nations of the northern Xin domain, it cannot alter the desolation and barrenness of their homeland. These northern warriors, seasoned by the trials of the harsh environment, question why their kin in the southern Xia can live in comfort, enjoying the seasons, while they must take up arms to battle ferocious beasts, risking their lives at every turn. They are equally human. Their worth is no less than that of others. Therefore, even at the cost of their lives, these iron cavalrymen must carve a bloody path for their homeland and families. A tribe, a nation, or even a country must endure the crucible of blood and fire to achieve progress and advancement. These fierce northern warriors yearn for a life of comfort, desiring that all the tribes of the Golden Wolf Kingdom may live as peacefully as the citizens of the Great Xia and Northern Liang, free from the ravages of nature and predatory beasts. Thus, they are seen as executioners upon this land, demons and nightmares in the eyes of the Northern Liang populace. Yet, on the distant steppes and in the vast deserts, they are heroes, bearing the hopes of their homeland and the will of their people. It is precisely this that fuels their resilience and fearless unity. Faced with such an enemy, the long unpracticed provincial troops of Liangzhou crumble upon first contact, which is entirely understandable. After all, the disparity is simply too great. Chapter 43. The city falls, but the spirit remains unyielding. Master, let us retreat. At present, the city of Fufeng is in ruins, as the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians has begun to sweep through. Although many local soldiers still valiantly fight under the command of their leaders, it is evident to any discerning observer that we have already succumbed to defeat. Within the spacious confines of a dojo in Fufeng County, renowned for its martial arts, the prestigious Yin Dao sect is based here. Several true disciples of the Yin Dao sect stand silently at attention on either side. Before them, the current second disciple, Li Yuanchang, earnestly implores an elderly man seated on the ground, who is meticulously wiping the blade of his sword with a white cloth. The Yin Dao sect practices the art of concealing one's edge, maintaining a lifetime of humility. Externally, other sword sects criticize the Yin Dao sect for lacking insight, claiming we fail to recognize true swordsmanship and have expelled the exceptionally gifted. Yet, the reality of the situation is not something these petty minds can comprehend. Hearing the anxious voice of his disciple, Liang Zhongru gazes at his blade, then gradually rises. Yuanchang, no matter the time or place, never forget that you are a swordsman. The elder states, his weathered eyes fixed upon the second disciple. Previously, when I dismissed many disciples, I sought your opinions and those of your fellow brothers. The choice to remain in Fufeng County was made willingly by you all. Having made that decision, what need is there for further words? Hesitation is not the demeanor of a true swordsman. Gazing at the elderly man, who, though nearing 70, retains his robust physique, Li Yuanchang opens his mouth, but remains momentarily speechless. Master, to speak frankly, we can still leave. With my fellow brothers to protect you. We could swiftly mount our steeds and escape through the back gate. Is it truly worth sacrificing our lives for this legacy? Upon hearing these words, Liang Zhongru looks his second disciple up and down, then smiles, nodding resolutely. It is worth it. For 40 years, I have led the Yin Dao sect, cultivating its reputation across the entire Yinmen prefecture. My life has been one of cautious governance, adhering to the path of benevolence and righteousness, which has allowed our once diminished sect to flourish. What is the purpose of a lifetime devoted to martial arts? It is nothing more than to fulfill one's aspirations. Years ago, Liang Zhongru expelled Liang Hua from the sect for his reckless behavior and disregard for decorum, which was incompatible with the principles of the Yin Dao sect. Despite recognizing Liang Hua's extraordinary talent, he did not hesitate to send him away from Fufeng, harboring no regrets. He understood that Liang Hua's rebellious nature was ill-suited for quiet cultivation. The Yin Dao sect could not provide him with the path to mastery he sought. Thus, he inadvertently sent forth a renowned swordsman into the world, leading to ridicule from the greater realm for the Yin Dao sect's perceived blindness to talent. Yet, how could outsiders fathom the depth of his thoughts, refusing to compromise his principles? He also declined the invitation from the powerful king of Beheading to enlist his disciples in the Beheading army. Liang Zhongru possesses his own convictions and codes. Once crossed, neither power nor authority can alter his boundaries. He believes that a swordsman must possess a steadfast dedication, just as Liang Hua, having been expelled from the sect, must discern the path that truly suits him. This steadfastness is precisely why, even as the northern barbarians invade and have breached Fufeng County, he remains unwilling to abandon his post. As one ages, a lingering attachment to one's homeland often emerges. Liang Zhongru's only regret in life is not achieving the innate mastery to witness the splendors of the martial arts realm's third tier. Now, at the age of 70, the youthful defiance he once possessed has nearly dissipated. After 50, one's vitality wanes, strength diminishes, and the body slackens, even if enlightenment is attained. The ability to channel true energy through the 100 meridians and cultivate the divine sea is beyond reach. This regret has lingered in Liang Zhongru's heart for many years. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, he feels he has had enough. As the northern barbarians invade, how could he, as a man of Fufeng and a swordsman, retreat at such a critical juncture? The embers of the Yin Dao sect have all been sent forth. What remains are the few devoted disciples unwilling to witness their elder perish, eager to stay by his side. Observing the second disciple, Li Yuanchang, who has fallen silent, no longer attempting to dissuade him but standing by, Liang Zhongru hesitates, ultimately refraining from speaking. In his lifetime, he has taken many disciples under his wing, yet he has truly imparted his teachings to only 2. Liang Hua, having received half of his true legacy, has become a legendary master, revered across the land. Conversely, his second disciple, having received 80% of his teachings, remains mired at the 7th tier of martial arts, much like himself, perpetually hovering at the threshold of innate mastery. Perhaps it is the path of the Yin Dao sect that is flawed? At this moment, the elder feels a flicker of doubt regarding the concealed edge technique he has dedicated his life to mastering. However, in the end, Liang Zhongru smiles serenely, refusing to dwell on uncertainties. The situation is dire, and to question his path at such a critical moment would be to invite unnecessary turmoil. According to ancestral records, the Yin Dao sect boasts a long lineage, and once had a legendary ancestor known as the Divine Blade, who, through the art of concealing one's edge, purportedly ascended to the elusive third tier of celestial phenomena, long thought lost in the northern Xian domain. Many years have passed, and the truth remains uncertain. Yet, no rumor arises without basis. If such tales exist, surely that ancestor must have been close, if not equal, to the celestial realm. Despite his own inferior cultivation compared to that of his predecessors, Liang Zhongru takes pride in the sword techniques of the Yin Dao sect. To conceal one's edge is to draw forth the most dazzling brilliance at the moment of life and death. In his lifetime, the elder has yet to truly draw his sword against such formidable existence. Let him witness, before his final breath, whether the master of the Northern Barbarian surpasses him, or whether the concealed edge of the Yin Dao sect prevails. With his index and middle fingers poised, Liang Zhongru feels a surge of exhilaration, devoid of fear of death. He raises his fingers, caressing the treasured blade resting upon his knees, gently tapping the ancient surface, listening to its resonant song, and then nods slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his visage. This sword, and used for so many years, still feels as familiar as ever. Today let it taste blood. Chapter 44. Though millions stand against me, I shall advance. It appears that the defenses of the border city of the Great Xia are rather lackluster. As the iron cavalry of the Northern Barbarians penetrates Fufeng City, their commanding general, wielding a large axe, stands triumphantly atop the city walls. Within mere days, the forces of the Golden Wolf King have nearly flattened the Yanmen prefecture to the rear. Now, apart from the solitary fortress of Yanmen holding out in the distance, the entire region has fallen into despair. Although the warriors within Fufeng County remained resolute in their unwillingness to accept defeat, fiercely resisting with their weapons in hand, the tide of battle was almost overwhelmingly one-sided in the face of the Northern Barbarians' iron cavalry. Standing atop the city wall, the Northern Barbarian commander, Huyanzhua, gazed at the decapitated body of the Fufeng County captain, which he himself had felled. His eyes glimmered with a rare admiration. The headless corpse stood defiantly against the wind, knees bent yet upright, hands clasped around the blood-drenched banner of the Northern Liang, as if its spirit lingered on, undying. The defending captain of Fufeng County had indeed been a man of valor, maintaining the reputation of their Northern Liang king, Luo Li. However, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, he was but a feeble ant. Observing the retreating soldiers, desperately trying to withdraw into the streets and alleys of Fufeng County to fend off the foreign invaders, Huyanzhua raised his great axe. A glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes, advance with full force and pursue relentlessly. Let these little pups from the Great Xia witness the might of my Golden Wolf court. With that, the Northern Barbarian general clad in white wolf armor leapt from the towering city wall. Propelled by his true chi, he surged through the air, crossing over numerous soldiers of his own, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged toward the Fufeng army, which was attempting to retreat. With a thunderous crash, the great axe cleaved through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere. When the general in white wolf armor landed, the true chi unleashed by his mighty axe plunged directly into the ranks of the Fufeng warriors ahead. The powerful wave of energy shattered the cobblestone ground beneath, causing the walls of nearby buildings to rumble and sent several nearby soldiers flying backward. The already stark imbalance of power had become even more dire with Huyanzhua's fierce entrance, transforming the already precarious situation into one of utter despair. In an instant, the Fufeng defenders began to scatter, retreating haphazardly to the gates of the Yin Dao sect. The Yin Dao sect, a prestigious martial arts faction in Fufeng, was situated close to the city wall. As the soldiers retreated, many still clinging to the hope of battle surged toward the sect. At the mountain gate, Liang Zhongru, who sat quietly with a blade in his arms, opened his eyes slowly upon hearing the distant sounds of battle drawing near. Yuan Chang, the elder, spoke, addressing his second disciple standing vigilantly beside him. Gather your fellow disciples and prepare to face the enemy. With that, Liang Zhongru picked up the blade he had polished for many years, brushed off the dust from his robe, and calmly instructed his few remaining disciples. I have devoted over 40 years to mastering the concealed blade of the Yin Dao sect, revealing its edge only thrice. The first time was during my initiation into the sect, when I sparred with my master. The second time was when I faced our former elder brother, driven by a sense of competition. The third was 5 years ago, when I defended our sect's honor against a master from the Shanglong Fist School. Though I have drawn my blade but thrice, I pride myself on having reached a profound level in this art. Even against a master, I would not falter significantly. With the blade firmly grasped in his hand, Liang Zhongru's words echoed as he gazed down the steps of the sect, where a dark tide of figures surged forth. With a long cry, he transformed into a blur, rushing forward. The frail body of the once elderly man now radiated vitality, reminiscent of a formidable middle-aged warrior in his prime. Bones cracked loudly as he leapt down the hundreds of steps. Though he had surpassed 70 years, the fire within him burned bright as ever. Witnessing the elder's grandeur, Li Yuanchang found himself momentarily entranced. Since the departure of the elder brother, he had not seen his master exhibit such fervor for over a decade. Even during the battle 5 years prior, Liang Zhongru had not displayed such unrestrained spirit. This was an instinctive realization for Li Yuanchang. If he were to articulate it, he would say that Liang Zhongru had finally embodied the essence of a true swordsman. After years of restraint, now that the concealed blade of the Yin Dao sect was unsheathed, its brilliance would undoubtedly illuminate the world. My esteemed disciples, the master has set an example for us in the art of the blade. It is now our duty as swordsmen to honor him. With no path for retreat, they would make the northern barbarians witness the blade art of the Fufeng Yin Dao sect. As the gleaming blade light burst forth among the crowd of northern barbarians, and as the elder's white beard was stained with blood, Li Yuanchang gripped his long knife tightly, resolved. Kill! He bellowed to the 13 disciples of the Yin Dao sect who had chosen to remain in Fufeng and not flee to save themselves. Together, they unsheathed their long knives. Liang Zhongru, having nurtured the blade for a lifetime, had drawn it only thrice in over 40 years. His disciples, who had rarely encountered bloodshed, now faced the specter of death and war, a situation that might have instilled fear. However, the concealed blade of the Yin Dao sect had awakened within them the unique brilliance of a swordsman. The fiery intent of the blade suppressed their human frailty. National grievances and personal vendettas intertwined fiercely within the hearts of these disciples. Though they had yet to kill, the fervent resolve within their hearts had never wavered. Thus, even when faced with nearly 20,000 elite northern barbarians, their spirits remained undaunted. Though there may be millions, I shall march forth. Chapter 45, Fearless at Heart. Thus a swordsman, the 13 true disciples of the Yin Dao sect followed closely behind their master, charging into the torrent below the mountain gate. For the scattered defenders of Fufeng, the addition of merely a dozen martial arts experts would not alter the dire situation. Yet, their indomitable spirit and desire to protect their homeland reignited the hopes of the nearly broken soldiers. Indeed, the enemy had traversed thousands of miles, harming our kin, slaughtering our neighbors, trampling our homeland, and butchering our comrades. Should we not harbor hatred? The situation was grim, with death looming over them. Unless reinforcements arrived, even the arrival of a master would be futile. If so, why not carve out a path in this final hour? Even if there was no hope, let us take down one with us, lest we leave this world without a trace. With lofty aspirations, I shall feast upon the flesh of my enemies. Even if it means biting with my own teeth, I must bring down a piece of meat from this northern barbarian horde. The defenders of Fufeng, engaged in fierce combat against the barbaric warriors, though vastly outnumbered and inferior in strength, found their weary spirits ignited upon witnessing the old man with white beard, wielding his long blade at the forefront. In the next moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. The northern generals, witnessing this, were taken aback. A frail elder, nearing his 80s, could unleash such formidable power, instilling a sense of desperation in the remaining soldiers. It is known that in warfare, the greatest fear is encountering those who are unafraid of death. This old man possesses such influence. He must be eliminated first. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, a northern vanguard brandished his chain hammer, charging forward. Despite his invincible momentum, he was merely a mortal man, an aged and feeble foe. Even if skilled in the art of the blade, how could he possibly withstand the might of a robust 7th-grade warrior? These thoughts propelled the warrior into a fierce assault. As the chain hammer cut through the air with tremendous force, the elder, clad in a grayish-white robe, merely knelt, adjusting the blade's edge with a flick of his wrist. Upon witnessing the glint of cold light reflecting off the blade, the northern general scoffed. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to face his demise. With a dismissive thought, he swung down his hammer. The clash rang out, the blade flashed, and the sound of metal against metal, though not particularly loud amidst the chaos, resonated profoundly with those involved. The chain hammer was deflected by the long blade, causing the northern vanguard to stagger back. His disdain transformed into sheer astonishment. A nearly lifeless old man had forced him to retreat. Impossible. Fear gripped him as he beheld the blade, sharp enough to cleave through anything, accompanied by a fleeting shadow that approached silently. It was too fast. The northern warrior, still reeling from the first strike that had shattered his hammer, found himself immediately confronted by a second slash. The blade, honed over decades, released in overwhelming killing intent, unyielding even against a seasoned northern general. With a swift thrust, a head soared, and blood erupted. As the head of the northern general flew through the air, his expression morphed from shock to realization. It was only in the face of death that he comprehended the truth. The old man's blade had attained a profound understanding of its essence, though regrettably, he had missed the peak of his potential, unable to manifest true mastery. This figure, though merely at the 7th grade, stood above all others of his rank. Just as the northern general grasped the gravity of the situation, his head fell, severed by the blade, marking his end. What transpired? Amidst the fray, Huyanjua, wielding a massive axe, casually glanced up to see a familiar head soaring through the air, eventually disappearing into the chaos below. Despite being stained with blood, he recognized it instantly. At that moment, the northern commander's pupils constricted. It was one of his most valued generals, who had achieved numerous victories. How could he not recognize him? Enraged, he fixated on the blood-soaked elder, despite the distance. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his true energy, creating a whirlwind that swept away the nearby foofing soldiers. With a clear path before him, Huyanjua confronted the still vibrant Liang Zhongru, stepping forward. An overwhelming aura radiated from the general clad in white wolf armor, emanating an extraordinary power, a manifestation of martial prowess cultivated through innate techniques. With a shout, an illusory white dragon surged forth as Huyanjua raised his axe, unleashing an insatiable killing intent. Having just felled a robust 7th-grade warrior, Liang Zhongru took a moment to catch his breath, only to find himself ensnared once more. As he sensed the approaching wave of innate energy behind him, he realized it was too late to evade. In that instant, regret and unwillingness flooded his heart. Liang Zhongru knew that at his age, facing such a formidable opponent left him no chance of victory. The blade he had wielded 5 years prior against the contemporary master of the Dragon Ascension Fist had shattered his hopes of advancement. Yet, he could not suppress his frustration. His disheveled white hair billowed as he remained resolute, even without turning back, haunted by his regrets. Though he believed he had relinquished the obsession with mastery, nearly 50 years of martial training could not simply be cast aside. If only he could be 20 years younger, or even revert to 5 years ago, he would surely cleave through that energy. Alas, it was too late. Facing death, the elder's expression grew melancholic. As he neared his end, he lamented not having the chance to see his wayward disciple one last time. Though he had expelled him from the sect, he had always considered him his disciple. You did well when you killed that young master of Dragon Ascension Fist. It is regrettable that I, an incapable elder, in the Yin Dao sect, could not protect you, resorting to such desperate measures. Master, how I despise myself. I never had the opportunity to express this to you. Disciple, you have always performed admirably, exceptionally well. When faced with the insults upon our sect, how should one respond? By punishing with death, to uphold the reputation of the blade. Regrettably, I was unable to safeguard you against the might of the Dragon Ascension Fist. Yet, I have never regretted taking you as my disciple. Chapter 46, The Blade Madman of Fufeng. The clamor of battle was deafening. The elder took a deep breath, raising the blade stained with the blood of countless northern foes. Still as sharp as ever, with a flick of his wrist, the sound of cracking bones resonated, echoing like thunder. Liang Zhongru stood tall, wielding his blade with a single hand. Though he lacked the strength of a true master, the overwhelming sword intent radiating from him was indistinguishable from that of a genuine martial arts master. With a fierce determination, he turned abruptly, raising the blade against the vast white light of concentrated true energy, striking down with unwavering resolve. It is better to strike directly than to seek a convoluted path. As a swordsman, even in the face of death, one must die in battle, not bind oneself and willingly submit to slaughter. The old fellow, Huyanjua, was poised to unleash the formidable white dragon energy from his great axe, when a figure draped in gray robes, positioned at the side of the steps of the Yin Dao sect's courtyard, let out a deep sigh. This man bore an unremarkable visage, blending seamlessly into the chaos of battle, and had it not been for the large blade slung across his back, he would have appeared as just another commoner fleeing the fray. Yet, even with the weapon, not a single soldier in the surging tide of troops paid him any heed. Although I am no longer a disciple of the Yin Dao sect, the gratitude I owe for over a decade of nurturing cannot be overlooked. Ultimately, I cannot bear to witness your demise before my eyes. With a murmured lament, the gray-robed man caressed the nearby willow trees swaying gently in the breeze. His gaze growing increasingly profound. Liang Hua had no intention of intervening. Despite his utter disdain for Shui Yu's actions, the sight of 20,000 ironclad warriors from the north breaking through the siege made it clear that he alone could not alter the outcome. For if he were to act, he would face the onslaught of all 20,000 Northmen. Without assistance, he had little confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Yet, witnessing the bloodied elder wielding his blade tirelessly, taking down one Northman after another, his once unyielding heart softened unexpectedly, as the venerable figure fought to the brink of exhaustion. On the verge of falling to the deadly energy unleashed by the North's general, Liang Hua could no longer restrain himself. The long-handled sword that had been resting on his back was now firmly grasped in his hands. In the next instant, he stepped forward. A dark glimmer of blade energy began to emerge from the unsharpened edge of his weapon. The previously mundane aura morphed into a razor-sharp intensity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rippled through the surroundings, causing even the willow branches to tremble. Liang Hua's eyes remained calm. The willow leaves danced in the wind, and an unseen gale whipped through his mixed black and white hair. The blade had not yet been unsheathed, yet its presence was already palpable. Just as Hu Yinzhu's energy was about to strike Liang Zhongru, Liang Hua took a decisive step, his blade slicing downward, and in an instant, both he and his long sword transformed into a streak of black, vanishing from sight. Clang! A single stroke, an incredibly swift strike, like thunder tearing through the sky, or a divine being beating a drum. The white dragon energy unleashed by Hu Yinzhui surged forth, on the verge of colliding with the elder's raised blade. 13 disciples of the Yin Dao sect found their breath caught in their throats, yet no matter how fiercely they fought, they remained ensnared by the Northmen blocking their path. Li Yuanshang, having cleaved through a Northman leader, looked up and could hardly believe his eyes. A master of innate prowess among the Northmen had made his move. Although he had relinquished his ties to the sect and had come to understand the likely outcome of the battle, witnessing his revered mentor on the brink of falling beneath the enemy's blade was a reality he struggled to accept. Stand aside. A surge of vitality erupted from him. Fury etched upon his features as he whirled his great sword, cutting down several Northmen who dared impede his advance. He was desperate to reach the gray-robed man, who appeared to be willingly marching toward his doom. But the distance was insurmountable, so far that he lacked even the capability to shield his master from the impending strike. All he could do was watch helplessly as the white dragon energy bore down, ready to strike down his already waning master, leaving him powerless to intervene. His body trembled. In that moment, Li Yuanchang's spirit nearly shattered. Yet just as despair threatened to consume him, a dark streak appeared, hurtling from the distance, colliding directly with the white dragon energy. Boom! A violent shockwave rippled through the battlefield, drawing the attention of all present. What was happening? Whether Northmen or Fufeng soldiers, they gazed at the explosive energy in the air, their expressions filled with confusion. Could such a force arise from a conflict involving an innate master? Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even Hu Yinzhui himself narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Who was this master who had arrived? Come forth and reveal yourself. The words echoed, seemingly amplified, reaching the ears of the gray-robed man as he gradually unveiled himself. Along the way, every warrior who heard the Northman general Hu Yinzhui's inquiry felt a jolt of surprise. A master had arrived? At that moment, the defenders of Fufeng, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, found a flicker of hope rekindled within them. A master was akin to a legendary figure, rarely seen. Like a dragon that reveals its head but hides its tail. Could it be that a local master from Liangzhou had come to their aid upon learning of the dire situation in Fufeng County? If that were true, perhaps this city, destined to fall, could yet be saved. Charge! A powerful surge of determination infused the weary defenders, and soon, a valiant warrior, eyes fixed on the figure emerging from the air, let out a thunderous shout. The cry spread, imbued with a magical fervor, quickly resonating among the ranks of Fufeng soldiers. Faced with the ferocious Northman cavalry and infantry, these soldiers gripped their weapons tightly once more, despite their exhaustion, and surged forward into battle. Previously resigned to die with vengeance, they now yearned for survival. If that unidentified master could repel the invading Northman general, could it not indicate that they too had a chance to win a battle that seemed unwinnable? Chapter 47. By order of the Northern Liang King, come to subdue the rebels. Fufeng's blade maniac, Liang Hua, I wish to engage you in a duel. Hearing the barely contained fury in Hu Yinzhui's voice, Liang Hua turned his head slightly, resting his dull blade upon his shoulder, responding with an air of indifference. Truth be told, ever since the city fell, Liang Hua had rushed to Fufeng County. His hesitation to strike was born from the fear of the formidable 20,000 Northmen. Emir Hu Yinzhua, an inconspicuous 6th-rank general of the North, was hardly worthy of his concern. Yet, should he be targeted by the full might of those 20,000 soldiers? Even as a master, he would find it challenging to contend with them. Now that Fufeng had fallen, his appearance had indeed instilled a sense of resolve among the retreating soldiers, but it would likely only postpone the inevitable defeat. After all, the disparity in combat power was simply too vast. Nevertheless, considering this, Liang Hua let out a faint chuckle. Even if he could not prevail, slaying an innate master was not beyond his capabilities. Bold words. The Northman general, clad in white wolf armor, sneered in fury at the unknown gray-robed figure who had intercepted his assault. Let me see what you are truly capable of. Hu Yinzhua, having spoken, raised the large axe of Xianhua in his hand and charged directly towards Liang Hua, who remained suspended in midair. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their respective weapons exuding the true energy exclusive to those of the innate realm, their confrontation marked by unparalleled intensity. Below, Liang Zhongru, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed in astonishment at the gray-robed figure locked in combat above, only snapping back to reality when an enemy from the Northern Barbarians approached. With unwavering resolve, he wielded his knife with lethal precision, claiming the lives of several Northern Barbarian warriors. As blood splattered, the emotions within the elder's chest shifted, no longer tinged with regret as before. With a single strike, he shattered the true energy of a formidable opponent at the 6th rank. His demeanor remained as unyielding as ever, dismissive of any constraints or authority. Good, very good, he thought, recognizing that the rumors he had heard were indeed true. Although he could not attain the status of a Taoist master in this lifetime, a profound regret, he found solace in the fact that he had personally guided a disciple to the innate level, one who comprehended the essence of the blade. His once great disciple would carry forth his aspirations and dreams, continuing to ascend the path of martial arts. Perhaps one day reaching the threshold of celestial magnificence, rekindling the glory of their ancestral master's divine blade. Not only Liang Zhongru, but the disciples of the Divine Blade sect and those who had heard tales of Liang Hua were equally stirred by the unfolding battle. Whispers had circulated that this once discarded disciple of the Yin Blade sect had severed ties with his master, yet here he was, risking himself against a master and an army of 20,000 Northern Barbarians to save Liang Zhongru. The contradiction between rumor and reality was stark. Li Yuanchang clenched his fists tightly, his fervent admiration for that gray-robed figure wielding his blade so brilliantly in the air igniting a fervor within him. This was the elder brother he had always looked up to, the one his master had nurtured with high hopes. Surely, he would not abandon his sect. With this realization, Li Yuanchang felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if unshackled from his burdens, and even the once obscure path of the blade became smooth and fluid. At that moment, the barriers that had confined him at the threshold of blade understanding began to loosen, and he was on the verge of grasping the essence of the blade. If he could achieve this understanding, with his youthful vigor, he would be fully qualified to challenge the formidable barriers of the innate divine sea. This was fate, an opportunity that eluded countless others. If Li Yuanchang could survive this calamity, he would undoubtedly rise to become a master within 3 years. As the masters clashed above, countless valiant warriors fought fiercely below, defending their homeland against the invading forces. Meanwhile, the local populace of Fufeng County scattered in panic, with some already having fled beyond the southern gates. As they gazed up at the gray sky, the fleeing citizens were overwhelmed with emotion. The specter of death had loomed over them, instilling a pervasive sense of dread that nearly drove them to despair. But now, they could finally catch their breath. However, just as the citizens began to feel a glimmer of relief, a dark cloud of dust loomed ominously in the distance, transforming their joy into terror. An army. An endless sea of iron-clad cavalry. This approaching force, shrouded in dust, could it be the reinforcements of the Northern Barbarians? Panic spread among the crowd, some trembling in fear as the realization settled in. Yet as the dust drew nearer, revealing the black-red banners of the Northern Liang, their expressions shifted dramatically. The Northern Liang Royal Banner? This army was not the reinforcements of the barbaric horde. It bore the black-red flag of the Prince of Northern Liang, the king's troops. The prince has sent help. A voice rang out among the crowd, igniting a spark of hope as tears welled in the speaker's eyes. The Northern Barbarians slaughtered the people of Liang as if they were mere livestock. The county magistrate of Fufeng, who had shown unyielding bravery, had perished, his headless body left to rot upon the city walls, unacknowledged. Many of the esteemed local soldiers had already fallen beneath the blades of the northern barbarians, while the remaining few valiantly defended their lives against overwhelming odds. Such noble warriors, willing to sacrifice themselves for northern Liang and their homeland, should not perish under the iron hooves of the barbaric invaders. It would be a loss to the nation and the entire people. Fortunately, they had not been abandoned. By royal decree of the Prince of Northern Liang, 30,000 armored cavalry surged forth, charging 1,000 miles to vanquish the enemy. Once, amidst the clang of arms and the galloping of steeds, they had surged forth like a tidal wave. The Northern Liang cavalry, led by Prince Luo Li, charged 1,000 miles and finally arrived at Fufeng. In resplendent black iron armor, riding a spirited steed, Luo Li led the charge, his keen eyes catching sight of the throng of fleeing citizens outside Fufeng County. The army on their way to aid had received continuous reports from the front lines, and thus Luo Li was already aware that 2 other counties under Yanmeng had fallen, leaving only Yanmeng itself to resist desperately, awaiting reinforcements. Upon reaching Fufeng and hearing the tumult of battle within the city, witnessing the smoke and the heart-wrenching scenes of families torn apart, Luo Li felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. If even Fufeng County, situated close to the rear, had fallen to the northern barbarians, how could Yanmeng City, located even further forward, still be standing? Damn it! Lu Yun, assemble 1,000 troops to protect the fleeing citizens. The rest of the army, follow me into battle. The urgency of the situation left no time for deep contemplation. In that instant, as the main force prepared to charge into Fufeng County, Luo Li turned his focus to his second-in-command and issued his commands. He watched as 1,000 soldiers split from the main force, making their way toward the still-trembling populace. Luo Li did not heed the fervent cries of the common folk. He merely inquired hastily about the situation before swiftly leading his troops into the heart of Fufeng County. With the city of Fufeng breached, the defending forces had retreated within its walls, setting aside the issue of combat prowess. The number of warriors capable of putting up a fight within the city was likely not significantly greater than that of the northern barbarians, most of whom were merely lightly trained youth. Therefore, Luo Li had no time to linger at the southern gate of Fufeng. Every passing second could cost another life among the valiant defenders engaged in desperate combat within the city. After a brief pause, as the banner of the Northern Liang King rose once more amidst the ranks, this iron cavalry brigade, having traversed over 1,000 miles from the northern regions, surged into Fufeng County. Ahead of them lay the battleground where the northern barbarian army clashed with the defenders of Fufeng. As Luo Li and his armored cavalry from northern Liang burst into Fufeng County, the situation had reached a boiling point, with both sides embroiled in a frenzied struggle. The northern barbarian warriors, armed with weapons, surged forth like a relentless tide. Under such pressure, the defenders of Fufeng were naturally forced to retreat step by step. As Liang Hua had surmised, even with his masterful prowess capable of overpowering the northern barbarian commander and perhaps even claiming his head, the inevitable collapse of the city was now a foregone conclusion. This was not something that mere morale could alter. After all, the disparity in combat strength was evident. How could the tide be turned by mere psychological support? As Liang Hua engaged in the aerial combat, he cast his gaze downward, observing the brutal intensity of the battle with growing unease. Should the situation truly begin to unravel, he would need to devise a way to break through with the disciples of the Yindao sect. Resolving this in his mind, Liang Hua took a deep breath and regarded the wary yet relentless Hu Yanzhua, who had sustained minor injuries from previous assaults. With a slight grunt, Liang Hua, despite being preoccupied, did not cease his strikes with the long knife in his hand. With a resounding clash, the unadorned blade rose once more, his true energy surging forth from the sleeves of his gray robe. Enveloped in a heavy and commanding black aura, this once unremarkable figure transformed into a formidable knife-wielding master, advancing through the air and unleashing a series of swift and powerful strikes. His demeanor exuded disdain, as if completely disregarding the northern barbarian commander Hu Yanzhua clad in white wolf armor, brandishing the Xinyuan axe. The blade's momentum was like thunder, fast and ferocious. An unbroken sequence of strikes that resembled towering peaks, imposing and profound. Judging solely by the explosive force emanating from his technique, it seemed to rise exponentially, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to catch their breath. The hidden blade of the Yindao sect appeared inconspicuous until unleashed, at which point it revealed itself as the sharpest technique among swordsmen. Even though Liang Hua wielded a blade without an edge, the intense intent to obliterate, akin to a conflagration that threatened to consume both himself and his adversary, rendered it far sharper than any legendary sword capable of slicing through steel or severing hair. It was said that their ancestral master, a paragon of celestial weaponry, had perfected the concealed blade technique, which, when combined with Liang Hua's unique swordplay acquired from the famed Do sect of the Nine Schools, created an unparalleled synthesis that no ordinary master among the northern barbarians could hope to rival. With a flurry of strikes that seemed to embody madness, Hu Yanzhua found himself stripped of the earlier arrogance that had allowed him to dominate the battlefield. Withstanding this relentless assault, the northern barbarian general, clad in white wolf armor, felt his Xianyuan axe tremble in his grasp, barely able to withstand the overwhelming dual onslaught. Despite being of the same 6th rank master, why was the disparity so pronounced? His arms ached, tinged with a numbing sensation, as Hu Yanzhua gritted his teeth, surprise flashing in his eyes. He was no match for this opponent. Though he hesitated to admit it, it was an undeniable truth. Your blade is formidable. With a sharp clap of his right palm against his left arm, he channeled his true energy to quell the lingering force of the blade's impact. Retreating a considerable distance in the air, Hu Yanzhua gasped for breath, his fierce gaze fixed on Liang Hua, who prepared to advance once more. Speaking with a palpable air of caution, alas, no matter how powerful you may be as a master, what does it matter? Under the overwhelming might of my Golden Wolf King Court's legions, even a master must retreat. The fate of this city is sealed. Once Yanmen City falls, a full fifth of the glorious expanse of Liangzhou, along with over 1 million soldiers and civilians, will be utterly annihilated. I do not fear to inform you that while I and my comrades launched our assault on the rear of Liangzhou, the situation at the mountain pass outside northern Liang City has likely already become dire. Under the dual pressure, northern Liang King Luo Li could scarcely afford the luxury of dispatching elite forces for reinforcements, and even if he could, it would not happen swiftly. With that, Hu Yanzhua, adorned in white wolf armor, seemed to regain some confidence, returning to his earlier disdainful demeanor. If you are wise, you will retreat at once. Otherwise, when my men have vanquished these stubborn Liang defenders, it will be your martial prowess that is turned to dust. Chapter 49. Are you convinced? Were it merely a one-on-one contest, Hu Yanzhua would not have dared to be so brazen before Liang Hua. He understood that in a life-and-death struggle, the knife-wielding master before him could easily cleave his head from his shoulders. However, the presence of the cavalry from the grasslands altered the dynamics entirely. Despite sustaining numerous casualties, after this war, the northern barbarians would still have over 10,000 elite soldiers remaining, forming a battle array. Coupled with the energy Liang Hua had already expended against this so-called blade maniac, unless Liang Hua were a rare 4th-rank master with unparalleled mastery, he could never hope to match the might of the northern barbarian forces. After all, no matter how powerful a 6th-rank master may be, they remained merely extraordinary mortals. Could one man truly shatter the ranks of 10,000 troops? Even if strength permitted, the reserves of true energy within his dantian would not allow such reckless abandon. Without the support of a grand army, could he hope to triumph over the few thousand ragtag defenders and the countless unarmed civilians scattered about? Victory was an impossibility for this swordsman. Hu Yanzhua's reasoning was not without merit. Although Liang Hua held his actions in utter disdain, he could not deny the truth in Hu Yanzhua's assertions. If the situation continued to unfold as it had, he might indeed find himself at a loss. Yet, regrettably, the world is rife with uncertainties, and hubris often invites retribution. Just as Hu Yanzhua boasted, entirely oblivious to the prospect of his own failure, a brilliant white rainbow, slicing through the heavens and accompanied by a swirl of true energy, soared from the southern gates of Fufeng City, streaking like a bolt of lightning across the sky. The trailing arc of light bore the unmistakable aura of a sword, and within its radiant glow, one could faintly discern the silhouette of a figure. Standing firm against Liang Hua, Hu Yanzhua had just released the pent-up fury within him when he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, a harbinger of immense dread descending upon him, sending chills coursing through his body. This was the instinct born from the chaos of battle. It was crucial to note that even amidst Liang Hua's relentless onslaught, Hu Yanzhua had only felt a vague sense of crisis. Nothing akin to the palpable threat of life and death that now loomed over him. As the ominous feeling of impending doom crept closer, the arrogance etched on Hu Yanzhua's face vanished in an instant, his form beginning to waver as he hurriedly attempted to sidestep the danger. Yet, no matter how he sought to evade it, the sense of peril only intensified, locking onto him with an unyielding grip. The atmosphere seemed to brazenly declare that his life was in imminent jeopardy. What is happening? A look of utter confusion washed over Hu Yanzhua's face as he struggled to comprehend the source of this newfound threat. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he cast a hurried glance over his shoulder, desperate to discern the origin of this life-threatening sensation. Yet, that fleeting glance revealed a breathtaking flash of sword light, an image that would be forever etched in his memory. As the brilliant sword light drew near, revealing the figure of the swordsman cloaked within its radiant glow, Liang Hua raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had a master from Beiliangzu come to their aid? With a furrowed brow, Liang Hua pondered the implications. Such a sword light must rival his most potent blade techniques. Initially, he had intended to conceal his strength, lulling the Baiman general into a false sense of security before unleashing his full might at the last moment to achieve a decisive victory. However, this plan was now rendered moot. It seemed fate had intervened, and salvation was at hand for the beleaguered city of Fufeng. A subtle smile graced Liang Hua's lips as he silently reveled in the turn of events, and in the next moment, he lunged forward, aiming his blade once more at the bewildered Baiman general. This strike was far from the easily evaded blows of before. If the previous attack had posed a significant challenge for Hu Yanzhua, the current slash from Liang Hua made the threat of death acutely palpable once more. With an attack coming from his left and the sword light from behind, two lethal assaults converged upon him simultaneously, leaving Hu Yanzhua momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. How had the tide of battle turned so drastically in the blink of an eye? His mind clouded. Hu Yanzhua found himself unable to react. Or perhaps he simply did not have the time to contemplate further. Faced with the greatest crisis of his life, the Baiman general cast aside all thought, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. His arms, adorned with unknown tattoos, bulged with sudden strength, his blood and energy surging violently. Even the true qi manifesting around him began to spiral out of control. With his vital energy surging through his meridians and his dantian's qi erupting, he resorted to a method that could temporarily enhance both his physical form and the quality of his qi. The willingness to employ such a technique demonstrated his resolve to fight to the bitter end. Although this method would inevitably result in severe repercussions, possibly inflicting hidden injuries upon his own realm, Hu Yanzhua's desire to survive overshadowed all concerns. With a furious roar, he raised his massive axe, its form swelling as his visage turned a demonic shade of red. He swung the axe towards the sword light in the heavens, determined to seize a glimmer of hope amidst this dire confrontation. To have any chance of survival, he had to confront the attacks head-on. To sit idle and accept both assaults would surely spell his doom, even if he invoked his secret techniques. Having battled the sword-wielding master for numerous exchanges, Hu Yanzhua held a deep-seated wariness towards him. Thus, upon witnessing Liang Hua conceal his strength and unleash a blade that could sever his head, Hu Yanzhua instinctively chose to evade the leftward strike, channeling all his energy into a leap towards the descending sword light from above. Perhaps in that fleeting moment of thought, he believed that this radiant sword descending from the heavens would be less formidable to overcome. The sword light, soaring gracefully from the distant sky, descended like a crescent moon, striking the axe-wielding figure with blinding speed. In an instant, a tempest of energy erupted. Qi surged forth like a tidal wave, rippling in all directions. The terrifying collision of true qi warped the air, sending violent gusts that forced nearby warriors to shield their eyes and retreat. The intensity of the clash was blinding. Yet, in that moment, the overwhelming force began to wane. Accompanying this decline was a piercing sound as the sword light sliced through flesh and bone. A bloodied arm was flung into the air, disintegrating mid-flight into a rain of blood and bone dust that fell to the earth below. A deafening scream pierced the air. Simultaneously, a voice echoed across the vastness. Who gave you the audacity and confidence to assume that I would not arrive in time to assist? Today, the one who has severed your arm is none other than I, Luo Li of Beiliang. Do you submit? Chapter 50. The Severed Head Falls. Above, a figure wielding a sword floated effortlessly, radiating an aura of unwavering true qi. Meanwhile, Hu Yanzhua, now missing an arm, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. The once dazzling sword light, though seemingly gentle, bore an insatiable bloodlust that threatened to shred him to pieces. After only a brief encounter with the sword's edge, Hu Yanzhua's defenses crumbled, and had he not experienced a moment of clarity, he would have suffered far worse than merely losing an arm. Luo Li of Beiliang. The name resonated in Hu Yanzhua's mind, recognition dawning as he recalled the portraits of this formidable figure. How could he have arrived so swiftly? It had only been a few days since the Baiman forces had traversed through Xianzhou. Hu Yanzhua struggled to maintain his grip on the axe, his heart roiling with trepidation. A singular innate master could not vanquish him, but two working in concert would surely spell his doom. He had to retreat, to reach Yinming. It is imperative to rendezvous with the troops led by Yel Dashi, otherwise, Even with a formidable army at my side, my life may be in peril today. Presently, one of his arms has been severed, significantly diminishing his strength. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed the secret technique of burning blood, yet even with military aid, the risk of unforeseen calamities looms large. The city of Fufeng is in tatters, and the entire Yinming region has been trampled by his northern barbarian forces, prompting the king of Beheading to rush to their aid from a great distance. Thus, the objectives of this iron cavalry have already been largely fulfilled. When deploying troops, Commander Werke had previously advised him regarding Yeldashi. If this cross-border operation could lure the forces of Beheading to assist, it would be deemed a success. Although their 50,000 elite cavalrymen are indeed the finest warriors of the northern barbarians, burdened with heavy responsibilities, should circumstances shift, there is no necessity for them to continue as the primary offensive force. The cavalry stationed in Liangzhou and the troops outside Shanhaiguan do not strictly adhere to a primary attacking role. Whichever segment of the northern or southern Liangzhou garrison shows a gap in defense will become the main attacking force. Since the king of Beheading has departed from Beheading City, it is surely time for the royal army outside Shanhaiguan to advance. Hu Yanzhuang contemplated this and felt an urgent need to vacate the area. After all, lingering here could cost him his life. He swiftly retreated, and in the next moment, the remaining arm of Hu Yanzhuang melded into the ranks of the northern barbarian army. The army retreat. As he melded into the throng of iron cavalry, a sense of security washed over him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing the commanding shout of the northern barbarian general, the previously dominant cavalrymen ceased their entanglement and obediently followed the command to withdraw in the direction they had come. They had all witnessed the recent celestial confrontation, where their valiant general was struck down, losing an arm to a sword strike from the heavens. This scene undoubtedly instilled great trepidation among the northern barbarian soldiers. Thus, as Hu Yanzhuang's orders spread, the once fierce northern barbarian cavalry abandoned the nearly defeated Fufeng defenders and retreated. Mounted on horseback, Hu Yanzhuang, commanding a full-speed withdrawal, glanced back at two figures of innate strength. To his astonishment, he realized something remarkable. Not only did the gray-clad master wielding a sword refrain from pursuing him, but even the king of Beheading, Luo Li, who had just severed his arm, seemed to allow him to escape deliberately. Such fortuitous circumstances, the anxiety that had previously gripped Hu Yanzhuang began to dissipate, if only slightly. Though he had activated the blood-burning secret technique and fought desperately, he had still been struck by Luo Li, who was merely of the same realm. Surely, he had paid a considerable price to achieve such a feat. Perhaps this was the extent of his power? While holding the Shuangguang axe defensively with one hand, Hu Yanzhuang speculated uncertainly. It was only when he and his cavalry reached the gates of Fufeng that this sense of fortunate luck was completely dispelled. Before him lay a scene of utter desolation. Where the gates had been breached by the northern barbarian cavalry, now stood a fully armed cavalry of black armor, having sealed off the entrance. A chill swept through Hu Yanzhuang's mind as he recalled a critical detail he had overlooked in his haste. How could the king of Beheading, Luo Li, traverse 1,000 miles to provide aid and do so alone? The cavalry encircling the gates, brandishing gleaming long spears, undoubtedly sought to demonstrate to the northern barbarian general that his suspicions had been correct. Trapped like a fish in a barrel, realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Yanzhuang turned to glance back, only to behold the figure wielding a sword, gliding effortlessly through the air, approaching with an aura of unyielding determination. I understand now, he mused. The reason Luo Li had merely severed one of his arms and left him a glimmer of hope was to compel him to retreat like a startled bird, thus minimizing the casualties among the already crumbling Fufeng defenders. On the brink of despair, Hu Yanzhuang was engulfed by a mix of emotions, primarily fear. This individual had him completely in his grasp. Just as Hu Yanzhuang began to comprehend the entirety of the situation, it was too late. The dark mass of cavalry surged forward. The ground trembled ominously. 3,000 riders clad in white robes, brandishing long spears, charged forth under the command of two ferocious martial generals, launching an assault on the encroaching northern barbarian cavalry. Kill! The horn of counterattack had sounded. At this moment, the focus of the battlefield was no longer the formidable northern barbarian cavalry. Descending from the clouds, Luo Li's eyes blazed with intensity. He surveyed the brutal clash below, then fixed his gaze upon Hu Yanzhuang, who, with only one arm remaining, sought to break free from the encirclement and flee. In that instant, his sword descended. The blade shone brilliantly, its sound ringing clear as a bell, entirely at odds with the carnage surrounding them. Yet, as the arc of the sword sliced through the air, Hu Yanzhuang found himself unable to evade. His head fell, severed cleanly from his body. Chapter 51. Preserving Your Lineage, Unfading for a Century. At the gates of Fufeng County, Luo Li, donned in dark armor, ascended the city walls, holding a severed head, its features obscured. The battle had drawn to a close. The Northern Barbarians' 20,000 cavalry had been thwarted by the Beiliang forces, and due to prior losses, only 3,000 to 4,000 remnants managed to break through. Meanwhile, a full 15,000 Northern Barbarian cavalrymen had perished within this unassuming county. Hearing that the situation in Yanmeng was still precarious, Luo Li, after securing victory, immediately commanded Lu Yun to lead General Song Yu and their 30,000 cavalry to continue the reinforcement of Yanmeng. He himself, after a brief pause, promptly activated his innate energy to set forth. After all, in terms of speed, Luo Li, with his innate prowess, could surpass these cavalrymen. As summer drew to a close, the time had passed midday. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the stench of blood that permeated the city. The Northern Liang flag, stained with the blood of martyrs, still flew proudly, its deep red hue contrasting sharply against the landscape, fluttering in the wind as if the souls of the fallen Fufeng warriors lingered, unwilling to depart. As he ascended the city tower, still clutching Hu Yanzhuang's head, Luo Li gazed at the figure kneeling on the ground, headless yet upright, standing resolutely by the Northern Liang banner. His expression turned contemplative. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast the severed head before the county officer. "Lu Yang, I remember your name. I have avenged you," he proclaimed. Clenching his left fist against his chest, Luo Li slightly closed his eyes and bowed his head in respect to the lifeless form before him. The county lieutenant, a distinguished official of the 8th rank in Liangzhou, unified the local security and military forces. This lieutenant from Fufeng, Lu, truly deserved his position. When the county magistrate fled his post, and the deputy magistrate was engulfed in fear, it was commendable that he bravely stepped forward to lead the local youth in resisting the bandits. Alas, he has since passed away, returning to the earth, leaving behind only the poignant reflections of posterity. Lieutenant Lu was a man of forthright character, often engaging with the elderly. Despite his official title, he retained the spirit of a wanderer and had always shown care for the martial arts sects in Fufeng. It is a pity that he departed in the prime of his life. Those northern marauders truly deserve their fate. Cough, cough, cough. Behind Luo Li, Liang Zhongru was being supported by Li Yuanchang as they ascended the city wall. Upon witnessing Luo Li, in the capacity of the Northern Liang king, pay his respects to the martyr who sacrificed his life for the nation, Liang Zhongru could not help but let out a deep sigh, followed by a spate of dark blood. Hearing the commotion behind him, Luo Li opened his eyes and turned around. The elderly man behind him appeared incredibly frail. His vitality diminished. It was evident that the recent desperate struggle had drained the last remnants of strength from Liang Zhongru's life. At 70 or 80 years of age, and without having achieved a breakthrough in innate energy, he was now merely sustaining his meridians with true qi. One can only imagine the toll this would take. "Liang Lao, it has been a long time," Luo Li began, his tone imbued with respect. "In the past, I may have acted inconsiderately. I hope you will not take it to heart." Reflecting on this elder he had encountered a few times before, Luo Li fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. A decade ago, when Luo Li ventured alone into Liangzhou, he had sought to invite this legendary master of the Yin Dao sect from Yanmen County to assist him in establishing the Northern Liang regime, only to be met with a cold refusal. 5 years prior, when Northern Liang had begun to take root, Luo Li had aimed to recruit the young martial artists from various sects into his military, yet it was this elder master Liang who, citing various reasons, declined to comply. To be frank, before coming to Fufeng, Luo Li had little regard for this elder, akin to a local tyrant. However, it must be acknowledged that in defending the dignity of his sect and homeland, this elder was undoubtedly deserving of the title of hero, along with his disciple. Contemplating this, Luo Li cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man in gray robes, who bore a large sword and had remained silent. After a moment, he recognized the identity of this taciturn swordsman, revered by the disciples of the Yin Dao sect. The renowned swordman Liang Hua, known throughout the realms of the Great Xia, was indeed a formidable martial artist. More importantly, he was a former disciple of the Yin Dao sect and the direct protege of Liang Zhongru. In a certain sense, they were like father and son, for Liang Hua had been raised by Liang Zhongru after losing his own parents. It was said that years ago Liang Hua, angered by the insult to his elder from a true disciple of the Shenglong Fist school, had drawn his sword and slain the offender, thus offending the Shenglong Fist sect and earning his expulsion from the Yin Dao sect. Since then, He had roamed the lands, severing ties with the Yin Dao sect. Yet, it appeared that the rumors did not align with the truth. Your Highness speaks in jest. In the past, due to my sect's affiliations, I have disregarded your invitations. For that, I sincerely apologize. From now on, should your Highness require our services, the entire Yin Dao sect will comply. Hearing Luo Li's words, Liang Zhongru merely smiled and shook his head dismissively. A glance from Luo Li was enough for him to discern that this elder's days were numbered. Oh, the twilight of heroes. Reflecting inwardly, Luo Li recalled the first time he had met this elder 10 years ago, when he was merely a 13-year-old youth. Back then, the elder was not as he appeared now. Even with his sword sheathed, his aura was as heavy as a chasm, and his neatly tied hair spoke of a formidable character. Who would have thought that the passage of time would so wear him down? Based on the actions of the Yin Dao sect today, I vow to ensure the prosperity of the Fufeng Yin Dao lineage for a century to come. Liang Lao, rest assured, the situation at the front is dire, and I must hasten to catch up with the army. I shall not linger here any longer. Please ensure that Lieutenant Liu and the other martyrs receive a proper burial. Upon the triumphant return of the Northern Liang forces, I will return to converse further. Those deserving of accolades will be recognized, while those at fault will not escape unscathed. Liang Zhongru's words stemmed from his awareness that, given his current condition, he likely had but a short time left. Thus, he sought to secure the legacy of the Yin Dao sect through the merits of this battle. Hoping to dispel Luo Li's grievances against the sect, his intentions were indeed realized. After their exchange, Luo Li withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly to Liang Hua, who stood not far away. In the next moment, he leaped from the city wall, channeling his true qi into a radiant light as he pursued the direction of Yinmen County. Chapter 52. Life, Aging, Illness, and Death. The norm of humanity. As Luo Li's figure vanished from sight, Liang Zhongru let out a long sigh, his countenance growing increasingly desolate. Li Yuanchang observed his usually stern and composed master reduced to such a state after the fierce battle, and could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. The disciples of the Yin Dao sect who followed behind also fell silent, some even on the verge of tears, crying and wailing. What kind of conduct is that? Life, aging, illness, and death are the norms of humanity, not only for my master, but even the greatest of living masters, the transcendent beings of martial arts, cannot escape this cycle. How much less can an old man like myself? Everyone will die, I will die, and so will you. One day, we will all depart from this world. Therefore, you all must leave me. The county town of Fufeng is in ruins, and your fallen brothers have just been laid to rest. What purpose is there in lingering here with an old man on the brink of death? Go and fulfill your duties. Do not dally here and cause me annoyance. Though Liang Zhongru appeared increasingly frail, having exhausted his vitality, he still maintained the dignity of the Yin Dao sect's esteemed elder, his authority intact. Watching the elder dismiss his arm and chide the disciples, Li Yuanchang paused for a moment before reluctantly speaking to the disciples behind him. My master is correct. Why aren't you all quickly departing? Upon hearing both their master and elder brothers speak, the disciples, who had been feeling conflicted, began to move slowly down from the city wall. Liang Hua, with his sword slung across his back, gazed intently at Liang Zhongru reprimanding his disciples. Once the Yin Dao sect's disciples had descended, he finally spoke. 5 years ago, the blow you dealt to the leader of the Shenglong Fist sect, I shall repay you in due time. The troubles I have caused, I shall resolve myself. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Li Yuanchang turned sharply, his eyes filled with excitement, while the elderly man merely fell silent for a moment before finally expressing some understanding. When they come seeking trouble with the Yin Dao sect, as its master, I cannot allow them to act recklessly. However, as long as you remain alive, that old fellow will never relent. Thus having some time to let him settle down is indeed a fortunate circumstance. The old and the young, both gazing at their respective surroundings, engaged in a desultory conversation. Meanwhile, Li Yuanchang stood quietly to one side, a hint of unacknowledged amusement flickering in his eyes. It has likely been over a decade since my master and senior brother last met, he mused, his thoughts drifting back to a time long past. This was a matter from over a decade ago. Back then, Liang Zhongru, the master of the Yin Dao sect, was not yet in his current decrepit state, and his greatest disciple, Liang Hua, had just reached the 7th rank in swordsmanship. With the support of his elders, the sect flourished, and the emergence of outstanding disciples ensured its continued prosperity. For a time, the Yin Dao sect basked in unparalleled glory, renowned throughout Liangzhou. Achieving such success before the age of 20 was a remarkable feat throughout Liangzhou, and even in the 3 northern states. All martial arts sects regarded this prodigious talent of the Yin Dao sect as destined to become a martial arts master, an achievement unseen in nearly 2 centuries. The fame of the Yin Dao sect soared. Yet, as the saying goes, the taller the tree, the harder it falls. In the year Liang Hua turned 19, a significant event transpired in Fufeng County. A disciple of the Shenglong Fist from Zhangzhou, named Xia Yinqing, traversed Yinmen, vanquishing 7 martial arts sects along the way, defeating both young talents and seasoned veterans alike with his iron fists. Martial artists, after all, possess a certain pride. In his youthful exuberance, Xia Yinqing boldly proclaimed that the entire Yinmen martial arts world was beneath him. With an unstoppable momentum, he arrived at the final destination of his journey, the martial arts realm of Yinmen, Fufeng County. He chose this place as his ultimate challenge because the Yin Dao sect was the most prestigious and promising sect in the Yinmen Jianghu, with the potential to produce a master. With 2 7th-rank practitioners, Xia Yinqing viewed the Yin Dao sect as a stepping stone to hone his skills. Aspiring to traverse the 9 provinces of the Great Xia, growing stronger with each battle, ultimately breaking through the divine sea barrier and ascending to become a congenital master. This ambition was not misguided. However, his arrogance proved to be his undoing. When testing martial arts and visiting a sect, even in victory, one must leave the defeated with their dignity, a trait unique to true victors. Yet, devoid of any enmity, Xia Yinqing, upon winning, exhibited disdain for the traditions of martial arts. Disregarding the lineage of his opponents, even those whose ancestors had once produced masters, such humiliation incited many spirited warriors to draw their swords. Defending the honor of their sect's martial heritage, one may suffer personal disgrace, but one's beliefs must remain untarnished. A warrior's lineage and heritage are fundamental. To mock these is to invite ridicule. Thus, the seeds of Xia Yunqing's eventual downfall were sown. His Shenglong Fist was undeniably powerful, capable of sweeping aside opponents of the 7th rank. Yet, against Liang Hua, a rare talent in swordsmanship, his martial foundation fell short. Young men are often impetuous. Xia Yinqing from Shenglong Fist was no exception, nor was Liang Hua from Yin Dao sect, who had never tasted defeat. Upon arriving at Fufeng County to challenge the Yin Dao sect, Xia Yinqing boasted, dismissing the sect's centuries-old traditions as inconsequential. Liang Hua, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly tolerate such insolence. The confrontation was inevitable. The clash of sword and fist concluded with a predictable outcome: blood spilled, and the honor of the sect was upheld. This was an act of righteousness. One who comes to challenge must be prepared for the possibility of defeat and demise. However, trouble arose when the current master of Shenglong Fist was a renowned master of the 6th rank, and Xia Yinqing was his cherished disciple, nurtured under his guidance. The death of a disciple would naturally provoke a strong reaction from the master. Thus, when Liang Zhongru withstood the pressure from the master of Shenglong Fist, refusing to surrender Liang Hua under the pretext of his expulsion from the sect, his actions were entirely justified. In Li Yuanchang's view, his master's only misstep was failing to patiently explain the matter to his senior brother from beginning to end. It was this unresolved incident from years ago that resulted in the two not seeing each other for over a decade. After all these years, his senior brother had likely come to terms with it. Unfortunately, both were too stubborn to seek reconciliation, a testament to the shared temperament between master and disciple. Chapter 53. He owes me a blade. To have honed the ancestral hidden blade to such proficiency, you are indeed not lacking compared to the master of Shenglong Fist. After my death, I entrust the divine blade left by our ancestor, Fu Qiubai, into your hands. Upon hearing the earnest words of the gray-robed swordsman, the old man expressed his admiration. When Liang Zhongru made such a statement, Liang Hua was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to respond, the old man continued, oblivious to Liang Hua's hesitation, speaking as if not addressing him at all. Do not be hasty in your rejection. You are, in truth, the one who has fully inherited the sword techniques of the Yin Dao sect. Only you can wield the divine blade left by our ancestor and unleash its true power. I understand you may not desire it, but this blade is rightfully yours. Yuanchang has always acted with caution, never aggressive, treating others with calmness. Though he embodies the demeanor of a sect leader, he lacks the ambition of a supreme swordsman. It is only you who can truly resonate with the blood-stained blade that has vanquished countless evildoers. Throughout history, few masters of the Yin Dao sect have managed to wield it, let alone use it. Yet, I believe you can. Consider it an old man's dying wish. After my passing, take this blade, a symbol of the Yin Dao sect's legacy, and carry it as you traverse the mountains and rivers. How does that sound? The sounds of battle had long since ceased, and the fleeing populace gradually returned, finding solace once more. The clouds of despair began to disperse, revealing the sky. As light shone down upon the scarred city walls, the brightness illuminated the scene, clarity returning. The old man's sincere words stirred something in the long-silent Liang Hua, causing him to bite his lip and respond, "Very well, I accept, master." With that, the expressionless visage he had maintained suddenly broke into a faint smile. In that moment, the old man across from him also chuckled. "After my death, the sect will be entrusted to Yuanchang. He possesses a steadiness far exceeding yours. With his understanding of the essence of the blade, he is likely to become a master in the future. With him overseeing the Yindao sect, I can rest easy. How do you find this arrangement?" The elder's gentle smile conveyed a tone of negotiation, yet it was imbued with an undeniable authority that left no room for dissent. Even though Liang Hua was a master of his generation, he was reluctant to offend the old man's dignity. Moreover, having left the Yindao sect for over a decade, he found that the world had changed beyond recognition, and his aspirations lay elsewhere. If Liang Zhongru were to insist on bestowing the position of sect leader upon him, it would only serve to confine him. His junior brother was composed and capable of shouldering such a responsibility. By that measure, he was undoubtedly more suitable than Liang Hua himself. Casting a glance at the quietly standing swordsman in azure robes, whose demeanor was gentle, Liang Hua nodded in response. "Brother, you are too humble. Regardless of the passage of years, you have always been like a brother to me in Yuanchang's heart." The onlookers, privy to their amicable exchange, recognized that both had, at least on the surface, set aside past grievances. Much of this was attributed to the imminent demise of their master, Liang Zhongru, who had but a month left to live. Nonetheless, it was heartening for Yuanchang to witness the reunion of these master and disciple after such a long separation. Well, we have discussed enough for now. Let us address more pressing matters. Although the crisis in Fufeng has been averted, Yinmen County appears to be embroiled in fierce combat based on prior intelligence. I am in no immediate danger and have days left in me. If possible, could you lend your support to the Northern Liang King? Reflecting on the Northern Liang King, Luo Li, who had traversed great distances to offer assistance, Liang Zhongru felt a pang of guilt. Essentially, he was a man of the Jianghu, distinct from those of the court. Jianghu warriors preferred freedom, eschewing the confines of military ranks and the lure of officialdom. This was why Liang Zhongru had repeatedly declined Luo Li's invitations. However, those of the Jianghu also valued their promises and reciprocated kindness. The princess' actions had undoubtedly salvaged Fufeng and saved the most elite disciples of the Yindao sect. Thus, Liang Zhongru felt compelled to acknowledge this favor. He intended to advise Yuanchang to cultivate a good relationship with the Northern Liang King once the situation stabilized, so that when the latter advanced into the Central Plains, the Yindao sect would contribute its strength in the ensuing battles. For now, Liang Hua was the only one capable of assisting Northern Liang. "You need not speak on my behalf. I shall make my own visit shortly. This journey is not solely to exact vengeance upon the northern barbarians, to honor the spirits of the many who perished in Fufeng, but also to catch up with an old friend. When I arrived, I managed to suppress my anger, but now he owes me a blow." Outside Yinmen County. "What did you say? You tell me that Hu Yanzhuo is dead?" The blood-soaked deputy general, having dismounted, was met with a raised eyebrow from Yi El-Dashur, who could scarcely believe the news. "General, the situation is dire. I would not dare speak falsely. The Northern Liang King, Luo Li, came to our aid just as we were breaching Fufeng City, and they brought along 2 innate masters. Despite General Hu Yanzhuo's best efforts, he was ultimately defeated and killed. Furthermore, Luo Li did not come alone. He had at least 30 to 40,000 cavalrymen with him, including those white-robed cavalry who had previously routed our northern barbarian front lines. Otherwise, our defeat would not have been so catastrophic. My lord, we must retreat. If we are caught by those cavalry, we may find no escape." The bloody deputy general, on the verge of tears, knew that this revelation would deal a staggering blow to the northern barbarian forces, which had seemed poised for victory. Yet he had no choice. If he withheld this information until Luo Li and his cavalry arrived, it would be too late. Thus, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of the commanding general, Yi El-Dashur, he felt compelled to convey the truth. "Can't we fight back?" Useless, truly useless. Although he was unaware of the specifics surrounding Hu Yanzhuo's demise, the thought of facing 2 innate masters and a cavalry force rivaling their own filled Yi El-Dashur with dread. The northern barbarian forces were pressing hard, ready to breach Yinmen County at any moment. Just when he sought to rally his troops and make a decisive strike against the formidable city walls, he received this thunderous news. Chapter 54. Who is not afraid of death on the city walls, as he observed the relentless northern barbarian forces surging forth. Wielding curved blades and long spears with a reckless abandon, Chen Qiaoyan's once pristine attire was now in tatters, and a fierce expression had taken residence upon his scholarly brow. With bow drawn and arrows nocked, the county guard was inspired by their leader's resolve. Yet, the ferocity of the northern barbarians was overwhelming. Arrows from their mounted archers found their marks in the chests of the defending soldiers. After continuous skirmishes, the defenders of Yanmen County were not only exhausted but had suffered grave losses. Were it not for the young and able replacing the fallen, the siege engines being pulled by 16 fierce horses would have long since breached the iron gates. It had been some time since the last assault by the innate warriors of the northern barbarians, and Chen Qiaoyan found himself pondering when they would strike again. Commanding the defense, he utilized the rolling stone crossbows to rain death upon the advancing tide of enemies. Yet anxiety began to gnaw at him. In perilous times, one must contemplate the worst. The memory of that lone figure who had single-handedly turned the tide of battle with a single shot from a divine crossbow lingered in his mind, haunting him like a nightmare. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as he spotted a dark figure soaring above the dense ranks of the enemy. It was a feat only attainable by an innate master. Prepare the divine crossbow. Aim at that figure above the northern barbarians. Chen Qiaoyan set aside his dignified demeanor to urgently shout at the messenger beside him. His tone conveyed a palpable sense of urgency. The might of innate power was overwhelming. Should their bolts miss, it was easy to envision the dire fate that awaited Yanmen County. In truth, there was no need for Chen Qiaoyan to sound the alarm. As soon as the presence of an innate leader was detected among the northern barbarians, the officers in charge of the divine crossbows immediately readied their weapons, locking their sights and trajectories onto the airborne figure. As soon as it was determined that he was about to charge forward, in the next instant, 20 powerful crossbows atop the city wall were prepared to unleash their bolts. However, after a prolonged wait, the tense atmosphere among the soldiers on the wall did not witness the anticipated, reckless assault from the enemy forces. Instead, they were met with an unforeseen scene that they had longed for yet could not have predicted. The once thunderous battle cries of the northern barbarians, poised to attack the city, suddenly began to retreat in unison, as if under some mysterious directive. Even the figures in midair mirrored this retreat. The siege engines, drawn by 16 fierce steeds, were abandoned at the foot of the wall, and the once determined northern barbarians ceased their advance, gradually pulling back. Not to mention the scattered archers in the distance. What is happening? The northern barbarians are retreating? Chen Qiaoyan raised his bow several times, only to lower it slowly, rubbing his eyes in disbelief after confirming that the crisis had passed. Many soldiers on the wall mirrored his confusion. They had a clear advantage. And with the support of a general of innate strength from the northern barbarians, the city of Yanmen would have been on the brink of destruction. Yet at this critical juncture, reality told Chen Qiaoyan that the enemy was withdrawing. It was utterly absurd. At that moment, he felt as if heaven was playing a cruel joke on him. My lord, what is the meaning of this? A puzzled subordinate approached, seeking clarification from their county governor. Many soldiers were bewildered, but even as the county governor and commander, Chen Qiaoyan himself could not fathom the situation. I do not know either. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has arisen? In response to the mixed expressions of joy and confusion among his commanders, Chen Qiaoyan could only respond uncertainly. However, regardless of the reasons, this was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for Yanmen County. After all, had the northern barbarians continued their assault, even with the formidable crossbows defending the city, it might not have held out for long. If reinforcements from Beheading did not arrive in time, the only fate awaiting them would be the fall of the city and the annihilation of its people. Now, with the siege lifted, they must send personnel to the rear for reinforcements while advising all commanding officers to remain vigilant against any potential resurgence of the northern barbarians. Just as Chen Qiaoyan regained his composure and continued to fulfill his duties as commander, a messenger hurriedly approached from the rear. Report, my lord. A large contingent of cavalry is advancing towards Yanmen County from the rear. The banner flying in the midst of the iron cavalry belongs to Beheading. I cannot ascertain whether it is the prince and reinforcements from Liangzhou, so I implore your lordship to come and witness for yourself. This news struck like a thunderclap, awakening the many commanders who had been perplexed. Following their realization came exhilaration. Chen Qiaoyan, as the county governor, was the first to respond. His spirit renewed as he exclaimed, so that is the case. No wonder those barbaric invaders retreated like frightened dogs. It turns out the Beheading army has arrived. All commanders hastened to welcome the troops from Liangzhou. Before his words had even faded, the earth began to tremble. From the city wall, bathed in the light of dusk, they beheld the heavy cavalry marching forth, their hooves thundering upon the ground. The black and red banners of the central army were raised high, and the vivid crimson of the flags, aglow in the twilight, imbued Qin Chaoyan and the other commanders with overwhelming emotion, nearly bringing them to tears. They could faintly discern the inscriptions upon the banners. Liang, to be alive, who would wish for death? Initially resigned to a fate of sacrifice in defense of his country, Qin Chaoyan had prepared himself to resist the barbarian invasion to the bitter end. Yet upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the fervor that had filled his heart began to ebb. Reflecting on the brutal battles they had endured, and recalling his own role as the county governor wielding the Beheading banner, he felt a twinge of fear arise within him. How strange it was, he found himself afraid of death. Under the twilight sky, as the iron steeds trod upon the yellow sands, Qin Chaoyan stood upon the wall, his hair disheveled and his eyes slightly reddened. He watched the cavalry approach, observed the northern barbarians retreating in disarray, and suddenly murmured to himself, laughing softly. Chapter 55. Arriving with bravado, departing in disgrace. I, Qin Chaoyan, county governor of Yinmen, pay my respects to the prince. The northern barbarians have besieged us, invading Yinmen County. Caught unprepared, I have allowed a significant portion of our territory to fall, resulting in the suffering of our people. My sins are unforgivable, and I beseech the prince to mete out punishment. Having opened the gates of Yinmen, Qin Chaoyan adjusted his attire, leading the other commanders out of the city to meet the Beheading cavalry stationed before them. Approaching the forefront, he beheld a young man clad in black armor, exuding an air of valor, and bowed deeply, his voice laden with sorrow as he reported, as if the cause of all this calamity rested solely upon his shoulders. Observing the weary middle-aged scholar, his hair disheveled and eyes filled with fatigue, Luo Li approached on horseback, feeling a surge of surprise. Qin Chaoyan, hailing from the prestigious Qin family of Jiangzhou, had trained in both martial and literary arts from a young age, poised to become a pillar of the contemporary Qin lineage. His appointment as the county governor of Yinmen was under the auspices of the esteemed Chancellor Qin Zhao, a figure of great renown within the court. Given such a distinguished background and promising future, how could this man, in a time of uncertainty regarding the arrival of the army, hold steadfast against the northern barbarians' onslaught? He was truly a talent. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Li's previous impressions of this scion of nobility transformed entirely. Not all individuals would flee in the face of peril. Some could indeed rise to the occasion. Prior to arriving in Yinmen, Luo Li had heard that this county governor had not followed the example of the magistrate of Fufeng, who abandoned his post. But what had he truly accomplished? It was only upon witnessing the admiration in the eyes of the martial commanders that Luo Li understood the significance of this elite from the Qin family of Jiangzhou. The northern barbarians' invasion is not merely your concern. It is a consequence of my own games with the great Xia. In truth, this calamity befalling Yinmen County is not without my share of blame. Seeing Qin Chaoyan, his expression solemn as he accepted the full weight of responsibility, Luo Li, though unaware of his inner thoughts, could not help but shake his head slightly, speaking with a grave tone, regardless of the circumstances. To have preserved the territory against a surprise assault by the enemy is commendable. You, as the county governor, have demonstrated that you are worthy of your noble lineage. In this moment of urgency, I have traveled across 1,000 miles to aid you. I cannot allow those barbarians to retreat unscathed. When my grand army triumphs, I shall engage in a heartfelt discourse with the governor of Qin County, discussing merits and rewards. Troops, heed the command. Commence the march at once. We vow to make those northern barbarians understand the true cost of invading our northern Liang territory. Supporting the weary Qin Chaoyan, Luo Li mounted a steed and issued the royal decree. The war horses whinnied, and clouds of dust billowed forth. Leading the charge were the white-clad cavalry, spearheaded by Song Jingxiu and Yu Tianmin, followed closely by 30,000 heavily armored knights, who immediately pursued the retreating northern barbarians. Observing the swift departure of the cavalry, Qin Chaoyan gazed into the distance, performing a deep bow, and proclaimed, "We, your humble servants, bid farewell to your majesty. May our northern Liang vanquish our foes and thrive in martial glory." Situated in Liangzhou, Yinmen is vast, yet sparsely populated, often desolate. Beneath the dusk, an elite yet dispirited cavalry, resembling defeated soldiers, tread upon the sandy road, retracing their earlier path. Previously, they had launched a fierce assault from Xianzhou, achieving commendable victories. Regrettably, at the critical moment of seizing Yinmen County, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Huyanzhua, even if you could preserve a single life or allow your 20,000 elite cavalry to break free, how could I find myself in such dire straits? The commander at the forefront of this cavalry, galloping at full speed, felt a sense of frustration. Although the northern barbarians had suffered tremendous losses in the Battle of Fufeng County, they still possessed 30,000 capable warriors. Such a force should not fear the likes of Luo Li. Yet, despite meticulous planning, Dashi had not anticipated the fall of the esteemed master Huyanzhua during the Battle of Fufeng, nor the abruptness of his demise, leaving him utterly unprepared. Consequently, under the pressure of two local masters, he had no choice but to retreat. Report, General. Scouts stationed at the rear have relayed intelligence indicating that the iron cavalry led by the Northern Liang King is advancing towards us. Upon receiving this grave news, Dashi's expression grew increasingly somber. Pay it no mind, we shall press on. Once we are beyond the borders of Northern Liang. No matter how formidable the Northern Liang King may be, what can he do? The Northern Liang King Luo Li personally led 30,000 cavalry to provide support. Over at Northern Liang City, the commander and Wanyan Lu must have gathered their forces as well. Though they suffered a major defeat in Liangzhou, they had nonetheless achieved significant results. Aside from the loss of a master general, which was regrettable, the overall outcome was still acceptable. As long as they could breach the Shanhaiguan, the Golden Wolf King's court would still claim victory. However, for now, they must first exit Liangzhou. Thus, the once mighty northern barbarian cavalry swiftly devolved into a pack of strays, daunted by the relentless pursuit, retreating only along the path they had come. As dusk faded into midnight, the chase continued. Although Dashi had not ordered a halt, he sensed that Luo Li had not paused his advance. After all, the cavalry from the royal court had wreaked havoc, slaying countless Liangzhou civilians and nearly turning Yanmen County into a solitary fortress. Should Luo Li allow them to escape so easily, it would be a source of mockery in the future. After a night of relentless travel, the northern barbarian cavalry, having traversed the challenges of Xianzhou, was nearing the Great Xia border. They needed only to pass through the northern Xian Pass to gain unimpeded access to the sea. Yet, for reasons unknown, Dashi felt an unsettling premonition. In the distance, the imposing fortress remained brightly lit. This was the stronghold of the Jinyu army, stationed at Xianzhou, always vigilant against Liangzhou. As Dashi and his cavalry approached, he noticed that the once open plains had become strewn with caltrops and barricades. Despite the night, the soldiers illuminated by the fortress lights remained on high alert. Seeing this, Dashi's heart sank. Chapter 56, Deception in Warfare. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sound of war drums echoed from the mighty fortress, resonating dully and forcefully in the hearts of Dashi and his troops. Even amidst the night, he could discern the throngs of people ahead. His innate prowess allowed him to see hundreds of meters away, where a figure clad in golden armor wielding a long spear stood atop the city tower. What could Commander Shui possibly be doing, leading the Jinyu army to assemble here at such a late hour? At this point, if Dashi remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation, he would be unworthy of his position as a general. With a resonant voice that carried through the night sky, his words, infused with true energy, reached Shui Yu's ears from a distance. In response, the general, who commanded the Jinyu army and the garrison at Xianzhou, remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly, and replied in kind, "Why I am here, General, should be evident to you. I brought you to the gates. Yet you have not only failed to capture Yanmen County, but have also resulted in a hasty retreat, which is quite disappointing. Though you hail from the grasslands, I trust you understand the treachery of warfare. Deception is a requisite in battle. I bear the heavy burden of the Xia Emperor's mandate to quell the unrest in northern Liang, overseeing all military deployments. Should you achieve a great victory against northern Liang, that would be splendid. However, since you have not only failed to secure such a victory, but have also been terrified into retreat without even attempting an attack, this does not align with my initial intentions." His words flowed smoothly, akin to a scholarly discussion, refined and congenial. However, the implications behind each phrase ignited Dashi's already tumultuous thoughts into a blaze of fury. "Shuiyu, are you not aware that the Xia Emperor has forged an alliance with my Golden Wolf Court, establishing a mutual friendship? Our royal army's advance here was not only with your consent, but also received the personal approval of your sovereign. What then is the meaning of this elaborate trap you have laid here?" With that, Dashi raised his spear, exuding an ominous aura. "The general speaks too harshly. When we each sought our own gains, the alliance was naturally valid, and if you could achieve a great victory against northern Liang, I would even offer you assistance at an opportune moment. Yet, since you find yourself in such dire straits today, there is no longer any necessity for adherence to such agreements. Allow me to guide you on a clear path." Hearing Dashi's seething, menacing words, Shuiyu chuckled as if he had heard the most amusing joke, raising two fingers atop the fortress and stating, You now have two choices. The first is to traverse the web of traps I have laid, enduring the pressure of my city's powerful crossbows, forcing your remaining troops through the gates. You may wager on your chances of survival. The second choice is to plunge into Liangzhou and seek a way to escape the Great Xia borders from another location. You know well that Liangzhou is vast, yet sparsely populated. Though entry is challenging, there are countless methods to break free. Yeldashi, your task is to devise a means to break free from the relentless pursuit from behind. The current situation is dire. I advise the general to make a decision promptly, lest the Northern Liang cavalry arrives, at which point regret will be futile. Upon finishing his words, Shui Yu lifted his gaze, though no further words escaped his lips. His demeanor unmistakably conveyed the urgency to Yeldashi. Curse Shui Yu, how dare you destroy the bridge after crossing it? Ahem, having already sustained injuries during the previous battle. The provocative words of Shui Yu ignited a smoldering rage within Yeldashi, causing him to grip his long spear tightly. If he could, he would have relished the chance to confront the golden-armored figure atop the city walls in a life-and-death struggle to vent his pent-up frustration. Yet, he was compelled to concede that Shui Yu's advice bore certain wisdom. The path ahead was fraught with strategically positioned caltrops and stakes, stretching endlessly towards the city gate. Under the illumination of torches, Yeldashi caught a fleeting glimpse of at least 40 or 50 siege crossbows. Moreover, aside from these obstacles, there was also the formidable presence of the Captain Shui Yu, who was significantly more powerful, nearing the 5th rank. Given such an array, it was uncertain whether the Northern Man cavalry could even attempt a breakthrough, and if they could, it was likely futile. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. In a moment of impulsive rage, Yeldashi, in a daze, could even hear the sound of galloping hooves from the pursuing cavalry behind. He understood that while this was likely a product of his heightened anxiety, verging on fear, if the stalemate persisted, this illusion might indeed transform into reality. Should he find himself besieged at the city gate, it would spell disaster. Troops, heed my command, we must retreat. Reluctantly, Yeldashi made the only decision that offered a glimmer of hope. We shall return and confront those Northern Liang scoundrels. Once we break through, I shall lead you all back home. Breathing heavily, Yeldashi cast a cold glance at the smiling Shui Yu atop the city wall. Scoffing softly before channeling his energy to amplify his voice once more, Shui Yu, do not revel in your triumph. It is through this setback that I have finally grasped why Northern Liang stands resilient against our royal army's relentless campaigns. You may take pleasure in the thought of watching my forces and Northern Liang suffer mutual destruction. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that without a true alliance with my royal court, your decisions alongside the Xia Emperor will prove to be your gravest error. Watch closely. Even if my Jinlang royal court fails to breach Northern Liang, rest assured that your Xia will inevitably fall to that prince. With that, take care of yourselves. Men, let us depart. I shall lead you through the encirclement and back home. The Iron Cavalry, akin to a torrent of steel, turned their steeds under the command of their Northern Man leader. They faced the advancing Northern Liang army, galloping swiftly from the rear. Victory in their breakout would grant them a fleeting chance of survival. Defeat would mean being buried far from home. Northern Liang's king, Luo Li, intriguing. Observing the hastily retreating cavalry, Shui Yu leaned on his chin and chuckled softly. Do you think I simply wish to watch as you Northern Man and the swiftly approaching king of Northern Liang mutually annihilate each other? Foolish creature. The summer insect cannot be conversed with regarding ice, nor can a frog in a well comprehend the ocean. Unbeknownst to Yeldashi, at this moment, 30,000 elite Golden Feather troops and 50,000 soldiers from Xian Prefecture were fully prepared and awaiting orders behind this formidable stronghold. What Shui Yu sought was not merely to wait and see. He aimed for a complete annihilation. Chapter 57. The Art of Battle, the Celestial Pole, and Big Dipper. At this time, the situation behind Liangzhou was chaotic, and the scene outside the Northern Liang city at Shanhaiguan was far from peaceful. Since Luo Li led 30,000 cavalry out of the city to provide aid, the Northern Man forces, having conducted reconnaissance, were now aware of this development. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Wu Erqi personally commanded the Central Army, with Wanyan Lu as the vanguard. Mobilizing 50,000 troops from the Central Army and 50,000 from various allied forces, shifting from a feigned attack to an all-out assault. The entire battle line stretched for dozens of miles along Shanhaiguan, igniting a conflagration of warfare. Fortunately, the Northern Liang defenders remained steadfast, bolstered by the presence of masters Chun Qingji and Li Su, along with the support of siege crossbows, preventing any significant disorder. Shifting focus. Yin Men. Beneath the night sky, Luo Li held his longsword, his gaze sharp. Following the trail from Yinmen County, although the initial pursuit experienced some delays, the army pressed on, closely trailing the Northern Man forces without losing ground. My lord, do you think those Northern Men have escaped through the Xian Prefecture Pass? As the army advanced, they encountered only scattered Northern Man scouts. Slaying these foes did little to quell the calamity faced by Liang Zhou or the fury within the hearts of the soldiers. Thus, Lu Yun, who had been closely following Luo Li, voiced his concerns. No, aided by the surrounding spiritual energies, I can sense that we are not far from the Northern Man forces. Stay alert, do not be careless. The fundamental difference between a martial artist and a preternatural martial artist lies not only in power, but also in the latter's ability to harness the energies of heaven and earth. Therefore, Luo Li was somewhat aware of the movements emanating from a short distance ahead. The Northern Man cavalry were not retreating. Instead, they were drawing closer to their position. Inch by inch, the Northern Man, who had been fleeing in disarray, suddenly changed their course just as they neared the Northern Xian Pass. Piecing together this information, it was not difficult for Luo Li to surmise that these Northern Men must have encountered some mishap with the Xian Prefecture defenders. If I am not mistaken, Shui Yu likely allowed these Northern Men to enter, but did not intend to let them escape so easily. He seeks to force these Northern Men to turn back, pushing them into a corner where they are left with no choice but to find an opportunity to retreat through Liang Zhou, thus colliding with me, aiming to deplete both my strength and that of my soldiers. In essence, he wishes to observe as both Northern Liang and Northern Man suffer mutual destruction, reaping the benefits as a bystander. Presently, although the Northern Men were in retreat, based on previous intelligence from Yinmen County, they should still possess around 30,000 cavalry, roughly equivalent to the number of soldiers under his command. If it were merely a matter of facing the Northern Man alone, Luo Li would have no fear. But if Shui Yu were to dispatch troops at this juncture, it could prove disastrous. Contemplating this, Luo Li furrowed his brow slightly. Option 1. Should the Northern Man launch a surprise attack, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands among the common folk of Liangzhou, this vendetta must be avenged. The commander of the Golden Feather Army cannot turn a blind eye and allow the Northern Man to breach Northern Liang. This grudge must not go unaddressed. Even if the battle proves arduous, we must strive for victory, making a name for ourselves and demonstrating the might of Northern Liang's cavalry. Choose battle. Reward: the art of war, celestial pole, and Big Dipper. Option 2. Though the Northern Man's forces have waned, their strength remains formidable, and the Golden Feather Army looms in the rear, ready to strike. Should an unexpected turn of events occur, heavy losses may ensue. Thus, for prudence, it is advisable to temporarily retreat and await another opportunity to engage. Choose retreat. Reward: the art of war, solid as a rock. Whenever Luo Li found himself in a quandary, faced with difficult choices, a voice as if descending from the heavens would resonate in his ears. By this point, he had long since grown accustomed to it. At this moment, yet another choice lay before him: the strategy of military formations. Observing the two paths of advance and retreat, Luo Li felt no surprise. Instead, it was the prospect of rewards that raised his eyebrows. He had heard of military formations before, yet such legacies were only found in the central Great Zhou and various holy sites beyond the northern Xuanyu. It was said that this was a crucial method employing the commander as the core to wield the strength of the army, derived from the art of marching. Various transformations could be enacted under the commander's guidance, allowing for the manipulation of troops with precision. Moreover, it was said that the morale of soldiers could be harnessed to gather their collective vitality, unlocking specific techniques and powers. The augmentation from one or two individuals might be negligible, but at present, Luo Li commanded an army of 30,000 elite cavalry, among whom there were over a dozen commanders at the 7th rank of martial arts, brimming with vitality. According to certain rumors, a commander could leverage the military formation to contend with masters even if they themselves had not reached the 6th rank, provided their soldiers exceeded 10,000. United in purpose and strength, Luo Li himself was already at the 6th rank, and with the power of the formation enhancing his troops, he could potentially withstand the dual onslaught of the Northern Barbarians and the Golden Feather Army. Retreating from this juncture would leave him deeply unsettled, not to mention the need for vengeance against the Northern Barbarians who had slaughtered his people. Faced with a choice, fully aware that advancing would soon lead him to the Northern Barbarian forces, Luo Li nonetheless did not halt his army. This alone attested to his resolve. The two options, visible only to Luo Li, dissolved into specks of white light. Subsequently, a method emerged in his mind, teaching him how to rally the spirits of his soldiers and consolidate that momentum into a military formation. The military formation of the Heavenly Gang and Northern Dipper. With the commander as the focal point, it could transmit one's will to instill fearlessness in the soldiers, while also harnessing their strength to fortify himself. The higher the commander's realm, the greater the number of troops he could command. Furthermore, during nighttime battles, this formation could draw upon the celestial power of the stars, enveloping the army in a shroud of starlight, enhancing the soldiers' strength and defensive capabilities. With Luo Li's innate prowess, commanding 30,000 troops was perfectly feasible. The iron cavalry continued to tread upon the yellow sands without a hint of slowing. The young general at the forefront, clad in dark armor and wielding the sandfoam sword, appeared as if draped in a veil of starlight, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal yet lethal aura. The stars hanging in the night sky, once dim, suddenly radiated brilliance, with strands of unseen starlight cascading down to illuminate the earth. The radiance of the stars shone forth, and soon, the entire charging Northern Lion cavalry was similarly enveloped in a shimmering veil of silver light. In that moment, the cavalry brigade gleamed as bright as day. After a brief interval, as the silver veil gradually faded from Luo Li's form, the extraordinary aura surrounding the soldiers also dimmed. The momentum of the 30,000-strong cavalry shifted dramatically. Chapter 58. A single surge shall lead to victory. Sensing an inexplicable calm in his mind and a surge of mysterious power within, some soldiers could not help but exclaim, "What is this power? Why do I feel so inexplicably at peace?" Indeed, initially feeling somewhat lethargic, since the descent of the silver veil, they now felt invigorated and energized. Ordinary soldiers sensed the augmentation of strength, while those at the 7th rank of martial arts felt even more profoundly affected. Figures like Lu Yun, Song Jingxiu, and Yu Tianmin, who stood just a step away from innate mastery, felt as if they could channel their true energy externally, possessing a fragment of innate divine power, becoming an entirely different entity. This sensation was akin to the shackles that once bound them having shattered at a mere flick of the finger. What a marvel, my lord! What is this feeling? The pace of the cavalry gradually slowed, and startled cries echoed forth. Yet the army's morale was not diminished by this phenomenon. Rather, it coalesced into an unprecedented unity. The military formation, executed with the commander as the foundation, harmonized the soldiers' hearts and minds. As long as the commander's spirit remained undispersed, his emotions could resonate through the ranks, inspiring the soldiers. United in purpose, it was as if the cavalry brigade operated as a singular entity. This was the essence of why these extraordinary military formations wielded such formidable power. Clenching his fists, still immersed in the afterglow of the starlit empowerment, Lu Yun barely regained his composure, his voice tinged with astonishment and confusion as he gazed at the commander, Luo Li. A glance revealed that their lord, in demeanor and action, remained unchanged, his profile exuding a profound calm, as if the extraordinary events unfolding were well within his grasp. This is a military formation inherited from the art of warfare, which I stumbled upon in ancient texts some time ago. This formation is known as the Heavenly Gang and Northern Dippergrand formation, enabling the commander to serve as the core, channeling true energy from the 4 directions to bolster the troops. It can even harness the celestial power of the stars to enhance the overall strength of the army. As long as the number of soldiers exceeds 10,000, even without a 6th rank master at the command tent, an ordinary commander could potentially contend against masters using this formation. Lu Yun had barely spoken half his thoughts when Luo Li already discerned his inquiry. Thus, he provided an explanation, elucidating the characteristics of the Heavenly Gang and Northern Dipper formation and offering a brief overview of the military array. His voice was not loud, yet the dozens of vanguard commanders encircling Luo Li heard him clearly. In that instant, astonishment rippled through the ranks. The long-held perceptions were shattered, and Lu Yun swallowed hard. Speaking with difficulty, "My lord, could this be akin to the famed military formations from the Central Great Zhou?" It was rumored that the vast central lands, not only dominated by the Great Zhou dynasty, had also been a bastion against malevolent forces, housing many legendary sites of martial arts inheritance. The art of military formations originated from one of the 9 sacred sites of military strategy. Those who mastered such formations often served in the armies of the Great Zhou, and it was said that with a master of celestial phenomena stationed in the central camp, they could reverse the odds against gods and demons, akin to celestial beings. The ancient texts recorded the level of these formations, yet Luo Li himself was not entirely certain. However, against the northern barbarians and the Golden Feather Army, he believed this formation would certainly prove beneficial. As for the rank of the Heavenly Gang and Northern Dipper formation, Luo Li had no clear understanding. He was uncertain of the veracity of those legends, and thus could not make comparisons. Yet, facing the elite forces of the Northern Barbarians charging forth. It was likely that this military formation would enable the Northern Liang heavy cavalry to prevail effortlessly. The strength of over 30,000 soldiers surged into Luo Li's body, and with the infusion of celestial power, despite being merely at the 6th rank, he faced the 5th rank martial masters without a hint of fear. Subtle energies coalesced, instantaneously extending infinitely. A faint silver glow emerged, while not far away, the Northern Barbarians, pressed by the Golden Feather Army and seeking refuge within the borders of Liangzhou, gradually approached. Even without relying on Luo Li to sense the world around him, the soldiers nearby could vaguely hear the thunderous sound of hooves pounding the ground. Weapons were raised, and the previous disturbances caused by the clash of battle faded silently. The 3,000 white-robed vanguards stood in perfect unison, gripping their long spears and halberds tightly, consolidating their vital energy into a singular point. It was coming. Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His previous conjectures were merely conjectures. He could not discern what had compelled this cavalry of northern barbarians to charge towards his northern Liang forces. However, one thing was certain. If he caught this barbaric army that had trampled through Yanmen, causing countless deaths, he would not let them escape easily. The army, united in purpose, hesitated not and entertained no thoughts of retreat. A tempest gathered, and under the influence of Commander Luo Li's resolute heart, all the northern Liang soldiers felt an unprecedented sense of cohesion. The pounding of hooves resounded like distant thunder. The brilliance of light shimmered upon the surfaces of their armor. And in an instant, the 30,000 northern Liang cavalry accelerated, akin to lightning slicing through the night, charging forth under the leadership of their commander. The heavy clinking of armor echoed, and the fierce atmosphere intensified. The steps taken by the 30,000 warriors, arranged in perfect formation, resembled a singular entity. 10 miles away, amidst the vast expanse of desolate land, two imposing cavalry formations met upon the battlefield. Kill. As the two armies clashed, neither side hesitated. Both yelled Dashi and Luo Li had sensed each other's presence long before their encounter, hence they were well prepared. Although Hu Yanzhua had suffered a significant defeat previously, Yell Dashi's forces remained formidable, their morale unbroken. The open terrain favored a cavalry charge, allowing the northern barbarian army, while not in peak spirits, to still possess the capability to fight. On the other hand, the northern Liang cavalry had absorbed the celestial power bestowed by the Tianshu Beidou formation under the night sky, filling their bodies and spines with immense divine strength. Following their previous overwhelming victory, which sent the northern barbarians into a panicked retreat from Fufeng County, the momentum of the northern Liang cavalry had reached its zenith. Even though the northern barbarians still had the strength to fight, how could they possibly prevail against the northern Liang cavalry, whose strength and morale far surpassed theirs? With a united spirit, victory was assured. Chapter 59/Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves crashing together, the two armies collided. Long spears lunged forth, blades clashed, and the innate bloodlust of the northern barbarians began to boil. They wielded their curved blades against the heavy cavalry of northern Liang. With each clash, dozens or even hundreds of warriors fell from their mounts. In this fierce confrontation, any fallen rider was already doomed to death. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevailed. A single warrior's desperation could withstand 10 foes. In this battle, where neither side had a significant numerical or spatial advantage, the key to victory lay in the spirit. With strong morale, they would sweep all before them. Across the fields, the two armies faced off, darkness engulfing the sky, and a murderous aura pervading the air. Song Jingxiu, you Tianmen, you both serve under General Chen's command as leading generals. Your martial prowess unmatched among the three armies. Therefore, you too shall be the vanguard in breaking the formation. I shall invoke the Tianshu Beidou formation, harnessing the celestial power to empower our generals. The strength of northern Liang shall undoubtedly surpass these barbarians, so do not hesitate. This battle must result in a stunning victory, instilling fear in the Golden Wolf King's court beyond the borders, ensuring they dare not infringe upon northern Liang's territory again. With a tremor of his long sword, he cleaved down, taking the heads of several elite northern barbarian cavalry. Fixing his gaze upon Yell Dashi, who wielded his spear with unmatched prowess, Luo Li leapt from his steed, issuing stern instructions to the two white-robed generals maintaining formation, and directly charged towards Yell Dashi. Infused with celestial power and bolstered by the Tianshu Beidou formation's 30,000 warriors, along with his own pure Tai true energy, Luo Li's strength now nearly equated to that of a 5th-rank master. Although the 5th rank did not present an insurmountable barrier like the transition from postnatal to innate, It had stymied countless 6th-rank experts for years. Even the most extraordinary talents, without immense fortune, would need to refine their true energy for over a decade or even several decades to ascend. Now, supported by 30,000 soldiers, Luo Li wielded such might. It was evident that if he could command an army of 100,000 or even several 100,000, his power would reach unimaginable heights. Even the 4th rank, or that supreme master rumored to be an earthly immortal capable of altering the heavens with a single word, would find it possible to contend against such power. In this moment, Luo Li felt the surging strength within him, rendering him indifferent to Yel Dashi before him. This king, at the pinnacle of postnatal strength, could easily wield his sword to slay the imperial envoy, and upon entering the innate realm, he could even defeat the 5th-rank northern barbarian vanguard, known as the Eagle of the Royal Court. How could mere remnants of a defeated army withstand the brilliance of his sword light? Leaping gracefully through the air, Luo Li transformed into a shadow, twisting his wrist as the ancient charm of the Sanfeng sword emanated, unleashing a formidable sword aura that cleaved forth a sword light stretching over 10 zhang. The heaven-cutting 7-sword sutra. This ultimate sword technique, nearly on par with divine celestial arts, manifested a sword path of unparalleled ferocity, coupled with the swelling momentum within Luo Li's heart. He regarded the world as his stage to conquer, let alone a mere 6th-rank northern barbarian general. How could the Northern Liang king exude such overwhelming pressure? Even at the 6th rank, Yel Dashi's expression began to shift. Observing the figure that instantaneously charged forth wielding a sword, he found himself without the option to retreat. For some reason, this commander of the Northern Barbarian army sensed an aura from Luo Li akin to that of the great martial workie of the royal court. This was a presence belonging to a greater power, one that could easily overpower him. 5th rank. How could this be? According to intelligence, this Northern Liang king had only recently broken through to the 6th rank. Barely a month had passed. How could he possess such formidable strength? Yel Dashi was confounded. Yet, even amidst his confusion, there was no room left for retreat. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted. The gleaming blade reflects a cold radiance, while the warhorse emits a long, mournful neigh. In Yel Dashi's hand, the spear was thrust forward, its tip pulsating with true energy, stirring the chaotic spiritual essence in the air, which soon ignited into a blazing inferno, enveloping the spear. Bang! The spear was thrust forth, flames ablaze. With this strike, Yel Dashi unleashed the entirety of his strength, marking his most formidable attack. Let me witness the prowess of the Northern Liang king, who has slain 2 master generals of my Golden Wolf court. At this juncture, there was no retreat. Hence, despite the turmoil within, Yel Dashi steeled himself to confront Luo Li. The remnants of his defeated troops had informed him that Huyanzhua had perished under the onslaught of 2 masters, surrounded by 2 formidable foes of equal rank. Coupled with the Northern Liang reinforcements, his defeat was hardly surprising. Yet, Yel Dashi's folly lay in his ignorance of the true circumstances at that time. A mere postnatal warrior, no matter how keen-sighted, could not fathom the chaotic battlefield suspended in the air. The fleeting glimmers of blades and swords are beyond ordinary vision to discern. This miscalculation destined Yel Dashi to make the most regrettable decision of his life. The spear tip clashed with the sword rainbow unleashed by the Sanfeng sword. As he beheld the true energy flames spiraling around him, Yel Dashi's heart swelled with joy. Yet before he could revel in it, the white sword light erupted like starlight, illuminating the entire battlefield and the night sky. Whoosh! The radiant light manifested, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, first devouring Yel Dashi's fiery true energy, extinguishing it beneath the boundless starlight. Subsequently, the spear of tempered iron in the Northern Barbarian commander's grasp was shattered, completely broken. With his true energy depleted and his weapon destroyed, Yel Dashi found himself powerless against the lingering sword energy. Terror gripped his visage, as it dawned upon him why Huyanzhua had so easily fallen in Fufeng County. This Northern Liang king was far beyond the 6th rank in combat prowess. Even if the Northern Barbarian commander workie were present, the outcome would likely remain uncertain. Regrettably, he realized this far too late. A cry of anguish escaped him. Thud! The sound of his armored legs collapsing to the ground resonated as Yel Dashi clutched the gaping wound in his chest, his formidable vitality allowing him to struggle for a moment longer. Yet as blood erupted from his mouth, traces of bitterness flickered in his eyes, and he collapsed onto the desolate yellow sand plain. Under the Northern Liang sword, the wicked have been struck down. Thus, the primary evil is vanquished. Chapter 60. With the blood of the enemy, I shall honor the flag of the Northern Liang king. Both Yel Dashi, the Northern Barbarian commander, and Luo Li, The Northern Liang King are figures of innate strength, capable of swaying the tide of battle. A moment's carelessness could unleash their residual combat power upon the surrounding warriors. However, what none anticipated was that the seemingly invincible Dashi, wielding a long spear, was utterly crushed after merely one exchange with the armored figure brandishing a long sword. Kneeling upon the ground, a gaping wound marred his chest, blood staining the wasteland. The commander of 3 armies lay dead, the very backbone of their resolve to reclaim the steppe, easily falling beneath the enemy's sword. In this moment, the morale of the 30,000 Northern Barbarian cavalry crumbled, their spirits waning. In stark contrast, the Northern Liang heavy cavalry, empowered by the Tiangang Beidu formation, stood resolute, far removed from the disheartened Northern Barbarians. After several rounds of fierce combat, the silver starlight upon their steeds grew brighter, and with their unwavering conviction, their strength surged to unprecedented heights. The heavily armored cavalrymen, brandishing their long spears beneath the dusk sky, roared like reapers of souls. In a single charge, countless Northern Barbarian cavalry perished. When the Northern Barbarians finally sensed the peril, awakening to the reality of their situation, they raised their curved blades with desperate courage, only to find that their weapons could not breach the ethereal silver veil enveloping the Northern Liang cavalry. What sorcery is this? A Northern Barbarian commander gasped in shock, fear evident in his eyes. Initially, they had matched the elite cavalry of Northern Liang blow for blow, relying on their formidable armaments. Yet, as the battle progressed, the strength and momentum of these cavalrymen only grew stronger, not merely in physical prowess, but in spirit and resilience as well. In the past, they prided themselves on their tenacity in warfare, claiming to be the best among the grassland-esque warriors, with no rival daring to contest them. Yet today, they faced a force whose might and determination surpassed their own. It was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, by the end, a layer of silver light enveloped the Northern Liang cavalry's armor, rendering even the sharpest of grassland blades impotent against it. This anomaly sent the Northern Barbarian forces into a further frenzy, compounding their woes. Charge! Yu Tianmin raised his great halberd, imbued with starlight, and with a thunderous shout, he seemed to summon boundless malice. The bald warrior swung his halberd, leaving afterimages in its wake, the force propelling him 3 paces forward, cleaving the Northern Barbarian subcommander in 2 and scattering the 10 or so cavalrymen around him, each tumbling from their mounts. The Northern Barbarian formation had already splintered into chaotic streams, each fighting for themselves. Yet Yu Tianmin, with his singular might, carved a small breach in one of the flanks. Seeing the Northern Barbarian side falter under this valiant assault, the cavalry behind surged forward like ravenous wolves, heedless of their own safety, charging relentlessly after the vanguard. Hooves thundered, the air quaked, and clouds of dust swirled endlessly. The clash of weapons echoed, accompanied by countless cries of despair. The once fierce Northern Barbarians, who had acted as ruthless executioners on the grasslands, could hardly fathom that one day their forces would suffer such a catastrophic defeat. Even worse, they were humiliated by their enemies as if they were mere livestock, utterly powerless to resist. With each anguished cry from the enemy, the Northern Liang commanders erupted in joyous laughter. These outer savages could never have anticipated the cost they would incur today. Raising his long spear, Liu pierced through the obstructing Northern Barbarian cavalry, a splatter of blood marking his face as he revealed a look of satisfaction. The Northern Liang King stands resplendent, with the blood of our foes. We shall honor the banner of the Northern Liang King. Feeling an inexplicable power surging within him, Liu sensed that the very essence of the world around him was at his command, mobilizing spiritual energy, nearly rivaling the innate divine might. Such power, even in a casual strike, is beyond the endurance of these Northern Barbarians' iron cavalry. As autumn winds sweep away fallen leaves, the 30,000 elite troops from Northern Liang, charging from 1,000 miles away, utterly obliterate the so-called Northern Barbarian wolf riders upon this desolate expanse of Liangzhou. Should news of today as conquest spread, it would not be long before the iron cavalry of Northern Liang gains renown throughout the world. Under the command of Luo Li and the various generals of Northern Liang, this Northern Barbarian army, already suffering over half its casualties, finally collapses completely, with the main commander slain and the subordinate generals killed off in droves. The fighting spirit of the Northern Barbarians is extinguished, leaving the remaining 10,000 defeated soldiers with but one hope: to secure a path to survival. Thus, the Iron Cavalry, known for their fearlessness in the face of death, begin to flee. This escape triggers a chain reaction, demoralizing those still resisting valiantly. We are prepared to fight to the death. Why do you withdraw? The strength of numbers is not to be underestimated. If every northern barbarian warrior harbored a resolve to die, even if they were ultimately no match for the forces of northern Liang, they would inflict significant losses upon the elite. Yet, with many already in retreat, those who had intended to fight to the death for their country also ceased their resistance. If you wish to live, so do I. Since we are to flee, let us flee together. In this moment, the battle draws to a close. The morale of the fleeing soldiers is shattered, making their extermination far simpler than facing them head-on. In an instant, the northern barbarians crumble like a house of cards. They sheath their curved blades, abandoning the fierce battle with the warriors of northern Liang, and instead, focus solely on escaping in search of a means to survive. Gripping the reins tightly, they wish their steeds could grow legs to flee faster. Witnessing this, the soldiers of northern Liang are naturally invigorated. The enemy is broken, their morale shattered. The ensuing pursuit promises certain victory. Thus, numerous soldiers begin to mount their horses, intent on pursuing the fleeing northern barbarian cavalry. However, as the battle nears its conclusion, just as the northern Liang army is on the verge of a resounding victory, a deluge of arrows, nearly overwhelming in its density, rains down upon the battlefield where the northern barbarians and northern Liang clash, obscured by the night. The situation changes dramatically. Chapter 61, A Test of Skill. Mending the cracks of heaven. Defeat the northern barbarians, capture the Liang king. Defeat the northern barbarians, capture the Liang king. The resonant and solemn cries rise from afar. Even at a great distance, the panicking northern barbarians and Luo Li's northern Liang troops can hear them clearly. The arrows are densely packed. Albeit unclear under the cover of darkness, there must be no fewer than tens of thousands. These countless sharp arrows continuously rain down from the rear, wave after wave. Should this torrent of arrows descend, even the cavalry would surely suffer casualties. Some rejoice while others despair. The remnants of the northern barbarians, seeing the steadfast northern Liang army behind them, realize their escape is hopeless, resulting in some breaking into raucous laughter, boldly proclaiming, "You Liang thieves! Even if you can vanquish my royal army, what then? Know that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. Do you truly think victory is assured? The emperor of the great Xia has long wished to rid himself of you treacherous subjects, though the morale of the defeated northern barbarians has waned. Their inherent unruliness and defiance compel them to mock. After all, few will escape. Ultimately, all will perish. To witness these Liang people being besieged by the great Xia army and collapsing alongside them is the most gratifying prospect imaginable. Conversely, many generals on the side of northern Liang, hearing these taunts and witnessing the impending storm of arrows, indeed grow solemn. Their greatest fear has manifested, as the Jinyu army and the stationed troops of Xian Zhou aim to retain their forces. My lord, should we not consider a tactical retreat? Lu Yun, observing the relentless rain of arrows, furrows his brow, urging his cavalry to disperse while loudly inquiring of the sword-wielding figure ahead. While they have achieved a significant victory over the northern barbarians, is it not overly ambitious to engage the great Xia immediately? This worry weighs heavily on Lu Yun's mind. However, Luo Li's thoughts diverge from his own. Gazing at the arrows cascading from the heavens, Luo Li slowly raises his Sanfeng sword. At that moment, an intangible power begins to connect all the northern Liang warriors under his command. This is the celestial force descending from the stars. And as the master of the Tiangang Beidou formation, Luo Li possesses the ability to harness this energy. This explains why, at the heart of the formation, Luo Li's strength can rival that of a fifth-tier martial artist, even triumphing in battle. The stars above shimmer, illuminating our world's dawn. Casting his Sanfeng sword into the air, countless beams of starlight render this ancient Taoist sword as radiant as a divine weapon. No need to retreat. Today, I shall demonstrate to Shui Yu and that monarch precisely why I, Luo Li, dare to establish dominion over the vast territory of northern Liang. This sword shall restore clarity to this realm. As his words fade, the 30,000 soldiers of northern Liang, adorned in the shimmering light of the celestial veil, gradually radiate a silvery brilliance, transforming into luminous points that surge towards the upright figure at the forefront in the blink of an eye. Harnessing the celestial power through the Tiangang Beidou battle formation, they coalesce this energy into the Sanfeng sword. This sword shall possess the might of a master at the pinnacle of their craft. Raising his arm, the sword light cascades like a waterfall, swift as a shooting star. Luminous as the celestial heavens, a white rainbow of sword light, stretching dozens of feet long, cleaves through the darkened sky, now illuminated by the resplendent brilliance of countless stars, directly severing the net of arrows above. Boom. The sword light, upon contact with the arrows, detonates in the air, releasing a torrent of sword intent that spreads among the arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The successive explosions echo forth, even as arrows rain down from afar. They are rendered impotent in the face of explosions that travel faster than the arrows themselves. One sword can shatter 100,000 arrows. A test of skill to mend the cracks of heaven. The explosion of the starry sword light, akin to a beautiful firework display, leaves the countless witnesses in stunned silence. The northern barbarians, already battered and fleeing for their lives, momentarily stunned by the sound of the explosion, turn to behold a figure soaring into the sky, radiating brilliance like a celestial being. In that moment, they are utterly dumbfounded. In their limited lives, they have never encountered such a formidable power. The true energy of a master extends several feet. A single individual can defy 1,000 troops, which is already the pinnacle of their imagination. As for even greater existences, they have only gleaned fragments from ancient texts, unable to conceive them in thought. Yet today, they bear witness to it. The Northern Liang King, resembling a celestial deity of eternal life, stepped forward, unleashing a radiant sword aura that severed a staggering 100,000 arrows. What a remarkable tale! In the distance, Shuiyu, clad in golden armor, raised his arm, signaling his many subordinates to cease their barrage of arrows. Simultaneously, the chilling cries, which had echoed even from afar, gradually subsided within the ranks of the Golden Feather Army. Here, apart from the 30,000 Golden Feather soldiers, there were also 50,000 troops drawn from Xianzhou by Shuiyu, totaling 80,000 men. Initially, he had intended to use this formidable force to entrap the northern barbarians and the Northern Liang King in one fell swoop. Yet at this moment, he found himself unexpectedly silent. He was not one to underestimate the value of knowledge. Those who wield the secret arts to command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands are considered formations, and these formations are ranked in tiers. The human tier formations, forged from the iron will and bloodlust of soldiers, can shake the hearts of men and disrupt the enemy's morale, categorizing them as inferior formations. Earth tier formations, based on the surrounding spiritual energy, can mobilize true chi to enhance the soldiers, classified as mid-tier formations. Heaven tier formations, drawing upon the myriad phenomena of the universe, can fortify the spirit and summon the forces of nature to amplify the soldiers. The commanding general can even connect with the resonance of heaven and earth through a grand formation, momentarily borrowing the celestial might to touch the powers of the heavens with a mortal body, categorizing these as superior grand formations. This is the path of the military formations. Shuiyu vividly recalled the teachings of the masters who once imparted the ways of military formations. Having studied in the sacred grounds of military strategy, he was no stranger to the concept of formations, one of the 9 branches of military knowledge. He even commanded an earth-tier battle formation himself, which was the source of his confidence. However, this night, all his assurances shattered. Upon witnessing the towering figure above, channeling the strength of 30,000 soldiers to summon the stars of the heavens, and effortlessly slicing through 100,000 arrows with a single sword, Shuiyu felt for the first time that the situation had slipped from his grasp. How could the Northern Liang King possibly command such a world-shattering formation? Chapter 62. Divine Might Shocks 80,000 Troops. Having remained distant from the world for so long, he was astounded to discover such a heroic figure. What a formidable Northern Liang King! No wonder he dared to disregard the imperial decree and establish his own rule over the vast Northern Liang territory. From afar, gazing skyward, Shuiyu observed as Luo Li's sword illuminated the heavens, causing the arrows unleashed by the 5,000 archers to shatter into nothingness. Exhaling softly, after a moment of contemplation, he could not help but applaud. That single strike must possess the power of a 5th-tier master, rivaling even a 4th-tier grandmaster. With his own strength, Shuiyu could command no more than 50,000 troops with precision. Faced with the Northern Liang King, he doubted his ability to emerge victorious. Without absolute certainty, he could not rashly charge forth. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he took one last glance at the figure in the sky before resolutely issuing commands. Troops, retreat to the northern Xian Pass. Take up defensive positions and remain vigilant against any incursions by the Northern Liang forces. Furthermore, he dispatched messengers to Xiangjing Chongning, requesting the emperor to send reinforcements, stating, "First, I shall issue a retreat order," and then called upon his trusted aides, pausing for a moment before continuing. The Northern Liang King Luo Li commands an army of 100,000, possessing the might to rival a peak grandmaster. A single man capable of matching the strength of 10,000 soldiers. Should the northern barbarians retreat and the Northern Liang forces turn their attention towards us. The 80,000 defenders at Northern Xian Pass may not stand a chance. His words bore a mix of reluctance and regret. Tonight's battle should have been his best opportunity to capture the Northern Liang king. Yet, who would have thought that within merely a month, the Northern Liang king, once rated merely a 7th or 8th tier in the Great Xia's intelligence reports, had grown to such formidable heights. With a mere wave of his sword, he dissipated the torrential rain of arrows, a display of power that only the Great Xia's ancient ancestors, who had long resided in the depths of the palace and aspired solely to attain the status of Grandmaster, could hope to match. Even the Southern King, who had defended the southern borders for 20 years and was personally appointed by the Great Xia's ancestors as a king of a different surname, might not achieve such a feat. Shuiyu dared not gamble. If he commanded an all-out attack now, he had no assurance of defeating Luo Li at this moment. With the celestial power drawn from 30,000 soldiers, Luo Li had become overwhelmingly strong, so formidable that even Shuiyu, who could command formations and rival 5th-tier powers, felt uncertain of his ability to confront him. The 80,000 troops halted their archery, their previous fervor replaced by a somber retreat towards the rear. Liang Hua, dragging his sword, rushed from Fufeng County. Upon seeing the distant mass of figures, he was surprised that they had not even attempted a probing attack before retreating back to the Northern Xian Pass. However, recalling the magnificent sword arc that had cleaved through the sky, he began to understand Shuiyu's decision. His old friend dared not take the risk. If only he had known how this would end, why would he have acted as he did, allowing the northern barbarians to cross the border? Hoping to watch the clash from the sidelines and seize the opportunity to reclaim past territories seemed a plan with few apparent flaws, and given Shuiyu's own strength, it had a considerable chance of success. Unfortunately, the Northern Liang King's actions had proven too unexpected. After this, it would be impossible for them to remain friends. They had unwittingly antagonized the Northern Liang King. If he truly could sweep through the Great Xia and establish his dominion, there would be no retreat left for them. With a hint of depth in his gaze, Liang Hua sheathed his sword, his self-talk laced with sarcasm, self-imprisonment. Meanwhile, on the desolate plains, a series of coordinated actions left the Northern Liang warriors, who had been tense and prepared for a fierce battle, momentarily stunned. The Great Xia army was retreating? The warriors exchanged bewildered glances. The king was mightier than they had imagined, capable of instilling fear in the commander of the Golden Feather Army, Shuiyu, rendering him devoid of the courage to engage. Some warriors gazed at the Northern Liang King Luo Li with admiration and respect, speaking in reverent tones. Now, what grounds do those foreign barbarians have to be arrogant? To perish together, hoping to see our Northern Liang army return in defeat, is nothing but a farce. The pillars of the Northern Barbarian army had fallen, with many dead or wounded, leaving them scattered and leaderless, fleeing in disarray. The numerous warriors who had previously focused on the rain of arrows from the Golden Feather Army, upon witnessing their rapid retreat, seized the opportunity to retaliate with mockery and swiftly charged forth, pursuing the fleeing Northern Barbarian cavalry. This night, despite several twists and turns, fraught with peril, the ultimate victory still belonged to them, the Northern Liang. That was sufficient. Luo Li, having split the rain of arrows and descended with his sword, watched in silence as Shuiyu led his 80,000 troops back to the Northern Xian Pass without hesitation. And he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this commander of the Golden Feather Army is not as cunning as I had envisioned. Unable to even probe the true strength of my army, how can one seize the fleeting opportunity of victory? It is essential to understand that the formidable might of the celestial polar battle array stems entirely from the celestial constellations bestowing their power. Yet, as dawn gradually breaks, the brilliance of the stars begins to fade, casting a subtle shadow upon the strength of Luo Li himself. The sword struck before, drawing upon the accumulated celestial energy from 30,000 soldiers of Beheading, was executed at the pinnacle of the star's radiance, thus achieving such a staggering impact. Should Luo Li attempt to replicate that formidable strike now, it is doubtful he could muster the same force. This implies that if Shuiyu dares to gamble, bolstered by his 80,000 troops and the battle array's support, a direct confrontation with the wearied enemy forces may not yield a guaranteed victory for Beheading. Alas, a single misstep leads to further miscalculations. Today, King Luo Li of Beheading, with his 30,000 troops, has first decimated the 2,000 elite cavalry of Fufeng, followed by the annihilation of 3,000 more, beheading 2 grandmasters, and rendering 10,000 arrows useless with a single strike of the Tian'e sword, even forcing the formidable Jinyu army of 80,000 to retreat, instilling fear in their commander Shuiyu. Such news shall soon echo throughout the lands. establishing his reputation through the blood and fear of his enemies. The world shall surely take notice. As night gives way to dawn, the battlefield is a grisly tapestry of bloodshed, with naught but the corpses of men and steeds remaining as evidence. Luo Li leads his soldiers, dividing them into several detachments to relentlessly pursue the scattered remnants of the northern barbarians, pursuing them from dawn to dusk across dozens of miles, until the once indomitable northern army is finally subdued. The news of this battle swiftly spreads far and wide. Chapter 63. The changing landscape. News of Luo Li's decisive victory over the 5,000 elite cavalry of the northern barbarians, and his awe-inspiring strike that deterred the 80,000 of the Jinyu army, travels with the swiftness of wings to various factions outside Beheading City. As military preparations are underway to launch a decisive attack on the Shanhai Pass in Luo Li's absence, the commander Wu Erqi nearly faints upon hearing this report. 2 grandmasters and 5,000 elite cavalry. Though the grasslands are home to many brave warriors, these 5,000 are among the finest troops of the Jin Wolf dynasty. How could they all be lost within the borders of Liangzhou? Absurd. Wu Erqi initially disbelieves the news, suspecting it to be a fabrication. Yet, as reports from various sources pour in, including those from his trusted subordinates risking their lives to verify the truth, he is forced to accept this grim reality. 5,000 troops gone. The young lord of Beheading. I shall not stand for this. That midday, a roar of fury erupts from the central command tent, accompanied by the sound of splintering furniture. This commotion renders the northern barbarian generals silent, too fearful to speak. However, fortune rarely strikes twice, and misfortune seldom comes alone. The news of the northern barbarians' total defeat is already a heavy blow for Wu Erqi, but a second report soon leaves him utterly stunned. He gazes at the messenger who has traveled a great distance from the Jin Wolf dynasty, just as he had vented his enraged thoughts. Intending to send Wanyan Lu as the vanguard and personally lead an assault on the Shanhai Pass to redeem their previous shame, Wu Erqi takes a deep breath and, disregarding his stature as a commander, seizes the messenger by the collar, suppressing his rage to ask, "Are you saying there has been a rebellion within the Jin Wolf dynasty? That the leader of the Xiaoya tribe has allied with 12 major clans to advance on the capital while we prepare to attack Beheading? What of the national master? Why has he not intervened?" The messenger, gripped by Wu Erqi's powerful hands, his eyes wide with panic and fear, stammers, "This order comes directly from the national master. It seems there are formidable opponents among the rebels, equal to his strength, which is why he has sent me to request your support. Having just suffered a great defeat, now faced with dire news, it is indeed a disaster upon disaster." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Erqi feels his strength drain away in an instant. The Shanhai Pass remains unbreached, yet calamity has struck from behind. What recourse do I possess? These treacherous rebels have jeopardized my dynasty's century-long ambitions. I shall not permit the Jin Wolf dynasty to face any threat. I shall inform the troops to retreat and personally quell the insurrection. The national master's intentions are clear. Messenger, you may rest now. I wish to be alone. With a thud, Wu Erqi collapses into the tiger-skin chair, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The blood-soaked vendetta shall have to wait for another day. But when will the opportunity for retribution arise? In his heart, Wu Erqi can only silently lament, feeling utterly powerless. In Xiangjing, the capital of the Xia dynasty, Emperor Xia, adorned in his dragon robe, sits heavily upon the throne. His expression is grave, the accumulated anger evident to all present. Just moments ago, reports from the front lines revealed that Commander Shuiyu, recognizing his inferiority to King Luo Li of Beheading, has dispatched envoys to request reinforcements. It seems our emperor is bound to be enraged once more. My ministers, what is your assessment of the current situation? The emperor's voice resonates, slow and deliberate. Silence fills the room as no one dares to speak. At such a critical juncture, who would risk offering advice? Offending the emperor could lead to dire consequences, and unlike King Luo Li, they lack the resources to defend themselves should his wrath fall upon them. Moreover, the emperor is currently in a volatile state. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Yet, the silence cannot persist. At this moment, a figure of sufficient stature must step forward to quell the aftermath of this incident. Thus, the Grand Tutor Chen Zhao, a prominent figure within the Xia court, rises and approaches the assembly. Old Minister Chen Zhao has a suggestion. The Northern King has decisively defeated the Northern barbarian forces multiple times and has instilled fear in the 80,000 of the Northern Xian province. Their morale must be soaring, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them. Therefore, I propose that your majesty focus on appeasement for the time being. Dispatch an envoy to Beheading, offering King Luo Li a decree of repentance, elevating him to the status of a crown prince, and granting him command over the entirety of Beheading province. This should gradually ease tensions between our factions. Chen Zhao, hailing from the illustrious Chen family of Jiangzhou, possesses a complex network of connections with various esteemed sects, holding significant influence within the court. In the past, Emperor Xia has shown great respect for his counsel and has often heeded his advice. However, today is unlike any other. The term Taisher implies that I should submit to that wretched child? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing the subtly veiled implication in Chen Zhao's words, the Emperor of Xia was consumed by rage, akin to having touched his most vulnerable spot. Observing the court filled with ministers, I discerned that no one could offer any substantial counsel, a gathering of incompetence. With a cold huff, the emperor, seeing that none but Chen Zhao dared to speak, furiously swept away his sleeves and departed, disregarding the ensuing situation entirely. Left in the wake of his departure were the awkward ministers, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. Witnessing this, Chen Zhao could not help but sigh inwardly. The Emperor of Xia clearly misunderstood his insinuation. The vast lands of Beheading had long been secured within the grasp of the Northern Liang king. Whether one conferred a title or not, the outcome remained the same. Moreover, the position of heir apparent was merely a hollow title, easily revoked. What was there to lament? At most, it would entail a self-reprimanding edict. But if such verbal submission could ease tensions between the two parties, would it not be a tremendous gain? Why has the emperor's suspicion grown so increasingly heavy over the past decade? Naturally, Chen Zhao felt displeased by the emperor's tirade. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom, his instincts warned him that something was amiss with this sovereign. Had he become so enmeshed in power that he lost his way? If this continued, it would surely spell disaster for the great Xia. Chapter 64. The pupil, like a waist bound with water, gazes back at the mundane world. The citizens of Yinmen County were left destitute after the sudden raid by the northern barbarians, with many having lost their lives in this unforeseen calamity. Before returning, Luo Li had instructed the county governor, Chen Chaoyan, to temporarily gather the populace within the protective walls of Yinmen County, or to adequately relocate them to the other 4 counties, to prevent any further disturbances from northern Xin Prefecture. Additionally, under Luo Li's rapid mobilization, 3,000 able-bodied reinforcements were dispatched from the other 4 counties to assist in reconstructing the defensive lines of Yinmen County. Coupled with the previous display of strength that had deterred the Jinyu army, the great Xia should be able to maintain a semblance of security for the time being. All that remained was to await the moment when Beheading would unleash its full might, signaling the onset of war. After attending to various matters, upon hearing of the relentless battles at the Shanhai Pass, Luo Li wasted no time and hastened to the gates of Beheading City. Days later, Luo Li returned to Beheading City, leading his cavalry. As he entered the city, the northern barbarian commander, Werqi, was also returning to the Golden Wolf King's court with his army, resulting in a missed encounter on the battlefield. At that moment, the Northern Liang army remained stationed at the Shanhai Pass, refusing to slacken their guard for fear of a renewed assault from the northern barbarians. Though Luo Li had not been present during the battle at the Shanhai Pass, the ferocity of the conflict rivaled that of the series of skirmishes that had unfolded in the rear of Liangzhou. Commander Werqi, of the 5th rank, personally commanded a force of nearly 100,000, supported by 2 innate generals, continuously assaulting the Shanhai Pass. For a time, this foremost stronghold of the great Xia stood on the brink of being overrun by these barbaric invaders, had it not been for Commander Chen Qingji's steadfast defense. Bolstered by the contributions of Li Su and a master who had fortuitously remained, along with adequate fortifications and supplies, maintaining the defense would have been exceedingly difficult. Upon entering the Shanhai Pass, Luo Li immediately spotted the striking figure of Commander Chen Qingji, clad in white armor, standing out among the soldiers, leaning against a sturdy wall. Taking advantage of the northern barbarian's retreat to catch his breath, Chen Qingji approached Luo Li upon hearing of his return. "Your Highness, I have not failed in my duty." The Shanhai Pass remained secure. Bowing respectfully, Chen Qingji regarded the weary Luo Li with bright eyes, his words imbued with confidence. Although the northern barbarians had launched a fierce offensive, the natural fortifications of the Shanhai Pass, complemented by formidable siege weaponry and expert assistance, made it manageable for Chen Qingji to withstand their onslaught. Compared to battles where the disparity between forces was as stark as a chasm, the current resources of Beheading were indeed opulent. With such advantages, even against a powerful enemy, Chen Qingji felt assured in his ability to hold this steadfast bastion of Beheading, which had stood resilient for nearly a decade. Indeed, Despite Werkie's personal involvement in the offensive, the relentless assaults over the course of several days yielded minimal success. Though the grand offensive caused considerable distress to the Northern Liang forces, ultimately, they held out until Luo Li's timely return, and the enemy had vanished without a trace. To have Commander Qingji is akin to having divine assistance, Luo Li mused, having perused the reports of the past days. Werkie's army of 10,000, alongside formidable generals like Wan Yanlu, posed a significant threat, and withstanding such an assault was no small feat. Renowned generals like Mo Zilio and valiant warriors have indeed lived up to their legends. After appraising the dust-covered, yet strikingly handsome young commander before him, Luo Li could not help but smile broadly, offering heartfelt praise to Qin Qingji. The incursions by the northern barbarians, occurring only twice in the past decade, had resulted in grievous losses each time, particularly during the first instance when Luo Li's strength was still nascent, and the military power of Liangzhou was far from its current might. To counter the enemy's advances, they had even lost a martial arts master from their ranks. In those sparsely populated and impoverished days of Liangzhou, only 2 masters had emerged, excluding the later arrival of Lianghua. Yet, when the northern barbarians threatened the gates, and the frontier faced dire straits, this master from Wuwei County had selflessly expended his life force to deliver a crushing blow to the northern barbarian commander, single-handedly turning the tide. This is precisely why Luo Li held Lu Yun in such high regard. The Lu family of Wuwei was renowned for their loyalty, and Lu Yun was the late Master Lu's grandson. With such ties, Luo Li could not help but value him deeply. The assault faced by Qin Qingji this time was even fiercer than before. Enduring for several days and nights is a testament to his exceptional command and talent. Your Highness flatters me. The reason we could withstand the northern barbarian tide is largely due to the assistance of Mr. Li and a prior disciple from the Tai sect. Otherwise, relying solely on my strength, it would have been challenging to repel the innate experts among the enemy forces. After hearing Luo Li's commendation, Qin Qingji did not claim credit for himself, but turned to glance at a figure descending gracefully from the city wall, drawn by the commotion from the rear, with a tone of earnestness. During the night raid on the northern barbarian camp, when they decisively defeated the vanguard of 30,000, Qin Qingji had previously encountered this individual, Li Qingyi from the Tai sect. The aura of Dao and sword intent she exuded was such that, despite Qin Qingji's newfound understanding of the profound spear intent, he could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. In a true confrontation, he might not stand a chance against her prowess. Oh, Luo Li's tone carried a hint of surprise, prompting him to turn and glance. At that moment, he beheld a graceful figure, surrounded by glimmering white light, radiating with palpable energy. The sleeves of her robe billowed gracefully, a wooden hairpin fastening her Taoist crown, while a cascade of black hair fell like a waterfall down her back, seemingly untouched by dust, almost pure. Her eyes, like pools of water, complemented her slender waist, and her dark veil enveloped her like cold jade. She floated down with an ethereal elegance, turning to glance back at the world of mundane beauty. It was hard to believe that this figure emerged from a recently halted battlefield. A milky mist rose, and the Taoist maiden gracefully descended, standing quietly before Luo Li. Clad in a white robe, her black hair cascading to her waist, and her neck as white as frost. After a night of fierce battle, coupled with the shock brought by the Sanfeng sword, Luo Li's attention had not been fully captured by Li Qingyi. Yet, at this moment, a hurried glance stirred a sense of astonishment within Luo Li. As a noble of a kingdom, though not favored by the Summer Emperor, he remained of considerable stature. He had encountered many beauties in his time, yet he could hardly imagine any of them rivaling Li Qingyi, who would quickly overshadow them, reducing them to mere commoners. It was a stark contrast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Chapter 65. A request for time. Might I ask for your consent, Your Highness? This girl appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. Among the most exquisite figures he had ever encountered, she undoubtedly ranked first. It had been ages since he last saw the girl from the Yu family. Were she here, she would surely match this celestial being, the Tai immortal, in grace. Memories, now somewhat blurred, began to resurface in Luo Li's mind, with the only clear image being that of a girl in a green dress, radiating elegance and charm. Years had passed, and it was likely that the refined girl had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Lost in reminiscence, Luo Li found himself momentarily distracted. Seeing the northern Liang king lost in thought, Li Qingyi, holding a wooden sword, couldn't he help but smile softly. Having grown up in the Tai sect, she could effortlessly wield dozens of sword techniques, moving with the grace of flowing water, and with a pure heart, She was undoubtedly a prodigy. Despite her talents, she had always felt slighted that neither the Sanfeng sword nor Master Zhang Tai had chosen her as their successor. However, after a month-long journey in the Western Yan, she had come to terms with it. As the saying goes, what is gained is a blessing, what is lost is fate. The path of martial arts is like rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably retreats. It was merely a matter of chance. Ultimately, her achievements would rely on her own efforts. As she beheld Luo Li, who seemed entranced by her beauty, a flicker of joy ignited within Li Qingyi's heart. What does it matter if she gained immense fortune? After all, she was human, and being human, one cannot help but admire the beautiful. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Qingyi, while Luo Li was indeed captivated by her appearance, the moment of distraction was not solely for her. Adjusting her slightly disheveled hair, Li Qingyi maintained her composed demeanor. Her voice rang out like a lark, clear and melodious, as she addressed Luo Li, "Your Highness, we meet again." At her words, Luo Li was jolted from his reverie. Speaking of which, hadn't Li Qingyi gone to the Western Yan? What was she doing here? As the Northern Liang king, Luo Li had heard about her appearance. It was rumored that a princess from a neighboring country had escaped, aiming to return to the Western Yan, accompanied by a master swordswoman of unparalleled beauty. Traveling northward from the Great Xia, then heading west, and coincidentally accompanied by a woman in black, Luo Li could surmise Li Qingyi's purpose for this journey. Had she already delivered the Western Yan princess to safety? Habitually pondering this, he maintained his poise. Regardless, as Li Qingyi represented the genuine teachings of Tai, her presence at Shanhai Pass was a significant boon for Northern Liang, and Luo Li felt indebted. Qin Qingji had previously mentioned the formidable general, Erqi, leading the assault with 2 master generals. Even if he were to oversee the battle personally, it would undoubtedly be a grueling affair. The prowess Li Qingyi displayed was on par with his own, and if she truly engaged seriously, it would be uncertain if he could match her. As the ruler of Northern Liang, commanding tens of thousands of troops at Shanhai Pass, Luo Li felt an immense appreciation for Li Qingyi's timely assistance. After all, without her support, countless Northern Liang warriors might have perished needlessly. It had been a month since their last meeting, and the elegance of Miss Qingyi had only grown, suggesting significant progress in her cultivation. Since you are a true disciple of the Tai sect and a master in your own right, there's no need for formalities. Simply call me Luo Li. Lifting his gaze to the soldiers on the walls, who were resting during a lull in the enemy's retreat, Luo Li spoke earnestly. I have received numerous reports regarding the situation in Northern Liang. The Northern barbarians have dispatched a 5th-grade master to lead the assault. In this critical moment, Your Excellency's willingness to extend a helping hand is immensely appreciated by all the soldiers of the city. Should you ever require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Luo Li will do his utmost to assist. Li Qingyi smiled at the youthful figure before her, who nodded in promise, yet she took it lightly, not dwelling on it. Her reason for coming to Northern Liang was merely for Luo Li. After 3 years of venturing down the mountain and experiencing the world, Li Qingyi had first traveled through the Great Zhou, honing her martial skills, and then journeyed to the Northern Xian domain, eager to witness the world's wonders, which had only been a little over a year. During this time, the Northern Liang king of the Great Xia stood out as the most charismatic and intriguing individual she had encountered. In the Great Zhou, heroes were abundant. The islands of the East Sea were home to many talents. Yet, whether it was the martial prodigy dedicated to the path of war, the cunning young master of the Tian's mansion, or others she met along the way, none could compare to the legendary experiences of the Northern Liang king. It was remarkable that at such a young age, he had achieved what others could not in decades, an epic tale that was undeniably captivating. Li Qingyi was no exception. Having spent 18 years in the Tai sect and over a year exploring the world, most of her memories remained tied to that misty mountain. Consequently, her character was rather serene, akin to a blank canvas. This experience led her to find great interest in Luo Li, a figure who bore the weight of an entire realm on his shoulders, striving to turn the tide of fate and reshape the world. With an innate understanding of sword intent, he became a renowned master, repeatedly thwarting the advances of the Golden Wolf King's court, even contemplating raising an army to strike deep into the heart of the summer capital. He stood firm against external threats while caring for his people and respecting his comrades. Such an existence was nearly perfect. From Li Qingyi's perspective, if Luo Li's deeds reached the ears of the Tianji Pavilion, which judged martial prowess in the Great Zhou, a place on the Qingyun ranking would be inevitable. Traversing the world, she sought to integrate all experiences into her swordsmanship, witnessing the ascent of a sovereign from adversity. And perhaps one day witnessing them ascend to the highest throne is indeed a splendid spectacle. Thus, As Luo Li's words faded, Li Qingyi, with her exquisite countenance akin to a painted jade, parted her crimson lips and remarked, "Your Highness need not express gratitude. My actions are but a mere gesture of goodwill. A slight contribution, nothing to dwell upon. However, I must remain in this northern Liang city for a while longer. Might your Highness grant me this favor?" Upon finishing, the white-clad maiden smiled, reminiscent of a pristine lotus blooming beside a clear stream, elegant and ethereal. Chapter 66. I have a perfect plan. At Shanhaiguan. "Hey, General Liu." The deputy commander, stationed beside Lu Yun, nudged him with an elbow and quietly inquired, "What is the relationship between the prince and that sword-wielding master? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss between the two." Clearing his throat at the unguarded comments from the officer behind him, Lu Yun furrowed his brow and quickly coughed twice, stating, "Do not speak carelessly. This masterly hails from the central plains of the Great Zhou and originates from a sacred martial arts domain. He has come to assist us at the prince's request. What has the prince taught you? Never discuss others behind their backs." Lu Yun's tone bore a warning as he turned his head, his hawk-like gaze locking onto the offending officer, causing him to retract his neck in submission. Seeing this, the burly officer relaxed his expression. "Brother, do not fault me for being unkind. A preternatural master is no ordinary martial artist. They can discern even the slightest movements within a mile. How far are we from the prince and that Miss Li? You may think you are whispering, but they hear everything far clearer than you do. If we continue this reckless chatter, who knows what chaos these simple-minded soldiers might stir up." Thus, at the first sign of trouble, Lu Yun decisively extinguished the source of the rumor. However, even so, the words reached Li Qingyi's ears, altering her demeanor. Her previously alabaster neck, as pure as frost, now bore a hint of rosy hue, and her once serene visage displayed a trace of unease. Having spent years honing her skills in the mountains, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went. Yet, in this northern Liang city, the soldiers she encountered did not exhibit the ingrained reverence typical of others. Their expressions conveyed respect for Li Qingyi as an individual, honoring her contributions to northern Liang, rather than fearing her prowess. In contrast, her formidable abilities did not instill fear in these mere postnatal warriors. It felt peculiar to her. While she lacked the usual exalted aura, her heart, aside from initial discomfort, found an unusual tranquility. Undeniably, Luo Li's exemplary conduct, prioritizing merit over nobility for the past decade, had significantly diminished the soldiers' fear of hierarchy. Luo Li pondered, surprised at why this master of the Tai Dao suddenly wished to settle in this desolate frontier. Nonetheless, despite his curiosity, Luo Li responded promptly, "If Miss Qingyi wishes to stay for a while, it would be my honor. After all, the entirety of northern Liang owes you a debt of gratitude, and such a modest request shall surely be granted. Moreover, having a master of your caliber in our midst is a blessing for northern Liang, and I would not dream of turning you away." Regardless, Li Qingyi's expertise was among the finest in the Great Xia. Since she expressed a desire to remain, Luo Li would not let this opportunity slip away. He welcomed her presence with open arms, relishing the chance to host such an esteemed figure. The exchange between the two was cordial, and they shared a smile, painting a picture of a promising partnership. As Lu Yun, having silenced his subordinates, turned, he chanced upon the sight of Luo Li and Li Qingyi engaged in lively conversation. The man exuded charm, while the woman radiated an ethereal grace. They indeed appeared well matched. Stroking his chin, Lu Yun observed them quietly, contrasting their poised interaction against the backdrop of his disciplined soldiers. In the Great Xia, within the imperial palace, the palatial complex, with its rooftops adorned in gleaming golden tiles, shimmered under the setting sun, exuding an air of ancient elegance and authority that evoked a sense of solemnity. At the far end of this architectural marvel lay the emperor's sleeping quarters. The imposing vermilion pillars reached for the heavens, flanked by icy jade steps. Surrounding halls, though splendid, paled in comparison, appearing as mere satellites encircling a radiant celestial body. Passing through the weighty, solemn door carved from millennia-old Xiangtan wood, one entered the grand hall, where a man clad in a dragon robe, exuding an aura of gravitas, listened to his advisors, occasionally nodding or displaying signs of displeasure. On one side of the imperial table lay an array of opulent vessels, amber wine, jade cups, golden goblets, and emerald dishes, collectively exuding an air of extravagance. Each item, should it be sold, could incite envy among countless souls, valued beyond measure. "Mr. Mu, the situation has escalated to this extent, and the court remains silent. Since you approach with such confidence, surely you possess a strategy to turn the tides. Pray share it swiftly." Observing Mu Yoji's composed demeanor, The great Xia emperor felt his previously tumultuous thoughts begin to settle. Though Mu Yoji's previous suggestions had not effectively quelled the Northern Liang forces, leading to some discontent within the emperor, the absence of viable alternatives among the court compelled him to summon this esteemed figure for counsel. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe spoke with urgency, eager to hear the proposed solution. Yet anyone familiar with the emperor's temperament understood that failure to provide a satisfactory answer might invoke his wrath. "Your Majesty, do not rush," Mu Yoji began, clearing his throat with poise. "Before my arrival, I had already devised a countermeasure, which is why I sought an audience with your Majesty. The prior strategy should have been infallible, but alas, the Northern Liang king concealed his intentions too well, leading to misjudgments on my part. And thus we find ourselves at an impasse. This time, I have learned from my previous mistakes and will not give the king of Beiliang any opportunity to exploit." Chapter 67. Undercurrents. The words spoken were enough to pique the interest of Emperor Xia, transforming his previously capricious expression. "What excellent strategies do you propose? Speak swiftly. Your Majesty, listen closely. I have devised a plan composed of 3 strategies to eliminate the king of Beiliang. First, I propose to promise the position of crown prince to the 3rd prince and issue a decree to the Marquis of Pingxi, urging him to raise an army against the king of Beiliang. The Marquis by Chunsha is the 3rd prince's maternal uncle, and should the position of crown prince be granted to his nephew, he will undoubtedly spare no effort. Second, my sect possesses masters of extraordinary skill, comparable to those of the 5th rank. To alleviate your Majesty's burdens, I have summoned 2 esteemed compatriots from afar, solely to slay the king of Beiliang. Your Majesty need only feign the issuance of a decree to these 2 masters and send them as envoys to Beiliang. When the time comes, they will reveal their true intentions. Even if the king of Beiliang has reached a preternatural state and is a formidable figure among the 6th rank, he will face inevitable defeat before 2 equals of the 5th rank." Having spoken thus, Mu Yoji smiled lightly and gestured across his throat. This revelation indeed astonished Emperor Xia. The first strategy was sound. By Chunsha, having no sons of his own, viewed my little 3rd prince as akin to his own flesh and blood. If the position of crown prince were bestowed upon him, he would not hesitate to lend his full support. As for the second strategy, Emperor Xia lifted his gaze, scrutinizing his close advisor anew. "Why have you never mentioned your sect's existence before?" At this moment, the man clad in the dragon robe felt a chill in his eyes, his demeanor turning grave, as the atmosphere around him became oppressive. The emperor, who could so easily consider poisoning his own son, demonstrated his obsession with imperial power. Mu Yoji, whom he thought he knew well, had suddenly revealed the existence of a sect behind him, capable of summoning 2 5th-rank masters. If Emperor Xia did not grow cautious, it would be a testament to his folly. Suddenly, the pale-faced man in the long robe knelt before him. "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. The reason I did not disclose this before is due to the turmoil my sect faced in the central Zhou several years ago, which has nearly led to its dissolution. Only 2 5th-rank masters remain alive, while the rest of our disciples have perished. Our enemies still hold significant power in the Great Zhou, and had I recklessly revealed my identity then, the consequences would have been disastrous." His words were laced with both fear and sincerity, and as he raised his gaze, it met Emperor Xia's directly. Humming. The emperor, whose expression had turned icy and whose 6th-rank martial prowess was unmistakable, was about to unleash his ire upon Mu Yoji when their eyes locked, causing him to momentarily falter. An unusual glimmer flickered in Mu Yoji's pupils, and the emperor's anger inexplicably began to dissipate. With a pained sigh, the emperor pressed his temples, feeling a strange fog clouding his mind. "My headaches have worsened recently. Enough. Enough. Rise. I have no interest in delving into your past misdeeds. If the individuals you summon can indeed slay the king of Beiliang, I shall grant you a pardon." After articulating the first 2 strategies, the emperor inquired, "And what of the final strategy?" Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Emperor Xia's countenance gradually returned to calm. Meanwhile, Mu Yoji, still on his knees, gasped for breath, taking a moment to compose himself before rising, his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. "Your Majesty, please heed my words. The final strategy involves enlisting the assistance of our esteemed ancestor from the Great Xia. I have heard that 10 years ago, our ancestor touched upon the mysteries of celestial phenomena, possessing a cultivation level that ranks among the finest in the Northern Xian domain. If he were to take action, would any problems not resolve themselves effortlessly?" Wiping his brow, Mu Yoji looked at the now calmed Emperor Xia and exhaled with relief before continuing. Upon hearing this final strategy, Emperor Xia fell into a brief silence. If the ancestor could intervene, then it may be that even I could not defeat that young man, let alone consider that he now. At this point, Emperor Xia hesitated, but ultimately waved his hand dismissively, expressing impatience. This plan is unfeasible, in my view. Even with just the first two strategies, combined with Shui Yu's cooperation, the great Xia shall remain entirely secure. Now depart. I require rest. With that, the emperor shook his head, a hint of fatigue surfacing in his expression, indicating he had no desire to continue the conversation. Observing this, Muyoji dared not speak further, bowing respectfully before exiting the grand hall. As dusk fell, the pale-faced minister, dressed in azure robes, returned directly to his residence in Xiangjing without pausing at the palace. Creek. Upon entering his abode, surrounded by trees that rustled softly in the night, the sound of cicadas filled the air. Master, you have returned. Was the mission successful? As he closed the door, a hoarse voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. Turning, he beheld a figure shrouded in black robes, appearing as gaunt as a corpse. In the dim light of evening, the sight evoked a tinge of terror. Upon hearing the respectful inquiry, Muyoji displayed a grimace. Do not mention it. I nearly attracted the emperor's suspicion. Were it not for my subtle manipulation over the years using the divine demon 7 erosion, he would have sensed something amiss long ago. I also attempted to gather information regarding our great Xia ancestor, but alas, there has been no progress, remaining unchanged from before. As he spoke, a cold expression crossed Muyoji's face. Even though I lack knowledge of that old fool's condition, I can surmise a great deal. In human form, he rivals divine might, possessing extraordinary martial prowess. After all these years of silence, and the way mentioning him stirs the Emperor's vigilance, I suspect he has indeed failed to break through. Now, with the Master's revival imminent, it is the perfect moment to use the fortune of the great Xia to pave the way for his return, igniting the final spark. Thus, we must ensure that no unforeseen events occur. With a pale complexion and dressed in azure, the once seemingly harmless scholar had shed his fearful demeanor. He glanced at the emaciated figure cloaked in black, then peered into the shadowy corners of the room. Once the Emperor's decree arrives, you too shall take this order and journey to Beheading to sever the head of the king of Beheading. Such unstable elements must be eliminated whenever possible. Yet I did not anticipate that even before I could act, he would have grown to such prominence. Now go. Creek. The cool night air was filled with the persistent sound of cicadas. The young man gazed out at the darkened sky, speaking softly. Chapter 68. Some minor nuisances must be dealt with. My lord, intelligence has confirmed that the recent retreat of the northern barbarians was primarily due to internal strife. The leader of the Xia tribe, Yin Muzhun, seizing the opportunity presented by the recent frequent military movements of the northern barbarians against our northern Liang, has united 20,000 troops from various factions to launch a formidable assault on the capital of the Golden Wolf King. More astonishingly, this leader of the Xia tribe seems to disregard even the orders of the sect master of the Changsheng Heavenly Sect, fixated solely on toppling the Golden Wolf's reign and forging a new empire on the grasslands. If my estimations are correct, the northern barbarians must be akin to ants on a hot pan, struggling for survival and hardly in a position to continue waging war against us. It is likely for this reason that Werqi hastily retreated with his forces back to the court. In the courtyard of the northern Liang royal residence, Lu Yun presented the intelligence he had gathered to the quietly seated Luo Li. During his report, a hint of schadenfreude occasionally flickered across his face. After all, they had been long-standing adversaries, separated by a sea of blood. Witnessing the northern barbarians turn on each other, fighting like dogs, was a source of immense satisfaction for Lu Yun, especially considering that even his own grandfather had perished in their conflicts. Holding a cup of tea, Luo Li gently blew on the surface and remarked, I see. What could possibly compel Werqi to disregard the demise of his 50,000 iron cavalry, focusing solely on returning to the court of the Golden Wolf King? It appears his own backyard is in disarray. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. This was indeed a prime opportunity to launch an offensive against the northern barbarians to avenge a decade of shame. Yet, alas, the king was currently preoccupied with settling matters with the great Xia, leaving no room for action. It was, regrettably, the northern barbarians who would benefit from this inaction. Luo Li scoffed, setting down his teacup, and added, were it not for this, based on the tributes they have bestowed upon us over the years, I would have certainly added fuel to the fire. Now that the northern barbarians are preoccupied with their own troubles, I should be able to march southward without significant concerns. We could settle our accounts with them later. What is the situation to the south? The news of Northern Liang's 2 victories over the northern barbarian cavalry, coupled with Luo Li's sword that repelled 80,000 golden feather troops at the North Xian fortress, was sensational enough to echo throughout the 7 nations. In light of such developments, It would be improbable for the Xia Emperor to remain unperturbed. Gathering intelligence from the south was considerably easier than from the border regions. And the information I have received is quite detailed. Previously, the Xia Emperor had furiously denounced the prince's actions in the court, but the officials remained silent. Save for Grand Tutor Chen Zhao, who advised the emperor to prioritize peace, suggesting a self-punishing edict to cede territory from northern Liang as a gesture of atonement. However, the emperor rejected this proposal without a second thought, indicating his intention to wield both soft and hard tactics. As Luo Li inquired further, Lu Yun promptly responded, revealing a preparedness that suggested prior knowledge of the situation. Our Grand Tutor possesses quite the hand of cards, managing to offend neither side, truly a seasoned veteran of the court. Please continue. What measures does our sovereign intend to employ against me? Luo Li asked, tapping the table lightly. A smile gracing his lips at Chen Zhao's diplomatic maneuvering. The day after the Xia Emperor's court session, he issued 2 edicts. The first, adhering to Grand Tutor Chen Zhao's advice, sought a middle ground, aiming to reconcile with the prince and sending envoys to propose granting autonomy to northern Liang, yet conspicuously omitting any mention of the self-punishing edict. The second edict lauded the third prince, hinting at his elevation as heir apparent, and after the court session, discreetly contacted the Marquis of Pingxi by Qinsha. By Qinsha, being the third prince's maternal uncle, was the closest ally from his maternal family, making it easy for the Xia Emperor to persuade him to lead troops in an expedition against us. From my perspective, the first edict is nothing more than a stalling tactic to placate the prince temporarily. Once Bai Qinsha leads the Pingxi army to join forces with the Golden Feather troops under Shuiyu, I fear that even if the prince accepts the edict, they will not hesitate to sever ties and continue hostilities with northern Liang. Therefore, I believe we must remain vigilant and continue mobilizing our forces, treating the edict as though it does not exist. Lu Yun's analysis was astute. Indeed, as he articulated, if the Xia Emperor truly sought to mend relations with northern Liang, why would he make such a grand display of establishing an heir at this critical moment? He merely wished to use this opportunity to rally the Marquis of Pingxi to suppress northern Liang. It was all too transparent. A mere fade for the court and the populace. Hearing this, the young man in white merely smiled, his expression betraying no anger. The die had been cast. The matter was settled. To think that the crime of deceiving the sovereign and rebellion could be absolved by a single edict was laughable. As for the envoys, I wonder who they truly are. Have we ascertained the identity and route of the envoys? Standing, Luo Li gazed out at the blooming flowers in the courtyard, reminiscent of the messenger he had dispatched with a sword. It is said that the envoy was personally selected by the Xia Emperor. My intelligence is limited, and I have yet to ascertain the full details of their arrival. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Yun's response, Luo Li realized the Xia Emperor's intentions were far from benevolent. If the envoy were truly here to foster friendship and reconciliation, why would they hide their identity? It seemed they had ulterior motives. Let the envoy come. No matter the circumstances, I shall receive them. Calculating the time, the leaders of the 10 martial arts factions within Liangzhou and other influential local figures should be arriving soon. Come, Lu Yun, let us go witness these so-called martial masters. Plucking a flower and inhaling its fragrant scent, Luo Li, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the Xia Emperor, spoke with a hint of displeasure. The alarm from Yinmen should have prompted the local counties and prefectures to mobilize for aid. Yet some, in their desire for security, have delayed and even obstructed efforts. If this is not addressed, they may soon forget who truly rules the north. With that, he cast the flower aside. The next moment, the young man in white strode into the gentle breeze, exiting the courtyard, followed closely by the general reporting matters. As they made their way out of the northern Liang royal residence towards the council hall. Chapter 69. The fear that arises before seeing the face. Northern Liang province, situated on the northern frontier of the Great Xia dynasty, has been neighboring the vast desert grasslands since its establishment, characterized by its expansive yet relatively barren land. Logically, a region marked by such barrenness should yield a populace of hardy character, fostering robust warriors and an abundance of martial experts. However, the age-old adage of wealth and military might, poverty and culture holds true. Thus, despite the abundance of martial practitioners in northern Liang, the number of innate masters emerging from this environment has always been scant. In the realm of northern Liang, the presence of a master skilled in the 7th rank within a martial arts sect is sufficient to classify it as a first-rate school of martial arts. Should multiple experts guard the entrance simultaneously, their reputation would echo throughout the entire province. In days of yore, these martial sects and their champions were renowned across the counties. wielding significant influence and engaging in complex relationships, some even commanding entire towns like local tyrants. However, this dynamic began to shift with the establishment of Northern Liang City. As king of Northern Liang amassed military power, instilling fear and altering the landscape. The vast territory of Liangzhou fell under the governance of the king. With military ranks determined by merit, the principles of martial arts publicly shared, and a clear system of rewards and punishments. Within 3 years of such implementation, the atmosphere in Liangzhou transformed drastically. Martial artists of innate talent surged forth from the ranks of the border troops. And the youthful king of Northern Liang once traversed the province with 3,000 iron cavalry, visiting numerous martial arts sections. In those times, the rebellious martial factions that scorned the royal authority and disregarded county officials, treating commoners with disdain, have since faded into obscurity. The new generation can only glean the shadows of those dark times from the tales of their elders. It is precisely since then that the chaos in Liangzhou has been subdued, evolving into its present state. Yet, as years passed, some individuals still harbored intentions of mischief. Generally, Luo Li turned a blind eye to these matters. However, the recent battle at Yinmen awakened him to the reality that some individuals were persistently insubordinate, blurring the lines between significant and trivial matters. Such insubordination warranted correction. In the main hall of Northern Liang, a group of over 10 formidable individuals, each exuding a powerful aura and brimming with vitality, all masters of the 7th rank, gathered along with several slightly inferior figures. Most gazes were tinged with uncertainty and unease as they looked toward the front, where a middle-aged man, resplendent in luxurious brocade, sat calmly. At last, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Master Sun, why have we been summoned by the prince, and how should we respond?" Upon utterance of these words, the eyes of nearly all present converged on the man known as Master Sun. To speak candidly, following the battle at Yinmen, it was evident that if Luo Li could discern the intentions of Shui Yu and the northern barbarians, then the martial sects scattered across the land were surely aware as well. Their understanding was precisely why they recognized the improbability of Yinmen County resisting the northern barbarian assault and thwarting the schemes of the Golden Feather Army with such limited forces. How could they expect to spare sufficient manpower for reinforcement when they lacked confidence in defending their own territories? Not to mention the uncertainty of how many of those sent to assist would return alive. What if they dispatched reinforcements only to be met with a surprise attack from the northern barbarians? Who could predict whether their vast estates would vanish in an instant? What they could defend was undeniably theirs. Thus, while all counties received orders, aside from those nearer to Northern Liang City that dispatched aid, the rest suppressed the commands, delaying their response. It was only after Luo Li led 30,000 iron cavalry to decisively defeat the barbarian cavalry of Fufeng County that these so-called reinforcements reluctantly arrived. How could Luo Li not feel enraged, incensed by the delay? The martial experts and prominent officials from various counties were evidently aware of the underlying tensions, stifling their frustrations without a clear resolution. Their actions, while prudent in their eyes, stemmed from the belief that the fall of Yinmen County was inevitable, rendering further expenditure of resources unnecessary. Yet, they failed to anticipate the resolve of County Governor Chen Chaoyan and the martial experts who stood firm until the city was on the brink of collapse, refusing to abandon it. More astonishing was the fact that, under the cover of night, reinforcements from Northern Liang indeed traversed over 1,000 miles and arrived at Yinmen before the city fell, shattering the invading forces and showcasing the might of the Northern Liang cavalry. What a legendary tale! A single sword shattered 100,000 arrows. A lone figure instilled fear in an army of 80,000. The thunderous rumors that had circulated over time were now crystal clear in the minds of those present. Thus, it was no surprise that trepidation took root within them. After all, who could remain indifferent to such events? Although they had discussed strategies numerous times, the lingering fear of the Northern Liang king remained palpable among them. Master Sun opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. Despite his outward composure, his internal unease was hardly less than that of those gathered. How unexpected it was that the once observed youthful prince could, one day, stir the winds of change and bring about such turmoil. I had misjudged, I suppose. Old man Lu, you possess true insight, Sun Ling mused, feeling a headache coming on. The Sun family of the north, with a master in residence, had stood alongside the Lu family of Wu a decade prior as the two great bastions of martial arts in Northern Liang, renowned and respected. Sun Ling was one of the two martial masters in Northern Liang, alongside the Lu family master. Unlike the Lu family, which had faith in the Northern Liang king, Sun Ling had been dismissive of Northern Liang City at that time. When the Lu family master fell in his efforts to protect the city, Sun Ling had silently mocked the old man for his stubbornness. A master is a guest wherever they go, as long as they do not perish. Even if Liangzhou were to fall, they could simply lead their family to a new location and rise again. Why sacrifice oneself in such a manner? Yet, in retrospect, perhaps he had truly erred. Sun Ling recalled the terrifying figures he encountered within Northern Liang City. The gray-haired swordsman clad in simple clothing was one thing, for Sun Ling was aware of Li Su's presence. However, the figure in resplendent white armor, exuding an aura of martial intent nearly comparable to the fifth rank, and the ethereal woman in Taoist robes, who wandered the alleys of Northern Liang City with an air of otherworldliness, were enigmas. To add to this, the Northern Liang king, who had recently broken through to master status, now presided over a city teeming with 4 masters, all formidable. Such a formidable assembly was enough to send chills down Sun Ling's spine. Chapter 70. Settling Scores After Autumn. Hush! The prince has arrived. As Sun Ling contemplated the unpredictability of fate and had yet to respond to the earlier inquiries, he heard the voice of someone near the door. Glancing up, he followed the direction of the voice, and through the open door, he beheld a youth draped in white, gracefully approaching. Clearing his throat lightly, Sun Ling swallowed his words. With the principal figure now present, further discussion was unwarranted. They had already devised strategies beforehand. It is often said that the law does not blame the masses. The calamity befalling Yinmen County cannot be remedied by the efforts of a single county alone. Everyone present bore responsibility. And if the Northern Liang king chose to unleash his wrath, none among them would escape unscathed. But could it truly unfold this way? The 5 prefectures and 13 counties of Liangzhou, along with the 10 major martial arts sects and numerous high-ranking officials, are intertwined in complex relationships. Although the king of Beiliang possesses a firm foundation and reigns over Liangzhou, he may not dare to impose excessive punishments. It is essential to remember that while the northern barbarian army has been repelled, the looming threat from the Great Xia in the south remains. Given the current tense situation, Sun Ling does not believe that a figure like Luo Li, a formidable hero, would choose to risk everything for trivial gains by recklessly reshuffling the power dynamics. Unless he intends to abandon the prospect of leveraging the entire strength of Liangzhou to contend with the Great Xia, he would not want to humiliate them excessively. Thus, Sun Ling speculates that Luo Li merely seeks to admonish them before the conflict begins, making a great show without significant substance. Contemplating this, Sun Ling silently smiles, his breath gradually stabilizing, and the slight unease he initially felt begins to dissipate. He is a master. As long as Luo Li desires his assistance, he would not dare to overstep. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man in a brocade robe observes the young man in white as he enters the main hall and takes a seat at the forefront. Sun Ling of the Sun family from the northern region, I pay my respects to your highness. We all pay our respects to your highness. Once the white-clad youth sits in silence, Sun Ling and the others rise respectfully, bowing their heads in deference, regardless of their private thoughts. None dare to display even a hint of disrespect in the presence of the king of Beiliang. After all, though he may not be inclined to overturn the table, it would be effortless for him to discipline a few unruly individuals. Therefore, no one dares to act recklessly at this critical juncture. For it is known that the sword of Beiliang spares no unjust souls. Even if one is truly wronged, standing in the way of Beiliang is a grave offense. Everyone, please be seated. I wonder what your thoughts are regarding the recent battle at Yinmen. Speak your minds. Leaning back against the chair, Luo Li observes the solemn expressions of the martial arts masters, who seem lost in thought, without displaying the anger they might have anticipated. The youth lightly taps the armrest of his chair and casually begins to inquire of those gathered below. In response, the attendees exchange glances. Caught off guard by the unexpected tranquility, they had envisioned numerous scenarios for this meeting, but they never anticipated that the king of Beiliang would display such calmness after their apparent retreat. The silence is palpable, akin to the stillness before a volcanic eruption. Is it so quiet? I am asking you a question. Noticing the hesitant expressions of the crowd, Luo Li gradually straightens up, his left thumb idly fiddling with his other fingers, his tone becoming somewhat indifferent. Sun Ling, you speak. The Sun family of the northern region guards Yangping and is a prominent family in the area. You, Sun Ling, wield the authority of a master and are regarded as the leader of the martial arts community in Yangping. Even the county magistrate maintains close ties with your family. Yangping is adjacent to Yinmen, and if you were to mobilize your forces, it would be entirely feasible to send 30 to 40,000 troops to aid us before my arrival. This is something you are certainly capable of doing. However, What perplexes me is why the outcome was that I rushed 1,000 miles to provide assistance, yet you arrived before me. At this point, Luo Li's tone rises, and he suddenly interjects with a hint of realization. Could it be that you have lost your wits and forgotten my royal decree? That would indeed be most unfortunate. With these words, the atmosphere in the hall momentarily freezes, and Sun Ling gasps, his face betraying an unusual anger. The Sun family has resided in Liangzhou for over a century, their heritage far surpassing that of the king of Beheading. Furthermore, having held significant power for so long, Sun Ling has grown accustomed to the demeanor of a ruler, behaving almost like a local emperor. Now, in the city of Beheading, within this grand hall, he finds himself publicly humiliated by the king of Beheading in front of dozens of influential figures from Liangzhou. How could he possibly suppress his temper? Moreover, if he were to endure such humiliation today, word would inevitably spread, tarnishing the reputation of the Sun family for generations to come. What do you mean by that? Your Highness? Speak plainly. Why adopt such a demeanor? I, Sun, did indeed refrain from sending troops to aid Yanmen due to grave concerns. But that decision was born out of desperation amidst the dual pressures from the northern barbarians and the Great Xia. With over 1 million citizens under the jurisdiction of Yangping, should I rashly send troops and allow the northern barbarians to invade? How could I bear such a responsibility? Do not invoke the pretense of righteousness with me. Sun Ling, you are far from adequate. In an instant, the previously silent hall erupts with two voices filled with fury. One belongs to the middle-aged man in brocade who has risen abruptly, and the other to Luo Li, seated at the head, his eyes now glinting with coldness. Everyone has their tempers. You are not the only one. Who can indulge you? Righteousness? Do you even understand what righteousness means? 10 years ago, when the enemy was strong and we were weak, how many citizens suffered under the incursions of the nomads? At that time, you, Sun Ling, were brimming with ambition. Why did you not invoke that same righteousness to stand up for the people? 5 years ago, during the northern barbarian onslaught, 3 masters led an army of 100,000, and Master Lu of the Lu family sacrificed his very life to drive away the invaders. That is what righteousness entails, even if it meant death without regret. Where were you then, Sun Ling? With a resonating clang, as Luo Li's words echo, the weapons at the waists of all present begin to tremble slightly. A profound and formidable aura emanates from the young man at the top, akin to a raging torrent that threatens to engulf them all. The atmosphere is charged with an overwhelming intensity, a fusion of true energy and sword intent, infused with Luo Li's royal philosophy, a martial will that embodies the essence of kingship, the sword intent of heaven's severance. This is the essence of swordsmanship. Such a fierce martial will, merely a hint of its presence, causes the weapons to bow in submission. Just over a month ago, had not this king of Beheading only recently entered the innate realm? Yet why does this sword intent possess the might akin to that of a transcendent master, honed over decades? This defies all logic. As the martial arts masters in attendance witness Luo Li's fury and feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, fear begins to seep into their hearts. They grip their weapons tightly, suppressing any urge to embarrass themselves in this grand hall. While the recollections of the intelligence they received about the king of Beheading resurface, filling their eyes with trepidation. Rumors are merely rumors. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have comprehended the true extent of Luo Li's power. It was only after Sun Ling had risked his life that the esteemed officials from various regions finally comprehended the true strength of Beheading. This monarch of Beheading was no longer the same as he had been a decade ago. The once solitary young prince who had ventured into Beheading had now matured into a towering tree. The local powers, who merely resided in different territories, were but branches on this grand tree. In the face of absolute strength, those who had previously displayed a hint of defiance quickly recognized their place. Ultimately, it all came down to power. Luo Li, without even drawing his sword from its sheath, merely laid the Sanfeng's sword upon his knee, and the assembly of masters could not hide their embarrassment. The weight of his formidable presence was unmistakable. Even Sun Ling, who had stood in anger, felt a pang of awkwardness, his expression a blend of pale and flushed, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, the young man in white spoke again. Thus, refrain from using righteousness as an excuse before me. A true man stands tall and acknowledges his actions directly. To shrink away only breeds resentment. Sun Ling, you are 48 this year, a master for 18 years, at the pinnacle of your prowess. I will not deceive you. A month ago, I achieved the 6th rank in martial arts, and today, I shall strike with a single sword to determine our fates. Should you withstand my blow, I shall forget your previous inaction. If you fail, then your entire clan of martial artists must enlist in the army of Beheading, including yourself. Does this seem fair to you? Luo Li's head was held high, his tone calm. Yet, his words left the audience astonished. Such audacity. To claim victory with just one sword? My lord, you face a martial arts master who has been at the 6th rank for over a decade. Even if you have defeated 3 innate warriors from the Northern Barbarians, can you truly assert that a single strike will subdue this seasoned master? Not only did the crowd doubt him, but even Sun Ling found the notion absurd. The middle-aged man in brocade trembled slightly, not from fear, but from indignation. Previously, he had feared Luo Li's strength, believing himself outmatched, but now he was incensed by Luo Li's dismissive attitude. To think that one could demand submission with a single strike was sheer arrogance. Every master had endured countless trials to attain their status. If decades of hard-earned cultivation could be shattered by one stroke, then what was the point of striving for mastery? My lord, a man's word is his bond. Do not retract your statement. Though my achievements may not be the pinnacle, I consider myself no weakling. To expect me to bow my head to a single strike is indeed presumptuous. Regardless of the outcome today, based on your forthright demeanor, I vow not to oppose you again, nor will I meddle in the affairs of Yangping County. Therefore, draw your sword. His muscles twitched as he forcibly suppressed his fury. Sun Ling grounded himself, palms raised, channeling his true energy as he proclaimed with authority, observing the fabric of his brocade robe billowing with his energy. He indeed exuded the air of a master, dignified and poised. The crushing mountains and breaking cliffs palm, a martial art passed down in the Sun family, had been created by a master at the 4th rank, renowned for its unmatched ferocity, a truly superior innate technique. With this martial art and the unique innate practices of the Sun clan, they had boasted a legacy spanning 3 to 4 centuries, consistently producing masters of great renown. Confident in his skills and martial arts, Sun Ling adamantly refused to believe that Luo Li could compel him to submit with a single blow. Absolutely impossible. There was no need for grandiloquence. Only the victor would have the right to speak afterward. Did you truly believe you could withstand my blade with certainty? As Sun Ling assumed his stance, a hint of ease crossed Luo Li's face. He smiled lightly and raised his sword. The myriad weapons around them, once vibrating incessantly, suddenly fell still. The martial artists who had scattered to observe the duel became acutely aware of their own sluggish movements. 7th sword of the heaven-cutting sword technique. The 3rd form, time without years. With a deepening understanding of this sword technique, Luo Li had gradually mastered its essence, now proficient in the first 3 forms. The 1st form, cutting the path to see me, allowed for clarity of heart and mind, making it his most practiced and harmonious form. The 2nd form, the path cannot be discussed, touched upon principles beyond his comprehension, rendering it less potent despite being executable. The 3rd form, time without years, hinted at the possibility of halting time itself, if perfected. While his current mastery was far from that grandiose, it sufficed to deal with Sun Ling effortlessly. Chapter 72, Victory and Defeat in a Fleeting Moment. With his sword drawn, the area within 3 zhang became his domain. If one's martial will is inferior to mine, and their true energy falls short, they shall yield within my realm, powerless to resist. This was the unique royal path Luo Li had discerned from the time-manipulating sword technique of the 3rd form. Sun Ling, prepare to receive this blow. In truth, I had long desired to unleash this strike years prior, but my strength then was insufficient. Today, however, is not like the past. You shall undoubtedly fall. The young man in white bore a tranquil visage, yet the confidence radiating from his words was undeniable. The masters gathered around the crimson pillars felt their breaths grow heavy, even the simplest movements becoming arduous. This was their experience even before Luo Li had set his sights on them. The pressure Sun Ling faced, ensnared by the young man's energy, must be even more terrifying. Could the esteemed Sun master truly stand as an adversary to the prince? Among those who initially deemed Luo Li's confidence excessive or even absurd, some began to waver. Such formidable martial intent could transform the surrounding space into his own dominion, rendering his foes incapable of harnessing even a fraction of their strength. Although Sun Ling had long been renowned for his crushing mountains and breaking cliffs palm, could he truly withstand the onslaught of this prince, who had continuously created legends? As fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers, they remained resolutely focused, their wide eyes fixed on the 2 protagonists amidst the turbulent aura emanating from the nearby sword domain. Tick-tock. The true energy that had been swirling between the palms of the robed master, whose waist was lowered in readiness, began to bead with sweat on either side of his face. The droplets fell with a soft patter onto the jade floor of the grand hall, a testament to the turmoil within the master's heart. How could this be? With furrowed brows, Sun Ling was filled with anger and disbelief. The Northern Liang King had merely drawn his sword, yet Sun Ling felt an overwhelming pressure, causing his true energy to flow sluggishly. This was the essence of a 6th-grade master. Although affected by the invisible sword of Luo Li, Sun Ling believed that his own profound strength should surpass that of ordinary postnatal warriors. Yet, this was merely the extent of his capabilities. Thud, thud. Sun Ling's gaze sharpened as he focused on the white-clad youth who descended with an air of authority, standing within the sword domain. Sun Ling felt his every movement become obscured and laborious. His actions were hindered, and the circulation of true energy through his meridians was obstructed, limiting his exertable strength to a mere 50%. In a life-and-death struggle, defeat was inevitable, leaving no room for suspense. However, he reassured himself that if he could withstand a single strike from the Northern Liang King, he would emerge victorious. No wonder the Northern Liang King exuded such confidence. No wonder he could turn the tide and expel the arrogant barbarians from the borders. How had he achieved such prowess in such a short span of time? Years of mastering martial arts had led Sun Ling to believe that, while he might not be a genius, he was certainly superior to the majority of the populace. Yet, upon encountering the Northern Liang King, he felt a bizarre sense of absurdity. All his diligent training over the years seemed futile in comparison. Nevertheless, if it were merely a single strike. Gritting his teeth, Sun Ling's palms began to take on a stone-like hue, appearing as solid as iron. This was a manifestation of his true energy combined with his palm techniques to harness spiritual energy. It resembled the various manifestations that martial masters displayed when utilizing weapons, infusing their true energy into them. In this grand hall, he knew destructive martial arts were ill-advised. Thus, both combatants understood that victory hinged on a single move. As long as he could withstand one strike, he would claim victory. Sun Ling thus felt a glimmer of hope. The moment had come. Suddenly, the oppressive aura of the sword domain intensified, causing Sun Ling's pupils to constrict. In the chaos of battle, the shifting tides of combat signified that the white-clad youth was about to act. Buzz! With a thunderous shout, the robed master emitted a faint golden glow from his body, his aura becoming solemn and imposing, akin to a deity emerging from an ancient temple. An ethereal golden bell enveloped him. True energy enveloped his entire being, penetrating every orifice. Although Sun Ling's martial will could not compare to Luo Li's formidable strength, which could even influence reality, he was no weakling among his peers. The protective golden bell technique, coupled with the crumbling mountain palm, represented all his hidden cards. If he could not withstand the Northern Liang King's strike even with these techniques combined, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. As the white-clad youth advanced within 7 paces, his speed suddenly surged, his form transforming into an afterimage. I see you. Now. Sun Ling squinted, his expression grave. As he caught a glimpse of the fleeting figure, he thrust his palms forward in a sudden motion. Bang! A violent explosion of energy erupted from the white figure. Just as Sun Ling was about to express his joy at landing a hit, he noticed the figure dissipating into true energy, causing his pupils to narrow in alarm. Wait, it's not the real body. Realizing his grave error, the robed master sensed the overwhelming sword aura emanating from all directions, causing him to lose his composure. In such a critical moment, Sun Ling had mistakenly identified Luo Li's afterimage as his true self. This monumental blunder would undoubtedly determine the outcome of the battle. At that instant, everyone in the grand hall heard the sound of shattering. Crack, crack. The ethereal golden bell surrounding Sun Ling began to fracture, and a conspicuous red mark appeared on his neck, clearly visible. Victory and defeat had been decided. Chapter 73. To hear the way in the morning. One might die by evening. In the northern Liang city, within the main hall of affairs, a dense aura of martial sword intent soared into the heavens, perceptible to anyone who had reached the innate realm. In the military camp, Shen Qing, who was training the troops, raised his head as he sensed the distant sword energy. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The prince has grown stronger again. He vividly remembered their first encounter when Luo Li was merely a postnatal being. Although he had broken through during the night raid and decapitated an enemy master, he was far from this level of strength then. This power must rival that of 5th-grade masters. It seems I must hasten my progress. I cannot allow myself to be surpassed by those who follow. On the streets, a white-clad woman, carrying a wooden sword, declined fruit offered by a vendor, an unexpected thrill surging within her. Li Qingyi suddenly turned, her gaze locking onto the distant sword intent, her lake-like eyes sparkling with ambition. He has improved again. Indeed, he is worthy to be my opponent in sword practice. With the foundation of royal virtue and a spirit that can engulf the seas, once he sweeps away the universe, he will surely reach the pinnacle of sword mastery. At that moment, I shall test my sword against his perfected royal sword, filling the last void in my supreme sword heart, and the celestial path shall unfold before me. This descent from the mountain has yielded great rewards. Murmuring words only she could hear, Li Qingyi smiled faintly, her figure swiftly becoming ethereal, transforming into an afterimage before vanishing from sight. As Qingqing and Li Qingyi were stirred by these developments, an elderly man in a long robe, holding a wine jug, also took note of the commotion within the Northern Liang Grand Hall. Gulp, gulp, burp. This sword intent. After a hearty belch, the long-robed elder clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. A prodigy has indeed emerged from the Northern Xian domain. Let me observe the prowess of this Northern Liang king of the Great Xia." With such sword intent, coupled with his youth, it is evident that few among the contemporary generation can rival him. If the previous victories hold true, upon my return, he shall undoubtedly secure a position among the 72 ranks of the Qingyun list. Having spoken, the elder chuckled softly and swayed away into the alleys. Though his figure has vanished, the implications of his words remain astonishing. The martial arts of the human race are divided into 3 realms. The upper 3 ranks of celestial phenomena, denoting the supreme grandmaster, the middle 3 ranks of divine seas, representing innate masters, and the lower 3 ranks of acquired practitioners, the ordinary warriors. Within the Great Zhou territory exists a martial arts organization known as the Tiangui Pavilion. This sacred ground of martial arts boasts an ancient lineage and profound heritage, with a plethora of martial experts emerging from its ranks. However, the true visage of the Tiangui Pavilion is not what the world perceives. Its renown stems from its representation of the entire realm, as it bestows the highest honors within the martial community. As the saying goes, in literature there is no first, while in martial arts there is no second. Wherever there are people, there exists a martial world, and naturally, distinctions of rank must arise. This is the very endeavor undertaken by the Tiangui Pavilion. They established 2 esteemed lists to assess the strongest martial artists in the world: the Yuntian list, for those who have attained the status of terrestrial immortals, and the Qingyun list, for the most exceptional talents under 30 years of age among the human race. The Yuntian list records the 36 most formidable celestial grandmasters of the current era, while the Qingyun list encompasses the 72 most outstanding prodigies. Only those seated among the elders of the Tiangui Pavilion possess the authority to evaluate the Qingyun list. Thus, the seemingly inconspicuous elder in his long robe, who dares to proclaim such words, has already proven his extraordinary identity. Within the Northern Liang Great Hall, a soft dripping sound echoed, revealing liquid splattering upon the jade floor. This time, it was no longer mere sweat. Sun Ling paused, raising his arm to touch his neck, where a sharp pain emerged. Gently tracing his finger over the small wound, the man clad in brocade murmured, "I have lost." Gazing at the vivid crimson stain upon his fingertip, Sun Ling gritted his teeth, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. After a moment's pause, he exhaled softly, uttering the words of concession. Upon finishing, he appeared somewhat dazed. A once great master, having achieved the 6th rank for a full 18 years, he found himself realizing for the first time how easily he had been vanquished. A single sword stroke, merely one stroke, had shattered his once proud protective barrier. In the end, he had barely grasped a moment to react before a blade, emerging from an unknown origin, had carved a line of blood across his neck. Grateful that this confrontation was merely a test, he shuddered at the thought of a life-and-death duel. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sun Ling trembled, a flash of sword light illuminating his consciousness. My life is forfeit. A master's promise is as binding as the weight of 4 horses. Before the duel, Sun had vowed to the prince that upon his defeat, the entire Sun family of the northern lands would follow him in the war against the Great Xia, fighting at the forefront. With closed eyes, Sun Ling reluctantly expressed the outcome he had never anticipated. Yet, he could not help but inquire, "Might I ask, noble prince, the name of that sword technique you employed?" He swore that in all his years, he had never encountered a sword light so breathtaking. As the blade drew a line of blood, the white-clad youth remained composed amidst the astonished gazes of the hall's occupants. He returned to his seat, retrieving the scabbard and sheathing the Sanfeng sword. It was then that Sun Ling's dry and labored words echoed in Luo Li's ears. Upon hearing the words laced with deep reluctance, a faint smile flickered across Luo Li's tranquil face. "A wager is a wager, and I commend your acceptance. The sword technique is called the 7 Swords of Heaven's Interception. I have just defeated you by merging 2 of its forms into a single stroke. Few in this realm could survive under its might. So do not dwell on your defeat. Upon hearing Luo Li's calm response, Sun Ling did not ponder further. His mind was consumed with the dazzling sword intent and the name of the technique that had conjured it, the 7 swords of heaven's interception. Clenching his fists tightly, he fell to his knees upon the jade floor, seemingly drained of all strength, tears welling in his eyes. Such a sword. In the wake of the astonishing shift in circumstances, the hall was filled with an air of disbelief. The Northern Liang King had indeed triumphed with a single sword stroke, decisively overcoming the long-revered master of the northern lands. The bloodstain upon Sun Ling's neck and the slight disarray upon the jade floor bore testament to the fact that had Luo Li not shown restraint, blood would have surely been shed, as the assembly bore witness. A premonition arose within their hearts. This individual might truly rewrite the long-standing order of the 13 provinces of the Great Xia. Clad in white, he appeared somewhat slender. Yet this seemingly frail figure eclipsed all past and future prodigies of the Great Xia, standing as the very center of the universe, radiant and resplendent. With a single stroke, he suppressed myriad paths. Such innate talent, one could hardly find an equal not just within the Great Xia, but across the entire northern Xin domain. Even the central Great Zhou, and beyond to other realms of humanity, truly imperial in stature. What say you? Do you concede? As Sun Ling's voice faded, the white-clad youth turned his gaze upon the hall's many so-called heroes, speaking softly. Do you submit? We submit. We comply. In an instant, the once quiet hall erupted with voices filled with a hint of panic, eager to align themselves with the Northern Liang King, lest they face retribution. After all, a Grand Master had been felled by a single sword stroke. Could they, mere practitioners of the acquired realm, withstand Luo Li's might? Sun Ling's survival was owed to his own formidable strength, granting him a role in the future. It was for this reason that the Northern Liang King spared him. But the others, remaining silent, risked their very lives, lacking even a voice to plead for mercy. As Luo Li surveyed the surroundings, he noted with surprise that no one dared to continue resisting. Power, indeed, is akin to a fist. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute strength, no one harbored thoughts of defiance. Such is the advantage conferred by power. After a brief moment of reflection, a faint smile finally graced Luo Li's usually stern visage. He observed the eager faces before him, individuals who were desperate to ingratiate themselves by expressing all the commendations they had long harbored in their hearts. With a gentle tone, he spoke. If one could erase all transgressions merely by expressing remorse after committing an error, what need would there be for law? The reason I subdued Sun Ling with a single stroke of my sword, compelling the entire Sun family of warriors to march to the battlefield, was not to settle personal grievances, but rather to seek accountability regarding the events at Yanmen. Although your efforts at that time may not have altered the outcome, it does not absolve you of the responsibility of your inaction. Do you understand? His words, though simple, carried a gentle yet profound weight, causing a palpable tremor among all present. They realized there was no escaping the current predicament. We understand, they replied, their voices dry. Now that you comprehend, I shall present you with 2 choices. The first, redeem yourselves through merit by joining the front lines of my Northern Liang forces alongside Sun Ling. Should you achieve notable accomplishments in the heat of battle, your past transgressions will be forgiven, and you may even rise to greater heights. The second, I am not a tyrant, and if you choose to resist, we must part ways. Liangzhou is the foundation of my dominion, and I cannot afford to cede an inch to outsiders. If you do not wish to remain in Northern Liang, then depart alone. I promise. I shall not pursue this matter. What say you? Upon hearing these 2 options, most individuals were taken aback by the confidence emanating from the young man before them, their expressions turning complex. The notion of concealed daggers behind smiles lingered in their minds. Having established their roots here for decades, and lacking the prowess of a master like Sun Ling, the thought of moving to another state raised concerns. They feared being met with hostility due to their origins from Liangzhou. Moreover, the idea of starting anew elsewhere paled in comparison to the comfort of being a local ruler in Liangzhou. While the battlefield is indeed brutal, they were all formidable experts, and death would not come easily. There lay the possibility that they could rise to become esteemed ministers in the future. Thus, despite their hesitations, many began to find their answers. With the northern barbarians having retreated and Liangzhou secured, peace had been restored, presenting an opportune moment for military action. However, just as Luo Li felt satisfied and was ready to conclude the amicable discourse of the day, an unexpected and thunderous voice resonated from outside, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor's edict commands the Northern Liang King to exit the palace and receive the imperial decree. The hall erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. People glanced around in confusion, and even Sun Ling, who was slowly rising, was startled by the sudden proclamation. Someone was delivering the edict of the Daxia dynasty at the gates of Northern Liang? It was madness. Outside, two figures descended gracefully from the sky. One donned a black robe, appearing gaunt. The other was cloaked in resplendent crimson, their gender indiscernible. The duo hovered above the Northern Liang hall, and the black-robed figure withdrew a brilliantly golden edict, projecting their voice into the hall with an air of indifference. The people of Northern Liang were taken aback by the powerful aura emanating from these two figures. Remarkable. Their energy is as vast as the ocean, indicative of fifth-tier prowess. The Daxia Emperor possesses such formidable resources. Such beings, even in the Great Zhou, would be regarded as masters, making this situation all the more intriguing. The elder from the Tianji Pavilion, who had been approaching with a wine flask in hand, suddenly found his lethargy dispelled as he sensed the overwhelming presence of the two figures. However, he lamented that such a grand display was merely to eliminate a master who had barely entered the sixth tier. The spectacle was indeed remarkable, but it seemed that Luo Li's name would not grace the ranks of renowned talents for much longer. Observing the unfolding drama, the elder had no intention of intervening. After all, this was a matter of Daxia and had nothing to do with him as a Tianji Pavilion elder. However, not intervening did not preclude him from enjoying the unfolding spectacle. With a hearty laugh, he moved with newfound enthusiasm, vanishing in an instant, seemingly drawn toward the main hall of Northern Liang. Outside the Northern Liang hall, the vermilion doors swung open, and the golden glazed tiles sparkled under the sunlight. Stone lions stood sentinel on the steps, flanked by hundreds of stairs leading up to the lofty marble columns, each adorned with intricately carved dragons, creating a breathtaking sight. Hundreds of Northern Liang warriors, stationed around the hall, grasped their weapons in response to the sudden proclamation from above, gathering together, their gazes fixed defiantly upward. Luo Li, who had intended to take his seat, was stirred by the commotion from outside. With a cold huff, he soared into the air, transforming into a fleeting white shadow. Rushing toward the entrance of the hall, receive the decree? Northern Liang has already severed ties and established itself independently. Soon, I shall march southward to seek justice from the Daxia Emperor, and thus, I am no longer a subject of the Daxia. Pray tell, what edict do you wish for me to receive? As he landed on the steps, dismissing his personal guards with a gesture, Luo Li emanated an icy aura, the gusts of energy swirling around him. He raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold determination, and boldly addressed the two figures hovering above. The emperor states that if the Northern Liang king can reconsider, halt his rebellion, and continue to recognize Daxia as the legitimate authority, all previous grievances shall be forgiven. Such grace from heaven, my lord, why not promptly accept the decree? The black-robed envoy remained cold and unyielding, having arrived solely to carry out the orders of their sovereign, aiming to eliminate the so-called traitorous Northern Liang king. The issuance of the decree was merely a faade, a formality preceding the execution. Had it not been for the need to appear legitimate, they would have acted swiftly to silence the white-clad youth before him, allowing him to speak at length. Choice 1. Two envoys, brimming with potent energy and soaring through the air, have come to negotiate peace today, yet their ulterior motives are painfully transparent. As martial artists, we fear not the battle. The dignity of a king must not be insulted. Today in Beheading, blood will surely be shed. The first option presents a reward, the celestial decree of blood sealing. The second option reveals that the enemy approaches with formidable force, their intentions unmistakably aggressive. To respond with unyielding strength may not be wise. It is preferable to adopt a tactical retreat and deliberate further. The reward for this choice is the bloodline of gods and demons. Gazing at the gaunt elder, whose eyes gleamed with murderous intent upon unveiling the imperial edict, Luo Li let out a cold chuckle, and in the next moment, his long sword was unsheathed with resolute determination. If it is a decree calling for peace, why send two experts surpassing the sixth rank? After a decade of guarding the frontier, Luo Li had never imagined that the Summer Emperor possessed such depth, capable of commanding even a peerless fifth-rank master. Two options presented, accompanied by two rewards, devoid of any distinction in quality, yet neither appeared to be lacking. Given this, it would be wise to choose one that aligns with his desires. A tactical retreat? Nonsense. A man must possess pride. His spine cannot be bent. Even if this choice promises immense benefits, what of it? If it diverges from his true intentions, then even the greatest reward would be unwelcome. One's own path must be determined by oneself. To choose solely for gain is akin to being a puppet. Act according to one's own will. Regardless of the outcome, the long sword pierced the heavens, transforming into a radiant white arc of sword energy, soaring upwards before cleaving towards the two figures suspended in midair. As Luo Li unleashed this sword energy, an arcane inscription gradually materialized in his mind, the celestial decree of blood sealing. According to the memories of this spell, it harnesses the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to execute a secret technique that completely seals the bloodline of any adversary encountered, regardless of whether they be divine or demonic. While its introduction hints at tremendous power, it seems to offer little in terms of martial enhancement. Nevertheless, having made the choice, regret is no longer an option. Besides, its utility will only be revealed in time. Infusing the Tai true energy into the Sanfeng sword, the supreme white arc transformed into a crescent-shaped sword energy, striking forth from the hands of the young man in white, causing the suspended withered wood and incense to momentarily halt in their tracks. Bold indeed, arriving with murderous intent, yet the master initiated the attack first. It remains uncertain whether the king of Beheading is exceptionally brave or foolishly reckless. With a roar, the withered wood sprang into action. A thunderous sound erupted in the skies, reverberating throughout the land. A dense fog of black energy billowed from the cloaked figure, resembling an ocean of darkness. Within this seemingly illusory sea, countless corpses could be faintly seen bobbing, their souls intertwined, howling and struggling to escape, creating a scene both dreadful and mesmerizing. What manner of martial law is this? Observing the spectacle, Luo Li's eyes narrowed, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Once a martial artist attains the innate realm, they can project their true energy outward. The form this true energy takes often reflects the martial artist's character and martial intent. Yet the technique employed by the withered wood in midair is peculiarly bizarre. Based on Luo Li's understanding, even the most sinister sects, who revel in killing, do not wield such strange methods. To provoke me first, are you courting death? I shall oblige. This endless sea of black mist, formed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, shall indeed have a place for you. Boom. The black smoke surged, countless drifting souls shrieking in terror. At that moment, the white arc of sword light that Luo Li had unleashed collided with the spectral black mist. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the entirety of Beheading city. The general in white, training nearby, vanished in an instant. The scholar in the upper chamber, enjoying tea, transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing the sword. Meanwhile, the white-clad nun, hastening towards the Beheading Grand Hall, arrived in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the wine-toting observer, who had been quietly spectating the fray from a corner of the Grand Hall, began to furrow his brow. Wait, something feels off. This person's technique is problematic. Chapter 76. Tempering the fiery blade with icy edge. The black mist enveloped the white arc of sword energy completely. The two energies clashing in a tumultuous struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Even though the white arc possessed superior quality, it could not prevail against the overwhelming black mist emanating from the withered wood. With a violent tremor, the two energies detonated completely. As the waves of energy surged, Luo Li, sword in hand, narrowed his eyes and took a defensive stance, fully aware of the formidable threat he faced. This was a fifth-rank master, a formidable opponent he had never confronted before, and now there were two. He had never heard of such masters in the Great Xia. From where had the Summer Emperor summoned these individuals? Questions multiplied in his mind, and Luo Li dared not exhibit any carelessness. This situation could very well determine life or death. Even amidst the chaos of a battlefield, he had never felt such a palpable threat. What a King Beheading has. He truly possesses remarkable skill. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Burning incense, let us strike together and leave this boy no chance to breathe. Upon witnessing his technique being thwarted, the once disdainful expression of the withered wood shifted to surprise. He was acutely aware of the true might of his own technique. Even before a fifth-rank master, enduring this attack would yield little more than this. What a remarkable young man. No wonder the Hall Master values him so highly, even sending me personally to execute his demise. If left unchecked, he could indeed become a grave concern. With newfound seriousness, the withered would no longer hesitated, rallying his companion. Burning incense, as he prepared to unleash a relentless assault to vanquish Luo Li once and for all. Excellent. Hearing the withered wood's command, the figure clad in a flowing red robe, with wild white hair, responded coldly. Boom. A crimson mark flashed between her brows, and in the next moment, fierce flames erupted around her. The ancient, immense waves of fire radiated from her, reminiscent of a sovereign from a bygone era, sacred and regal. This power was distinct from martial true energy. It was an inexplicable force ignited from within her being. As her momentum surged, a peculiar phantom resembling a monstrous bird, adorned with scarlet wings, materialized behind the red-robed burning incense. In an instant, their forms fused. This woman, exuding an air of nobility, now possessed an aura far surpassing that of the black-robed figure beside her. Burning incense, temper your power. Do not forget that we are still within human territory. Should any celestial masters detect our presence, our years of meticulous plotting could be rendered futile. Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from her companion, the withered wood, who had been poised to attack, suddenly furrowed his brow and urgently cautioned the red-robed woman. No matter. This remote borderland holds no possibility for celestial masters to appear. Who among them could recognize our identities? Amidst the desolate wood, the figure of Kumu exhibited a heightened vigilance. Aware that intelligence suggested the presence of 4 formidable masters concealed within the entire Northern Liang city, including the Northern Liang King. Should the Northern Liang King manage to escape, it would be a disgrace to their honor, raising questions on how to report to the palace master. Let me deal with him, declared the red-robed woman, her demeanor exuding arrogance. She paid little mind to Kumu's agitated exclamations, casually replying before preparing to act. Enough of this. I doubt anything significant can occur in such a remote corner. To avoid prolonged complications, it is best to resolve matters swiftly. Kumu, wishing to voice more, felt compelled to hold his tongue upon hearing her words. In terms of status, this woman far surpassed him. A flicker of envy crossed Kumu's eyes as he contemplated his own lineage, merely a common bloodline of the ordinary gods and demons from the Nine Nether. In contrast, the blood coursing through the red-robed woman stemmed from a celestial phoenix, a divine being whose power rivaled that of the greatest human cultivators. Not even their palace master, if he were to descend, could claim a significantly higher status than her. In the future, while Kumu's potential might dwindle, this woman seemed destined to ascend to true divine status, potentially rivaling the great masters of the human realm. Should she encounter fortuitous opportunities, she might even ascend to the heavens, becoming a formidable divine being capable of contending with celestial warriors and true immortals of the 9 heavens. Just as Kumu lingered in thought, a piercing cry of a divine bird echoed through the air. The red-robed woman, her luxurious attire billowing, transformed into a blazing shadow, plunging towards the Northern Liang Grand Hall below. Her form, embodying the fire phoenix, ignited the surrounding spiritual energy, showcasing her terrifying might. What an impressive martial prowess, mused the white-clad youth, observing the red-robed woman's silhouette, which tinted the sky with crimson hues. Gripping the Sanfeng sword tightly, a profound sense of urgency surged within him. This marked the greatest peril he had faced in a decade. The Sanfeng sword vibrated incessantly, and its ancient resonance began to emanate, the unique aura of the Tai path vividly manifesting in his mind. Though the 7-sword sutras were likely of a higher tier than his inherited sword techniques from Tai, his understanding remained rudimentary, leaving him ill-equipped to salvage the dire situation. In truth, the most formidable strike he could unleash was the 23rd sword technique, resonating with the Sanfeng sword. Only through this resonance could he hope to contend with the fiery figure before him. Truly, the red-robed woman radiating such palpable killing intent might be the strongest individual I have encountered in my life. Aside from the figure of Zhang Tai from the Sanfeng sword's legacy, even the enigmatic Li Qingyi seems to pale in comparison. Moreover, what astonished him further was that despite her overwhelming presence, she appeared to be in her 20s. Were it not for their life-and-death rivalry, he would have been tempted to inquire how she had cultivated to such heights. With this thought, the white-clad youth felt the weight of her lethal intent and steeled himself. Despite the pressing circumstances, he maintained his composure, revealing no signs of panic as he raised the sword. The Tai true energy surged forth from his dantian, manifesting as ethereal white mist. With a single sword raised, the blazing flames surged skyward, merging the power of his spirit with the fierce cold of the sword. Chapter 77. The Master's Clash. The white figure ascended, surrounded by a torrent of sword energy, as the Tai true energy surged forth, coalescing into white mist that enveloped him within 3 zhang. The sword light shimmered like a startled swan, causing the soldiers below to tremble and bow in reverence. With a mighty roar, the spiritual energy surged, the domineering sword intent of the Jietian sword merging with the ethereal essence of the Sanfeng sword, momentarily suppressing the encroaching flames of the fire phoenix. Such powerful lineage, rivaling my divine and demonic bloodline. The red-robed woman, engulfed in divine flames, sensed the distortion and fluctuation of the fiery aura as it was momentarily cleaved by several sword energies, momentarily lost in thought. A surge of profound, killing intent surged anew within her, her delicate brows furrowing as a wave of heat receded, condensing at her sides. With a commanding shout, she unleashed an illusory, divine bird formed of searing flames from her palms. Simultaneously, she called out to Kumu, who had lagged behind. Kumu, do not hesitate. Come assist me. The Northern Liang King is a threat that must not be allowed to escape. With her keen insights, she recognized that the Northern Liang King harbored a mysterious lineage. It was no wonder he had attained such accomplishments. Everything fell into place. The red-robed woman's eyes glimmered with a strange light. Only someone possessing profound heritage could explain the Northern Liang King's meteoric rise. Furthermore, the increasing sense of alertness within her suggested that he might have discerned her true identity. She could not afford to hold back. Should news of divine and demonic bloodlines emerging from this borderland reach the ears of the so-called martial sanctuaries of the human realm, it could attract the attention of true powerhouses, leading to dire consequences. Upon hearing the words of the red-robed woman, Kumu did not waver. In fact, he had already prepared to assist her the moment she spoke. However, an unexpected barrage of figures emerged from the outside, disrupting his movements and formation entirely. Who are you? What connection do you have with those external demons? A cold voice rang out, followed by a wooden sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Kumu. Though the sword was but an ordinary wooden one, the wielder's comprehension of the sword path approached the extraordinary. A flash of jade white swept across the scene as a figure with flowing black hair descended gracefully. Having sensed the rising flames from the earlier outburst of sword intent, Li Qingyi was not far away and had perceived everything clearly. As Luo Li, the bearer of the Sanfeng sword legacy, sought to test his swordsmanship, it was imperative that Li Qingyi, from any perspective, would not allow him to fall victim to the current crisis. Thus, when the Northern Liang King found himself in peril, it was only natural for Li Qingyi to intervene and extend her assistance. However, beyond these two reasons, she possessed an additional, compelling motive to act. The aura emanating from the adversary was not unfamiliar to her, as one hailing from the Tai Dao. Therefore, her voice resounded with authority, boldly. Which impudent wretch dares to act recklessly within my Northern Liang city? Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, and while the withered tree had yet to utter a sound, an elderly man clad in gray, wielding sword light, followed the path of Li Qingyi's strike and unleashed another sword attack towards the direction of the withered tree. Li Qingyi, being the closest to the Northern Liang Great Hall, was the first to arrive. Though Li Su trailed slightly behind, he was not too late to join the fray. Not only that, but a white-clad figure, brandishing a silver spear, also emerged at that moment, shattering the void with a cold gleam, the spear striking forth like a dragon soaring into the skies. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with the intensity of blood energy, and the air was suffused with the essence of sword and spear intent. It is worth noting that upon witnessing Li Su and the others rushing forth, the previously hesitant Northern Master Sun Ling, recognizing the escalating tension of the battle, gritted his teeth and swiftly moved towards Luo Li to lend his support. Previously bested by Luo Li's crushing mountains and breaking cliffs palm technique, he unleashed over a dozen palm imprints of true chi in midair, merging the weighty essence of his intention alongside, proving to be quite formidable. Although not as impactful as the two combatants locked in fierce struggle, his presence nonetheless contributed to alleviating some of Luo Li's burdens. In a heartbeat, the battlefield had bifurcated into two fronts. 5 masters of the 6th rank of martial arts ascended to confront 2 powerful entities of unknown origin above the Northern Liang Great Hall. The mere display of strength from these two was sufficient to rival that of 5th rank martial artists, showcasing their extraordinary might. Confirmed. In the shadows, the wine Taoist, who had been intently observing the battlefield, finally set down his wine gourd, his expression gradually shifting to one of solemnity. These two individuals were undoubtedly linked to divine and demonic forces. The emergence of those possessing the bloodline of the divine and demonic in the Northern Xian domain hinted at the existence of concealed secrets. Little did he anticipate that during his travels, intending merely to ascertain whether the Northern Liang King was worthy of the Qingyun ranking, he would inadvertently stumble upon such astonishing revelations. They must not be allowed to escape. Casting aside his wine gourd, the wine Taoist retrieved a formation plate from his sleeve, pinching his fingers together and murmuring incantations. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he hurled it into the air. Clang! The formation plate began to rotate slowly. One after another, ancient runes inscribed upon it began to detach from the plate, materializing in the void and gradually illuminating the surroundings. With a whoosh, as dozens of runes manifested, they began to dim. Subsequently, these fading runes transformed into a near-transparent state, seemingly merging with the surrounding spiritual energy, swiftly dispersing in all directions. As these runes enveloped the entire Northern Liang Great Hall, every innate level expert present sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy, realizing that something was amiss. Not good. It's the Mo Gates mechanism formation technique. A true expert has arrived. Luo Li, unaffected by the changes in spiritual energy, remained oblivious. However, his opponents, the incense burner and the withered tree nearby, immediately perceived the danger, their expressions changing dramatically. Who is it? Which friend lies hidden in the shadows? Choosing not to reveal their true form. Entangled by dozens of sword chi from Luo Li, and with Sun Ling, a 6th rank master, assisting him. Even the bloodline-empowered incense burner could only maintain a slight upper hand, unable to secure a definitive victory in the short term. Just as her patience waned. Frustrated by her inability to crush this mere 6th rank insect swiftly, trouble unexpectedly arose before the Northern Liang Great Hall. The path of formations is indeed profound and mysterious. Although the dozens of runes concealed their aura, all present were innate beings capable of communicating with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Thus, when the Wine Taoist invoked the Mo Gate formation, he had no intention of further concealing his presence. As for the incense burner, the blood of the divine phoenix flowed within her veins, marking her as a genuine descendant of the divine and demonic, and with such a lineage. How could she fail to recognize the infamous Mo Gate legacy? The steward elder of the Tiangong Pavilion, an outer disciple of the Mo Gate, the Wine Taoist. One could hardly dare to address him as a friend, a descendant of the divine and demonic. What a formidable title. From above, a figure materialized from the void, their voice tinged with coldness. Observing the sudden appearance of this figure, the two who had initially intended to resolve matters swiftly now bore expressions of profound dismay. The Tiangong Pavilion, the Mo Gate. With the utterance of these two names, they abandoned any semblance of hope. They were confronted by a true martial legacy of the human race. The old man who claimed to be the Wine Taoist must possess an intimate knowledge of their backgrounds. Old man, do you know who stands behind us, what kind of divine being they are? Depart swiftly, and you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, should you remain obstinate, you shall be sent to the cycle of reincarnation at once. The incense burner, her white hair billowing, a crimson mark glowing vividly between her brows, spoke with a tone laden with menace and threat. I have lived long enough to not be intimidated by mere words. Divine and demonic outsiders. A band of mice lurking in the shadows, how dare you act so arrogantly? Do you not remember how you were defeated in the past? The Yuan Tian realm is the territory of the human race. Even though the northern Xian domain has long fallen into decline, it is not a place for remnants of divine and demonic beings to tread upon. After a prolonged silence, the once cautious figures now made their presence known with grandiosity. What secrets could they possibly harbor? Old man, I see you have a young girl with considerable heritage. Why not surrender willingly and converse with me? The Wine Taoist, noticing the incense burner boldly resisting Luo Li's sword chi, could not help but let out a hearty laugh. With a flick of his fingers, the spiraling energies of heaven and earth gathered around him, as if he were the sovereign of the spiritual energies, subtly suppressing the incense burner and the withered tree. True intent soared to the heavens, a manifestation of the path to transcendence. He was a pinnacle master of the 4th rank. Not good. This old fellow is a 4th rank martial artist. As the swirling currents gathered within his palm, about to strike, the incense burner felt her complexion pale. Despite her noble bloodline, she had only recently begun her cultivation. Most of her hidden powers remained dormant. Even if she were to fully unleash her bloodline, she would still be lacking against this formidable opponent. Realizing this, the incense burner cast a glance behind her, noting the increasingly dire situation of the figure in black. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Indeed, even if the withered tree unleashed its bloodline, it would likely only yield minimal results. The woman in the Taoist robe wielding a wooden sword and the man in white armor with a long spear are both exceptional masters among the human race. Exceedingly rare even among the 6th rank, far surpassing the ordinary 6th rank practitioners. The three of them working together allow the withered tree to maintain its formation without faltering, which is already a remarkable feat, let alone finding a moment to assist themselves. Such a notion is utterly impossible. How brazen. If you were to come one by one, I could send your souls to the netherworld with a mere flick of my hand. The robes shimmered with golden flames, and the incense surrounding her seemed to cloak her in a layer of phoenix feathers. A closer inspection reveals that any true energy assault directed at her would be incinerated in an instant by the ethereal flames that consume all, leaving no trace of injury. The gust of wind from Sun Ling's palm strike is similarly futile. It cannot even approach the red-robed woman, serving only as a distraction. Were it not for the dozens of sword energies radiating from Luo Li, which could potentially pierce through the fiery wings at any moment, the two would have long since succumbed and would not have lasted this long. Upon the sudden appearance of an unknown entity, the young man in white, whose swordsmanship had reached its zenith, initially tensed but soon relaxed upon hearing his words. It is already exceedingly strenuous for them to contend with these formidable foes of unknown origin. The addition of a mysterious powerhouse would surely exacerbate their plight. Fortunately, from their current stance, it seems they are allies, not enemies. Demons and spirits? What manner of beings are those? How does the Summer Emperor connect with such entities? In the midst of the battle, Luo Li could not afford to lose focus against the surging onslaught. Yet, he found himself intrigued by the red-robed woman and the elder who claimed to be from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion and the Mo sect. He had clearly heard the cold voice of Li Qingyi as she rushed in with her sword. This true disciple from the Tai Dao was undoubtedly well informed. However, regardless of their backgrounds, their arrogant demeanor was truly irksome. Speaking of which, could the celestial technique bestowed upon him through inheritance have any effect on this woman? While Luo Li pondered this, the swirling energy in the palm of the wine Taoist was unleashed with ferocity. The vast sky trembled, akin to surging waves, relentless and overwhelming. True energy erupted, rippling through the air, causing even the clouds to part. The terrifying fluctuations of true energy left the observers from Baoyang below gasping for breath. Akin to witnessing a divine calamity descending upon the earth, instilling awe. Such a palm technique and such true energy rendered Sun Ling, who had previously exuded an air of mastery, as pale as a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the full moon, losing all semblance of color. The mountain-crushing palm was a mere shadow in comparison. Sun Ling hovered in midair, bracing against the pressure of the ethereal flames, his complexion ashen. His crown had long since vanished, and his hair, disheveled beneath his ornate robe, betrayed his previous composure. He gazed at the elder, who laughed heartily, channeling the spirit of heaven and earth to empower himself before delivering a palm strike that seemed to alter the very heavens. His expression, now one of utter astonishment, rendered speechless. A frog at the bottom of a well has never glimpsed the sky. How could he fathom the colors of the cosmos? Such a palm technique. Such a technique. Sun Ling had never heard of its like in his lifetime. Admiration flickered in his eyes, and in that moment, Sun Ling completely lost his composure. Chapter 79. With the mandate of heaven in mouth, the celestial technique command. Above the vast sky, the biting winds howled fiercely. The gust from the palm strike surged for dozens, even hundreds of feet, casting a shadow over the resplendent Baoyang Grand Hall, rendering it pale in comparison. In the face of the wine Taoist's palm strike, the red-robed woman no longer bore her previous haughty demeanor. She raised her slender hands, quickly forming several seals. Fiery flames blazed intensely, simultaneously resisting Luo Li's sword energy onslaught while preparing to defend against the formidable palm strike of the wine Taoist. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, even if the incense is immensely powerful, this trajectory would surely lead to her downfall. However, she possessed the bloodline of the divine and demonic beings. A red mark on her forehead flickered, and in the next moment, a droplet of blood tinged with golden red hues separated from her. Foolish old man, do you think that with just you and the Baoyang king, you can subdue me? The bloodline of the fire vein, one of the 6 divisions of the ancient celestial cord of the divine and demonic beings, is beyond your comprehension as a mere mortal. Merging with the Tao, the crimson radiance divine flame. Sensing the overwhelming threat, the incense scoffed before swallowing the blood droplet whole. Subsequently, her white hair danced wildly as the red-robed woman's aura surged. Behind her, a faint phoenix apparition flickered, a sound that shook the heavens. The golden red blood appeared transparent, as pure as crystal, yet contained a small wisp of flame. It was this minuscule flame, harboring terrifying power, that caused the wine Taoist, who had previously unleashed a palm strike spanning hundreds of feet, to change countenance. Especially when the wine Taoist saw that the blood had been consumed by the incense, his expression turned exceedingly grim. A drop of true blood from the divine and demonic beings. Which deity's bloodline is this? Why has it appeared in the Beheading region? Could it be? Recalling the rumors he had perused in the ancient texts of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion regarding the Beheading region, the wine Taoist instinctively felt a sense of foreboding and maximized his true energy. In the next moment, his true energy handprint soared through the air, striking directly before the red-robed woman, whose phoenix apparition was now visible. Bang! Ah, what a terrifying pressure. What realm of martial prowess is this? Some were engulfed by the shockwave, gasping for breath, their eyes reflecting fear. They had initially thought the Beheading king was outrageous, but now, witnessing such an awe-inspiring battle, their expectations had been utterly surpassed. The fearsome shockwave forced those surrounding the grand hall to buckle at the knees, with some nearby being sent flying backward. The aftermath was terrifying. Spitting a mouthful of blood into the air, the two figures collided and staggered backward in midair, each retreating several dozen steps. Their clash ended in a draw. As the clamor subsided, the wine Taoist, who had confined the surroundings with his palm, raised his arm, channeling true energy to tap several times on his own acupoints, gradually stabilizing his erratic breath. Blood stained his long beard, and his overall aura began to wane. Luo Li, with a hint of shock in his eyes, observed the incense, who had also been sent flying, her ruby lips stained with blood, yet still wearing a cold smile. Her breath becoming heavy. Having just witnessed their exchange, Luo Li discerned much. The martial arts master who had executed the palm technique was nearing the Tao, possessing the aspect of flight, and was undoubtedly a fourth-rank master. In the entire Great Xia, apart from the reclusive elder, only the king of the south, who had defended the southern borders for years and kept the southern Xi at bay, could rival such a presence. To possess the strength of a fifth-rank martial artist and injure a true master of the fourth rank with such prowess? Who is this woman? Beheading king. Why do you not hurry and join me in combat? Today, it is imperative to subdue these two demonic progenies. Otherwise, not only the Northern Liang, but even the Great Xia and the entire Northern Xian domain will face catastrophic calamities. Do not hold back. Unleash all your abilities. Once the situation is clarified, I shall provide an explanation. However, at this moment, the elderly figure, having staggered back several paces, regained his composure and, after a couple of dry coughs, fixed his piercing gaze upon the somewhat waning, yet still formidable red-clad woman, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. If we cannot vanquish her, then you, I, and all the witnesses surrounding this great hall may very well meet our doom here. With that, the elder raised his arms, his fingers forming tight fists. An overwhelming aura of tyrannical martial intent surged forth from him, even more potent than the previous technique that had sent shockwaves 100 feet away. The gray fabric of his attire rustled fiercely as he lifted his fists, letting out a bellow before charging forward once more. His martial prowess was not merely exceptional in palm techniques, but equally formidable in fist techniques. This old man is certainly no ordinary foe. Demonic progeny? Luo Li's pupils constricted as he recalled the words uttered by the wine man from the Tianji pavilion, having caught the repeated mention of a particular term. What might that entail? A plethora of doubts brewed within him, yet this was not the time for contemplation. Discarding distractions, he observed the wine man unleashing his fists against the raging flames, while Luo Li tightened his grip on the Sanfeng sword, its aura enveloping him within a 3-zhang radius. Just as he was about to make his move, a scripture nearly forgotten resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, their earlier conversation had touched upon bloodlines and blood ties. Hence, the celestial art known as blood seal might indeed prove effective against this crimson-robed woman. In the heat of battle, Luo Li had not had the opportunity to ponder deeply. But reflecting upon it now, this blood seal appeared capable of suppressing the so-called inherited bloodlines. A technique that could be deemed celestial surely transcends the mundane. It warrants a trial. Sensing that his true energy had already been significantly depleted, he glanced at the two figures now entangled in combat and pondered whether to attempt this secret technique, as his current prowess seemed inadequate for such a critical juncture. Resolving this, the young man in white ceased his forward momentum. Simultaneously, he began to align his index and middle fingers, his eyes gently closing as the brief text of the secret technique flooded his mind. Subsequently, the esoteric incantations flowed from his lips, each word pronounced with clarity. At that moment, his fingertips began to emit a subtle glow. The heavens responded. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, swirling around the young man's robe. Resonating with the scriptures, he silently intoned. Divine radiance radiated forth, and Luo Li opened his eyes. Celestial art command, blood seal. The young man in white looked towards the red-robed woman standing amidst the divine flames, softly uttering the command as if it were a decree from the heavens. He then raised his hand and pointed distantly. Chapter 80. The Ancient Celestial Court. The gesture flickered like a shooting star. The red-clad woman, who had previously held her ground against the wine man, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon witnessing this finger gesture, as if confronting an arch-nemesis. The ethereal divine bird, accompanied by crimson flames, met the luminous fingertip, and in an instant, it seemed as if ice and fire had melted into tranquility. The divine flames, which had fiercely clashed with the fourth-grade master, were utterly extinguished by Luo Li's distant point. The ethereal Tao fruit solidified upon the young man's form, causing the expressions of both the incense burner and the withered wood to shift dramatically as they sensed the shift in power, turning their gazes towards the origin of the fingertip's brilliance. The crimson divine flames were stripped away by that fingertip? How could this be? A celestial Tao fruit? You are but a mundane insect. How can you possess the legacy of immortals? The overwhelming aura began to wane uncontrollably, and the flames enveloping the red-clad woman gradually diminished. The crimson mark between her brows dimmed ever so slightly, leading to a complete collapse of her understanding in an instant. Moreover, this was not the end. Luo Li's fingertip had severed a strand of her true demonic blood, effectively erasing the purest essence of her bloodline. At this moment, not only was she incapable of maintaining her strength akin to a fourth-grade martial artist, but she also found herself rapidly descending from the fifth-grade realm attained through her demonic bloodline. Witnessing this, the elder wielding his fists gleamed with excitement. He would not let this opportunity slip. Good lad, you possess remarkable skills. After today, I shall ensure you ascend to the heavens, soaring to great heights. And your name shall resound throughout the world. With a resounding laugh, the wine man unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the once mighty red-clad woman plummeted from the air like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The marble floor beneath her fracturing into a small crater. The stripping of her demonic bloodline had rendered her bloodline techniques and various supernatural abilities impotent, leaving the incense burner unable to muster even a modicum of resistance against the formidable fourth-grade master. The entire shift in the battle could be attributed to the decisive fingertip unleashed by Luo Li. Cough, cough. Stripped of her bloodline by Luo Li's fingertip and subsequently struck down by the wine man like a mere insect, the incense burner could no longer maintain her former elegance. She merely stared blankly at the figure of the young man, who had severed her divine phoenix blood, her lips trembling. How could there be such a legacy in the great Xia of the Northern Xian domain? Who exactly stands behind you? As the red-clad woman faced her downfall, the withered wood, who had accompanied her with the intent to slay the Northern Liang king, was taken aback. Black mist enveloped the surroundings. This individual, seeking to escape into the shadows, found his last flicker of hope extinguished by the formation laid by the wine man. Realizing he could not flee, the withered would gaze despondently at the invisible barriers surrounding the hall, feeling utterly desolate. Seeing the withered figure devoid of fighting spirit, Li Qingyi, Chen Qingji, and the others naturally seized this splendid opportunity. The armored general, wielding his spear with one arm, unleashed a torrent of true energy, launching it directly at the withered wood. The other two also employed their ultimate techniques to intercept the frail figure. After several dozen exchanges, the victor was clear. The three combined their efforts, with the wine man's assistance, swiftly overpowering the withered wood, whose strength paled in comparison to the red-clad woman, leading to his grievous capture. What a close call! As the battle concluded, the wine man, having descended to the ground, observed Luo Li, sword drawn, and eyes vigilantly fixed on the fallen red-clad woman. Finally exhaled in relief. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Without it, our Northern Liang would have struggled to subdue these two. Noticing the wine man's descent, Luo Li nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, his sword remained poised at the neck of the fallen red-clad woman, ensuring that any hint of resistance would lead to her demise. No need for gratitude. By your own means, I fear that even in my absence, you would still be able to safeguard yourself and your domain. Observing the polite nod from the young man in white, the wine master raised an eyebrow, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the youth, infused with a hint of inscrutable meaning. The legacy of the immortals, indeed. It is no wonder that the king of Beheading, despite his youth, has achieved such remarkable feats in the remote realm of Beixian. Now, everything falls into place. That sudden gesture, like a celestial finger, cleaved the bloodline of the red-robed woman before him, a manifestation of divine rules and principles that only a true immortal could bestow. This king of Beheading, merely at the innate stage, possesses such extraordinary powers, indicating that his background is far more complex than it appears. Senior, please share all that you know, he implored. From what I gather, the Emperor of Daxia, in my estimation, could never wield such terrifying power. If he merely commanded a few warriors of innate strength, it could be acceptable, but the capabilities of these two far exceed what he could possibly control. An entity capable of clashing with a fourth-rank warrior like you would never serve him. I hold that confidence. Gazing coldly at the disheveled woman before him, blood trickling from her lips, Luo Li sensed her weakened aura and her disdainful demeanor. Thus, he refrained from inquiring directly of the incense burner, knowing it would yield no fruitful answers. Instead, once the wine master landed, he turned to the elder from the Tianji pavilion and asked straightforwardly, "Oh, I had previously mentioned I would impart relevant information. I shall not go back on my word. However, I must first reveal to you some secrets pertaining to the human race." His expression grew serious as he continued. "These revelations are beyond the grasp of ordinary folk, recorded only in the tomes of true martial sanctuaries and ancient clans. Therefore, I ask you to keep this knowledge confidential. Firstly, you must understand that this world is not solely inhabited by humanity. Demons, spirits, and other bizarre entities have existed, though most have vanished from sight. Above all these races lies a group that calls themselves the divine demons. These so-called divine demons are born of the essence of heaven and earth, endowed with extraordinary gifts and powers, formidable to the point of incredulity. They rely on their bloodlines, and upon reaching maturity, they can rival our greatest masters. It is precisely because of this immense strength that the divine demons once towered above all races. They established a magnificent civilization on this earth and beyond. Yet that was over 10,000 years ago. Even the ancient texts of today can only faintly echo fragments of their glory. The name of that civilization has long since faded into obscurity, and thus we refer to it as the ancient heavenly court. Chapter 81. An unexpected joy. The wine master unleashed his vital energy, cloaking the surrounding space, ensuring that his words, laced with reminiscence and trepidation, resonated solely in the ears of Luo Li and the red-robed woman, not spilling beyond their confines. Humph. Upon hearing the elder's tone tinged with reverence, the once weakened woman seemed to regain some of her spirit, lifting her chin with a haughty snort. Just as she prepared to utter more, Luo Li showed no leniency. Infused with the intent of the celestial sword, his sword struck forth with piercing sharpness. The excruciating pain elicited beads of cold sweat from her brow, nearly forcing a cry from her lips. "Fear not, Senior, please continue," he said, observing the agony painted on her face, along with the remnants of sword intent that marred her neck. The wine master paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! What a splendid king of Beheading. I truly admire your temperament. Upon my return, your name shall surely adorn the upper echelons of the Tianji Pavilion's Qingyun list." With that, the wine master believed Luo Li could deduce the situation's core elements. Thus, he began to condense his narrative, imparting crucial information. The divine demons, lofty and aloof, gazed down upon all beings, viewing the myriad races as mere insects. Not only humanity, but all creatures within and beyond the realms have long harbored discontent towards them. According to ancient records, thousands of years ago, under the guidance of the mightiest among us, humanity launched a grand offensive against the divine demons. The specifics of that war have become obscured with time. It is known that in such a monumental conflict, masters were mere fodder, and celestial figures were but ordinary soldiers. Only those standing at the threshold of the immortal realm could truly influence the outcome. At this juncture, the wine master cast a meaningful glance at Luo Li. "Just as the being who bequeathed you the immortal legacy, the reason the Yuan-Tian realm is now dominated by humanity is due to the selfless sacrifices of our ancestors. Otherwise, we would likely still be subjugated by these so-called divine demons. This is why I appeared suddenly to confront these bloodline remnants." At this point, the elder disdainfully scoffed. To call them bloodline remnants is to overestimate them. The true offspring of the divine demons possess innate powers that rival celestial prowess. These mere pretenders do not compare. If I am not mistaken, they are likely subordinates lurking in the shadows, commanded by the 6 divisions of the divine demons. Unlike the genuine progeny, they merely resonate with the true blood of the divine demons, gaining the qualification to cultivate their bloodline power. To accept an external heritage while aiding these aberrations and slaying our own kind is nothing short of treachery. Therefore, they must be eliminated. Having absorbed these truths, Luo Li began to grasp the intricacies of the situation, opening a new door to his understanding. The divine demons, the ancient heavenly court, the awakening of one's bloodline to gain power. These revelations were unlike anything he had ever encountered. As the elder concluded, Luo Li remarked, "Now I comprehend. Could it be that my father possesses such formidable energy?" Casting a glance at the incense burner held beneath his sword, he added, "You need not look upon me. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are deemed traitors. You may wield your sword freely. As for your sovereign, he lacks the stature to command us." An immortal legacy, indeed a grand endeavor. It is no wonder they sought your demise, the red-robed woman murmured, tinged with reluctance and regret. Senior, do you possess a method to restrain these two? They appear to harbor considerable knowledge. With a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, Luo Li disregarded the taunts of the incense burner. He merely turned to the wine master once more and inquired, "You overestimate me. Such profound matters likely belong to those adept in arcane arts. If they were ordinary warriors, even masters could incapacitate their energy centers and confine them. However, these two remain a volatile variable for as long as they draw breath. Thus, from the perspective of this old man, it is better to eliminate the threat directly to avoid prolonged uncertainties." A deep wariness flickered in the eyes of the wine master as he gravely cautioned Luo Li. His words were born from past experiences. Those who descend from the bloodlines of divine demons, as long as they are not completely vanquished, cannot be deemed utterly devoid of resistance. There had been similar incidents in the Central Lands, due to negligence. Two fifth-tier martial experts had paid the ultimate price with their lives. Ultimately, it took the intervention of a formidable being to quell the turmoil, which served as a stark warning to numerous sects eager to study the essence of divine blood. To act without complete assurance would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing the wine master's warning, Luo Li nodded in acknowledgement. He gazed at the proud figure of the woman in red, her white hair cascading down her back like a phoenix soaring through the heavens, and with a momentary distraction, unleashed the intent of his sword, the celestial severance. In an instant, countless streams of sword energy crisscrossed and surged forth, piercing the meridians of the fragrant woman. Even after undergoing the refinement of divine blood, she had no chance of resisting the overwhelming and destructive force of the celestial severance. Moments later, her heart's meridians shattered, her breath extinguished. Even if divine demons descended from the heavens, they could not reverse her fate. As he recalled the act of employing the blood-sealing technique to extract a drop of divine phoenix blood, a peculiar glimmer crossed Luo Li's eyes. That single drop, under the baptism of celestial arts, transformed into a pure orb of white light, which, unbeknownst to anyone, flowed into his being. Though it appeared small, once it merged with Luo Li's divine sea, the previously meandering essence of Tai surged dramatically. This surge was akin to a river in full spate, a stark contrast to its former trickle. If Luo Li had merely stabilized himself at the 6th tier before, absorbing this orb of energy would likely elevate him to a level of great accomplishment within the 6th tier. The blood-sealing technique possessed such astonishing efficacy. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Taking a deep breath, Luo Li's expression remained calm, but in truth, his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Extracting a drop of divine blood surpassed a decade's worth of effort. It was exponentially more effective than any elixir known to man. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance back at the withered tree in the distance, suppressed by Qin Qing's spear, unable to move an inch. He then slowly walked over. Chapter 82. Since ancient times, autumn has brought melancholy and solitude, yet I declare that autumn surpasses the spring morn. Within the royal residence of North Liang, Luo Li sat cross-legged on a mat, exhaling a breath of stale air before calmly opening his eyes. At the same moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to dissipate. His true energy was now unified and surging like a mighty river, indicative of a 5th-tier martial prowess. Though his aura was unstable, the turbulent true energy within his divine sea had indeed reached this level. Through the celestial arts, Luo Li had extracted and refined a drop of divine blood from the fragrant woman, achieving the pinnacle of 6th-tier martial prowess. Following this success, he proceeded to refine the divine blood of another bloodline descendant. Although the blood contained within the withered tree was significantly weaker than that of the fragrant woman, the combined essence ultimately filled the last gap in Luo Li's energy, allowing him to attain the 5th-tier martial realm. Moreover, the true energy cultivated from the refined blood was indistinguishable from that painstakingly developed through rigorous training. Such efficacy was nothing short of miraculous, explaining why it was renowned within celestial arts. Regrettably, encounters with those possessing divine blood were rare. If only a few more such individuals would present themselves, his true energy might rival that of the 4th tier. However, such beings were not commonplace. This notion was likely a mere fantasy. With a greedy longing in his heart, Luo Li chuckled, rising to his feet and making his way outdoors. At this point, aside from the seldom-seen patriarch, the only one who could match him was the southern king of the foreign surname, the Zhun Nen Wang. He held no fear for the others, though he had slain these two, and was aware that the secrets of divine demons could bring forth storms in the realm of Great Xia. His newfound strength provided him greater confidence in the impending assault on the royal city of Great Xia. As for the divine matters, The wine master had already communicated with the powerful beings among humankind through the secret arts of the heavenly machine pavilion. Should unforeseen events arise, there would likely be someone to intervene. Yet, such high-stakes games were beyond his contemplation. The only task before Luo Li was to muster the forces of Liangzhou and storm the royal city of Chongning. A true man, born into this world, cannot live a life of mediocrity. In life, he must feast upon the finest delicacies, and in death, he must be prepared to be served up in kind. Luo Li had never held much interest in the throne symbolizing royal power. Should he attain it, he would count himself fortunate. Should he lose it, it would matter little. As long as he could secure a firm foundation in Liangzhou, he had no need to concern himself with the right or wrong of other matters. However, a decree for his execution plunged him into a dilemma. His strength was growing, and the prowess of his soldiers was becoming increasingly formidable. Yet the emperor in the capital had begun to harbor suspicion and murderous intent towards him. Sometimes, choices are not made by oneself, they are thrust upon one. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, Luo Li saw no path of retreat. Even amidst the storms of this royal road, he would not waver in the slightest. For only by forging ahead could he find a way to survive. Any retreat would lead him to an abyss of despair. My lord, aside from the 50,000 defenders stationed at the mountain sea pass of Beheading City, the entirety of Liangzhou, encompassing 5 prefectures and 13 counties, 10 major sects, and 5 prominent clans, along with our Beheading headquarters, has gathered an army of 150,000. In just under a month of mobilization, the logistics are in place, and the soldiers are prepared to march. When does the Lord intend to commence the campaign? Upon exiting the royal residence, amidst a courtyard blooming with daisies and begonia, Lu Yun, armed with a long sword, reported that all matters Luo Li had entrusted to him had been thoroughly prepared. The Sun family of the northern land had ordered all martial artists of their clan to lead 30,000 troops from Yongping County to align under the banner of the Beiliang Iron Army. In Yinmen County, various martial arts sects, led by the Yin Dao sect, had taken up arms voluntarily, showing their gratitude for the Beiliang king's swift assistance, each bearing long swords and offering their lives to his command. In Wuwei County, Jinan County, Danyang County, as well as the northern regions of Liangzhou under the Beiliang king's authority, voices rang out like thunder, with followers as numerous as clouds. In a mere month, the winds of change had swept through Liangzhou, now a formidable force revered across the realm. Upon seeing Luo Li, clad in pristine white and radiating an aura several times more powerful than before, Lu Yun halted, delivering his report with a solemn tone. Choice 1. Since ancient times, autumn has brought melancholy and solitude, yet I declare that autumn surpasses the spring morn. At this moment, the northern tribes have been subdued, internal strife has been quelled, and the hearts of the Xia dynasty are filled with fear, while the morale of the troops is invigorated. The name of the northern Liang resonates across the realm, and it is the time to rise for a great cause, to raise arms and determine the fate of the empire. Who else but me? Choice 1. 8,000 flying tiger troops, led by the great General Li Tsunxiao. Choice 2. The title of king and supremacy is not the work of a single individual. Even though the northern Liang boasts a formidable military, the Xia dynasty possesses a multitude of soldiers and strategists across its 13 provinces. With countless martial arts masters stationed and the descendants of deities lurking in the shadows with unknown intentions. In this chaotic situation, it is imperative to proceed with caution, to amass provisions, and to delay the claim to kingship, which is the superior strategy. Choice reward: 10,000 Xuanjia troops, led by General Meng Tian. As the sweltering summer gives way to the coolness of early autumn, the refreshing breeze sweeps through, and the blooming flowers fill the courtyard with their fragrance, uplifting the spirits of all who breathe it in. With hands clasped behind his back, upon hearing General Lu Yun's report and the resounding voice of choices in his ears, Luo Li made his decision without hesitation. I understand, he declared. General Lu, send my royal edict, commanding the various military units to immediately prepare their armaments and organize their armor, to rally their spirits. Command Qin Xingji to lead the northern Liang's main force of 50,000 soldiers, with Lu Yun as his deputy, and Sun Ling to assist the army. I shall personally lead the remaining troops from the various prefectures, gathering a total of 150,000 soldiers. In 3 days, the army shall march forth. This battle must begin with a thunderous assault on the Xian province, forcing the Golden Feather Army, led by Shui Yu, to retreat in defeat. Both choices present renowned generals whose assistance would be invaluable to the current northern Liang. Yet regardless of the rewards, Luo Li had already made up his mind. Yes, upon hearing the authoritative tone of the young man in white, radiating an air of supremacy, General Lu knelt, his spirits lifted as he responded. This day was not only long awaited by Luo Li, but also by the soldiers beneath him. The humiliation of yesterday shall surely be repaid tomorrow. As autumn arrives, it marks the most beautiful season in the Xia capital of Chongning. Luo Li still faintly remembers the hurried glance he cast when he left the city 10 years ago. At that time, lanterns adorned the streets, wealthy patrons spent extravagantly, and young lords and ladies exuded charm, creating a city rich in heritage. Alas, to me then, I was but an outsider, insignificant as dust, scorned by all. At this point, Luo Li turned his gaze toward the southern Xia capital, peering into the distance. However, this time, I shall return in a different manner. Chapter 83. The Central Lands, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. In the 16th year of the Yongchang era of the Great Xia, autumn, Luo Li, the king of Northern Liang, mobilizes an army of 150,000, claiming to be 300,000 iron troops. With the formidable General Chen Qingji leading the vanguard, advancing toward the northern Xian province. News of this spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of all 13 provinces. Simultaneously, another equally significant piece of news emerged from the distant central lands of the Great Zhou. A name from a remote region quietly appeared on the Qiyun ranking's 72nd seat. Using the unique shadow-casting technique inherited from the Mo family, although the Wine Daoist remained in the northern Xian region, the information he conveyed had already returned to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, causing quite a stir. After all, this was news regarding deities and demons. And the location was once a site of divine catastrophe, compelling many powerful figures to take heed. In the upper echelons of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, among the 6 seats, the current Heavenly Machine Master convened a small meeting, inviting several prominent figures from the Celestial Martial Alliance to discuss the information received from the northern Xian region. The Celestial Martial Alliance is a transcendent organization led by numerous martial arts sanctuaries in the Central Lands. Formed in collaboration with a legendary figure who dominated the world for over a century, unbound by any single faction. This force wields the martial destiny of humanity. Akin to how the great Zhou dynasty governs the imperial fate, standing among the pinnacle forces of humanity. The Wine Daoist relayed that a descendant of deities and demons had appeared in the northern Xian domain of the Great Xia, although the specifics remain unclear. However, based on the imagery captured by the Shadow Stone, the crimson-robed girl appears to inherit bloodline powers from one of the 6 divisions of the deities and demons. The Fire Division. To inherit such potent bloodlines is no trivial matter. Should fortune favor her in the coming years, this girl could indeed become a true deity or demon, rivaling our own kind. At the center seat, the only tangible figure spoke first. He was the convener of this meeting, the current Heavenly Machine Master, capable of perceiving the fates of the world. Indeed, from my perspective, those who are affiliated with the legacies of deities and demons are likely to make significant moves in the coming years. The peculiar occurrences we've encountered in the Tian's mansion have multiplied, and with natural disasters and calamities, it seems every so often, a few descendants of deities and demons emerge. A true headache. Master of the Heavenly Machine, do you not claim to be able to perceive the heavenly numbers and divine fates? Why not attempt a divination to uncover the changes of recent years? To the left, a phantom figure responded, laced with curiosity. The third commander of the Tian's mansion. Your words pose quite the challenge for the old pavilion master. To measure the lives of commoners requires little effort, but to gauge the heavenly omens and fates, one must sacrifice one's own lifespan, not to mention measuring the fate of a nation or the human path, if truly attempted. The old pavilion master might just ascend to the heavens on the spot. A phantom figure, brimming with sword intent, jested from the rightmost seat. Ahem, esteemed ones. It would be prudent to resolve the current matters before delving into such discussions. A descendant of deities and demons capable of inheriting the true blood of the Fire Division is no ordinary being. Were it not for the Wine Daoist's travels here, coupled with the Northern Liang King's remarkable skills, this incident may have gone unnoticed. To be on the safe side, it would be best for one of our comrades to investigate. At the very least, we should ascertain their schemes. What do you all think? As the conversation began to veer off course, an elderly figure radiating a harmonious aura sighed. Then, with a tone of consultation, surveyed the room before speaking. I concur. The elder seemed to hold considerable authority. Upon his words, the others nodded in agreement. Mr. Lu's reasoning is sound, if that is the case. Let this humble Taoist go. Coincidentally, the Northern Liang King has some connections with my Tai Dao. Seeing the topic return to its intended course, a figure clad in a Taoist robe, who had remained silent, finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, The sword wielded by the Northern Liang King Luo Li is indeed the personal sword of the Tai Dao's previous master, is it not? Though the details of that finger remain unclear, just the endorsement from a figure who nearly transcended mortality is enough to assure us of this youth's potential. I have also reviewed the achievements conveyed by the Wine Daoist. I never anticipated that such a talent would emerge in the Northern Xian region in recent years. With such power and combat prowess, he could easily rank among the top 10 on the Qiyun ranking, his name resonating far and wide. Tai Dao shall not lack successors. The heavenly machine master chuckled, glancing at the Daoist who spoke. A century ago, the Tai Dao, under Zhang Xuanzu, fused the paths of Dao and Buddhism, dominating the world for over 100 years, until its influence began to wane. Yet in just a few decades, the Tai Dao has seen an explosion of talent. Once, there existed the unblemished sword heart of Yi Qingyi, and ahead lies the promising future. Following that, we have the Northern Liang King Luo Li, who has inherited the profound legacy of the Tai sword from the Northern Xian domain. The series of events elicits a sense of melancholy. The fortunes of this sect indeed seem to be everlasting. As the sect leader mentioned, although this young man has received the master's inheritance, he is not yet a disciple of the Tai sect. Moreover, his path does not harmonize particularly well with our Tai teachings. Shaking his head, a hint of regret flickered in the Daoist's gaze. While they conversed, the three commanders from the Tianxi mansion, who had been spectators, suddenly furrowed their brows. Esteemed friends, we must conclude our gathering here today. That peculiar fog has begun to emerge once more, and the situation is urgent, requiring my direct intervention. Sect leader, Master Jiang, and all esteemed friends, I take my leave. With that, the figure clad in dark armor, resembling a general, appeared to be in great haste, offering a brief farewell before dissipating into ethereal light. Ah, the years have truly been tumultuous. Very well, I shall begin preparations to journey to the Northern Xian domain to ascertain the situation there. If Daoist Mo departs ahead, I shan't linger. Farewell, esteemed friends. As someone departed first, the previously calm expression of Master Jiang tightened slightly, losing interest in further discussion. Then, I too shall take my leave. Farewell, sect leader. The remaining formidable figures began to bid their farewells in succession. Once the elder at the head nodded with a smile, the 5 ethereal seats that had been previously occupied vanished without a trace. In the dim loft, only the elder remained. At this moment, the head of the Tianji sect sighed softly, his tone tinged with resignation. Understanding the will of heaven is easy, defying it is arduous. I am still far from mastering the celestial mysteries. He glanced once more at the projection stone, returned by the Wine Daoist. The young man's technique had provoked a sudden divination from him, and a mere fleeting glance nearly cost him 2 decades of life, had he not restrained himself at the last moment. Contemplating this, the Tianji elder's eyes revealed profound trepidation. Such mystery could bring either fortune or calamity. Based on the achievements he displayed, for now, he shall be ranked as the 9th on the Qingyun list. In the aftermath of the ravages of war, the Yanmen County lay in ruins, its wounds still fresh. Yet, after a month, under the leadership of County Chief Chen Xiaoyan, the gloom was gradually dispelled, revealing a semblance of vitality. The once blood-stained majestic city walls now bore the gentle patter of raindrops. The first autumn rain brought a refreshing chill, its soft rhythm echoing on the ground. A delicate sound that could not be ignored. Dressed in a long robe, Chen Xiaoyan stepped outside, gazing at the overcast sky not far away. His expression tinged with melancholy. More than a month had passed, yet he still could not shake off the weight of the recent battle. Though they had managed to hold their ground, nearly 30% of the county's population had perished, an estimated 1 to 200,000 souls lost. This number only accounted for those recorded. Countless others who fell beneath the northern barbarians' iron steeds left no trace at all. No one felt the weight of this tragedy more than he, the guardian of Yanmen County. After all, this calamity unfolded under his watch, and the grim tally of casualties reported post-battle was like daggers piercing his heart, a pain that lingered even now. Your Highness, the northern barbarians have invaded our territory, leading to the deaths of over 100,000 innocent souls. When shall we ride out to avenge this great wrong? The Northern Liang cavalry, having achieved a resounding victory over 50,000 Golden Wolf cavalry, were indeed triumphant, yet it was a Pyrrhic victory at best. Upon Luo Li's triumphant return, Chen Xiaoyan had a brief exchange with this renowned northern king. At that moment, facing Chen's poignant inquiry, the blood-stained young hero clad in dark armor responded. The Northern Liang territory lies at the border of 2 nations, steeped in deep-seated enmity. Presently, I find myself in a dire predicament. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Yet, The grievances of Yin men, the hatred of Liangzhou, and the lament of fallen comrades and common folk cannot go unavenged. Thus, once the Northern Liang army is raised and the troubles of Daxiao resolved, I shall ride forth, crossing the Shanhaiguan Pass, and march thousands of miles northward, demanding justice from the Golden Wolf Khan. Such resolute and powerful vows still echoed in Chen Xiaoyin's ears, as fresh as if they had been uttered just yesterday. "Where is the Northern Liang army now?" he inquired softly, holding an oiled paper umbrella as he watched a loyal guard enter the estate. "Reporting to you, my lord. The prince has mobilized 15,000 troops from Northern Liang, passing through Wuwei, Jinan, and Danyang counties with great momentum. They have now reached the Yangping territory and will soon return to Yanmen." The rain fell steadily, creating a soothing sound against the stone courtyard. "They have arrived at Yangping? That is quite near. By the way, has the family letter I sent to Chongning been delivered?" Upon hearing the guard's response, Chen Xiaoyin calculated the distance and nodded, then inquired further. "It has been sent, but my lord, do you truly wish to sever ties with your family in such a manner? The clan leader holds a prominent position in the court. Even if the prince were to suffer defeat, he could ensure your safety. Yet you chose to cut familial ties with a single letter. What if this leads to complications later?" The guard's words reflected his concern. For having served Chen Xiaoyin for over a decade, he considered the young master's well-being. In his recollection, Chen had always been meticulous, rarely taking risks. However, since assuming the post of county chief in Northern Liang, everything had begun to change. There is no need for such hesitance. Daxiao has truly rotted to its core in recent years. What is the point of merely surviving in such a dynasty? Sometimes, the absence of hope is the most lamentable aspect of life. Since the prince is willing to be the first to step forward, someone must choose to follow. In times of urgent need, Luo Li, the Northern Liang king, chose to rush to their aid, demonstrating his deep compassion for the common folk. For this reason alone, Chen Xiaoyin was willing to risk everything to follow him, not fearing for his own life. Even if his strength was feeble, surely there were many in Liangzhou who shared his sentiments. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Until the dust settles, no one can determine that a seemingly insignificant speck cannot become the source of a tempest. It merely requires the courage to rise and embark on the journey. Throughout history, all revolutions have demanded a price of blood. The Northern Liangzhou, located at the frontier, witnessed a decade of dominance under King Xiong. The transformations within Liangzhou, every blade of grass and tree at Yinmen, are vividly imprinted in my mind. Therefore, my actions today shall be without regret in the days to come. As I retract my oiled paper umbrella, amidst the startled exclamations of my personal guards, I, a young talent of the Jiangzuochen family, boldly stride into the rain-soaked courtyard. The torrential downpour cascades down, yet the scholarly figure clad in a long robe laughs heartily against the curtain of rain. The air turns crisp as raindrops incessantly fall. In the city of Fufeng, within the dojo of Yindao Gate, Liang Hua observes his aging disciple Liang Zhongru, who has visibly aged in just over a month, and feels a sense of discomfort. "Is it that you cannot bear to part with this old man, half buried in the earth?" On the bed, Liang Zhongru, despite his frail condition, shows no signs of resignation to death. At least he still finds the leisure to jest with his disciple, indicating that his spirits remain relatively high. "You yourself have acknowledged that life and death are merely the norms of existence. If I cannot come to terms with this, how could I claim to possess a greater insight than you?" Liang Hua, initially burdened by his thoughts, finds himself smiling at the old man's teasing words. Cough, cough. "You, though clearly in your middle years, still possess that indomitable spirit reminiscent of my youth." The elder muses inwardly, then clears his throat, retracting the retort he had prepared. "Well, let it be. However, there are matters I must remind you of. I have heard that the affairs of Northern Liang are concluded, and the prince has rallied an army of 150,000, preparing to march southward to the capital of Xiaking, Chongning. Indeed, you should lend your assistance. After all, he is a benefactor to both our Yindao Gate and the entire Fufeng." Liang Zhongru reassures him, "Rest assured, this old body can endure for at least another year. I hope to hear news of a great victory for Northern Liang by the spring of next year." How does that sound? Very well. Outside, the rain patters incessantly. Inside, the elder reclines on his bed, conversing softly with his steadfast disciple in familiar tones. Chapter 85. Once leading hundreds of thousands, sweeping across the lands like a tiger. In the dimly lit Northern Liang city, within the Li residence, Li Youjuan's eyes glisten with unshed tears as she steels herself to adorn Lu Yun in armor. The heavy armor, forged from the unique meteoric iron of Northern Liang, boasts unparalleled defensive capabilities, so formidable that even the finest swords and spears might struggle to pierce it. The shoulder pieces, shaped into a tiger's head from refined steel, add to the weight, totaling over 100 pounds. Unless one is a seasoned martial artist, few could bear such a burden for long. After donning the armor, Lu Yun shakes himself and nods in satisfaction. He turns to his wife of many years, Li Yujun, and with a gentle smile, he caresses her slightly reddened eyes, speaking in an unusually tender tone. Another battle awaits. Wait for my return. Without waiting for her response, he leans forward for a brief embrace, mindful to avoid clashing his hard armor against her. He then straps on the Northern Liang sword and strides confidently out, leaving behind a woman with teary eyes, standing still in shock. Inside the room, flickering candlelight dances, and the soft sounds of a sleeping infant can be heard from a nearby crib. The sky darkens as the rain falls steadily. Soldiers clad in armor emerge from various residences in northern Liang, while the streets are lined with citizens coming to bid farewell to their sons as they march towards the military encampment. There are no shouts, no sobs, just a solemn acceptance from the battle-hardened folk of northern Liang. Outside the royal palace, a white-clad woman, holding an umbrella, gazes quietly at the valiant young man in black armor and speaks. This time, I may not lend my hand to assist you. She has descended from the mountains to seek enlightenment, not to engage in warfare. Previously, she intervened to defend northern Liang due to its precarious situation. But now that Luo Li has chosen to advance, she has no intention of joining the fray. This war is between northern Liang and the Great Xia. It does not concern you, Miss Qingyi, and you need not involve yourself. Luo Li, having donned his armor and prepared to march to the encampment, pauses as he hears her complex words. After a moment of surprise, he replies with a smile, "The conflict I initiated is my own responsibility. It does not fall upon others. I, Luo Li, have never been one to confuse right and wrong. Your assistance has been more than sufficient, and I cannot impose further upon you." He adds, "However, should you find yourself in peril, I will intervene for the sake of the sword candidates and the legacy of my Tai sect. Though, at your current level, you might not even require my protection." Upon hearing Luo Li's affirming response, Li Qingyi ponders for a moment before replying. With that, her figure vanishes silently from sight. Luo Li, noticing her departure, smiles faintly but remains silent, resting his arm on the hilt of his sword as he strides forward. In the distance, the black and red royal flag rises. The army is on the verge of departure. Days later, in Liangzhou, Yangping County, the most prosperous and affluent region in the north, serves as the economic center of Liangzhou. Even among the 13 provinces of the Xia dynasty, this place stands as a significant county, home to the most prominent martial arts sects and families in all of Liangzhou. Outside the county seat, dust swirls as numerous black and red banners emblazoned with gold flutter in the wind. Even from atop the city wall, Sun Ling can discern the scene clearly. Everyone, hurry down to the city. The Northern Liang army has arrived. We must go forth to welcome the prince. Prior to his intention to raise an army, Luo Li had instructed Sun Ling and various officials to prepare the troops for gathering, anticipating the day the royal banner would wave, marking the moment to march southward. After returning to Yangping and managing the affairs, Sun Ling awaited the arrival of Luo Li's troops. Now, at this moment, the Northern Liang army of 150,000 stands ready. The largest and most elite force seen in a decade, with many soldiers harboring a resolute spirit of fighting to the last. Among the elite are the renowned old swordsman Li Su, who has reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank in swordsmanship, and the white-robed General Qin Qingji, famed for his victory over the northern barbarians with 3,000 cavalry. Moreover, the formidable Daxia, sword madman, Liang Hua, who once traversed the central plains with unmatched mastery of the sword, alongside the esteemed master of palm techniques, Sun Ling, hailing from the northern territories. And not to forget the northern Liang king, Luo Li, who has slain several esteemed masters and stands ready to rival the 5th rank of martial arts. Even disregarding the presence of the Tai true inheritance, which shuns worldly disputes, the combined strength of these 5 martial arts masters, coupled with an army of 150,000 troops, could certainly pave the way for success in their treasonous and rebellious endeavors. The thunderous city gates slowly rose, as Sun Ling, accompanied by a dozen prominent figures from Yangping, strode forth towards the distant figure bearing the royal banner. The Sun family, led by Sun Ling, along with 5 families, 4 sects, and 800 martial artists from Yangping, as well as 30,000 soldiers, had long been prepared and awaited the prince's arrival with bated breath. This battle, they pledged to undertake, no matter the peril, with unwavering resolve. Draped in resplendent robes, his hair neatly bound, Sun Ling's demeanor was meticulously composed, strikingly similar to before. The only distinction now was the genuine admiration he felt for Luo Li, the Northern Liang king. With a single stroke, he had vanquished a 6th-rank opponent, contended against 2 masters, and ultimately, with a mere gesture, shattered the defenses of an entity even stronger than a 5th-rank master. Such remarkable feats and strength left Sun Ling devoid of any thoughts of opposition. Only by confronting the reality could one grasp the urgency of the situation at hand. Thus, Sun Ling was wholly convinced. In the midst of his reverie, Sun Ling glanced towards the figures surrounding Luo Li. To his astonishment, among the familiar Northern Liang masters, there appeared a new, imposing figure clad in gleaming armor and wielding a long spear, emanating a presence that overshadowed the others. When had such a formidable general emerged from Northern Liang? At that moment, a chill coursed through Sun Ling's heart, leaving him utterly astounded. The following text contains author's notes and reflections. It is customary for me to express my thoughts as the book goes live. Tomorrow, around 12:10 on Friday, is a crucial moment, and I sincerely invite everyone to support this endeavor. To be honest, it has been somewhat disheartening. Overall, the book's performance has been quite satisfactory. However, the latter half has experienced a series of disappointing metrics, which has been quite distressing. Nonetheless, I am deeply grateful to my editor, Long Guang. Without their support, it is unlikely I would have reached the 3 Rivers tier. I recall nearly a year ago when my first book achieved similar statistics, and upon reflection, I find it eerily reminiscent. The same 3 Rivers, comparable readership, and similar collections, the initial subscription figures I once achieved now induce great embarrassment. And I need not elaborate on the bittersweet journey that led me here. After all, the readers are not concerned with such matters. Now let me discuss this book. Regardless of the circumstances, it bears no resemblance to failure. Any perceived shortcomings are purely the result of my own sensitivity. Thank you, dear readers, for your unwavering support and nurturing that has made this journey possible. I acknowledge my temperament is not particularly stable, and my approach to matters cannot be described as diligent. If not for your steadfast backing, I would not have persevered until now. Now that Xianwu is about to be launched, the moment that will determine the fate of this book has arrived. I hope you will continue your support as before. For those who can, I kindly ask for financial assistance, and for those who cannot, I sincerely request that readers who indulge in pirated versions take a moment to view the advertisements at the end of the official version. Those seconds of advertising provide me with the motivation to continue. Regrettably, life requires a relentless pursuit of sustenance, and while writing novels is my dream, it is also my means of livelihood. As I enter my 3rd year of university, I have not sought financial support from my family. Thus, this book serves as my means of sustenance. Only with tangible subscriptions can I feel the fervor of creation and persist in this endeavor. I long for the day when someone might say, I support you by watching ads. While it is a poignant truth, it remains a reality. Therefore, I humbly beseech your support. Once the book is live, I am accustomed to releasing lengthy chapters, so if the number of chapters appears limited, rest assured the word count will be substantial. On the first day, I guarantee a minimum of 10,000 words, and I aim for an initial subscription of 300. For every additional 200 subscriptions beyond this, I shall add another chapter, with no cap on the total. The same applies to monthly votes. For every 200 valid monthly votes, another chapter will be added, also without limit. As for rewards, while I initially hesitated to set a standard, I felt it necessary to mention that for every 200 units rewarded, an additional chapter will be added, with a 5-chapter bonus for the Alliance leader. Finally, I must confess that achieving 300 subscriptions is daunting, especially given the recent lackluster data. The platform now allows users to earn up to 100 coins per day, which is sufficient for subscribing to chapters, requiring only the viewing of advertisements. If one cannot spare a mere minute for this, I am at a loss for words. I only ask that discussions remain civil in the comments. Otherwise, I will be compelled to take action. In conclusion, I am immensely grateful for your support. Should subscriptions meet expectations, I am prepared to devote myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. The rest is in your hands. With utmost respect, below are acknowledgements for fellow authors. Author list and acknowledgements. The world is vast, and myriad paths converge as one. Authored by the illustrious Bai, this original tale of infinite realms is a captivating read. Abundant in content. For those who revel in tales of celestial realms, it is worth a glance. Love Will Not Bring Misfortune, penned by Banksia Qingwei Liang, depicts the diligent life of a hard-working individual whose efforts command respect. This light novel, infused with elements of Chinese daily life, is a rare gem for those who appreciate such narratives. Beastmaster. The master is strong yet excessively cautious, authored by Qi Ye. presents an engaging story of beast mastery that piques interest. Fishing to Divinity from the World of Do Pua by Shuangguang Chaofuti is a fan fiction that guarantees excitement, akin to an invincible tale, and is recommended for those who enjoy such narratives. My Disciple is Too Diligent, Making the Master Seem Lazy, authored by Tiango Qiyu Liang, is a light-hearted, fast-paced narrative that offers comfort. How Could I Possibly Be the Ancestor of Humanity? By Yinyan Qian Kuanmia. Features a contestant of my era whose achievements steadily rise, a true master in disguise. It invites those intrigued to delve further. Thus concludes this presentation. Chapter 86. This time, victory is elusive. Ancient wisdom states, a king may not surpass a tyrant, nor a general outshine another. The king of Western Shu, renowned for his strength, is indeed remarkable. Were it not for the rare talents under the command of the High Ancestor, the fate of empires would remain uncertain. In the realm of heroes, Li Tsuanxiao is certainly deserving of his reputation. While he may not be the most illustrious commander among his peers, his martial prowess undoubtedly ranks among the greatest throughout history. In the tumultuous 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, none could rival him. Even the second greatest warrior of the time, the Spear King Yanzhong, could not withstand Li Tsuanxiao's might for long, ultimately sighing in resignation, vowing that if this man were to live, he would not emerge from the world. This alone is a testament to his strength. Amidst the ranks, he rides with agility akin to flight. With his iron spear, he boldly charges, instilling fear in thousands, rivaling the might of the king of Western Shu. After being summoned by Luo Li, he commands the 8,000 Flying Tiger Army, his prowess far exceeding what is recorded. With the 6th rank in martial arts, he has opened his divine sea and cultivated his true energy to the point where it manifests like a river, signifying his ascension to the 5th rank. This towering warrior, standing at 8 feet, emanates an imposing presence, unmistakably at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Sun Ling speculates that had he not encountered the signs of the 4th rank, which border on transcendence, this nameless warrior could be even stronger. Excellent. Upon hearing the current situation from Sun Ling, Luo Li, stationed at the forefront of the army, nodded in satisfaction. Thus, you shall personally lead the 30,000 Yangping army as a flanking force alongside my Northern Liang troops. Can you bear such a heavy responsibility? Upon hearing this, Sun Ling trembled slightly, and his awe towards the imposing figure diminished somewhat. Despite being a master of his region, his status within the Northern Liang military is not of direct lineage. Though he can command the 30,000 troops, he did not expect this prince to entrust such a significant force to him. With this thought, a complex expression crossed Sun Ling's face, yet he respectfully bowed and said, Sun Ling, I thank your highness for your trust. In this battle, I shall not disappoint Northern Liang. We must remember that the north is filled with heroes. Even the stationed troops of Yangping will not be inferior to those of the border armies. His words reignited the long-dormant flame in Sun Ling's heart. Achieving mastery and ruling a small territory was his initial plan. However, upon realizing the true strength of Luo Li and Northern Liang, and their ambition to reshape the 13 states of the Great Xia, Sun Ling's aspirations grew. To command 30,000 troops and sweep through the winds of change. Should he achieve great feats, he could become a trusted minister of the dragon, ensuring prosperity for his descendants, and even sitting among the esteemed officials in the imperial court. Ambition grows with circumstances. Currently, although Sun Ling still harbors resentment from his previous defeat at the Northern Liang Palace, it has diminished significantly. To employ someone is to trust. To doubt is to discard. Since Master Sun has shown such resolve, this battle will earn him merit, and I shall not hold past grievances against him, rewarding him accordingly. The Sun family has established itself in Yangping for many years, and Sun Ling, being a local master, will undoubtedly lead the Yangping army more effectively than any general from Northern Liang. Thus, it is better to allow him to command his own forces, earning his trust. After conveying his thoughts to Sun Ling, Luo Li took a deep breath and raised his voice, declaring, Comrades, upon leaving Yangping, we shall face war. I have heard of the formidable Qingjiao army led by the Marquis of Pingxi, by Chen Xia, yet I wonder if they truly possess such might as the legends claim. Let us see if the garrison at Beixian Pass can withstand the might of Northern Liang's forces. Soldiers, raise your banners and march with me. Northern Liang, victory assured. The rallying cry echoed, shaking the heavens. The army, a serpentine formation stretching for miles, advanced under the leadership of Luo Li and his generals. Akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, moving towards the distant horizon under the midday sun. The following day, at noon, this well-equipped and formidable Northern Liang Iron Army arrived at Yinmen County. Ahead lay the true front line, a desolate wilderness strewn with remnants of crumbled walls. If the Northern Liang army fails to achieve merit this time, the once abandoned towns of Yunmen County will remain devoid of life. After all, no one wishes to live in constant fear. For the defenseless common folk below, even cultivating their own food becomes a challenge, let alone surviving. Thus, whether for self-preservation or the welfare of the local populace, this southern expedition must yield results. Outside Yunmen County, Chen Xiaoyan has already led the local officials and the townsfolk to the city gates. Facing the vast army resembling a dragon, the leading scholar bowed deeply, followed by countless citizens of Yunmen County who knelt in unison, praying for the prince's safe return and triumphant victory. As the army passed through Yunmen County, the resounding chorus of thousands echoed at the city gates, reaching even Luo Li's ears. Nevertheless, he did not command his troops to halt. "Your Highness, should we not pause for a moment?" asked Lu Yun, clad in a tiger-headed steel armor, who had closely followed Luo Li. When he heard the shouts echoing from the city of Yunmen, his thoughts inevitably drifted to his wife and children, as well as the common folk within the city of Beheading. A sense of melancholy washed over him, and he was about to speak to Luo Li. However, at that moment, Luo Li interrupted him. The young man clad in black armor, seated upon his steed, emanated an aura of serene composure. "No need," he stated. "This king leads a vast army against the great Xia, and the outcome of this battle is uncertain. Should we suffer defeat, the multitude of common people accompanying us will face unwarranted calamity. As the saying goes, those not in power should not meddle in politics. They owe me nothing, yet I owe them a great deal. With my back turned to the masses, there is no need to pause. If I triumph, I shall return to receive their homage. And it shall not be too late. The grand endeavor remains unfinished, and the predicament unresolved. I, Luo Li, am still a thorn in the side of the great Xia, a flesh wound that the northern barbarians long to eradicate. Without rightful authority, words lack persuasion, even with an army of nearly 200,000 men. If I have not secured a victorious return, how can I find rest in this realm? Should I fail, I shall not return." Chapter 87. Weapons like forests. The army presses forward. The northern Xian Pass was once a frontier of the great Xia. However, over 200 years prior, a sovereign arose during a time of resurgence, leading an army of 300,000 from the territory of Liangzhou, then under the dominion of the Jin Wolf King, to seize the lands beyond. Over time, the reputation of this former border stronghold faded, yet the foundation established remains robust. Though it may not rival the Shanhaiguan outside Beiyang, it is not significantly inferior. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the heavy sound of war drums reverberated from the walls of the northern Xian Pass. The booming echoed, rising in intensity like muffled thunder, resonating throughout every corner of the city. The sky darkened ominously, devoid of the brilliant sun that had shone the previous day, casting a heavy pall over the land and instilling a sense of foreboding. "General Shui, there are dozens of heavy crossbows positioned at the pass. And with my 5,000 Qingjiao troops combined with your Golden Feather Army, even if the famed Iron Army of Beiyang approaches, there is no need for such trepidation," remarked by Chen Xia, the Marquis of Pingxi, clad in dragon armor and wielding a sun mace. He gazed into the distance, observing the swirling dust, reminiscent of a dark cloud descending as the Beiyang army approached, and with a smile, he reassured the tense Shuiyu. "Though I have heard that the king of Beiyang has slain several northern barbarian generals, he is merely a 6th-grade martial artist. Here at the northern Xian Pass, with the 3 martial masters from Xianzhou joining us, even if the Beiyang army is filled with talent, we need not fear him in the slightest. Even if the strengths are evenly matched, with the fortifications and military resources at our disposal, we likely hold the advantage." After speaking, Bai Chensha, still in his 30s, patted Shui Yu's shoulder, wishing to ease the commander's tension. After all, he was ostensibly just the supporting general, while the true commander of the northern Xian was still Shui Yu, the leader of the Golden Feather Army. The Marquis of Pingxi, Bai Chensha, not only possessed extraordinary martial talent, but also bore remarkable fortune. Many martial artists, after exhausting their lives to reach the 6th-grade threshold, find themselves unable to advance further due to declining vitality or inadequate comprehension of spiritual energy, remaining stuck at the 5th grade for life. Yet, at the age of 28, he fortuitously stumbled upon a relic of the celestial phenomenon realm, undergoing numerous trials that not only granted him the legacy of a fallen great master's mace techniques, but also led him to discover a centuries-old spirit fruit tree. With the aid of the celestial phenomenon inheritance and the spirit fruit, he broke through 2 barriers in a decade, advancing from the acquired realm to the innate realm, and subsequently achieving the 5th grade of martial arts, becoming one of the elite experts within the Great Xia. It is noteworthy that within the 13 provinces of Great Xia, only a handful can be counted among those who have attained the 5th grade. Such an achievement would rightly cultivate a sense of pride in anyone, let alone this man, who was once a royal relative and a notable border general resisting the Western Yan. Thus, it is no wonder that Bai Qiansha could successfully rise against the odds in just 10 years, being conferred a marquis title and becoming a prominent local authority. However, as Shui Yu felt the movement on his shoulder, he sighed deeply, recognizing the nature of this individual beside him. Were it not for the Emperor's decisive support for the third prince as the crown prince, it is doubtful whether the Marquis would exert his utmost effort in defending the Western Front. In summary, while Shui Yu found Bai Qiansha's demeanor distasteful, he could not deny that to repel the invasion of the Beiliang army, he needed the strength of Bai Qiansha and his Qingjiao troops. In the realm of the Great Xia, the Beiliang Xuanjiao army, the Qingjiao army of the Western Front, and the Zhennan army personally led by the Prince of Zhennan are the 3 most elite forces. Compared to these 3 armies, even Shui Yu's Golden Feather army, which he had trained rigorously, fell short by a considerable margin. After all, having endured the ravages of war for years, their spirit and resolve were unmatched by those from the interior. Therefore, despite his disdain for the Marquis' demeanor, Shui Yu ultimately refrained from expressing it. Do not be careless, Marquis Pingxi. Although the king of Beiliang is merely a 6th grade martial artist, his knowledge is no less than ours, perhaps even superior. The key reason for his victory over the northern barbarians' 50,000 iron cavalry, in my view, lies in his mastery of formations. As he recalled that fateful night when the northern barbarians suffered a catastrophic defeat, a deep trepidation flickered in Shui Yu's eyes. The celestial grade battle formations are undoubtedly core teachings even among the military traditions of the Central Lands. Such knowledge is strictly guarded, only accessible to direct disciples within the sections. The capacity to harness the power of heaven and earth to amplify one's strength and elevate the entire army is unmatched by any inferior formations. Oh, a celestial grade battle formation? How intriguing. Bai Qiansha's previously relaxed expression waned as he absorbed Shui Yu's words, revealing a hint of seriousness. How could the Great Xia possess such a high-tier battle formation? If you claimed he possessed a common or earthly grade formation, I could reluctantly believe you. But a celestial grade? Could it be that this lad, too, has encountered an extraordinary opportunity like myself? He stroked his chin, curiosity lacing his voice. Boom, boom, boom. The distant army, a dark mass, gradually approached. The oppressive aura surged like thunder, causing the soldiers atop the walls of the northern Xian Pass, who were beating the war drums, to momentarily freeze, while the exchanging gazes of Shui Yu and Bai Qiansha grew heavy with gravity. Their previous discussions were mere theoretical musings. Ultimately, regardless of the prowess of the Beiliang Iron Army, only through actual combat could the truth be revealed. The sky darkened, the royal banners fluttered fiercely. Weapons clashed like a forest, and the air was thick with the scent of iron and blood. What a grand spectacle! From afar, it appeared as a dark, ominous mass. Yet, as Luo Li led his troops closer, Bai Qiansha could not help but feel a tremor of awe. No wonder they could stand shoulder to shoulder with his Qingjiao army, having honed their skills on the frontier, battling the northern barbarians. The quality of these soldiers was indeed commendable. Moreover, the palpable aura of menace that could be felt from a distance was truly chilling. At this moment, the renowned Marquis of Pingxi, who had gained fame throughout the Great Xia, finally set aside his disdain and regarded the unacquainted king of Beiliang as a formidable adversary. In the distance, amidst the ranks of the Beiliang army, a contingent of several thousand soldiers gradually detached from the formation, led by a towering general wielding an iron spear, charging fiercely towards the walls of Beixian Pass. What is that commotion? Shui Yu and Bai Qiansha, who had been closely observing the situation from a distance, were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the sudden emergence of this troop of several thousand soldiers from the Beiliang forces. What could their intentions be? Were they perhaps planning to launch an assault on the city with this contingent?